That kid Yang Wu has really been pushing himself lately, and his progress is remarkable. His speed, once his weak point, is nearly made up for. As long as he performs normally in the next quasi-martial artist assessment, he should have no problem. Youth is truly wonderful, full of drive and vigor. Standing beside the speed test track of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, the Hall Master Jiang Yin watched the ever-changing scores on the speed tester and nodded slightly in admiration. You little rascals should also work hard. The earlier you obtain martial artist qualifications, the greater your future prospects will be. Strive to get more students from our Ian district to pass the assessment in the second half of this year. And Luo Feng, my boy, I have high hopes for you. Jiang Yin turned to the young trainees nearby, speaking sternly, then reached out and firmly patted the short-haired young man closest to him in encouragement. On the speed test track, Yang Wu, who was sprinting back and forth with full force, swung his arms violently, letting out low growls like a wild beast. The veins on his face bulged and throbbed, and combined with the terrifying scar, it made him look particularly ferocious. Bang! Amid the burning gazes of the crowd, Yang Wu had just rushed to the opposite finish line again. Before he could even turn around to sprint back, he suddenly fell to the ground, without a sound, head tilting backward. Yang Wu, brother Yang, what's wrong? Yang Wu, what happened? What's going on? Where am I? Didn't I self-destruct to perish together with the American devils and the Japanese ninjas? I'm not dead. Yang Wu opened his eyes, staring blankly and in surprise at the unfamiliar faces in front of him. Before he could even speak, my head. Suddenly the newly awakened Yang Wu clutched his head with both hands and let out a painful roar, without warning collapsing onto the bed and fainting again. At the moment Yang Wu lapsed into unconsciousness again, within his sea of consciousness, two souls that were constantly fighting each other bizarrely appeared. As they clashed, they kept merging, growing, and mutating, forming a mist interwoven with liquid, hazy like an ocean in light rain. In the center of the misty, indistinct ocean, a dark golden mountain peak stood silently. Wisps of faint mist drifted slowly from its surface, adding an air of mystery to this bizarre ocean. At the same time, the emitted mist was silently transforming his body, and even the scar on his face had visibly faded. Jiangnan City, Great Nirvana, RR Virus, Safe Base City, Hong, Lei Shun, Limit Martial Arts Hall, Luo Feng. This period of unconsciousness lasted about 2 hours, and various names kept circling in his memory. From unfamiliar to familiar. When Yang Wu gradually regained consciousness, he still kept his eyes closed, but his heart was already churning with enormous waves. Damn, I actually transmigrated. Such a cliché. And I've landed into a novel I just finished reading, Swallowing Starry Sky, as the most insignificant disposable background character in the plot. Yang Wu didn't know whether to feel fortunate or sorrowful. He had originally been the king of soldiers in the special forces of the Chinese nation in the 21st century, unmatched in both firearms and martial arts. Later, by chance, he awakened the fire-type supernatural ability, becoming the powerful fire ability king. With this added strength, he was immediately absorbed into the National Guardian Dragon Group and became a member of its most mysterious and powerful A-Team. Not long ago, while carrying out a secret mission on the African continent with other members of the A-Team, they were ambushed by a combined force of American superpowered individuals and Japanese ninjas. To cover his teammates' escape, he sacrificed himself in a self-destruct explosion. Had it not been for this miraculous transmigration, his soul would have already dissipated long ago. Although he had survived, the role of this body was too pathetic. Though it shared the same name with his past life, Yang Wu, who had just read the entire Swallowing Starry Sky, knew that this guy was a total extra. His screen time was even less than that of minor characters like Zhang Haobai. No family background, no talent, and even the originally somewhat handsome face was ruined by a knife scar. Truly useless in every way. The gap was too huge, making it truly hard for the former Soldier King and Ability King to accept. What should I do? After privately lamenting, Yang Wu, with his eyes shut, began to slowly recall the plot of Swallowing Starry Sky, planning his path forward. Although this body is essentially a super extra, since I've transmigrated and possessed it, I must turn this situation around. Yang Wu thought to himself and slowly opened his eyes. Brother Yang, you're awake. What happened just now? You scared us to death. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing that entered his view was a familiar short-haired young man. It was Luo Feng, the protagonist of Swallowing Starry Sky. Good, at least this pathetic extra has a decent relationship with the main character. Yang Wu inwardly gave a thumbs up. Feng, thank you. I'm fine. You go back first and prepare well for the college entrance exam. Yang Wu smiled at Luo Feng, though he already knew Luo Feng would fail the exam. At the same time, he propped himself up and thanked the other martial arts hall trainees one by one. Hall Master Jiang Yin pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Yang Wu awake, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said in a stern tone, Yang Wu, you really gave me a scare this time. Fortunately, you're fine. Don't push yourself like that again. Thank you, instructor. I'm fine. Don't worry, I won't do it again. Yang Wu scratched his head embarrassedly and apologized. Brother Luo Feng, see you later. Thanks for today. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Brother Yang, see you. Take a good rest. At the cheap rental housing community of Nanan residential area, in Ian District, Yongwu waved goodbye to Luo Feng. Although both lived in the same community, they were in different buildings. Tap tap, click. Taking out his key, Yongwu skillfully opened the door. Brother, you're back. As soon as he stepped inside, a crisp voice came from within the room. Little sister. Yongwu closed the door, and with a glance the entire home was laid out before his eyes. It was a one-bedroom, one-living-room layout covering 36 square meters, furnished with simple worn-out furniture. This was the place where Yongwu had lived for 23 years. In his memory, the layout and furniture of the home had never changed in the slightest. Near the kitchen in the living room, a girl of about 14, with 2 pigtails, sat on a small stool, rolling her eyes. She was fumbling through a vegetable basin placed on her lap, sorting the leaves. Brother, how was training today? Thirsty? There's boiled water on the table for you and Mom. I'll cook when Mom gets home. Hearing the sound of Yongwu opening the door, she raised her head and called out affectionately. The smile still hung on her lips as she lowered her head again to continue fumbling with the vegetable leaves in the basin. I'm not thirsty, thank you, little sister. Come on, let me help you. What vegetables are we having today? Although a different soul now inhabited the body, Yongwu inexplicably felt a warmth and a blood-bound affection in his heart when he looked at this thin, blind little girl with sickly pale skin. He hurried forward, wanting to take the vegetable basin from his sister's hands, but she held it tightly. Oh, go away. You're clumsy. This isn't work for a big man like you. If you really want to spoil me and let me rest, find me a sister-in-law to help out. The little sister laughed and lightly slapped the back of Yongwu's hand that was grabbing the basin, pouting. The blind girl was named Yongli, Yongwu's younger sister. Ever since their father had become a vegetative patient in a car accident 5 years ago, their mother had supported the entire family by doing domestic work alone. It was only when Yongwu obtained the advanced trainee qualification at the martial arts hall 2 years ago that some income from tutoring jobs arranged by the hall began to supplement the family. His sister had become blind as a child due to illness that went untreated because of poverty, and she had never attended school. Though she couldn't see, she was very sensible and meticulously kept the entire home clean every day, giving their mother and brother little to worry about. Click. While the siblings were playfully arguing, the door lock clicked softly again. A middle-aged woman with a weary face opened the door and walked in. It was Lu Laniying, the mother of Yongwu and Yongli. Xiaowu, what were you two just talking about? Xiaowu, have you really got a girlfriend? When will you bring her home for me to see? Though her body was exhausted, her voice carried a hint of pleasant surprise. Geez. Mom, that was just little sister joking with me. What girlfriend? I'll talk about that after I pass the quasi-martial artist assessment. Seeing his mother about to lecture him again, despite her fatigue, Yongwu quickly picked up the boiled water from the table and handed it to her, then smiled bitterly and rushed into his room, closing the door, leaving his sister giggling with her blind eyes turned toward their mother, who kept shaking her head and muttering. After all, in this era where one could legally marry at 18, a 23-year-old bachelor like Yongwu, while many of his peers already had children of several years old, was enough to make his mother anxious. Closing the door, he leaned his body against the back of it, looking at the sleeping form on the lower bunk of the bunk bed. Yongwu fell silent. I am Yongwu. I must pass the assessment so that Mom and little sister can live in a big house. Let Mom and little sister each have their own large room. The house must face the sun with huge floor-to-ceiling windows so sunlight can pour in completely. Let Mom no longer have to work so hard doing domestic work and enjoy leisure at home. Let Dad have professional nurses to care for him. Let little sister be able to go out and play anytime. These words had been repeated in Yongwu's heart countless times. It was this belief that had supported him as he repeatedly took the quasi-martial artist assessment, undeterred by several failures. Now, having transmigrated and knowing the plot, Yongwu added another goal to these: life water. Yes, it was the life water, the one that could let his sister open her eyes and become a healthy, normal person, and might even allow his brain-damaged father to wake up. Even if he couldn't earn tens of billions as easily as the protagonist, Yongwu was determined to raise the money for the life water, enough and in full. Let his sister open her eyes. Let his father wake up. First Tongguan. On July 1st, 2056, at 10 in the morning, the monthly quasi-warrior assessment began at the Yangzhou City Limit Club. The first event was the punch strength test. As a bearded soldier from the military smashed his fist fiercely into the punching target, Yongwu, reborn into this world, began his first assessment, one that would determine the course of his future fate. In the more than 20 days since arriving in this world, Yongwu quickly became fully familiar with and integrated into it. Through deliberate effort, he had even become close friends with the protagonist Luo Feng, who was already acquainted with him. Perhaps it was a perk of crossing over. Yongwu had made rapid progress in those 20-plus days, even feeling that his punch strength, speed, and neural reaction had all reached the level of a high-level warrior. However, being cautious and careful to conceal his true strength, he did not unleash his full power during training at the martial arts hall. Unlike Luo Feng, who was widely recognized as a lunatic and genius by the martial arts hall, even rapid improvement in a short time would only bring praise, not suspicion. Moreover, Luo Feng was a spiritual psionicist, so any progress was easily justified. But Yang Wu was different. He had failed the assessment for several consecutive years, struggling to improve. If he suddenly reached the level of a high-level warrior, he might be taken away by Hong or Lei Shun for dissection and research. Next, Luo Feng. As in the original plot, the second participant in the punch strength test was Luo Feng. While Zhang Yan was joking with the heads of other branches, Luo Feng cleanly delivered a stunning result of 1,101 kilograms, drawing a round of applause. Yang Wu was the last to take the stage for the punch test. Though he held back his strength, he still achieved 1,023 kilograms, ranking second only to Luo Feng among the 8 participants. Not bad, your hard training these days hasn't been wasted. Keep it up for the speed test. Zhang Yan looked at Yang Wu's result, his old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Unexpectedly, in his own branch's martial arts hall, 2 participants had scored over 1,000 kilograms in this assessment. How could he not be excited? This would earn him contribution points. How about that, old ma? Your Bayu district doesn't have such geniuses, does it? Take a look at my Ian district. This is real strength, you know. 2 at once, haha, both over 1,000 kilograms. Just before Luo Feng's test, the Bayu district's head had teased Zhang Yan, but now Zhang Yan in high spirits struck back, fiercely, almost dancing with pride. Luo Feng's punch is decent, but that Yang Wu, he's already 23, a bit old. A genius. Only if his results in the other 2 events are equally excellent, then he might barely qualify. Anyway, since we've produced 2 outstanding students today, at noon, Zhang Yan treats everyone at the Yangzhou HR Alliance Grand Restaurant. Huh. Brother Yang is amazing. Last time your result was only over 900 kilograms, but this time you've improved so much. The speed test is coming up and you're first. Go for it. On the way to the speed test area, Luo Feng had already given a thumbs up, genuinely happy for Yang Wu's performance, but also worried about his speed test. He knew Yang Wu had participated in nearly 10 quasi-warrior assessments and almost always failed on the speed event. Haha, you're the same, brother. Your improvement is even greater than mine. Don't worry, this speed test is no problem. Watch your big brother. Yang Wu laughed heartily, patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, and strode toward the speed test track. Whoosh! Standing before the track, Yang Wu took a deep breath like a hunting cheetah. He leaned forward, one leg in front of the other, gripping his fists tightly. Boom! As the start signal sounded, he let out a low roar and shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward the finish line. Not bad. No problem this time. Watching Yang Wu's state at that moment, Zhang Yan, who had been watching closely, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the result hadn't come out yet, as an experienced martial artist and instructor, he could clearly tell that Yang Wu would pass the speed test this time. 26. 7 milliseconds. Chief Instructor Wu Tong saw the result and also smiled. Yang Wu was a familiar face to him. He had always been stuck on the speed hurdle before. Not bad, although it can't match your punch strength, it's still decent. Keep working hard. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Yang Wu politely thanked him and walked back to Luo Feng and the others. Brother Yang, you're amazing. There's no problem passing the quasi-warrior assessment this time. Congratulations. Luo Feng raised his thumb from afar and called out to Yang Wu. Haha, you little lunatic, keep it up too. We'll have to go through the warrior combat assessment together. Yang Wu laughed heartily, patting Luo Feng's shoulder in encouragement. The assessment proceeded quickly. In the following neural reaction test, Luo Feng unsurprisingly passed, with an excellent grade, becoming a quasi-warrior. Last one, Yang Wu. As Chief Instructor Wu Tong's voice rang out, Yang Wu exchanged a fist bump with Luo Feng before calmly stepping into the red circle of the test area. Standing inside the red circle, facing the muzzle of the test machine, Yang Wu took a deep breath. The neural reaction test was the most unfamiliar item for him, a transmigrator. In his past life, although neural reactions were also very important, he had never been tested in this way. However, having experienced countless storms of bullets and life and death trials in his past life, Yang Wu was not intimidated. He slightly bent his legs, focused his mind, and waited for the test to begin. Remember, never step out of the circle. Stepping out means instant failure. Every touch of the red light deducts points. Chief Instructor Wu Tong mechanically reminded him, then pressed the red button. Beep, beep, beep. The muzzle of the neural reaction test machine rapidly accelerated, quickly reaching an extremely fast speed. Then dozens of gun ports on the muzzle almost simultaneously emitted bursts of red light, and rubber bullets shot out. Huh. Yang Wu stared intently at the incoming bullets. Having been through a hail of gunfire in his past life, he was not particularly concerned about these. His mind rapidly calculated the positions, and his body moved like a nimble civet cat, dodging left and right repeatedly, evading the rubber bullets. Or relying on his acute perception of danger cultivated in his past life, he reflexively avoided those bullets that were too fast to calculate in time, the ones that slipped through. Gradually, he forgot his original intention of keeping a low profile and concealing his strength, fully immersing himself in the feeling of dodging, even forgetting the test itself. Amazing. I didn't expect this kid's neural reaction to improve so much. He's touching the threshold of micro-level. Damn, he's having an epiphany during the test. Micro-level. All the surrounding heads, instructors, and examinees were stunned by Yang Wu's performance. At this moment Yang Wu, amidst this storm of bullets, seemed to be not taking a test but dancing. Sometimes he took large strides to dodge fully, sometimes he danced on the edge of a knife, finally controlling his body to evade seemingly impossible bullets by a hair's breadth. Wu. Soon the 1-minute test time was up. The muzzle of the neural reaction test machine stopped spinning, and Yang Wu regretfully woke up from that epiphany feeling. 60 seconds, hit 8 times, no red light touches. Excellent. Passed. Congratulations. Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded with a smile. Within the red circle, Yang Wu clenched his fists in excitement, swung them fiercely in the air, and tears glistened in his eyes. He had waited too long for this day. At last he had realized his dream. There was only one step left before the legendary title of warrior. Brother Yang, congratulations. I didn't expect your neural reaction to improve so much, and you even had an epiphany during the test. TSK Tisk micro-level footwork. When we get back you have to teach me. Seeing Yang Wu approach, Luo Feng, already beaming with a smile, immediately stepped forward, punched him in the chest, and said happily, "Haha, no problem. I didn't expect to improve so much myself. It feels like a dream." Yang Wu was also very excited. Alright, this quasi-warrior assessment has 3 who passed: Luo Feng, by Yang, and Yang Wu. Congratulations. Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled and said. Meanwhile he instructed the other branch heads to arrange the subsequent signing matters, and then, as in the plot, called out "Captain" to a black-robed man who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Even Yang Wu, who knew the plot and had been paying attention, had not noticed when the man appeared. It was as if he had materialized there out of thin air. Wu Tong's shout of "Captain" immediately attracted the attention of Yang Wu and the other 2. The silver-haired black-robed man turned his head and swept his gaze over the 3. Even though he was on guard, Yang Wu still fell under his spell. For a moment he felt as if the man's eyes were the boundless starry sky, and he sank into it instantly. Just then a ripple suddenly arose in his mind, and with a jolt Yang Wu snapped back to consciousness. Almost at the same time Luo Feng also woke up, looking around in confusion. Only Bai Yang remained with a dazed expression. I woke up as quickly as Luo Feng. How is that possible? Do I also have the talent of a spiritual psionicist? Yang Wu was puzzled. At that moment the silver-haired black-robed man glanced at Yang Wu and Luo Feng with surprise, but his focus was still on Luo Feng, who was only 18, while Yang Wu was already 23. 2 interesting little ones. Good talent, keep up the hard work. The silver-haired black-robed man smiled at Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Tisk, I didn't expect these 2 to have strong willpower too. Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded approvingly and left with the silver-haired black-robed man. Despite his doubts, what Yang Wu longed for most at that moment was the soon-to-be-seen gene energy cultivation method. In his plan, once he obtained the gene energy cultivation method, he could legitimately reveal his full power. After all, during the first cultivation of gene energy, anything was possible. He even signed the Warrior Combat Assessment Application contract without reading it carefully, hurriedly writing his name and being done with it. This is the method of cultivating gene energy, the 5 hearts toward heaven cultivation method. It is also the only method of cultivating gene energy on the entire Earth. When the content of the 5 hearts toward heaven cultivation method appeared on the large screen on the wall, Yang Wu almost completely filtered out Jiang Yan's words, holding his breath as he focused all his attention on the content of the gene energy cultivation method. The 3 of them had arranged to have lunch together in Yangzhou City. After parting ways with Bai Yang Wu took out his phone and shared the good news with his mother and younger sister separately. He then remembered to remind Luo Feng, still immersed in joy, to call home and report the wonderful news as well. Watching Luo Feng hang up on his mother with a face full of joy and then begin dialing his father, Luo Hong was number, Yang Wu knew that the first brilliant conflict scene from Swallowed Star was about to unfold. Beep. Beep. A series of busy tones came from Luo Feng's phone, but the call refused to connect, making him frown more and more. What? Can't get through. Doesn't your phone have Uncle Luo's location? Just use the location tracker to find him. Let's see how far Uncle Luo is from us. If he's not far, why don't we just go over and tell him the good news in person? Yang Wu's eyes darted as he said. Oh right, I almost forgot. Luo Feng slapped his head and, feeling foolish, tapped the location finder feature on the phone screen, then entered his father's name. The phone screen quickly displayed a map of Yangzhou City. A small red dot marked Luo Feng's current location, while a green dot showed where his father Luo Hong's phone was at that moment. He's not too far from me. Let's go find him. Luo Feng instantly saw his father's location and couldn't help but smile. Immediately the 2 set off, swiftly following the map on the phone. What followed happened just as in the original storyline. When Luo Feng saw his father humiliated at Zhang Haobai's house, he suddenly exploded. Before Yang Wu could even make a move, Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards were already sent crashing to the ground by a swift flurry of punches and kicks, and then he was taken into the police station. Brother Yang, I'm counting on you to take care of my dad. I know. Don't worry. Remember, we're brothers. I'm here. Both of them knew that having passed the quasi-warrior assessment, the police couldn't do anything to Luo Feng. Once his quasi-warrior record was entered into his citizen identity information in a couple of days, he would be able to leave easily. Supporting Luo Honghua by the arm, Yang Wu looked at Zhang Haobai, who was still raising his head and shouting provocations, and a hint of pity even flickered in his eyes. Sigh, if you don't court death, you won't die. Xiao, were you sure Xiao Feng will really be okay? After seeing Luo Honghua home and learning what had happened, Luo Feng's mother Gong Xinlan still could not relax and grew anxious. Why not go to the Limit Martial Hall and ask them to issue a statement to get Xiao Feng out on bail first? I just can't rest easy with him in there. As the saying goes, the common people do not fight officials, and the poor do not contend with the rich. Right now, Luo Feng had both disadvantages all at once. No need, Auntie. Don't worry. Luo Feng will be fine in there. Don't forget that we're quasi-warriors. In at most 2 days, I guarantee Luo Feng will be back. Going to the martial hall over such a trivial matter wouldn't be good for Luo Feng either. Even if he could bail Luo Feng out, Yang Wu had no intention of doing so. He knew that in the original story, it was during this brief time in jail that Luo Feng had awakened his telekinetic talent ahead of schedule. As a transmigrated, Yang Wu had no intention of destroying or altering the original plot. The night was pitch black. There was no moon and no stars in the sky. On the rooftop, Yang Wu sat alone on the ground with his legs crossed, both soles facing upward. His hands rested on his legs with palms up, and his back remained straight. Following the gene energy cultivation technique he had recorded at the Limit Hall during the day, the 5 hearts toward heaven practice, he assumed the 5 hearts toward heaven posture and prepared to cultivate. From Hall Master Jiang Yin today, Yang Wu learned that ordinary geniuses could sense it on the very first day of cultivation, while warriors with weaker talent might take as long as a year or 2 just to sense cosmic energy. I wonder how good my talent actually is. How long will it take? By now Luo Feng should be starting too. Yang Wu muttered softly and began gradually adjusting his state. Exhale. Inhale. His breathing gradually calmed as he controlled himself, making his heart become still. The body must be relaxed. With the 5 hearts toward heaven, it all comes naturally. The mind must be still, as calm as a mirror-like lake. Relax. Be still. These were the 2 points emphasized strongly in the 5 hearts toward heaven cultivation method. Yang Wu had excellent self-control. Just as described in the cultivation method, he gradually became completely still, and even his heart settled into stillness. Night. It was silent and soundless. His breathing had already become barely audible. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 30 minutes, 1 hour. 2 hours, 3 hours. Unconsciously, 3 hours slipped by, and the night sky remained utterly silent. Gradually, in a near meditative state, Yang Wu forgot time, forgot about sensing cosmic energy, and even forgot himself. He was completely bordering on sleep. So comfortable. In his nearly sleep-like state, Yang Wu suddenly felt faint wisps of warmth seep through the soles of his feet, the centers of his palms, and the Bai-Wei acupoint atop his head flowing into his body at an extremely slow pace, causing him to let out an involuntary low moan. Huh, what's going on? Yang Wu was still half asleep. Damn, it's cosmic energy. As if suddenly realizing something, Yang Wu jolted awake, his eyes going round. He had never imagined that he would only dimly sense cosmic energy in such a half-dreaming, half-awake state. Haha, I sensed it. I sensed it. That had to be cosmic energy. A genius. I'm actually a genius too. A surge of wild joy filled Yang Wu's heart. Extra. Background character. Haha, screw that. Never again. Yang Wu could hardly stop himself from tilting his head back and howling at the sky. It took a long while before he gradually calmed down. Again. After the excitement, Yang Wu slowly closed his eyes and tried to sense once more. His breathing gradually steadied and his mind calmed down again. Yang Wu's consciousness was almost entirely focused on the soles of his feet, the centers of his palms, and the crown of his head, as he strove to sense the faint traces of energy he had felt before. There it was. This was it. A wisp of extremely faint, tiny energy drifted gently through the air. Only when it neared the soles of his feet did it seem to be drawn in a one thread, slowly seeped inside at a very slow pace. So this is cosmic energy. Yang Wu focused his consciousness completely on the 5 hearts, and his mind naturally emitted waves of intent to absorb cosmic energy. Immediately, the absorption rate at the soles of his feet, the centers of his palms, and the Bai-Wei point at the crown naturally began to increase, and in an instant it surged nearly 100-fold. Oh, so comfortable. A thrilling sensation that arose from the very marrow of his bones caused his body to tremble, and he couldn't help but cry out. Once these formless and colorless cosmic energies entered Yang Wu's body, they were immediately devoured madly by every cell of his long-deprived body. Skin, bones, muscles, internal organ cells, and even genes began to transform and optimize. Time slowly passed. Yang Wu was completely immersed in this optimization, forgetting everything. The sky gradually shifted from pitch black to a dim, hazy gray. In his mind, the familiar dark golden mountain peak began to undergo a greater change. Stimulated by the influx of cosmic energy, the golden peak began to slowly melt like snow meeting the spring sun. Some of the solid substance on the mountain began to turn into liquid and slide downward. Upon contacting the sea surface, it became gaseous, more and more of it. Hazy and ethereal, obscure and elusive, Then naturally it began to disperse and flow into every part of Yang Wu's body, working together with the cosmic energy to transform and strengthen every part of him. His body grew stronger and stronger. The hidden injuries and latent dangers left behind after years of desperate cultivation were completely eliminated. Even the faint scar on his face completely faded away, leaving not a trace behind. It seemed that in his unconscious state his body could no longer fully contain the energy overflowing from his mind. Part of this formless, colorless energy slipped out of control and slowly spilled out, drifting around Yang Wu's body. Unnoticed, the clothes-drying pole and other odds and ends on the rooftop slowly floated up and hovered around Yang Wu's body, bobbing up and down with the ripples of invisible energy like objects adrift in an unseen tide. Time slowly crept past 5 in the morning. The first light of dawn broke through the clouds and cast down from the sky, illuminating Yang Wu's cross-legged body in a bright glow. Huh, what's going on? Sensing something, Yang Wu slowly opened his eyes only to suddenly discover the bizarre scene around him. He was immediately startled. The invisible energy, also seeming startled, instantly retreated back into Yang Wu's body and sank into his sea of consciousness. The many objects floating around his body, now lacking support, immediately fell to the ground with a clatter, leaving a mess. Huh, my senses seem to have become much sharper. Soon he calmed down and carefully took in the changes in his body. He suddenly realized that he could even hear the sound of pedestrians' footsteps striking the ground more than 30 floors below, and he could clearly make out the shapes of litter scattered on the street. No, wait. Could this be telekinesis? The description of Luo Feng awakening his telekinetic talent in the Swallowed Star plot flashed through his mind. A trace of excitement rose in his heart. He tried looking at the bits of debris that had just fallen beside him and focused his will. Immediately he felt a kind of invisible connection between those objects and himself. As his will was released, they instantly rose into the air as if drawn by an unseen force. With another mental command, the objects obeyed his will and began to revolve around his body in an orderly fashion. Even more remarkably, under his deliberate control, a wooden board floated in front of Yang Wu. When he sat on it, it easily lifted him into the air and floated there. On the third day after the quasi-warrior assessment, just as expected, Luo Feng returned safely from the police station. The two families, already close friends, came together to celebrate. Although Yang Wu did not say it outright, one look at Luo Feng's bright, spirited expression told him that the young man's psychic talent had awakened. No surprise there. At a little past 5 the next morning, when the sky was barely light, Luo Feng knocked on Yang Wu's door and dragged Yang Wu, who had spent the night cultivating gene energy and had only just fallen asleep, out of bed, then hurried off to the limit martial hall. Yang Wu knew well enough that the lad was anxious to see exactly how much his overall abilities had risen since his psychic talent awakened. Without calling him out, he grumbled and yawned in complaint as Luo Feng dragged him all the way to the limit martial hall. Since their quasi-warrior certificates had not yet arrived, the two used their martial hall advanced student badges to enter the hall. Good morning, senior brother Yang Wu. Good morning, senior brother Luo Feng. Inside the limit martial hall, quite a few students had already arrived for morning practice. Even some faces rarely seen on ordinary days were training hard. Yang Wu and Luo Feng smiled and nodded in reply, then headed straight for the 3rd floor of the advanced student teaching building. Since neither of them had obtained his quasi-warrior certificate, yet the advanced student training hall was the only place they could enter. As soon as they reached the doorway, bursts of explosive shouts came from the training hall. A white-robed youth was wielding an iron spear, twirling it ceaselessly and carving sharp spear shadows through the air. What's going on with the hall today? So many people here so early. Luo Feng murmured in confusion, then called out to the white-robed youth who was practicing the spear. You're practicing the spear this early in the morning? That's a rare sight, Brother Tai. Brother Yang. Madman, what are you two doing here? Right. Let me first congratulate you both on passing the quasi-warrior assessment. The white-robed youth stopped his movements and looked at Yang Wu and Luo Feng in surprise. For a moment he was taken aback, then his face lit up with delight as he spoke. How did you know? Yang Wu smiled without saying a word, but Luo Feng asked in astonishment. In Luo Feng's imagination, very few people should have known that the two of them had passed the quasi-warrior assessment. Instructor Jiang came back the afternoon before last and told us. He even recorded your assessment results in detail on the martial hall's honor wall. You should have seen Instructor Jiang's face. That smile was absolutely radiant. The white-robed youth scratched his head and said excitedly, Look, it's all because of you two. Everyone got inspired, pumped up as if they had been injected with adrenaline. I didn't dare slack off either, so I came early this morning to practice the spear. Is that so? Yang Wu laughed. After all, for two people to pass the quasi-warrior assessment simultaneously with such excellent scores was quite rare in these branch martial halls. By the way, Brother Yang, Madman, since you've both passed the assessment, why are you here so early? The white-robed youth asked with a smile, twirling his spear in a flourish. On August 1st, we still have the warrior practical assessment. We can't afford to slack off. That's the real test. Smiling, the two walked toward the weapon room beside the training hall. Its door was open. Entering the weapon room, they saw a vast array of weapons displayed on the weapon rack: sabers, spears, staffs, cudgels, axes, hammers, swords, lances, and many more. A truly extensive variety. Moreover, each major category was divided into many subtypes. The Bloodshadow series was one Luo Feng rather liked. It resembled the large chopping broadswords of the War of Resistance in his previous life, broad in the back, slightly curved, and bursting with power. Yang Wu, on the other hand, took from a cabinet labeled Jueying series, a Jueying war saber shaped like the Tang saber of his previous life, straight blade spine, slightly narrower than that of the Bloodshadow series, and hilt somewhat longer. He flourished it through the air. In his previous life, aside from the military spike and the dagger, the cold weapon Yang Wu most often used was the Tang saber. This kind of long saber stood between sword and saber, carrying a saber's power and a sword's agility. The long saber of the Jueying series was exactly right for him. Besides, the original owner of this body had also trained with the saber, so Yang Wu naturally dismissed all other weapons. Too light. It was not only Luo Feng. Yang Wu had the same feeling. The two tried every war saber in the room, yet none could satisfy them. Haha, it seems our strength has improved too much. There isn't a single war saber fit for us in the advanced student weapon room. Come on, let's go to the 4th floor. Yang Wu put the Jueying war saber back in its place, grabbed Luo Feng, who was also frowning in dissatisfaction, and hurried up toward the 4th floor. Brother Yang, the 4th floor is where instructors and coaches usually go. Our quasi-warrior certificates haven't come down yet. Will they let us in? Luo Feng asked worriedly as they walked. Hell, let's go try first. Beside the stairway on the 4th floor was a small room where an old man was on duty. Oh, it's Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Director Jiang told me you two passed the quasi-warrior assessment. Haha, come on in. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, the old man on duty stood up and looked at the pair with surprise. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Both breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to the old gatekeeper for turning a blind eye. Strictly speaking, since they had not yet received their quasi-warrior credentials, they were not qualified to train in this training hall. The training hall on the 4th floor was noticeably better appointed, and its equipment was far more high-end. At the moment, however, it was empty. While marveling at the 4th floor facilities, the two quickly located the weapon room, and each picked out a weapon he was satisfied with. Though the weapons in this room were also simulations both in appearance and true quality, they were far superior to the ones on the 3rd floor. The Bloodshadow 2 series, while the war sabers here really are much heavier. Luo Feng pulled one out and swung it twice, then exchanged it for another. After several attempts, he finally settled on one weighing 101 kilograms. After a sigh of admiration, he also picked up a hexagonal shield and began flourishing it at his side. Come on, let's practice. Yang Wu likewise selected a Jueying war saber weighing 107 kilograms from the Jueying 2 series. After flourishing it through the air a few times, he shouted at Luo Feng, who was training alone at the side. Then, gripping the hilt with both hands, he gave a fierce cry and chopped straight down at Luo Feng. Good. Fully caught up in the excitement, Luo Feng raised his shield and blocked Yang Wu's strike. The force drove him back a step. Shouting out, he swung the Bloodshadow war saber in a diagonal slash at Yang Wu. Well struck. The words burst from Yang Wu's mouth like a thunderclap. He nimbly dodged to one side, still holding the saber in both hands, and met Luo Feng's chop with a horizontal block. At the same time, power from his shoulders and back flashed into his hands. With a violent forward thrust, sparks flew as he deflected Luo Feng's blade, then reversed the long saber into a vicious horizontal pull. Exceptionally tricky. It was one of the moves from the saber art Yang Wu had created in his previous life. Suddenly, Luo Feng found himself flustered. He swung the shield in his left hand into an awkward horizontal guard, hastily retreated, and stumbled. Stop! 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 Brother Yang, what technique is that? Teach me first. Luo Feng barely stabilized himself and called out loudly. Hey, your foundational saber technique has been practiced to a very standard level, but you need to apply these basic moves flexibly and coordinate them with footwork and body movement. Don't rigidly stick to cuts, lifts, chops, and slashes. An opponent won't just stand there waiting for you to strike. Actually, the move I used against you just now was simply a variation of the horizontal cut. Nothing too complicated. As he spoke, Yang Wu demonstrated the move again in slow motion. Hearing Yang Wu's words, Luo Feng stood still and pondered for a moment. A sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He naturally raised his Bloodshadow war saber and swung it, but now there was an obvious change in his movement. Frightening talent. Seeing Luo Feng's movements, Yang Wu knew that the other had understood and absorbed the lesson in such a short time. He could not help but sigh in admiration. Brother Yang, take a strike from me. After a moment, Luo Feng raised his long saber, stepped forward in a lunge, and brought the same basic chop down at Yang Wu from above. Yet Yang Wu could clearly sense that this strike had already undergone some change. It was as if it had gained a soul. He had no choice but to raise his saber carefully to respond. Clang, 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 clang. Ha, 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 ha. On the 4th floor of the martial hall, the two exchanged blows with great relish. The clash of saber against shield, the shrill whistle of blades parting the air, and the shouts of the two fighters rose and fell in waves echoing throughout the entire hall. Not only Luo Feng, but even Yang Wu felt that he had made notable progress during this hour of training, especially in his control over his newly increased strength, which had become far more refined. "Who's in there?" Zhang Yin came in from outside the martial hall and went straight to the fourth floor, asking Uncle Li at the guard desk. From far outside the hall, he had clearly heard bursts of clashing and colliding sounds coming from the training hall, along with the sharp whistling of blades and other weapons cutting through the air at astonishing speed. Just from the sound, he could tell they were definitely at the warrior level. "It's Yang Wu and Luo Feng. They've been in there for over an hour," Uncle Li said with a smile. "Yang Wu, Luo Feng, those two lads really are full of energy." Zhang Yin smiled to himself and walked toward the training hall with silent admiration. Standing at the entrance of the training hall, instructor Zhang Yin watched Yang Wu and Luo Feng trading chop after chop in alternating movements. Though one could tell at a glance that their techniques were basic, they had already acquired variations. Nimble, as if endowed with life, unpredictable, and at the same time highly coherent. Their foundation is really solid. They even know variations and can apply them flexibly. Not bad. Zhang Yin could not help nodding, praising them inwardly. The more he watched, the more satisfied he became. Instructor. Luo Feng, who was facing the door, suddenly spotted Zhang Yin standing at the entrance. He called out hastily, and both he and Yang Wu stopped at the same time. "You two lads have good saber skills. You must have been practicing since childhood, right?" Before I joined the martial hall, I just swung a saber at home for fun. Just now Brother Yang gave me some pointers, and I've started to get a feel for it." Before Yang Wu could answer, Luo Feng smiled and replied first. Zhang Yin nodded with satisfaction, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. He stared fixedly at the Blood Shadow War Saber in Luo Feng's hand, then turned his gaze to the Juying War Saber in Yang Wu's hand, his eyes round as saucers. Instructor? Luo Feng was startled by the instructor's expression. Yang Wu, however, had already guessed part of the truth. You two. Zhang Yin labored to pull his gaze away from the war sabers in their hands, staring at Yang Wu and Luo Feng as though he had seen a ghost. "Were you two just now crossing weapons with that 101 kilogram Blood Shadow War Saber and that 107 kilogram Juying War Saber?" "Yes, that's right." Luo Feng was a little taken aback. "Is it forbidden to use these sabers, eh?" Yang Wu also put on a slightly frightened look as he asked. No. Impossible, how could it be?" As if he had not heard their later words, Zhang Yin simply shook his head woodenly. But then, as if a thought had struck him, Zhang Yin's eyes immediately brightened again and regained their luster. He stared at Luo Feng and Yang Wu as if they were rare treasures of the world. "Quick, you two lads. Go over to the punch force testing machine and throw a punch for me. I want to see just how much punching power you have now." During the quasi-warrior assessment 2 days ago, these two fellows only had a punching force of about 1100 kilograms. And now, in just a few days, they can easily swing war blades weighing over 100 kilograms. Doesn't that mean their strength has multiplied several times in one go? Instructor Zhang Yin secretly drew a deep breath while scheming in his heart. That's right, these two fellows are definitely far faster than ordinary warriors at cultivating gene energy. Zhang Yin thought to himself. Maybe they're qualified for headquarters to send someone over. If I can recommend them both, not only will I earn contribution points for the martial hall, I'll also have face in front of the other instructors. 2 at once. Although Yang Wu is already 23, that's still rare, especially Luo Feng, who is only 18. The more Zhang Yin thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling that happiness truly had come too suddenly. "Luo Feng, use your greatest strength and throw a punch for me to see." Seeing Luo Feng stand before the striking target, first Zhang Yin shouted excitedly. "Yes, instructor." Luo Feng walked to the punching force testing machine and took a deep breath. Luo Feng had no intention of hiding his strength. He adjusted his breathing, then his body channeled force in an instant. With a thunderous shout bursting from his mouth, his fist slammed violently into the striking target. Thud! The striking target shook violently. Beep! The display of the punching force testing machine clearly showed a set of numbers, 3,109 kilograms. Even Luo Feng himself was somewhat dazed when he saw that number. It was the first time he had tested his punching force since awakening his telekinetic master talent, and he had no idea at all how high his punching force had reached. 3,109 kilograms. Zhang Yin drew in a cold breath, turning to stare at Luo Feng as if looking at a monster. It took him a long moment before he remembered there was still a Yang Wu beside him. "Quick, Yang Wu lad. Why are you standing there dumbstruck? Give me a punch too." Zhang Yin, now back to his senses, immediately shouted at Yang Wu. All right. Yang Wu was not polite about it. He stood before the striking target, slightly bent his body, and in an instant gathered all his strength into his right arm, before transmitting it to his fist, smashing a punch at the target. Bang! It was another muffled thud. As the striking target jolted violently back and forth, Zhang Yin's eyes were already bulging wide, unable to close. 3,261 kilograms. Damn! Yang Wu was also shocked when he saw the number. Though he had anticipated his result would be about the same as Luo Feng's, he had not expected it to be quite a bit higher. I can only hit this number because I awakened telekinetic power. How could Brother Yang? Luo Feng's mind went blank as he looked at Yang Wu's result, then turned to him in confusion. Yang Wu merely smiled, remaining silent. Did you think you were the only one who knew how to hide his strength, who knew how to play the pig, to eat the tiger? Yang Wu secretly chuckled at Luo Feng's slightly crestfallen expression. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, you too have succeeded in cultivating gene energy, haven't you? Zhang Yan quickly asked. Yes, after the quasi-warrior assessment, I first tried cultivating gene energy and succeeded that very night. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, me too. Yang Wu also nodded and answered crisply. Haha, the limitless martial hall in my Ian district has finally held its head high. We produced a true genius all at once. The first time they cultivated gene energy, they went from 100 kilograms to over 300 kilograms. With so much progress on the first try, Jiangnan City, with its 200 million people, produces at most 1 or 2 such geniuses in a whole year. Zhang Yan could not help but excitedly wave his fist and shout. From birth to the first cultivation of gene energy there are more than 10 years, or even longer, when the body has never absorbed gene energy. Because it has never been absorbed, the body has been hungry for 10 to 20 years, so the progress from first cultivation is the most astonishing. From the second cultivation onward, each improvement is very small, requiring long years of continuous cultivation to gradually rise. Meanwhile, the extent of the first cultivation's progress also represents one's aptitude. Some people increase their punching force by 300 kilograms on their first cultivation, which is fairly ordinary. Others increase it by 600 kilograms, which is considered quite good. Some increase it by more than 100 kilograms, which already makes them elites. And Luo Feng and Yang Wu both increased by more than 200 kilograms. If that isn't genius, what is? But instructor, at my age, I don't count as a genius. Luo Feng is the real genius. Yang Wu scratched the back of his head and said, Who said that? You're only 23. Though you're a bit older than Luo Feng, this is still a case of amassed strength bursting forth. Among those around 23 who passed the assessment and cultivate gene energy, how many can increase their strength by 200 kilograms? Zhang Yan pursed his lips and retorted, Come, let's test your speed. In a moment we'll test your nerve reaction speed. Zhang Yan seemed to have discovered 2 treasures, and he kept testing their abilities. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng was also somewhat excited. Soon the assessment results came out. Punching force, 3,109 kilograms. Speed, 58 milliseconds. Nerve reaction test, full marks at elementary warrior level. Excellent at intermediate warrior level. Yang Wu's results were equally astonishing, even rivaling Luo Feng. Punching force, 3,261 kilograms. Speed, 54 milliseconds. Nerve reaction test, full marks at intermediate warrior level. Excellent at advanced warrior level. Haha, monsters. My Ian district actually produced 2 monsters at once. Staring at the final nerve reaction evaluation on the testing machine, Zhang Yan was so excited that his face flushed crimson. Then he shouted at the 2 Yang Wu, Luo Feng, your instructor's future contribution points at the martial hall will have to be earned by you too. Yang Wu and Luo Feng exchanged a glance and chuckled. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, with your strength advancing like this, our limitless martial hall can let you join directly ahead of time without needing the warrior combat assessment. Zhang Yan said urgently. Luo Feng was somewhat confused while Yang Wu was a little indifferent. He understood it in his heart, it was just that kind of thing. Luo Feng, since you came out of the Ian District Limitless Martial Hall, I can be considered your guide. Yang Wu, I've also watched you grow up. Instructor Zhang Yan patted Luo Feng's shoulder, then turned to Yang Wu and smiled. I won't hide it from you. On your first cultivation of gene energy, you increased your punching force by more than 200 kilograms, and your speed and nerve reaction test progress are equally astonishing. Your talent can be rated genius level, or rather monster level. In the entire Jiangnan City, with 200 million people, perhaps only 1 or 2 such monster talents appear a year. Luo Feng smiled helplessly in his heart. Monster level, huh? Maybe Brother Yang is the real monster. Luo Feng thought. His own first cultivation of gene energy had probably only improved his punching force by about 600 kilograms. It was only later that his ability awakened, making his strength soar once more to such a staggering number. Yet he believed Yang Wu was the one who had truly reached this level through solid gene energy cultivation. Little did he know that Yang Wu, who had already guessed what Luo Feng was thinking, was secretly laughing inside, though no expression leaked onto his face. To be straight with you, with monster geniuses like you two, once the warrior combat assessment is held, your results will naturally be discovered by the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, the Underground Alliance, and various families. They'll certainly come to invite you to join then. Instructor Zhang Yan smiled. By then you might be dazzled by all kinds of generous conditions. In the entire Jiangnan City, with 200 million people, only 1 or 2 genius warriors were produced a year. Which force would not compete for them? So isn't it better to have you join now? Zhang Yan smiled cunningly. And rest assured, the conditions my limitless martial hall offers you won't be low. When an ordinary warrior joins the hall apart from receiving a villa, they get 1 million huaxia dollars in starting funds. You too shouldn't dismiss money. Warriors' battle suits, weapons, saber technique manuals, and even some firearms, or even inviting powerful masters to teach you personally, all require money. But who says I don't care about money? 2 portions of life water cost 50 or 60 billion. Yang Wu rolled his eyes without changing his expression and said secretly. Jiang Yan lifted his head to glance at Yang Wu and the other, then continued, for geniuses like you two, besides the villa, we'll give you 20 million in starting funds. That lets you buy all kinds of weapons and equipment. At the same time, our limitless martial hall will also give you a guidance technique, a saber technique manual, and a movement technique manual for free. As long as the total price of these 3 is below 50 million, you get them for free outright. If they exceed 50 million, you pay the extra portion yourself. Although he had long known the plot, Yang Wu was still stunned by these terms. Luo Feng was even worse, almost holding his breath. Seeing the moved expressions on the two, Jiang Yan smiled slightly and continued with satisfaction. The guidance technique, saber technique manual, and movement technique manual together should not exceed 50 million. But if you bought them elsewhere, you would probably spend about twice as much as what the Limitless Martial Hall charges. Warriors of the Limitless Martial Hall get discounts when purchasing certain manuals inside the hall. Of course, purchasing a manual of a certain grade also requires corresponding Martial Hall contribution points. Without contribution points, you can't buy manuals, even if you have money. Only the first free gift has no contribution point requirement. Luo Feng suddenly felt enlightened. It seemed the Limitless Martial Hall's terms to him were indeed generous. But Yang Wu was somewhat contemptuous. The guidance technique, saber technique manual, and movement technique manual together were worth less than 50 million, while one set of Ninefold Thunder Blade, at half price, cost 50 billion huaxia dollars. What was 50 million? Our Limitless Martial Hall gives the same terms to all genius warriors. Jiang Yan smiled. After you join the Limitless Martial Hall, when you go out to hunt monsters in the future, you can get help from comrades in various places. And the chief master of our Limitless Martial Hall, Hong, the #1 powerhouse in the world, will occasionally instruct some true elites. Yang Wu and Luo Feng both knew very well how great the Limitless Martial Hall's influence was. Joining it was absolutely the right choice. All right, instructor, I agree. Luo Feng nodded. I agree too. Yang Wu also nodded. In his heart, joining anywhere was the same. The monsters he hunted could still be sold elsewhere, without any restrictions. Moreover, it would do Jiang Yan a favor, and by joining early, his family could move into a better environment sooner. Haha. Jiang Yan laughed excitedly. Of course, I'm not qualified to let you join the Limitless Martial Hall directly. Admitting monster-level warriors like you requires review by headquarters itself. As he spoke, Jiang Yan took out a phone from his pocket, softly said headquarters, and instantly the phone called through. A moment later, a figure appeared on the phone screen. Jiang Yan, what's the matter? The old man with white hair on the screen said with a faint smile. Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai. Jiang Yan said excitedly, I found 2 genius-level warriors in my Ian district. On their first cultivation of gene energy, they increased their punching force by more than 2,000 kilograms. One hit a speed of 58 meters per second, and the other hit 54 meters per second. In the nerve reaction test, one got full marks at elementary warrior level and excellent at intermediate warrior level. The other got full marks at intermediate warrior level and excellent at advanced warrior level. They're absolutely monster-level, genius level. Oh, the white-haired old man was greatly shocked and asked quickly, their first cultivation increased punching force by more than 2,000 kilograms. How old are they this year? The older they were, the lower their training value. One is 18, one is 23. Jiang Yan said quickly. What? One is only 18. The white-haired old man suddenly stood up and barked, boy, bring him to headquarters right away. I'll arrange people now to prepare an assessment for this lad. That 23-year-old isn't bad either. Bring him along too. Okay, we'll set out for headquarters right away. Jiang Yan hung up, turned to Luo Feng, and Yang Wu with a smile, come on, follow me now, to headquarters. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng was still about to put his weapon back into the weapon cabinet, but Jiang Yan grabbed him, called Yang Wu along, and rushed toward the stairway. He instructed Uncle Li, who was guarding the door, Old Li, I'm afraid I won't have any time today. Cancel tonight's class. Yes, Chief. Uncle Li nodded quickly. The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Yan, Luo Feng, and Yang Wu had already disappeared from his field of vision. By exercising his privileges as a martial artist, Jiang Yan quickly arrived at the Jiangnan City, Jixin General Hall. Just as in the original story, Yang Wu and Luo Feng passed the assessment under the watchful eyes of the hall's magnates, including Director Zhuge Tao, and signed contracts to join the Jixin Martial Hall. The next day, they moved into the villas in Mingyue residential area. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, it was August 1st, the day of the martial artist practical assessment. Early in the morning, Mother and his younger sister got up and prepared breakfast for Yang Wu. Eat slowly, don't rush. Today is the real combat assessment. Make sure you eat your fill. Looking at Yang Wu wolfing down his food, his mother Lu Lanying said with heartache. Though she said nothing, her eyes clearly revealed endless worry about her son's participation in the practical combat assessment. Brother, you must be careful. I heard the monsters in the practical assessment are very fierce. His sister sat beside them, listening intently to the conversation between mother and her brother, yet she frowned with worry. Don't worry, your brother is a genius martial artist. Those mere H-rank monsters are just target practice for me. Yang Wu rubbed his sister's head affectionately. In the afternoon, over 1600 quasi-martial artists participating in the assessment arrived at the monster town. The crowd stood in a spacious square, their eyes burning with fervor as they gazed at the assembly of top martial artists standing on the platform. Senior officers from the northern military district of Jiangnan City and high-ranking members of the Ladian Martial Hall and Jixin Martial Hall. Would the quasi-martial artists whose names are called please come up to receive their combat suits and weapons? Yanzhua, Hifeng, Wang Bingjiang. On the stage, 10 officers were loudly calling out the names of the quasi-martial artists one after another. Those called immediately ran up to receive their combat suits and weapons. After Luo Feng received the combat suit, combat boots, blood shadow battle knife series 2, communication watch, and hexagonal shield he had requested, it was soon Yang Wu's turn. This is your combat suit, combat boots, and the shadowless battle knife series 2 you requested. The heaviest we have prepared is 98 kilograms. Anything heavier we don't have here. The officer handed Yang Wu a set of items. This is a communication watch with positioning communication and other functions. After saying this, the officer watched Yang Wu walk away holding his equipment, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. That young man, named Luo Feng, had also requested a blade weighing over 100 kilograms, and this Yang Wu did the same. Odd. Can a quasi-martial artist really wield such a heavy battle knife? He was unaware that Yang Wu's pure martial cultivation had already reached the level of an advanced warrior. Moreover, counting the enhancement of his spiritual mind master ability, his cultivation had reached the intermediate warlord level. On the square, all 1680 martial artists had been issued weapons of various specifications suited to their body sizes and personal requirements. They then returned to their resting places, put on combat suits and boots, and either sat quietly to rest or chatted idly waiting for the assessment to begin. At this moment, Luo Feng was fully outfitted in alloy combat boots, made with special materials including Keluo alloy military trousers, a combat vest, and on his back carried the hexagonal shield and the blood shadow battle knife. His expression was focused, ready to participate in the assessment at any moment. Yang Wu beside him, however, appeared much more streamlined. He wore the same alloy combat boots, military trousers, and combat vest, but on his back was only a narrow shadowless battle knife. With his well-proportioned figure over 1.9 meters tall and his mature heroic features, Yang Wu drew far more attention than the somewhat immature Luo Feng, who stood under 1.8 meters. This attracted the constant gaze of many female quasi-martial artists, and the bolder ones even began secretly asking about his name. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. While Yang Wu and Luo Feng were quietly waiting and occasionally exchanging low words, a familiar voice reached them. It was Bai Yang, who had passed the quasi-martial artist assessment together with them. Bai Yang was already fully equipped. So they are Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Bai Yang's greeting immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby, especially the young female quasi-martial artist whose eyes burned even more ardently. News that Yang Wu and Luo Feng had been recruited by the Jixin Martial Hall ahead of time had long since spread by word of mouth throughout the quasi-martial artist circle. After all, among this batch of 1680 people, only 4 had been recruited in advance by the Jixin Martial Hall and the Ladian Martial Hall. All these quasi-martial artists understood that these 4 would certainly have extraordinary futures. Noticing the expressions of the crowd, Yang Wu and Luo Feng both frowned slightly. Neither of them liked being the center of attention. Bai Yang seemed to realize his misstep just now and looked at them apologetically, about to say something. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, come here for a moment. A shout came from the distance. It was Wu Tong, the head instructor of the Yangzhou Jixin Hall. Over the past month, Yang Wu and Luo Feng had been living in Mingwei residential area, so they naturally became very close to the head instructor Wu Tong, who also lived there. Uncle Wu, is something the matter? Yang Wu and Luo Feng exchanged a smile with Bai Yang and a few others, then immediately hurried over. Follow me. Wu Tong said this and led the way. Full of doubts, Luo Feng glanced at the silent Yang Wu but asked no more. Soon they arrived on the second floor of a quiet little building. In the living room on the second floor, several people were seated together. Among them, Yang Wu and Luo Feng recognized only one. Zhuge Tao, one of the 4 magnates of the Jiangnan City Jixin Hall. Director Zhuge. Yang Wu and Luo Feng respectfully called out. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, have a seat. Zhuge Tao, dressed in a combat suit of deep black with subtle slivers of silver, smiled faintly at them and pointed to 2 empty seats nearby. Zhuge, are these the 2 youngsters you've been bragging about? Yang Wu and Luo Feng. From what I see, they're no match for the 2 from our Ladian Martial Hall. Opposite Zhuge Tao sat a burly man in a dark purple battle suit who spoke in a deep rumbling voice. Our Ladian Martial Hall also recruited 2 in advance this time. One has physical qualities no inferior to your 2, and the other is even a firearms genius. The burly man looked proudly at the 2 young men beside him, who immediately stood up. My name is Wan Dong. The young man spoke, his face marked by a purple birthmark, which made him look rather gloomy. My name is Ma Xiao. The other young man, however, wore a smile and was remarkably good-looking. Beautiful even. Yes, the word beautiful truly suited this young man. Looking at him, Yang Wu immediately associated him with certain effeminate men from his previous life. Luo Feng stood up with a smile and nodded. I'm Luo Feng, as you already know. Yang Wu. Yang Wu rose, glanced at the two, and stated his name curtly before sitting down and saying nothing. With people he wasn't familiar with, Yang Wu never liked to talk much. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. Do you have the guts to compete with me? In tonight's martial artist practical assessment, we'll see who can rank first in points. The gloomy young man named Wan Dong spoke. In his eyes shone a glimmer of light, as if he had spotted the most delicious delicacy, full of longing. Not interested. Luo Feng shook his head. Boring. Yang Wu's cool voice came out almost simultaneously with Luo Feng's. Wan Dong's expression froze, then he sneered and said no more. Seeing this, Zhuge Tao and the burly man from the Ladian Martial Hall both laughed. Zhuge, your two little fellows are quite interesting. At least they're composed enough not to be provoked instantly. I kind of like these young men. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, would you two be interested in joining our Ladian Martial Hall? Go on, go on, go on. Zhuge Tao shot him a glare. Just kidding, you're no fun. The burly man laughed heartily. Let's go too. The martial artist practical assessment will begin soon. Zhuge Tao glanced downstairs and said. With 1680 quasi-martial artists in a mighty procession, Yang Wu and the others walked for a full half-hour under the soldier's guidance before arriving at the outskirts of a small town. It was already dusk, the sun had set. Roar, howl, all sorts of blood-curdling strange cries came from within the town. The town's outskirts were enclosed by barbed wire, and many soldiers patrolled around with guns in hand. Along the way, heavy trucks continuously drove toward the town, escorted by military firepower. On every truck were sturdy cages, each holding a monster. Their furious roars made the hearts of some quasi-martial artists who had never killed a monster tremble. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. The head instructor Wu Tong, standing beside Luo Feng, said with a faint smile, having a good physique and good blade skills doesn't mean you can kill monsters. Some people, once they see blood and face life or death situations, can't even use 1/10 of their full strength. That's why this practical assessment is mainly to temper your mental fortitude. You must strive to adapt to life and death combat with monsters. You absolutely cannot be soft-hearted. Understood. Understood. Yang Wu and Luo Feng both nodded in agreement. These monsters are all the weakest H-class monsters, equivalent to the primary warrior level among martial artists. Their weakness is their low intelligence. Their advantage is their bloodthirsty madness filled with aggression and killing instinct. Therefore, every practical assessment, many quasi-martial artists die or are maimed. You must be extremely careful. The two nodded simultaneously. In real combat against monsters who could guarantee absolute safety. Attention, all quasi-martial artists participating in the assessment. The resonant voice reached every quasi-martial artist clearly. Everyone looked up and saw an officer standing on the roof of a dilapidated 3-story building inside the town, addressing all the participants. This practical assessment follows the same rules as before. It will begin promptly at 6:30 tonight and conclude at 6:30 tomorrow morning. The more monsters you kill, the more points you earn. After killing each monster, cut off its left ear as proof. Remember, quasi-martial artists are forbidden to harm one another. All your activities are under surveillance. Violators will be executed by firing squad. Of the 1680 quasi-martial artists, those ranked in the top 60 will receive martial artist qualification. The bottom 40 will be considered failed and must wait for the next practical assessment. In other words, of you 1680 people, 1008 will pass and 672 will be eliminated. The quasi-martial artists below couldn't help murmuring to each other. A 40 elimination rate after all. Let me remind you, normally killing 3 monsters will guarantee you pass the assessment. If you only kill 2, it will depend on luck. The officer's voice rang in everyone's ears. When results are tied, rankings will be determined by the time taken to kill monsters and the injuries sustained. Therefore, once you've killed a certain number of monsters, it's best to leave the town as early as possible. Remember, if you are severely injured, you can press the SOS button on your communication watch. Someone will rescue you immediately, but at that moment your practical assessment is over. After speaking, the officer waved his hand and shouted loudly, all quasi-martial artists set out. Enter the monster town and good luck. The 1680 quasi-martial artists immediately surged into the monster town like a flood. The practical assessment had officially begun. Luo Feng, be careful. Let's split up now and take on Monster Town on our own. Although we both scoff at that one Dong fellow's provocation, our results can't be too shabby and bring shame to the extreme martial hall. Besides, this is a rare chance to train. Later in the wilderness zone, we'll be facing things far more ferocious than these H-class monsters. We won't get another opportunity like this. So many weak monsters to sharpen our blades on. Entering the gate of Monster Town, Yang Wu stood beside the wall of a dilapidated small supermarket, took a look around, and said gravely to Luo Feng, who was equally scanning his surroundings. All right, brother Yang. You be careful too. See you outside the town tomorrow morning. Luo Feng answered briefly. With the Bloodshadow Warblade and his shield both in hand, he agilely leaped, chose a direction, and darted away, quickly vanishing from Yang Wu's sight. That kid. Watching Luo Feng's figure disappear into the distance, Yang Wu shook his head with a smile and drew the Jueying Warblade from his back with a sharp ring. Once the blade was in hand, Yang Wu, who had a slight smile on his lips only a moment ago, seemed to be a completely different person. An intense, murderous chill suddenly burst from his entire body. Yang Wu's heart slowly welled up with an excited sensation, as if he had returned to his past life, to those bloody battles in the African jungle against foreign superhumans or special operations teams. He licked his lips, cruelly recalled the exhilarating slaughter of his past life, then turned and flashed into a patch of shadow. Although night had fallen, huge searchlights around the edge of the sealed town had long since been turned on. Under their illumination, much of the town remained quite bright. Of course, there were also many places beyond the searchlight's reach left shrouded in gray gloom. This really is a fine training ground. He had not gone far before an iron-bristled wild boar, a monster that excelled in strength and defense, appeared in his field of vision. The iron-bristled wild boar was a monster over 1.5 meters tall, its whole body covered in hair, as sharp as needles, like a car filled with a sense of power. The two enormous tusks in its wide mouth reflected the lights refracted from the distant searchlights, casting a chill gleam that made people's hearts tremble. In his past life, during jungle operations, Yang Wu had killed wild boars on more than one occasion. Creatures so reckless, even tigers did not lightly provoke them. But comparing this creature to those past life boars, the old wild boars now seemed as docile and adorable as ordinary pigs. All right, iron-bristled wild boar. You're out of luck. You will be Yang Wu's first prey, and this life's first kill. Watching the iron-bristled wild boar amble over, unaware of the approaching danger, Yang Wu surveyed the surrounding terrain. Holding the long Jueying blade crosswise, he took a big stride out from behind the hidden earthen wall and blocked the road ahead of the boar. Grr. The boar, which had been at ease, raised its head and stared at Yang Wu. Seeing the Jueying warblade flashing cold light in his hand, and sensing the intangible killing aura around him, it seemed to feel danger and let out strange, defiant low growls. After a moment, seeing that the human before it still did not move, the boar seemed unable to endure the thick, murderous pressure. It violently tossed its head from side to side, shook its two long, sharp tusks, and pushed off with its legs. At once its four thick hooves slammed into the crumbling cement ground, kicked up a cloud of dust, and carried it at Yang Wu like a reeking gale. Rumble. The momentum was immense, like a heavy Humvee speeding at full throttle. Even the ground seemed to shake. Its two tusks, like giant curved sabers, were pointed straight at Yang Wu's body, as though they would pierce him through in one strike. Yet Yang Wu's face was calm, and he stood unmoving like a mountain, quietly watching the iron-bristled wild boar rush toward him. Shing! Only at the moment when the iron-bristled wild boar was about to crash into him, just before it touched his body, did Yang Wu quickly sidestep with astonishing speed. In an instant, he was at the boar's left side, less than 10 centimeters from the powerful creature. The galloping wild boar, relying on its inertia, simply could not stop in time. Right then, a cold glint flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. His right hand, gripping the blade, suddenly clenched, and along with his sliding motion, the Jueying warblade swept into a fierce horizontal slash. Thanks to the violent forward momentum of the boar's charge, Yang Wu did not have to exert much force at all. It was as if the boar's own body had rushed to meet the long Jueying blade. The razor-sharp edge cut diagonally upward through the wild boar's neck amid a flash of cold light. With a muffled splatter, clean, decisive, thud, the iron-bristled wild boar's body, its huge half-severed head dangling, surged forward for over 10 meters before slamming into the wall ahead and crashing to the ground. Behind it, blood sprayed wildly from the severed neck as it charged forward, leaving blood over the ground and filling the air with a foul stench. With a cold glance at the boar's still twitching body on the ground, Yang Wu calmly walked over, sliced off its left ear, with one stroke leaped and disappeared from the spot. For Yang Wu, who had been tested by countless bloody fights in his past life, the discomfort others felt at seeing blood for the first time was not an issue at all. You're next. Gazing at a shadow cat in the distance and recalling its entry in his mind, Yang Wu revealed a cruel smile. Speed is it? Yang Wu's figure suddenly flashed forward, and the long Jueying blade in his hand blossomed into two beautiful intersecting arcs of light. Squelch. Although the shadow cat was extremely fast, reportedly reaching 40 meters per second, the composed Yang Wu had already calculated everything. Just two strikes completely sealed off the shadow cat's escape path. The cat dodged one strike, but the other followed instantly, splitting it into two halves. Powerlessly thrown through the air, it fell to the ground in a spray of blood, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Time passed minute by minute. For geniuses like Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and Wan Dong, hunting these low-level monsters was as easy as raising a hand. In this sealed town, most quasi-martial artists were struggling through repeated rounds of hunting and fleeing to reach the target of 3 monster left ears. Bloody, desolate. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, On the rooftop of a 3-story residential building in a corner untouched by the searchlights, a flash of light, like lightning, suddenly split the darkness. When a loud crack sounded, a tiger mastiff became faintly visible on the ground, still twitching slightly, yet already lying in a pool of blood. 13th one. Yang Wu's voice drifted quietly out of the darkness. With a calm slash, he cut off the tiger mastiff's left ear, muttered softly, shook his head, and silently vanished into the shadows. After killing more than a dozen monsters in a row, Yang Wu's interest began to wane. These monsters were far too weak to serve as practice for him, unless he could find several monsters attacking him together. However, after roaming for a while, he had encountered at most only 2 or 3 shadow cats at once. Killing them was no effort at all. He had not yet learned any advanced blade techniques or footwork, but the simple martial skills Yang Wu had learned in his past life were already deeply familiar, and his experience was extremely rich. He only needed to adapt to fighting monsters. If I remember correctly, Wandong's score was more than 50, right? If I can't train and improve myself, then I'll just pad the numbers. Yang Wu smiled cunningly and muttered to himself. Immediately, he no longer hid his body. Dragging the Juying war blade behind him, he strolled forward slowly, humming a tuneless melody. The searchlight behind him stretched his shadow long across the ground. With the scrape of the meter-long Juying blade cutting along the road, and his leisurely gait, it was as if he were not in an assessment, but simply taking a walk after dinner. Arrogant. For Yang Wu, who had undergone rigorous special forces training in his past life, putting on an arrogant expression was a perfect combination of appearance and spirit. Even some quasi-martial artists hiding in the darkness and looking for prey curiously sized up this arrogant figure. Very soon, Yang Wu's behavior attracted the attention of even more monsters. What an unexpected stroke of luck. As he moved slowly along the damaged road with his blade dragging behind him, he would occasionally stop suddenly or sidestep and slash or hack directly at a certain angle. Almost every time, amid 1 or 2 flashes of blade light, 1 or 2 monster corpses would drop. Then, humming his tune, Yang Wu would harvest the spoils with a single stroke and continue forward. Yang Wu had gradually grown to like the feeling. It was exactly like the rhythm of killing monsters and picking up loot in his past life's games, and the monsters here were very low level and easy to kill. Before long, he had collected more than 40 monster left ears in his pouch. Moreover, his behavior was a direct provocation to the monsters. Along the way, no long after 1 or 2, or even 3, or as many as 7 or 8, monsters would charge at him, so there was no need to painstakingly search for traces of monsters. I wonder how many monsters those 2 fellows Yang Wu and Luo Feng have already killed. The cold-faced youth put away the left ear of a monster he had just killed, silently thinking. He was Wandong, the genius martial artist who had been recruited early by the Thunder Martial Hall among the 1680 quasi-martial artists in this batch. For some unknown reason, the first time he laid eyes on Yang Wu and Luo Feng, he had instinctively regarded them as rivals for the competition. HM. A harsh scraping sound caught Wandong's attention. Damn, how arrogant. Wandong looked toward the sound and saw Yang Wu dragging the long blade behind him, humming a little tune and strolling slowly along the road ahead in his direction. Along the way, he would occasionally slash out once or twice from different angles, and a reward would immediately appear. After a brief moment of surprise, Wandong let out a quiet sigh. He shifted, then gently slipped into a pitch-black corner. Inside, the sealed monster town bloody slaughter was ceaselessly unfolding. Some martial artist candidates wounded during their first battle with the monsters had no choice but to press the button on their communication watches to call for help withdrawing from the assessment and accepting defeat. Some candidates, after killing monsters, were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they could no longer bring themselves to continue the slaughter. Others, caught in danger with no time to press the distress button, left their precious lives behind forever within the monster town. There were also formidable candidates who, after killing monsters, grew even more agitated and frenzied, wild with excitement. They passed the assessment and made enormous progress. Not far from the sealed town, inside a large building, numerous surveillance screens were capturing everything happening in every part of the town. What inexperienced methods. Seeing these little ones reminds me of the days when we hunted monsters in our youth. In one of the rooms in that building, an officer in military uniform was sitting and drinking with a burly man. As they drank, the two occasionally cast casual glances at the large screen on the wall monitoring the slaughter in the town through the live broadcast on the screen. Yes, look at them. Most are only in their 20s, just as we were back then in our youngest and most inexperienced days. In the blink of an eye, we have already grown old. Back then, I was also a rising star of Jiangnan City. Holding his wine glass, watching the bloody scene on the screen, the officer's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia for the past. Yes, the Iron Monkey from back then has now made it to Major General, and I'm now the director of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. A big shot in our own region, ha. The burly man laughed heartily. Old one, take a look. As he was speaking, the officer looked at one screen in surprise, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. On that screen, 5 dark silhouettes were constantly attacking a martial artist candidate. The 5 silhouettes were 5 H-class shadow cats, and the candidate under attack held a hexagonal shield and a blood shadow war blade, looking very young. It was none other than Luo Feng. It was obvious that Luo Feng was fully capable of easily killing these 5 shadow cats, yet he never delivered a killing blow. Instead, he kept maneuvering around them with varying footwork. Huh. The burly man looked toward the screen the officer indicated, and his eyes lit up at once. Well, this kid is pretty formidable, isn't he? The officer clicked his tongue in admiration. This little fellow is treating the martial artist practical assessment as a free chance to train his footwork. And, look at this. His footwork is truly extraordinary. Micro-level. Yes, it's micro-level. The burly man's eyes gleamed as he stared at Luo Feng under the attack of the 5 shadow cat monsters. On the screen, every dodge Luo Feng made was small in scope, yet it dexterously evaded every shadow cat's attack with ease. That leisurely courtyard strolling aura completely conquered the 2 powerhouses. Micro-level footwork was something even many war general level powerhouses could not achieve. His footwork has actually reached the micro-level realm. Incredible, incredible. The burly man drew in a sharp breath. He's only 18. Footwork is not the same as physical fitness. With good talent, one's physical fitness can be very strong. But footwork must be built on accumulating experience through one battle after another with a solid foundation before one can gradually step into the micro-level realm. His name is Luo Feng. Damn it, the Limit Marshal Hall recruited him ahead of time. The burly man said bitterly. The Limit Marshal Hall really lucked out. This Luo Feng is only 18, and not only is his physical fitness excellent. Who would have thought his footwork is even more astonishing? Micro-level. At such a young age, he's already reached micro-level footwork. What won't he achieve in the future? After all, even among war general level powerhouses, many had not reached micro-level footwork. One could only imagine how terrifying it was to reach this level of footwork. Even the 2 of them had only attained micro-level footwork when they were at the high war general rank. Alright, there's also one called Yang Wu. Find his footage. The burly man suddenly bellowed. Damn, how is this possible? The moment Yang Wu's image appeared on the screen, the 2 cried out in shock, completely forgetting their composure. The wine the officer had been drinking sprayed out of his mouth, splattering across the floor. On the screen, Yang Wu was shown lazily dragging his long saber, humming a tune as he swaggered forward with an arrogant air. Just then 6 shadow cats shot toward him from all 4 directions. Yang Wu showed not the slightest trace of panic. He calmly stopped and raised his blade. First a slash to the left. Then he drew his foot back, slightly bent his spine a little, and lifted his arm in a backward horizontal slash. Then he surged forward about half a meter, immediately made a straight thrust followed by a diagonal cut, and finally delivered a powerful chop to the right. He turned, sidestepped half a step, made a reverse drag cut, and then sheathed his saber and stood upright. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, completed almost in an instant. Unless one watched closely, it was hard to tell the order of the strikes at all. Thump, 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 thump. 6 bodies fell to the ground almost at the same time, splashing up a mist of blood. Impossible. How can this be? Only after Yang Wu on the screen collected the 6 left ears, dragged his long saber, and strolled leisurely forward did the 2 snap out of their daze. If other people had seen the series of killing moves Yang Wu had just performed, they might not have thought much of it. But the 2 in front of the screen were both experts, powerhouses at the high war general level. They could see clearly that Yang Wu's blade work just now had been calm, precise, and textbook perfect. Whether it was the application of power or the seizing of opportunity, it was as if he had rehearsed that exact scene 100 times in advance without wasting the slightest ounce of unnecessary strength. Looking at his footwork alone, though it was only a few simple strides, leg withdrawals, lunges, and lateral shifts, the 2 saw a hint of micro-level footwork at its great perfection. Combined with Yang Wu's calm combat awareness and his exquisite timing in seizing opportunities, even the 2 of them would not dare guarantee they could do it so easily. No way. The burly man slammed the table and roared, almost shouting, "We can't let the Limit Marshal Hall snatch away 2 geniuses like this. Damn it. Especially this Yang Wu. He is the true monster. Everyone else is bullish on 18-year-old Luo Feng. Damn it, they're blind. I am the one with a real eye for Yang Wu's talent. Lucky me, I came to drink with you, Iron Monkey, and saw this footage, haha. What are you planning to do?" The officer was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile. "Do? Poach them." The burly man glared. "Steal them from under their noses. Right now the Limit Marshal Hall probably hasn't realized how freakish these 2 young men are. Luo Feng has a solid foundation and astonishing footwork. And this Yang Wu is even more astonishing. Whether his footwork or his blade work, it's as if it has been tempered 1,000 times. I'll poach him first. Isn't it just about money? Humph. Compared to him, one dong is nothing but garbage." Hearing this, the officer immediately laughed. It was not the first time he had seen the competition between the Limit Marshal Hall and the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall. As a member of the military system, he was pleased to see it, and was even willing to add fuel to the fire. "Iron Monkey, make me a copy of this footage later. Even if I can't poach Luo Feng, that 18-year-old genius, I'm definitely going to take Yang Wu," the burly man said firmly. "No problem. It's a small matter. Good luck." The officer smiled, raised his wine glass, and nodded. At the first light of dawn inside a dilapidated residential area in the sealed monster town, Yang Wu had stopped his arrogant provocation of the monsters. He sat cross-legged in a small house cultivating his gene energy. Elsewhere, Luo Feng was being besieged by 3 tiger mastiff hounds, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron-bristled wild boars. Luo Feng had gone to great lengths to lure all 7 different monsters over so they could serve as his practice partners. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Feng was as calm as if strolling through a courtyard. Now stepping left, now right, now retreating, now surging forward. At times he twisted his waist slightly, at times he bent his body low, growing more and more adept. With such subtle movements, he kept all 7 monsters from touching even the slightest bit of his body. Even when he occasionally suffered a small setback, he immediately applied psychokinetic power to the hexagonal shield on his left arm, producing a push that moved his body aside and carried him out of danger. To an outsider, it was almost impossible to see the trick. In battle, footwork was extremely important, which was why Luo Feng had spent nearly the whole night honing it. A scene like being surrounded by several monsters was something other martial artists would never dare attempt. But with the aid of psychokinetic power, Luo Feng was not afraid in the least. Instead, after a full night of training, his footwork had basically reached the micro level. Woo, woo, woo. Suddenly a burst of piercing sounds rang out across the entire monster town. At the same time, a deep, sonorous voice came through the loudspeakers to every martial artist candidate participating in the assessment. Time is up. All candidates taking part in the assessment, please proceed immediately to the town exit and leave in an orderly manner. The martial artist practical assessment is over. Luo Feng smiled. After a night of training, he had gained a great deal and even felt a little reluctant to leave. This was indeed a great place to train footwork. I'll find another chance to continue practicing this micro-level footwork later. I believe that one day, even without psychokinetic power, my footwork will reach the micro-level. He shook his head with a faint hint of helplessness, swiftly cut off the left ears of the 5 monsters beside him and put them into his backpack. Then, with the Bloodshadow Warblade and shield on his back, he hurried quickly toward the gate of the monster town. Is it over? Yang Wu also awakened from his cultivation. He picked up the Jueying long saber beside him, leaped out, and headed toward the gate. Shortly after the signal ending the assessment sounded, warrior candidates began to file out of Monster Town one after another at the town entrance. Almost every warrior candidate was stained with blood, whether it was blood from monsters or from themselves. Some candidates were helped out by their friends. No matter who they were, after a night of killing trials, fatigue was etched on every face. Besides the warrior candidates who walked out of Monster Town alive, many mangled bodies of candidates were also retrieved from Monster Town by soldiers and laid out neatly on the ground, bearing witness to the cruelty of the assessment. Yet everyone understood clearly, if they could not even pass this most basic stage of the assessment, how could they speak of fighting against powerful monsters in the wilderness? The privileges and status of warriors were earned through blood-soaked combat and desperate gambles with their lives. Those who chose the path of a warrior had to be prepared to welcome death at any time. After the initial shock of seeing the corpses of those who had died in the assessment, everyone quickly calmed down and began to submit the monster left ears they had collected one by one to verify their scores in the actual combat assessment. 2 monster left ears. Next, left arm injured. Luo Feng. 3 monster left ears. Not bad. Next, Lu Qing. 4 monster left ears. Not bad. Congratulations. At the score verification station beside the town entrance, warrior candidates emerging from Monster Town kept stepping forward. Even after handing in their left ears, some did not leave, but lingered nearby to watch the results of the later candidates. Look, it's Luo Feng. Luo Feng is out. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and Wan Dong, the 3 warrior candidates recruited early from this batch, had drawn everyone's attention during the assessment. Almost every candidate knew them, and the first to walk out now was Luo Feng. For a moment, the eyes of the many warrior candidates who had already emerged were all fixed on the entrance. The instant he came out and found himself stared at by so many, Luo Feng could not help but freeze. You're Luo Feng, right? Hand over the monster left ears you hunted. 3 officers sat in front, 2 of them using laptops. One of the officers looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's 36 monster left ears placed him first for the time being, which startled everyone. Next, the officer turned to the people behind. Smiling, Luo Feng also turned his gaze to the exit, waiting for Yang Wu to come out, while privately speculating about Yang Wu's score. Wan Dong. Suddenly, Wan Dong's figure appeared at the town exit, immediately attracting everyone's attention again. Luo Feng had just turned in a total of 36 left ears, and in their minds, only Wan Dong and Yang Wu could match it. Curious, everyone wanted to know which of the 3 was the strongest and which the weakest. Although they did not say they intended to compete, young people all harbored a refusal to admit defeat. Luo Feng also wanted to know exactly how many monsters Wan Dong had killed. 51. Another astonishing score. It broke Luo Feng's earlier record and stirred a wave of excitement among all the warrior candidates. Hearing the praise around him, a trace of smugness appeared on Wan Dong's face. 51. Is that a lot? Suddenly a cool voice broke the silence. At the sound of that voice, Wandong, who had just been so smug, immediately turned unnatural. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he walked away into the distance. The owner of that voice was none other than Yang Wu. With the slender shadowless war saber slung across his back and a somewhat bulging bundle in his hand, Yang Wu kept his cold expression until his gaze found Luo Feng in the distance. Only then did a faint smile appear. Having seen with his own eyes how Yang Wu killed monsters, Wandong could not consider himself a match. Yang Wu, right. For the monster left ears you hunted in here. 3 officers sat in front, 2 using laptops. One officer looked at Yang Wu, pointed at a metal pot, and said, "Yes." Yang Wu nodded slightly and carried his bundle to the metal pot. For a moment, the eyes of the warrior candidates around were all fixed on Yang Wu's hands. They were curious about how many monsters this Yang Wu had killed. Could he surpass Wandong's 51? Whoosh! When the bundle was untied, a flood of monster left ears poured into the metal pot, like flowing water, filling it instantly and mounding above its rim. Several ears even spilled out because the pot could not hold them. Damn, so many. How many monsters did this guy kill? Not only the warrior candidates watching in the distance, but also the 3 officers recording scores were instantly stunned. They hurriedly fixed their eyes on the left ears Yang Wu had poured out and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, 50, 51, 60, 70, 80, 81, 82. As the number of left ears in the metal pot dwindled, the surrounding warrior candidates also began counting aloud in rhythm with the officer who was tallying them. 88, 89, 90, 91, and then 99. Finally, when the officer in charge of counting called out the count of the last left ear that had fallen to the ground, everyone seemed to heave a long sigh of relief. Good thing it didn't reach 100. What a pity it didn't reach 100. Whether they were disappointed or relieved about it, no one could say clearly. Yang Wu, not bad. 99 monster left ears in total. So far you have hunted the most monsters in this batch, and I suspect you will remain the one with the most in this batch. And you are not injured either. Congratulations. The officer looked at Yang Wu and said with a friendly smile. Then he collected Yang Wu's left ears from the table, cleaned out the metal pot, and shouted toward the crowd, "Next." A moment later, "Brother Yang, you're truly ruthless." As soon as Yang Wu left the score verification station, Luo Feng's voice came over. "Hey, you little madman, did you think I couldn't tell? You were never putting your whole heart into the hunt. Otherwise your count would not be lower than mine." Yang Wu clapped Luo Feng hard on the shoulder. "Bro, are you trying to rob me and kill me? Your hand is so heavy." Having passed the assessment, Luo Feng was in high spirits. He joked with Yang Wu in exaggerated shouts, leaving the people around them to purse their lips helplessly. Both of them are madmen. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. Just as the two were joking in high spirits, an unfamiliar voice called out from behind them. The two turned around and saw a bearded military officer smiling. "Come with me. There is a friend who would like to see you in the lounge just ahead." "Oh, wants to see us?" Luo Feng was puzzled. Yang Wu, however, revealed a faint knowing smile, aware that this was Thunderbolt Marshal Hall's move to poach them. Without hesitation, the two followed the bearded officer. Before entering the lounge, they removed their blood-stained combat suits, washed themselves, and changed into clean, fresh clothes before stepping inside. "It's you." Inside the lounge, a burly man sat with his eyes closed. When Yang Wu and Luo Feng entered, he abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze, like a flash of lightning, first fell upon Yang Wu, then shifted to Luo Feng. He was the man who had been speaking with Director Zhuge earlier, one of the 4 giants of Thunderbolt Marshal Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. "Have a seat, you 2 young fellows. Don't be nervous. My name is Wang Heng, director of the Thunderbolt Main Hall." The burly man smiled and pointed to the empty seats before him as he spoke. Luo Feng glanced at Yang Wu hesitantly. After all, they were about to sit face to face with this director, weren't they? He knew perfectly well how high this director's status was. A director of the main hall was, in terms of strength, at the very least, a high-tier war general-level powerhouse. Moreover, he wielded astonishing power. In Jiangnan Bay City, the burly man before them could almost be said to have influence that reached the heavens. Suddenly having the chance to sit opposite such an important figure made Luo Feng very ill at ease. Yang Wu, however, calmly gave Luo Feng a tug and sat down without the slightest hesitation. In his previous life, Yang Wu had met even the head of the nation more than once, let alone a mere Bay City director. At best, that rank was nothing more than a mayor or municipal party secretary. Haha, good, no need to be nervous. Seeing Yang Wu's completely composed expression, the burly man's eyes flashed with curiosity and admiration, and then he burst into a hearty laugh. "Mr. Wang, may I ask what business you have summoning us brothers?" Yang Wu asked. Despite already having a fair idea from knowing the plot, he still spoke calmly. "Haha, very well, I'll come straight to the point. To put it simply, I have looked into both of your family backgrounds. You both come from ordinary households. Luo Feng's father is an ordinary decorator, his mother is only a sales assistant at a supermarket, and he has a younger brother with a disabled leg. Yang Wu's family is even more difficult. His father was left in a vegetative state by a car accident 5 years ago, his mother works at a housekeeping company, and his younger sister is blind. Despite having none of the advantages, you have managed to reach where you are today. That is truly rare and admirable. The burly man slowly recounted the family circumstances of the two. That is why I admire you both and believe you have great futures. Now I formally invite you both. I hope you will join our Thunderbolt Martial Hall. The burly man looked at Yang Wu and Luo Feng as he spoke. Thank you for your high regard, Mr. Wang. Unfortunately, we have already signed contracts with Limit Martial Hall and joined it. I am afraid we can only apologize to you, Mr. Wang. Yang Wu shook his head with a smile. A contract. Since it is a contract, it can be broken. It is just a matter of paying the penalty. Under martial artist regulations, the maximum breach of contract penalty cannot exceed 300 million. I believe the value of you two is far more than that. Our Thunderbolt Martial Hall will pay this penalty for you. Moreover, once you join our Thunderbolt Martial Hall, I will immediately arrange a top-tier training contract for you at our global headquarters and send you there to receive training first. The burly man laughed. Throughout the world, no more than 10 martial artists receive this top-tier training contract each year. Every one of them is a genius of the highest order. More than half of this year has passed, and our Thunderbolt Martial Hall has just issued 3 top-tier training contracts. One is a 20-year-old high-level warrior rank martial artist from a member state of the European Union. Another is a South American genius, a telekinetic master. The third is a 16-year-old intermediate-level warrior rank martial artist from Jinghua Bay City, the capital of our Huaxia nation. You two will be the 4th and 5th, a top-tier training contract at the global headquarters. Luo Feng could not help being greatly surprised. From the man's words, it was obvious that even Wan Dong and Ma Xiao, who had been recruited ahead of time, had not qualified for this top-tier training contract. How could he possibly be qualified? Keep spinning your tales if you like. Luo Feng is going to enter Limit Martial Hall's elite training camp, while Thunderbolt Martial Hall's global headquarters top-tier training is only equal to Limit Martial Hall's basic training camp. The two contracts are worlds apart. Yang Wu sneered inwardly at that, but said nothing. As long as you join our Thunderbolt Martial Hall, I will give you such a contract. I will send you to train at Thunderbolt Martial Hall's global headquarters. You might even have the chance to receive personal guidance from the legendary Thunder God. The burly man continued with a smile. Yang Wu Luo Feng, Thunderbolt Martial Hall invites you with full sincerity. I hope you will join our Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Seeing the two remain silent, the burly man thought they were already tempted. Excited at heart, he spoke urgently. Since he had the chance to recruit both to Thunderbolt Martial Hall, the burly man naturally would not focus solely on Yang Wu, even though he valued Yang Wu somewhat more in his heart. In the end, however, events followed the original script. Luo Feng rejected the burly man's invitation without a moment's hesitation, and Yang Wu likewise declined. Mr. Wang, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Both of them knew that having refused him sitting together any longer would only create more awkwardness. Well, Luo Feng, please step outside for a moment. I still have something to discuss with Yang Wu. Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback, but he still addressed Luo Feng and Yang Wu with a smile. Mr. Wang, is there something else? After Luo Feng had walked out of the lounge, Yang Wu asked the burly man with confusion. What was happening now had clearly gone beyond the original plotline, leaving Yang Wu somewhat bewildered and at a loss. Haha, Yang Wu, the reason I kept you here is still because of the matter we discussed just now. Wang Heng raised his head, looked at Yang Wu, and said, don't be so quick to refuse. Hear me out. When he saw Yang Wu about to speak, he hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. I have watched all the assessment videos of you and Luo Feng. To be truthful, between the two of you, I appreciate you more. I believe your future will surpass that boy Luo Feng's. But because of your age disadvantage, if you stay at Limit Martial Hall, your brilliance is destined to be overshadowed by Luo Feng. That is why Thunderbolt Martial Hall is the true place for you to display your abilities. Trust me, I know what I am saying. I will keep that top-tier training contract slot reserved for you. Moreover, the contract benefits Thunderbolt Martial Hall offers you will certainly be better than what Limit Martial Hall can provide. A faint smile remained on Wang Heng's face as he spoke. Tell you what, there is no need to answer immediately. Go back and think it over carefully. No matter when, the doors of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall will always be open to you. I have a feeling you will definitely become a member of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Ha! Seeing that Yang Wu seemed unmoved, Wang Heng was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and spoke lightly. Having earned the qualifications of a warrior, Yang Wu and Luo Feng returned to Mingwei Residential Complex in high spirits. The brief episode of Thunderbolt Martial Hall trying to poach them was soon cast to the back of their minds. Over the next few days, just like Luo Feng, Yang Wu steeled himself and spent 50 million Xia dollars to purchase the first 3 layers of the ultimate secret art, the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Alone at home, he practiced the blade techniques and the accompanying footwork and guiding methods. While cultivating and comprehending the Ninefold Thunder Blade, he also, like Luo Feng, used his telekinetic power to train in the basic methods of controlling flying daggers. 4 days in a row, Yang Wu was wholly immersed in this cultivation and never once left the house. During this period, just as described in the original plot, Luo Feng's negotiations with Zhang Haobai's uncle Zhang Zhu over compensation fell through, making Zhang Haobai bear a grudge and directly setting the stage for the later conflicts. Meanwhile, through Wu Tong's recommendation, Luo Feng joined the renowned warlord-level warrior squad, the Firehammer Squad. During this time, Luo Feng came looking for Yang Wu several times, but failed to see him because Yang Wu had been in seclusion all along. Only after 10 days did Yang Wu stop his training and leave the cultivation room on the villa's top floor. In those 10 days, besides greatly improving his telekinetic control, so much that he could easily and nimbly wield 5 or 6 flying daggers in battle, he also succeeded in cultivating the first layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, thus surpassing Luo Feng in blade technique cultivation. Hey Yang Wu, you disappeared without a trace right after the warrior combat assessment. That kid Luo Feng said you were in some kind of secluded cultivation. So how did it go? Any results? When he stepped into the main hall of the Limitless Hall headquarters, Wu Tong spotted him immediately and came over with a teasing question. Hello Uncle Wu. Yang Wu said respectfully, I've made some gains in blade technique during these 10 days. I'm here because I have a favor to ask you, Uncle Wu. He glossed over his cultivation training. Oh, what could it be? Out with it. As it happens, I have something to tell you too. Wu Tong smiled curiously. It's like this, Uncle Wu. You know, I passed the assessment and have to go hunt monsters in the wilderness. I bought a secret manual a while ago, but I haven't bought my weapons and equipment yet. And I don't have any contribution points. The first purchase discount that doesn't require contribution points was already used on the first 3 layers of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, so. Yang Wu smiled slyly and gave Wu Tong a knowing look. He had already planned it out. Unlike secret manuals, weapons and equipment could be purchased on his behalf by someone else. Among the warriors familiar to Yang Wu who had enough contribution points to enjoy the half-price discount, the only one was probably Grand Hall Master Wu Tong standing before him. Haha, you little sly fox. Not like that silly Luo Feng who nearly paid out of his own pocket for everything. No problem. Leave it to me. Write down the names, models, and quantities of the equipment you need, and I'll handle it. Come pick it up tomorrow at this time. But I won't let you skimp on my service fee. Wu Tong joked with a laugh. For you and Luo Feng's supervisor Zhuge specifically instructed that you each be arranged into a warlord-level warrior squad. Luo Feng has already joined our Limitless Martial Hall's famous Firehammer Squad. As for you, I found you another warlord-level warrior squad, the Ghostblade Squad. This will let you grow as fast as possible and make it easier for you to gain experience outside the base city. It will also provide more safety. And what a coincidence. The Ghostblade Squad is assembling in 2 days to head into the wilderness. Their captain happens to be at the Martial Hall right now. Come, I'll take you over. Led by Wu Tong, he spotted at the small bar counter in the Limitless Hall lobby a short, skinny, somewhat sleazy man of about 30 with a crew cut. The man was sipping a drink and ceaselessly teasing the young waitress behind the counter. The waitress could only force a smile, too afraid to offend him. Li Rin, you're at it again with our waitress at the Martial Hall. Wu Tong walked over and chided him with a laugh. Hall master, you're here. Want a drink? The scrawny man turned, saw Wu Tong, and let out a sly chuckle. No drinks. Come, let me introduce him. This is Yang Wu, a genius warrior specially recruited by our Limitless Martial Hall this year. I'm handing him over to you. Give him a thorough, tough drill. What? You want Ghostblade to take on a newbie? Damn, boss, are you kidding me? We're not one of those warrior squads that only dare to walk through safe zones. Babysitting a newbie is a thankless burden. As soon as Li Rin heard Wu Tong's words, he cried out in displeasure, not caring at all that Yang Wu was standing right beside him. Li Rin, this is an assignment from the higher-ups. What? You won't show me face, and you won't show them face either. Somewhat irritated, Wu Tong pointed at the ceiling and snapped at Li Rin. Fine. Li Rin grunted twice, but ultimately yielded. He turned to Yang Wu. Kid, I'm going to be upfront with you. Ghostblade doesn't keep idle freeloaders, and we won't be your bodyguards. If we encounter danger in the wilderness, we'll save ourselves first, and only then, if possible, will we lend a hand to save you. Also, the places we go aren't areas where only beast soldier-level monsters appear. If you don't believe me, look it up online, and you'll understand how dangerous it is. If you're scared, back out now. Otherwise, dragging down the squad would be the least of it. If you lose your life. Dead genius is no genius anymore. Li Rin finished in a sarcastic, sneering tone and glanced at Wu Tong. The meaning was obvious. Those words were meant for Yang Wu's ears, but even more so for Wu Tong's. If anything happened to Yang Wu in the wilderness later, they couldn't blame Ghostblade. No problem. I'll be troubling you from now on, brotherly. Yang Wu did not change his expression and thanked him calmly. Good. Since you're not afraid of danger, that settles it. 11 o'clock in the morning 2 days from now at the HR Alliance Mall. Don't be late. I won't wait. Li Rin gave a loud shout, then turned and smirked wickedly at the timid waitress behind the counter. He patted Yang Wu's shoulder, stuffed both hands into his pockets, and swaggered out of the Limitless Hall. Damn, is this the difference between a protagonist and a side character? Recalling the dispositions of the Firehammer Squad members that Luo Feng had joined in the original plot, and how they had taken care of him, and then comparing that with the Ghostblade Squad led by the man named Li Rin, one could infer from the captain's temperament that the Ghostblade members might not be a good lot. At the very least, they didn't quite match Yang Wu's character. Hey Yang Wu, don't mind Li Rin's words. That kid never has anything decent to say, he's just foul-mouthed. but the overall strength of his squad members is still a notch above Luo Feng's Firehammer squad. Worried that Yang Wu might have other thoughts, Hall Master Wu Tong hurriedly patted him on the shoulder. Hey, it's fine. I still haven't thanked you, Uncle Wu. Yang Wu hurriedly replied with a smile. No matter which warrior squad he joined in the end, improving his strength still depended on himself. If he really couldn't get along with them, then after he had familiarized himself with the important conditions of the wilderness and mastered the basic rules of survival, he could simply strike out on his own, just as Luo Feng had once practiced his blade alone in the wilderness. Besides, he still had the trump card of being a telekinetic master. Even in a great crisis, with a telekinetic master's ability to move objects and fly, his chances of survival were at least several times greater. Brother Yang Wu, you're here. My big brother is upstairs. He said that if you came, you should go straight up. After leaving the limitless hall, Yang Wu went directly to Luo Feng's house. He happened to meet Luo Feng's younger brother Luo Hua, who was turning his wheelchair and heading outside alone, a sweet smile on his face. Yang Wu suddenly recalled that when he had passed the entrance of the hall, just now, he seemed to have seen a short-haired girl waiting outside. Could she be Luo Hua's girlfriend? Hehe, Xiao Hua, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Brother Yang has nothing to do today. Come on, let me push you. Yang Wu's eyes turned, and a mischievous smile spread across his face. As he spoke, he made a move to push the back of Luo Hua's wheelchair. No, Brother Yang. I can manage on my own. I'm just going to hang around outside the gate and get some sun. Seeing this, Luo Hua panicked and waved his hands repeatedly, saying no, while most of his handsome face turned bright red. Hehe, tell Brother Yang quietly. Are you going on a date with that short-haired girl from outside the complex? Yang Wu suddenly lowered his head and whispered slyly into Luo Hua's ear. No. Luo Hua's face turned even redder. How could that be? I've only known Xiao Nan for a short while, and even Mom and Dad don't know yet. How did you know, Brother Yang? In Luo Hua's heart, thoughts were churning. Brother Yang, you're here. Why don't you come up? At that moment, Luo Feng appeared upstairs and called out to Yang Wu. As if a savior had arrived, Luo Hua hurriedly turned his wheelchair, said goodbye to Yang Wu, and headed out. What were you talking about with my brother, just now, smiling so slyly? Seeing Yang Wu walk upstairs with that sly smile, and seeing his younger brother Luo Hua hurry out of the villa, Luo Feng asked doubtfully. Yang Wu glanced at the receding figure outside the villa, and said with a grin, Hehe, your own brother has a girlfriend, and you don't even know. What an irresponsible big brother. Hearing this, Luo Feng asked in surprise and delight, what? Really? Luo Hua has a girlfriend? How do you know, Brother Yang? Hehe, I, Yang Wu, know half of heaven and everything on earth. I also know that if you go to the entrance of Mingwei residential complex right now, you can see what your future sister-in-law looks like. Yang Wu curled his lips and gave Luo Feng a contemptuous look. Oh, forget it. When he's willing to tell us, we'll find out then. Luo Feng initially had the urge to go peek, but he immediately suppressed it and led Yang Wu into his cultivation room. Brother Yang, I've joined the Firehammer squad, and I'll be entering the wilderness in half a month. What about you? Me? While answering slowly, Yang Wu picked up the Blood Shadow Battle Saber Series 2 that Luo Feng had bought and casually swung it a couple of times. I joined a warrior squad called Ghost Blade, also warlord level. I'll head into the wilderness in 2 days. I came over specially to see how your Ninefold Thunder Blade is coming along. Yang Wu put down the Blood Shadow Battle Saber and said leisurely, you're entering the wilderness in 2 days. That's more than 10 days earlier than me. Luo Feng's eyes lit up at that, then immediately dimmed. The Ninefold Thunder Blade is just too hard to cultivate. It's already been 10 days and I still can't release a single burst of hidden force instantly. It's hard to imagine how I can unleash 2, 3, or even 9 layers of hidden force. Luo Feng felt a little discouraged whenever the Ninefold Thunder Blade was mentioned. For 10 consecutive days he had trained without stop, but made little progress. Don't worry. Here, let me demonstrate the key technique for releasing force in the first layer. Yang Wu picked up the Blood Shadow Battle Saber again. Under Luo Feng's astonished gaze, he stepped forward and slashed a blade glow-arcing through the air. As the saber clove the air, 2 papa sonic booms rang out so close together that they sounded like a single crack. When Yang Wu turned around, Luo Feng was still standing in place, dazed and speechless, clearly lost in the profundity of the slash Yang Wu had just executed. Damn! Yang Wu cursed inwardly, shook his head speechlessly, and quietly left Luo Feng's cultivation room, leaving Luo Feng alone, still frozen in a daze, his mind endlessly analyzing and replaying that slash of Yang Wu's. The Ghost Blade squad originally had 6 members, with Yang Wu added there were 7 in all. On the 3rd day after meeting Ghost Blade squad captain Li Run, which happened to be a weekend, Yang Wu arrived at HR Mall on time and met up with the 6 Ghost Blade squad members. Before he could carry out his plan of going to see what Su Xian Luo Feng's future wife looked like at the bar counter, he was called over to set out for Wilderness Zone No. 018, a destination they had planned long ago. Li Ren gave the other teammates only a brief introduction of Yang Wu's name and background, saying nothing else. Along the way, the Ghost Blade squad members treated Yang Wu as though he were invisible. Apart from a young warrior named Jiang Kuan, who carried a firearm and sometimes chatted with him, almost no one spoke to Yang Wu. From their eyes, Yang Wu could clearly see undisguised contempt. Yang Wu did not mind this, nor would he take the initiative to talk with them. Sitting in the vehicle heading for the military supply base, he quietly observed these teammates. Li Ren, the captain, was a mid-level war general nicknamed Ghost Axe. His weapon was a double-edged short axe several dozen centimeters wide, and at the end of the axe handle was attached a silver chain about 10 meters long. The other end of the chain was connected to a short sword sheathed in a cylindrical scabbard, making it look like another section extending from the broken end of the axe handle. The vice captain Feng Chong was a junior war general known as Wind Cannon. His weapon was a firearm, but it was packed inside a huge iron box, so the exact model of the gun was unknown. Apart from Feng Chong, there was another firearm user, Jiang Kuan, the only teammate, who had voluntarily talked to Yang Wu. A mid-level warrior, he carried a heavy iron box. He seemed to be Feng Chong's brother-in-law. Along the way, the two occasionally whispered to each other, and no one knew what they were plotting. Of the other three teammates, the one who looked the oldest was thin and withered with nearly half his head covered in white hair. Named by Zishuan, he was also teasingly called the white-headed old man. He was a high-level warrior. His weapon was a heavy giant sword over 1.2 meters long, and on his back, he also carried an oval black shield. He remained silent the whole way, giving people a sinister feeling. Of the remaining two, one was a younger-looking man named Su Shishing. He wore his shoulder-length hair tied back with a cloth strip, looking free and easy, though his face was strangely pale. His weapon was a silver-long spear, and he had just stepped into the war general ranks. From their conversation, Yang Wu learned that this warrior Su Shishing had recently been promoted to war general and had spent 100 million Huaxia dollars to buy the first level of Hong's ultimate secret technique, Annihilation. Seemingly short of money, he kept shouting along the way that in this hunt he would personally kill several high-level beast generals. It should be noted that the usual rule of a warrior squad is that if one kills the prey personally and no one else contributed, all the gains belong to that person alone. It was just unknown whether he had successfully cultivated the first level of the Annihilation Spear technique. The last one was a burly, bearded man named Mahan, whom everyone called Honest Brother. But with his restless rolling eyes, he did not look at all like a simple honest man. His cultivation was also at the high-level warrior rank. On his back, he carried a heavy Blood Shadow series long saber. However, judging by its model, it was not the Blood Shadow 2 series that Luo Feng used, but the heavier Blood Shadow 1 series battle saber. Because both of them used sabers as their weapon, Yang Wu paid more attention to this big man than to the others. Only after arriving at the military supply base and hearing Li Ren talk with members of other squads did Yang Wu learn that Wilderness Zone No. 018, where they were going this time, was far more dangerous than Wilderness Zone No. 0201, which Luo Feng squad had first entered along with the Firehammer squad. At dusk, the Ghost Blade squad left the military supply base and headed toward the Wilderness Zone. Only at this moment did Yang Wu understand why Jiang Kuan, the firearm-using teammate, had taken the initiative to chat with him on the road. As soon as they left the supply base, the heavy ammunition box in Jiang Kuan's hand was dumped into Yang Wu's. Clearly, Jiang Kuan had first built a closer relationship so that Yang Wu could do the hard labor for him. Yang Wu did not care much about it. This bit of weight was nothing to him. If a real crisis came, Yang Wu would not be foolish enough to keep carrying it. Under the evening sunlight, the 7 members of the Ghost Blade squad walked carefully along a badly ruined highway. All along the way, the roars of monsters came without end. Yang Wu could even see many monster silhouettes moving among the broken buildings by the roadside. Even Li Ren, who was at the war general level, and the others did not dare relax in the slightest. Li Ren held the short axe handle in his right hand, while his other hand gripped the already unsheathed short sword in a reverse hold. The others also had their weapons in hand, advancing carefully. Suddenly, Li Ren at the very front stopped in his tracks, and everyone immediately halted, staring ahead. From behind a half-collapsed building ahead, a huge monster slowly walked out. It was nearly 2 meters tall, massive, grayish-brown, and shaped like an armored vehicle blocking the road. This monster looked somewhat like a rhinoceros from Yang Wu's previous life. Its most peculiar feature was its ears. Apart from the ones on the left and right sides, there was also a fan-sized ear right in the middle of its brow. A 3-year rhino beast, a mid-rank beast soldier. Leave it to me. Even a mosquito is meat, haha. I've been short on money lately. Following the plot in the original book in which the Firehammer squad trained Luo Feng, Yang Wu had thought that such an easy task would be handed to him, giving him a chance to gain experience. He had even been ready to step forward. Unexpectedly, Su Shishing, a dignified war general-level martial artist, swung his long spear and vaulted out. Moving very fast, he pierced the clumsy 3-ear rhino beast from its eye socket through to its skull with a single thrust, then unceremoniously put its most valuable horn into his backpack. Only then did he walk back with a face full of smiles, muttering in a low voice, "This thing can sell for 5,000. He looked exactly like a miser. On the road that followed, the others each took their turns making moves, but Su Shishing acted the most. Yang Wu, however, remained in the role of bag carrier for Jiang Kuan. Perhaps feeling a little apologetic that Yang Wu had never had a chance to fight Vice Captain Feng Chong, said to Yang Wu after Su Shishing returned from another battle, "Brother Yang, this is your first time in the Wilderness Zone. Safety comes first. We are all your seniors. When we hunt monsters, remember to watch more and learn more comprehending combat skills from our battles. I know, but after watching so much I still hope to have some real combat opportunities. Yang Wu replied in a muffled voice, then said no more. After walking less than 2 or 3 more kilometers, Yang Wu sensed a one-horned wild boar somewhere between G rank and F rank within the range of his telekinetic perception. Seeing that the others did not seem to have noticed it, he said nothing. He shoved the ammunition box back into Jiang Kuan's hands, drew the long saber from his back, and leaped out saying, "Leave this one-horned wild boar to me. Please, seniors, give me your guidance." As Yang Wu dashed out of the formation, only then did the others see a one-horned wild boar's head slowly emerge from behind the cluster of buildings ahead. Seeking death. Su Shixing's pale face showed a trace of anger as he gave a light shout. "Forget it. Let this kid suffer a little. Feng Chong be ready to shoot at the critical moment and save his life." Li Ren's expression changed slightly as well, and then he sighed. After all, when facing a monster as close to F rank as the one-horned wild boar, even they did not dare to be careless. The one-horned wild boar, which had originally come out to look for food, saw Yang Wu suddenly appear ahead and immediately let out excited roars. Opening its huge mouth wide, it drooled thick, sticky saliva. Then with a bang, its massive body transformed into a high-speed tank and charged toward Yang Wu. The ground at once shook as if in an earthquake, the tremor obvious and growing ever stronger. "Beast die." Yang Wu showed no fear. With a low growl, he swung the long saber around and charged straight toward the one-horned wild boar. "Damn it, this kid is asking for." Jiang Kuan, who had already been displeased that Yang Wu had suddenly and roughly shoved the ammunition box back into his hands, now saw Yang Wu charging head-on at the boar and cursed disdainfully. But before he could finish the sentence, he was instantly stunned. Yang Wu seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight at the boar. Yet at the very instant before he was about to collide with it, he made a nimble and ingenious sidestep, passing the boar by a gap of dozens of centimeters. In that moment, the Jueying battle saber in his hand flashed with cold light and slashed diagonally toward the boar's neck. It seemed that under the force of inertia, the boar was about to have its throat split open by Yang Wu's razor-sharp slash. Whoosh. But unlike the iron-haired wild boar he had killed in the assessment, this one-horned wild boar had an even more massive body and greater strength, while its agility had freakishly surpassed that of the shadow cat from the assessment. Just as Yang Wu's blade edge was about to touch the boar twisted its body with incomparable nimbleness, and without the slightest pause continued to attack him. Its gleaming single horn was like a sharp, curved blade radiating cold light. So fast, Yang Wu was startled too. He hastily pushed off the ground with his feet and dodged away with several agile sidesteps. What exquisite footwork! Although everyone was displeased with Yang Wu's proactive move to steal the credit, they could not help marveling at the series of footwork changes he had just displayed. "Damn it! Come die!" Seeing the one-horned wild boar continuing to attack relentlessly, Yang Wu gripped the long saber tightly and cursed inwardly. He kicked a wash-basin-sized cement block on the ground, and it shot toward the boar as if fired from a catapult. The boar's charge slowed slightly. It tilted its head to one side and gave a toss, easily knocking the cement block away with the horn on its head, smashing it into fragments that scattered all over the ground. Yang Wu, however, had accelerated at the very moment it twisted its head to knock away the cement block. He rushed at the boar and chopped down with his long saber at the exposed neck. Kill! With a violent shout, the Jueying long saber in Yang Wu's hand instantly transformed into a blade glow faster than lightning and slashed onto the boar's neck. At the instant the saber fell, the muscles in Yang Wu's arm bulged high. A second force burst out right behind the first, and the two forces perfectly overlapped like two thunderous biting edges, converging to tear through the boar's hide and flesh, then cut deep into its tendons and bones. Foul blood sprayed out like a fountain. By this time Yang Wu had already withdrawn and dodged to the side, coldly watching as the one-horned wild boar trampled about madly, gradually weakened, collapsed, convulsed, and finally stopped breathing. Yang Wu's footwork, blade technique, and battle awareness, together with his mastery of timing, left the others secretly admiring him, even though they said nothing. However, when Yang Wu returned after collecting the spoils of battle, he still drew harsh criticism from Li Ren and Feng Chong. "Yang Wu, this is the first warning the Ghost Blade Squad gives you. Every member of the Ghost Blade Squad must obey arrangements. Who gets to make a move is my call. If everyone behaved as undisciplined as you just did, then what reason is there for our warrior squad to exist? If you act alone again without my permission, don't blame me for being rude. I'll kick you straight out of our squad." At this, Yang Wu did not argue. He nodded in sullen obedience and accepted the criticism. During the journey that followed, although Su Shixing and the others continued eagerly hunting any low-level monsters they saw, Li Ren deliberately gave Yang Wu a few opportunities to fight, allowing him to exchange blows with several different monsters of the beast soldier rank. Although no one in Ghost Blade Squad offered verbal guidance, Yang Wu still made use of every subsequent real battle to silently review his own performance, identify his shortcomings, and improve step by step. As Yang Wu displayed more and more improvement, especially Su Shixing, Jiang Kuan, and the simple-minded Ma Han would occasionally cast covert, envious, even malicious looks at him. Had Yang Wu not been a spiritual mentalist with formidable mental power, he would never have noticed these glances, which only made him grow more vigilant. The wild zone was nothing like the base city. If he was careless, someone could secretly attack him in the dark, and he would die without ever knowing what had hit him. At times like this, Yang Wu increasingly envied Luo Feng's good fortune. He knew that Luo Feng's treatment in the Firehammer Squad was as different from his own as heaven was from earth. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, as night fell, the 7 members of Ghost Blade Squad cautiously reached a rundown cluster of buildings. They selected a dilapidated 7-story building and entered a large room at the top. Before the Great Nirvana period, this room had clearly been a corporate conference room. Apart from an enormous meeting table and over a dozen padded chairs, it was completely empty. There was ample space for the 7 team members, and the floor was still covered with soft high-grade carpet. Everyone rest up. Tomorrow the real great hunt begins. Captain Li Run inspected the conference room, gently drew the nearly broken curtains together, leaving only a narrow gap for observation, and said, Jiang Kuan will take the first watch tonight, and Yang Wu the second watch. After making the arrangements, everyone settled down to rest. After all of them understood that today's half-day of hunting had been only a warm-up. The whole journey had been spent avoiding the powerful monsters ahead, while tomorrow was when the true killing would begin. If they did not rest well, the battles of the next day could bring fatal danger. After calling his mother and younger sister to let them know he was safe, Yang Wu immediately found an empty spot and lay down on the ground just like the other teammates. It was his first time entering the wild zone. Lying on the cold floor and listening to the real roars of monsters outside made it hard for Yang Wu to fall asleep, while the other teammates, long accustomed to such an environment, slipped into deep slumber shortly after lying down. He had barely drifted into a dazed sleep when midnight arrived. Jiang Kuan, who was on watch, woke him punctually and unhesitatingly handed over the duty. Yang Wu rubbed his face, mustered his spirits, and through the gap in the curtains carefully surveyed the ruined city around him with binoculars. This city stirred some lingering recognition in Yang Wu, who had crossed over from the 21st century. It seemed to be the Huzhou of his previous life. Sadly, the once beautiful city had long since vanished, turned into a paradise for monsters. After carefully observing and identifying every visible area through the binoculars, he slowly sat down. He first practiced a full cycle of the cosmic primordial energy guidance art, then began to calmly review the gains and losses of the day's battles. Just as Ghost Blade Squad entered the conference room of that old building and started to rest, another warrior squad entered a 5th-floor unit in a former residential district a few kilometers away. All 5 of them were exhausted, and one had his arm wrapped in bandages, clearly wounded in a fight with monsters, yet their backs carried bulging backpacks. But from their laughing chatter, it was clear that this warrior squad was very pleased with the past 2 days' gains. Even the injured teammate showed no trace of dejection, and they seemed to intend to leave this wild zone and return to the base city in another day or 2. If any Ghost Blade Squad member other than Yang Wu had seen them, they would have recognized the 5 as the Warblade Warrior Squad from Thunderbolt Martial Hall, a warrior squad that was not very strong. Their captain had only recently advanced to the warlord rank, while the other 4 were still high-level and mid-level warrior rank martial artists. This was their first time in this comparatively dangerous wild zone. Though they had run into several close calls, they ultimately came through unscathed, and on the contrary reaped a very rich harvest. Time quickly passed to just past 5 in the morning. The Ghost Blade Squad members, long accustomed to their routine, soon woke from sleep and immediately entered a battle-ready state. Feng Chang and Jiang Kuan were the first to assemble their weapons. Feng Chang mainly used a large-caliber F901D black sniper machine gun, while Jiang Kuan mainly used a sniper rifle whose model Yang Wu could not identify. Boss, come quick, there's something going on. While Yang Wu was curiously watching the two assemble their guns, Bai Zeshuan, who had been observing outside with binoculars, called softly to Li Run, who was still packing his backpack. Oh, what is it? Bai Zeshuan's call drew over not only Li Run, but every member of Ghost Blade Squad. Yang Wu had initially thought they had spotted some valuable monster. But when he looked through the window, the only things he saw were a few bee-soldier monsters roaming downstairs, and in the distance a 5-man warrior squad that had just carefully come out of a building with backpacks. Nothing else. Boss, it looks like the Warblade Squad from Thunderbolt Martial Hall. I didn't expect such a weak squad to dare come to Zone 018, and without any casualties too. Looks like they've made quite a haul. Bai Zeshuan's voice carried a hint of delighted surprise. Haha, we've hit the jackpot, boss. Wiping them out is far easier than killing monsters. Who could have guessed we'd stumble across a windfall the moment we came out? Su Shishing greedily licked his lips, his eyes flashing with excitement, his long spear already in his hand. I'm not bad. When heaven offers a gift, refusing it brings misfortune. When the moment arrives, failing to act brings disaster. A greedy gleam flashed in Li Ren's eyes as well. Feng Chang, Jiang Kuan, find your firing positions and turn on the signal jammer. The rest of you come with me. Without hesitation, Li Ren took out his short axe, waved his hand, and prepared to leave the conference room. Well, Captain, what are we going to do? Yang Wu suddenly spoke up, pretending not to understand anything. Damn, I forgot about you, rookie. Let me tell you. Wild zones are divided into levels precisely to match warrior squads of different tiers. That Warblade squad is overestimating its strength by coming to Zone 018. That's just seeking death. Rather than feed the monsters, they might as well benefit us. Li Ren rolled his eyes, flicked the short blade in his hand, and said, enough, no more talk. If you don't understand anything, ask when we get back. If we delay any longer, our big fish will all slip away. Li Ren said excitedly. Sorry, Captain, but I object to this operation. Before Yang Wu could finish his sentence, the delighted expressions of Li Ren and the others immediately stiffened. What the hell did you say? You little rookie, you object. What right do you have to object? If you don't want to participate, go to the corner and draw circles. If you delay me from making my fortune, then I don't care whether you're a genius or a prodigy. Li Ren's face turned ashen, but before he could speak, Mahan, who was standing nearby holding a saber, had already growled impatiently, fuck off. Whoever blocks my fortune, I'll run them through. Su Shixing swung the shaft of his long spear horizontally at Yang Wu and bellowed furiously. The other few said nothing, but they also glared at Yang Wu with angry eyes, looking ready to make a move. Sorry, but I'm quitting Ghostblade Squad right now. The moment he finished, Yang Wu leapt out of the window without hesitation. An invisible telekinetic force acted on the Juing war saber on his back, supporting his body as he bounded off the window ledges of several floors, and in a few flickering movements, he reached the ground and charged toward the Warblade Squad. Damn it, you're looking for death. Without needing Li Ren's order, Jiang Kuan had already raised his sniper rifle aimed at Yang Wu and pulled the trigger. But Yang Wu seemed to have anticipated it all along. He kept twisting and shifting, occasionally hiding among the ruins, making it impossible for Jiang Kuan to hit him. Let's go, hurry. Don't let this punk ruin our affairs. After we finish off the Warblade Squad, we'll deal with him. Li Ren's face was ashen as he waved at the others and quickly charged downstairs. Captain, look over there. Someone's charging at us. The members of the Battleblade Squad had just emerged from the building where they were resting when one of them spotted Yang Wu sprinting toward them. Careful, prepare for battle. The squad leader immediately drew the long blade from his back and shouted a sharp warning. The other four quickly unsheathed their weapons and shifted into combat readiness. Only then did they realize that the young man speeding toward them seemed to be fleeing from pursuers as sniper rounds continuously whizzed past him, striking the rubble around him with dull thuds, yet never managing to land on his body. Run! Seeing the Battleblade Squad already on guard, Yang Wu shouted urgently. At that moment, Li Ren and the 3 Ghostblade members he led had already burst forth and were swiftly closing in. The fighting prowess of the Battleblade Squad was clearly no match for the Ghostblade Squad, and with their numerical disadvantage, even being battle-ready was futile. To make matters worse, Ghostblade also had a War General-class sniper armed with a heavy sniper rifle, a lethal advantage they had long prepared. At this point, the members of the Battleblade Squad seemed to understand the situation, especially when they recognized Li Ren leading the pursuers. The higher-ups of the Limit Club like Wu Tong might not know, but these warriors who frequently roamed the wilderness were all too aware of the kind of scum Li Ren's Ghostblade Squad truly were. Unless one possessed strength equal or superior to theirs, the usual choice was to take a detour and avoid them. Run! The Battleblade Squad leader bellowed, and ignoring Yang Wu fleeing toward them, the 5 of them immediately turned to escape. Bang! 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 Suddenly, several muffled gunshots rang out. It was Jiang Kuan's sniper rifle in hand on a distant rooftop, firing to cut off the Battleblade Squad's escape. At the first gunshot, one of the Battleblade members was struck in the back, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, his combat suit and backpack absorbed most of the impact, leaving him with only minor injuries. Though the other 3 members were burning with rage, their long experience of treading the edge of danger meant that the instant one of them fell, the others immediately took cover, causing Jiang Kuan's subsequent shots to miss their marks. But because of the sniper's interference, the Ghostblade members, who were already faster, seized the opportunity to swiftly surround them. Li Ren, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to start a war between the Thunderbolt Martial Hall and the Limit Martial Hall? The Battleblade Squad leader shielded his men behind him, having them help the fallen member up and check his wounds while he shouted with a voice that was fierce but betrayed his unease. Ha, what a joke. Shinjan, who do you think you are? Are you some illegitimate son of Thor? Do you think the Thunderbolt Martial Hall would go to war with the Limit Martial Hall over you? Ha ha ha. The other Ghostblade members joined in the raucous laughter. Don't blame your bad luck for running into us, Ghostblade. Blame yourselves. A mere warrior-level squad daring to venture into Sector 018. You're the perfect example of those who value money more than their lives. Even I can't help but admire you a little. Li Ren sneered. And you little bastard, you turncoat. Since you want to play the hero and act all noble, then today you'll be buried together with these delusional fools. I want to send a message out. Haha, how naive. Don't you know we're in the era of high technology now? Ever since we spotted these delusional fools, we've been jamming all signals in this area with an interference device. That communication watch of yours is nothing but a piece of scrap metal now. Seeing Yang Wu sneakily fiddling with his communication watch, Li Ren sneered contemptuously. Brother, thank you. Our Battleblade Squad has dragged you into this. Battleblade Squad leader Qinjian, having pieced together from Li Ren's and the other Ghost Blade members words the gist of why Yang Wu had been pursued, said to Yang Wu with genuine gratitude. Li Ren, you want wealth, so why needlessly take lives? Everything we have is right here. How about letting us and this brother go? Chen Zhan unstrapped his backpack and placed it on the ground. Haha, how amusing. You're nothing but meat on a chopping block. What makes you think you have the right to bargain with me? However, if you want to live, it's not impossible. I'll give you a chance. Kill this kid. Kill him, and I'll let you all walk away. Li Ren's eyes turned cunning as he pointed cruelly at Yang Wu. What? Haha, Li Ren, you underestimate me, Chen Zhan. Though our Battle Blade squad's cultivation isn't high, we're all upright men. How could we commit such ungrateful, beastly acts? Since you want our Battle Blade squad's lives, then today, I, Chen Zhan, will fight alongside my brothers against you Ghost Blade scum. Even if I die, I'll drag at least one or two of your men down with me. The moment Chen Zhan finished speaking, every member of the Battle Blade squad drew their weapons and braced for battle. Haha, well said. Brother Chun and all you brothers of the Battle Blade squad. If you don't mind that I'm a rookie on his first trip to the wilderness with low cultivation, then today, I Yang Wu will stand with you all and fight these Ghost Blade bastards. A surge of heroic spirit swelled in Yang Wu's chest as he declared loudly. Haha, well said. Battle Blade acknowledges you as a brother Chun. From this day forward, whether in this world or the next, we are brothers. Brothers in life and death. Brother. Good brother. As Chun Zhan's words faded, the other squad members behind him also shouted in unison. Damn, a bunch of death-seeking fools. Su Shixing swung the silver spear in his hand, glanced at Li Ren, then turned his head and shouted into the distance. Brother Feng, Shao Kuan watched closely. I'm going to kill this brat with my own hands today. If any of the Battle Blade members dares to interfere, shoot them full of holes. You little bastard, come on. Let me see what skills you the limit Martial Hall's specially recruited genius actually have. You know what? I despise so-called geniuses like you the most. Just thinking about personally killing a genius gets me excited. Without waiting for Yang Wu's reply, Su Shixing's spear transformed into a furious dragon thundering straight toward Yang Wu. Brother, Chen Zhan called out, and was about to rush forward with his blade, but Yang Wu raised his hand to stop him. Clang! Yang Wu drew his blade like lightning and surged forward with equal speed. Raising the long blade high, he twisted his body and swept upward in a sharp lateral arc, angling the cold gleam past Su Shixing's spear tip. In a single explosive lunge, he slashed toward the man's throat. But Su Shixing's gaze was cold and deep. His spear suddenly shifted into a venomous serpent, his body twisting fluidly as the spearhead spun with deadly flexibility. A sharp whistle split the air as it stabbed with astonishing speed directly at Yang Wu's skull. At the same time, his right foot shot out, kicking toward Yang Wu's groin, and atop his toes a gleaming dagger had appeared from nowhere. The spear thrusting at Yang Wu's head, a dagger ambushing his lower body. The combination was like a sinister two-headed serpent. His venomous treachery was plain to see. Fall back. Yang Wu made an instant decision. In such a severe disadvantage, retreat was the only option. He burst backward. His speed was astonishing. The power release technique of the first level of the 9-layered Thunder Blade was flexibly applied to his legs, combined with the footwork from the same art, allowing him to move so fast that a long afterimage trailed across the air. The immense force shattered the already broken ground into fragments, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Moreover, Yang Wu's retreat was not a straight line, but a reverse S-shaped path. After pulling back a certain distance despite appearing to retreat, he was actually closing in on his opponent without being noticed. Xing. Just as Su Shixing was still bewildered by Yang Wu's speed, his spear continuously stabbing at the afterimages left behind, a flash of snow-white blade light flared. With one, for times the power erupting, the gleam of the Shadowbane blade was graceful and dreamlike. Clang. Blade and spear clashed once more, two crisp sounds merging into one. Under Yang Wu's full power strike, Su Shixing was forced back a full 20 meters, his tiger's mouth aching with a pain as if it were splitting open. Subtle level footwork, and the introductory 9-layered Thunder Blade. Su Shixing suppressed the shock in his heart. Then I definitely can't let you live. No matter how impressive your footwork and blade arts are, the gap in cultivation realm is what truly matters. With that, Su Shixing raised his spear and charged once more. The spearhead once again transformed into a giant dragon, roaring as it came. Unfortunately, after the first exchange, Yang Wu had already gauged that this move was the first form of world annihilation. However, it was clear the man hadn't mastered it. Possessing only its outer form without its true essence, its power was far from impressive. If this is what you call world annihilation, Yang Wu sneered. As his opponent charged, he stamped hard against the ground, borrowing the force to shoot forward his long blade, held like a sword, and thrust out fiercely. When the two were less than 5 meters apart, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Yang Wu. Instead of dodging the long blade he had been thrusting forward, suddenly left his hand flying at more than double the speed, like a bolt loosed from a heavy crossbow, straight towards Su Shixing, who was still lunging at him. Su Shixing could never have imagined that Yang Wu would suddenly hurl his blade out of his hand, nor that it would fly with such terrifying speed, completely beyond his expectations. There was no time to dodge. At less than 5 meters, he could have easily thrust his spear straight through Yang Wu's throat. But now that distance had become an insurmountable chasm. SHHK. Su Shishing only felt a chill at his throat, and his thoughts began to slow. No. I am a war general level warrior. I cultivate the ultimate secret art, world annihilation. I was supposed to become a war god. I refuse to accept this. In a daze, he sensed Yang Wu lunge forward, seize the blade's handle, and yank it out. Then the last trace of unwilling consciousness scattered like smoke. Thud. Only when Yang Wu raised his blade and returned to the battle blade squad's position did Su Shishing's body finally hit the ground with a heavy thud. Well done, brother. I can't believe you actually managed to kill that bastard. Haha, incredible. Seeing Yang Wu abruptly slay his opponent Chen Zhan, and the others were astonished, but swiftly erupted in excitement. Yang Wu, you actually dared to kill Su Shishing. You're asking for death. Seeing Su Shishing spray blood and collapse to the ground, Li Ren stared in utter disbelief, his eyes bulging. In an instant, he snapped back to his senses, pointing his short sword at Yang Wu as he cursed furiously. So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it? Yang Wu's chest heaved slightly as he held his saber horizontally and roared back. You're courting death. Kill them all. Li Ren raised his battle axe and was about to lead the others in a charge. Meanwhile, Yang Wu and the remaining members of the Warblade squad gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to fight to the bitter end, never retreating even in death. Suddenly, Li Ren and the other Ghostblade squad members halted in their tracks and exchanged glances. Then Li Ren snatched up Su Shishing's corpse and rapidly retreated. During their retreat, Yang Wu clearly saw a sinister smile curl at the corner of Li Ren's mouth. What's going on? Why would they retreat? There must be some scheme. Just as everyone was baffled. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly the sound of gunfire rang out repeatedly, startling the vigilant Warblade members and Yang Wu. They instinctively sought cover. Once the gunfire ceased, they realized that the shots hadn't been aimed at them at all. They were warning shots fired into the air around them. What's going on? They grew increasingly baffled by the Ghostblade squad's strange behavior. Not good. Suddenly, Chen Zhan's expression drastically changed as he shouted. Run! It's a beast horde. They've surrounded us. Evidently, the commotion had roused the surrounding beast horde. As the massive wave of monsters surged in from afar, Feng Chang and Jiang Kuan, who were monitoring from a distant building, immediately spotted the situation and issued the order to retreat to the remaining Ghostblade members. That was why they had abandoned the fight with the Warblade squad. The subsequent shots fired by Feng Chang and Jiang Kuan were clearly aimed at the approaching monsters, deliberately revealing Yang Wu and the Warblade squad's position to the beasts and further enraging them. And the shots that Feng Chang and Jiang Kuan fired afterward were unmistakably aimed at the surrounding beast horde, pinpointing Yang Wu and the Warblade squad's location for the monsters, while provoking them even further. Hearing the roars of the beasts growing ever closer, all members of the Warblade squad and Yang Wu instantly understood why those extra shots had been fired earlier. How treacherous. They actually intended to use the beasts to slaughter us all. Run! Without another word, everyone immediately bolted in one direction under Chen Zhan's lead. Rumble! They had barely run half a li when a great host of beasts appeared on the street ahead. Iron-bristled wild boars, golden-horned desolate tigers, blue-eyed blood wolves, lion mastiff, mad dogs, and more. At least high-grade beast soldiers, and even beast generals among them. Hulking monstrosities packed the area in dense masses, charging forward with an earth-shaking thunder that made the very ground tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Everyone's face turned ashen. They tried to change direction, but it was already too late. The ground behind them also shook with violent tremors. An overwhelming tide of beasts surged toward them, growing denser and denser, an immense ocean of creatures whose sheer momentum was enough to chill the heart. We're in big trouble. All faces turned grim. Chen Zhan scanned the surroundings. Even finding an intact building to retreat into and hold out was now impossible. This way. Chen Zhan picked a direction where ruined structures were densely packed and gave the order to sprint. Swish, swish, swish. The group quickly dashed toward the ruins, hoping to use the broken walls there to hold off the charging monster horde. However, those dilapidated walls, weathered by countless years, were utterly incapable of stopping the crazed stampede. The beasts' instinctive, soul-deep hatred of humanity drove them into an undying feud, and they had no intention of letting these humans escape. Boom, boom, boom. The monstrous horde slammed into the walls with overwhelming force, instantly collapsing the structures that had endured decades of wind and sun. Thousands of beasts poured through the breach directly toward them. The group's faces turned pale, and despair welled up in their hearts. Brothers this time were staring death in the face. Every man for himself. Let those who survive take care of the families of the fallen. As they fled, Captain Chen Zhan shouted hoarsely, his eyes red. That damn Ghostblade squad. If I, Chen Zhan, survive this by some miracle, I'll make you pay in blood. An undying feud to the very end. Facing such a siege of monsters, even a general-level expert could easily fall. Damn it. A thick, murderous intent surged within Yang Wu's heart, as if he had returned to the moment before his death in his past life. Back then the 9 team members he led had been ambushed by powerhouses from the United States and Japan. Just like this moment, life and death hung by a thread. In his previous life, the helpless Yang Wu had chosen to self-destruct his ability core, taking his enemies down with him, and successfully allowing his teammates to escape. In this life, he faced nearly the same death trap. However, Yang Wu now had another option. A psychic master. Everyone gather together and follow me. We're all getting out of here alive, and then we'll make the Ghost Blade squad pay. Yang Wu let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, the flying daggers strapped to his thighs shot into the air, swirling and hovering around all the Warblade squad members, enveloping everyone within their orbit. Everyone had already resigned themselves to certain death, yet when they suddenly saw 6 flying daggers floating and orbiting around Yang Wu's body, they were utterly stunned. This was real, they weren't seeing things. The daggers were indeed suspended in midair with nothing supporting them. A psychic master. A telekinetic weapon-wielding psychic master. Brother, are you a psychic master? Countless thoughts raced through their minds, and their faces flushed bright red with excitement. Hope had arrived. In that moment, their hearts, which had turned to ash, suddenly saw a glimmer of life. No one wants to face death. Follow me. Facing the crazed onrushing beast horde, Yang Wu let out a fierce shout, picked a direction, and retreated at great speed. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Yang Wu and the others began to flee, all the beasts instantly gave chase at full pelt. Kill. At that very moment, Yang Wu's tiger-like eyes blazed open with icy killing intent, and the 6 flying daggers suspended within a dozen meters around him suddenly sprang into motion. The 6 daggers transformed into blinding streaks of blade light, each following a distinct trajectory, completely wrapping the group within their protective weave. As the 6 arcs of blade light spun, swish, 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 swish. The tips of the 6 daggers became death-dealing Azura blades, piercing straight through the skulls of charging monsters. Brain matter and blood sprayed out, with the daggers splattering into a hazy, stinking mist in the air. Driven by psychic power, the daggers didn't pause for an instant. They continued at an astonishing speed, again piercing through the skulls of the next wave of monsters. The 6 daggers cut a path like a meat grinder, each thud along the way, whether the sound of blades sinking into bone or skulls bursting open, followed by curtains of flesh and blood hanging in the air. In the blink of an eye, at least 100 monsters nearest to Yang Wu and his group had their heads blown apart. The falling carcasses effectively slowed the other monsters' charge, allowing the tense hearts of the group to ease slightly. The group was now almost numb, mechanically sprinting in Yang Wu's wake step for step, while watching in awe as the 6 daggers became nothing but streaks of phantom light, ceaselessly shooting outward. Monsters that would normally have taken immense effort to kill had their heads pierced through in an instant. More than an hour later, roughly 10 kilometers from the site of the battle, Yang Wu and the Warblade squad had successfully shaken off the beast horde and taken refuge on the rooftop of a dilapidated building. Yang Wu's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He leaned against the rooftop wall, too exhausted even to utter a single word. The other Warblade squad members were all wounded to varying degrees, lying or sitting as they applied medicine and rested. It wasn't until more than 2 hours later that Yang Wu began to regain some color. Damn, that was way too close. Looks like even psychic power can't be squandered recklessly. Yang Wu massaged his temples and thought to himself. In the previous battle, he had overexerted his psychic power, causing a splitting headache. After escaping the beast horde, it was the Warblade squad members who had to carry him here. Brother Yang Wu, how are you feeling? Sensing his movement, the other Warblade squad members immediately gathered around and asked with concern. Seeing the caring looks in their eyes, a warm current surged through Yang Wu's heart. He remembered how his teammates had always cared for him in his past life as well. Thanks for your concern, brothers. I'm fine, just overused my psychic power. Yang Wu said with a smile. The Ghost Blade squad. They deserve to die. A sharp glint flashed in Chunjan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and spat out the words. Don't worry, they're dead men walking. Yang Wu said calmly. Haha, right. They never imagined that you, brother Yang Wu, are a powerful psychic master, did they? Scheming against a psychic master. They must be tired of living. Chunjan laughed heartily. Damn it, what the hell? They're actually still alive. After the beast horde dispersed, the Ghost Blade squad members appeared at the spot where Yang Wu and the Warblade squad had been surrounded. After carefully examining the area, they concluded that Yang Wu and the others had somehow survived. What should we do? There's no evidence of our involvement, and the others might not matter much. But Yang Wu is a specially recruited prodigy of the Limit Martial Arts Hall. If he says anything to the hall, and with the Warblade squad's testimony, we'll be in serious trouble. Li Ren's expression darkened as he glanced at Feng Chang standing nearby. Within Ghost Blade, Feng Chang wasn't just the vice captain. He was also the strategist responsible for plans and tactics. We'll have to strike first. Let's go back immediately and report to the high-ups of the Limit Hall. We'll all give the same story. Yang Wu, dissatisfied with the training arrangements we made for him, got into a quarrel with Su Shishing. After being criticized by Captain Li Run, he harbored a grudge and, colluding with the Warblade squad, ambushed and killed Su Shishing. Then he tried to lure the beast horde to wipe us all out. Fortunately, we were lucky enough to escape in time. Feng Chang said with venom. Haha, we also hold a powerful trump card that will make sure Yang Wu's corpse is never found. Su Shixing's uncle Su Liang is the captain of the Limit Hall's enforcement team, and furthermore. Feng Chang gave a sinister smile and pulled out a small block-shaped device. He gently pressed a button on it. Yang Wu, you actually dared to kill Su Shixing. You're asking for death. So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it? It was the recording of Yang Wu killing Su Shixing secretly captured by the cunning Feng Chang using a specialized device. Brother, thank you so much this time. After nearly half a day of rest, Yang Wu and all the members of the Warblade squad had completely recovered from their fatigue, and their injuries were not serious. Haha, I couldn't stand Gui Ren's behavior either. No need to be polite. By the way, I still don't know your names, brothers. Facing the sincere gratitude of the Warblade squad, Yang Wu said with a smile. Brothers, brother Yang Wu originally came to the wilderness with Gui Ren to train. Now that he has fallen out with Gui Ren, let's join brother Yang Wu and properly teach him some of our experience in the wilderness. After the Warblade squad members had introduced themselves and learned about Yang Wu's background and original intentions, Chun Zhan turned to the other 4 members and said, no problem as long as brother Yang Wu doesn't mind our low cultivation. We promise to teach brother Yang Wu everything we know without holding back. Probably can't teach brother Yang much. He is far more capable than us, able to easily kill Su Shixing, a war general level fighter. I never thought I Xiao Chu would have a day when I get to instruct a spiritual mind master. Brother, when you later stand shoulder to shoulder with Hong and Lei Shin, don't forget us. The Warblade squad bantered and laughed together in a lively atmosphere, quickly stepping out of the shadow of their recent narrow escape from death. Yang Wu also enjoyed this kind of team. The atmosphere of his former Dragon Guard A team had been much like the Warblade squad's, naturally making him feel even closer to them. Let's go, brother. We're going to watch you kill monsters. Chun Zhan patted Yang Wu on the shoulder, lifted his long saber, and led the others outside. At around 4 in the afternoon, the blazing sun was beginning to wane. The monsters that had been frenzied for most of the day were starting to quiet down, as some with full stomachs had even returned to their lairs. This was usually the best time to hunt. Walking carefully along the road, Chun Zhan shared with Yang Wu the experience he had gained over the years hunting monsters in the wilderness. The walking members of the Warblade squad suddenly stopped. Haha, brother Yang, a target for your saber practice has arrived. Ling Feng, the squad sniper, chambered a round into his sniper rifle and aimed forward as he spoke. In the direction his sniper rifle was aimed, about 1,000 meters away, an iron crocodile at the beast general level seemed to have just gorged itself after hunting. Its body, like an armored vehicle, swayed along the uneven road. Even when it saw the Warblade squad, it only snorted a couple of times and did not take the initiative to approach. Brother, this counts as your first true battle in the wilderness. Don't be careless. The iron crocodile is known for great strength and strong defense. You need to find and attack its weak points. Seeing Yang Wu, who had drawn his long saber and was eager to try, Chun Zhan warned solemnly. Go on, Yang Wu. Remember that your main task is to train saber arts, footwork, and other martial arts skills. Forget your identity as a spiritual mind master. Fight with your saber, fight with your fists. The other 3 also spoke up to encourage him. All right, watch me. Yang Wu flourished the Juying long saber and sped toward the front. Captain, is it dangerous to let Yang Wu face this iron crocodile alone in his first battle? He has only taken the assessment and killed some low-level monsters on the way to the wilderness with Gui Ren. A relatively young member, Wu Qingzong, couldn't help saying, although we said we would pass on our experience to him, we have to take it step by step. It's better to first find a high-level beast soldier monster for him to practice on. Don't worry, I'm here. If Yang Wu is in danger, my sniper rifle isn't just for show. Ling Feng patted the sniper rifle that had already been loaded and said, don't look down on Yang Wu just because it's his first time in the wilderness. His true martial cultivation is not lower than yours, Wu Qingzong. He just lacks experience. Rest assured, this iron crocodile can't hurt him. At most, it will give him a bit of a hard time. Chun Zhan watched Yang Wu charging into battle and said in a deep voice, Yang Wu's physical qualities are outstanding. Among us, even I can't compare with that little freak. Just watch. Though fighting this iron crocodile is quite difficult, after suffering a little, he should still win. A distance of about 1,000 meters closed to just 200 in an instant under Yang Wu's furious sprint. The iron crocodile's body became clearly visible in Yang Wu's eyes. Its enormous grayish-brown body, seen from afar, was like a moving hill. Upon closer inspection, the grayish-brown was actually a layer of scale armor, each piece more than a foot square, tightly arranged over its body and completely encasing its huge frame. Along its back stood sharp, thick scales like battle axes stretching from its head to its long tail. Its entire appearance was simply an enlarged, mutated version of the crocodiles from before the Great Nirvana era. Seeing Yang Wu charging toward it, the iron crocodile let out a furious roar, opened its terrifying bloody maw, and revealed rows of fangs as sharp and cold as swords. In an instant, it seemed to transform into a roaring, heavy armored tank racing straight at Yang Wu. Come on. Watching the iron crocodile thunder toward him, Yang Wu's heart beat faster and instead he felt excited. Boom, boom, boom. The iron crocodile seemed to become a giant bulldozer. Everything lying in its path, ruined cars, collapsed walls, and all other debris, was smashed to pieces and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the distance between Yang Wu and the iron crocodile vanished. Kill! Yang Wu let out a low growl. Just at the moment when the iron crocodile was about to ram into him, he nimbly lifted his body, leaped into the air, and brought his long saber straight down at the iron crocodile's brow. The edge of the Juing battle saber instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the iron crocodile's forehead. However, the powerful force that rebounded instantly made Yang Wu wary. He twisted his body and slid to the side, his steps shifting ceaselessly as he evaded the enraged iron crocodile's attacks. He looked again at the iron crocodile's brow, but under that fierce strike, not even a trace had been left behind. Whoosh! After dodging the iron crocodile's attack, Yang Wu flashed to the other side, used his exquisite footwork to reach the iron crocodile's left, and slashed at its neck. But just as the sharp blade was about to land on the iron crocodile's neck, its body suddenly lunged forward a step. Yang Wu's long saber missed and struck the towering scales on its spine, sending sparks flying in all directions. Swish! Before he could retract his move, a black shadow swept toward Yang Wu's body, along with the iron crocodile's furious roar carrying bursts of intense sonic booms. So fast. Startled, Yang Wu hurriedly pushed off with his feet barely twisting away from the black shadow, only to find it was the iron crocodile's thick long tail, like an iron whip. Thump! Thump! After whipping its tail, the iron crocodile's agility soared in an instant, and it suddenly pounced at Yang Wu again. The sharp teeth in its huge bloody mouth, reeking of thick stench, snapped directly at his head. Damn, how can this beast suddenly be so fast? Yang Wu immediately stepped back, gripped his saber with both hands, and forcefully blocked the iron crocodile's attack. Boom! The instant Yang Wu's long saber clashed with the iron crocodile's teeth, he used the rebound force to fling himself into a swift backward dive, rolling on the ground to disperse the impact. The iron crocodile chased and charged at him at top speed. Yang Wu leaped onto a roadside wall, but before he could do anything else, the wall was smashed into collapse by the iron crocodile, dust spraying everywhere and filling the entire battlefield. An opening. Taking advantage of the dust obscuring the iron crocodile's vision, Yang Wu, who had long since found his aim, raised his long saber high as the wall collapsed and slashed down at the iron crocodile's neck. SSSH. The two sounds of the saber cutting into bone seemed to merge into one. Illo. When the dust scattered, the iron crocodile appeared howling in pain. The scales on its neck were shattered and blood dripped down with a pitter-patter. However, this wasn't the end. Seizing this moment, Yang Wu had already flown behind the iron crocodile. While it thrashed its tail about in aimless agony, he viciously thrust his saber into its rear end. Damn! At this moment, the Warblade squad members watching from a distance all felt their own rear ends tighten and couldn't help cursing. Not bad. Whether speed, footwork, strength, or grasp of battle opportunities, it was all quite impressive. The only thing to improve is experience. When Yang Wu returned excitedly carrying his trophy after everyone had laughed about how he had exploded the iron crocodile's rear end with one saber, Chen Zhan said with a serious expression. Generally, the weak points of beast-type monsters are the eyes, the rear, in the throat, the mouth, and secondarily the belly. Of course, for a scaled monster like the iron crocodile you just hunted, one that legends say is connected to dragons, the scales on its neck are slightly weaker than those elsewhere, and that is the legendary reverse scale. Of course, if you attack their reverse scale, it will provoke their deepest fury and greatly increase their strength. You should have felt that during the battle just now. Yang Wu nodded. He knew this as well, but monsters moved so fast that it was hard to stab their eyes. One-horned wild boars and tiger cats usually kept their heads low, making it difficult to strike the throat, and attacking the belly was also difficult. Opportunities to attack weak points were rare. Monsters weren't foolish, they protected their weaknesses. What should you do when there was no opportunity? Then you could only search for opportunities and create them in battle. Although the Warblade squad members' cultivation was not high, not even as high as the rookie Yang Wu's, their experience in killing monsters and surviving the wilderness was truly distilled from a long period of hard training. Along the way, all members of the Warblade squad, except Ling Feng the sniper, stepped forward one after another to deal with monsters, and from time to time, they let Yang Wu get some hands-on practice himself. Through words and personal demonstration, they taught Yang Wu practical combat experience, and he immediately put it into practice himself. Coupled with Yang Wu's astonishing comprehension and learning ability, after 3 days, both the captain Chen Zhan and the other teammates were astonished to discover that they had nothing left to teach Yang Wu. He had even surpassed his teachers. Moreover, pleasingly, during such training, Yang Wu suddenly, as if in a flash of enlightenment, comprehended the mystery of the second level of the Ninefold Thunder Saber. Brother Chen, brother Xiao, brother Ling, brother Wu, brother Ma, thank you for teaching me everything without reservation. I plan to cultivate alone here for a while. You all head back first, once I return to the base city, I'll get in touch with you. Yang Wu reviewed the day's battles in his mind, then rose to his feet and said gratefully to the members of the Warblade squad. Alright, you've got psychic power to assist you. You shouldn't be in any danger. We'll part ways tomorrow morning. Once you return to the base city, we'll get together properly. This trip to Wilderness Zone 018, the biggest gain for our Warblade squad, is none other than making a good brother like you, Yongwu. Chen Zhan didn't stand on ceremony. After all, they had been out for quite a while and 2 of his team members were injured. Knowing there was nothing more they could teach Yongwu, he lightly thumped Yongwu's chest and nodded as he spoke. But don't try to be a hero. Being alone in the wilderness, you need to be even more careful. Most importantly, don't go deep into the heart of the wilderness. Those are all Lord-rank monster beast territories far beyond what you can handle now. Of course, you also need to watch out for any dirty tricks from the Ghostblade squad. The next morning, before the sun had fully climbed overhead, only Yongwu remained on the rooftop of the abandoned building where he and the Warblade squad had rested the day before. At the first light of dawn, the Warblade squad members had already bid him farewell and returned to the base city. A pair of high-rank beast soldier lion mastiffs up ahead. They'll make decent practice. Yongwu was walking alone along a road in the wilderness when he suddenly paused, stopped, looked ahead, and muttered to himself. The moment his words faded, 2 lion mastiffs, each as large as a calf, emerged from the ruins ahead. After the Warblade squad left, Yongwu seemed unconcerned as he walked through the wilderness, but in truth he remained constantly vigilant, with his psychic power always spread over an area several hundred meters around him. Roar, roar. Seeing Yongwu, the 2 lion mastiffs seemed excited. They let out a few savage roars at him, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. They didn't care about the human before them at all. To them, he was merely a snack. You're asking for death. Yongwu snorted coldly, raised the shadowless warblade, and rushed toward the lion mastiffs, though not at great speed. Swish! A cold light flashed out, and in an instant a biting chill enveloped the entire space around the 2 lion mastiffs. Their fur stood on end. They could tell that this human whom they had thought of as an ant was not easy to deal with. The 2 lion mastiffs darted rapidly, one left and one right, flanking Yongwu. Their sharp claws, like daggers glinting coldly under the sunlight, were dazzling to the point of being unbearable to look at. Yongwu's footwork kept changing without pause, and in an instant he closed in on one lion mastiff while slipping past the other. It was the movement technique Flowing Light from the Ninefold Thunder Blade. The lion mastiff he had closed in on roared and lunged with both claws, sending a fierce cold wind. Yongwu twisted his body sharply and precisely evaded the lion mastiff's claws. The moment their bodies crossed, the shadowless warblade thrust out at an extremely tricky angle. The razor-sharp blade of the shadowless warblade pierced straight into the lion mastiff's vital throat. Then Yongwu quickly withdrew the blade, lunged forward, twisted around, and turned to look at the other lion mastiff, ignoring the one behind him that was collapsing in a spray of blood. Roar! Seeing blood gushing from its companion's neck, the other lion mastiff's eyes flashed with fear. It let out a low growl, flicked its tail, and turned to flee. Running. Too late. A cold glare flashed in Yongwu's eyes. As he snorted, a streak of lightning shot out from his calf, and in the blink of an eye pierced the fleeing lion mastiff's body. 2 lion mastiff claws should be worth about 30,000 Huaxia dollars. They not only give me sparring practice to improve my footwork and blade techniques, but also let me earn money. How satisfying. After collecting the most valuable claws from the 2 lion mastiffs, Yongwu grinned contentedly and continued forward, looking for his next prey, leaving behind only a patch of blood-soaked flesh. On the morning of the 4th day after the Warblade squad left, the sky was somewhat gloomy. On the playground of a ruined school, dozens of huge one-horned wild boars, as if crazed, roared and furiously attacked the young human at the center of their encirclement. Their frantic roars continued to shake the entire campus, and the leaves of the towering trees around it rustled down in streams under the shock of their howls. Some of the already decayed sports equipment on the ruined playground shattered into pieces under the crazed boars' collisions, sending fragments flying everywhere. No one knew what this young human had done to enrage them, but the herd of one-horned wild boars had gone completely mad, knowing only to attack wildly. Attack! Attack again! The young human, however, merely held a narrow war blade over a meter long. His body moved as swiftly as a butterfly darting through flowers, and along his shifting path blurry afterimages stretched out faintly. In one word, fast like thunder. Draw the blade. Yongwu, who had been evading all along, suddenly moved the shadowless warblade. At this moment, 2 thunderclaps seemed to faintly join into one. Sometimes he swung the blade with one hand, sometimes he gripped the hilt with both hands and chopped. Every strike accurately sliced across a one-horned wild boar's neck, extremely precise, and combined with his footwork, its power was astonishing. Although the one-horned wild boars were numerous, and their onslaught looked formidable, in reality only 2 or 3 could attack Yongwu at once. And each time he killed 1 or 2, Yongwu managed to use the huge bodies of the dead boars to find gaps and dodge, avoiding the herd's charges. This precise mastery of space was something that even most war general rank martial artists could only look up to in awe. Blood spurted from the one-horned wild boars like water bursting from a broken pipe. In an instant, more than half of the dozens of boars were dead. The bloody lesson sobered the remaining dozen or so frenzied boars at once. Though their intelligence was low, they realized they had kicked an iron plate. Seeing the situation turn bad, they turned to flee. Trying to leave. Too late. Stay here. At the instant they tried to flee, a cold snort rang out and 6 streaks of cold light shot from Yongwu's calf, like sniper bullets suddenly fired. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of muffled explosions, the entire school playground fell silent, leaving only a blood-dyed, chaotic field covered with corpses. What a pity. Apart from these dozen-odd high-ranked beast soldiers which are worth a little money, the rest are worthless. Among the dead one-horned wild boars, Yongwu chose the dozen-odd high-ranked beast soldier specimens, cut off their horns, and put them into his already somewhat swollen backpack. A high-ranked beast soldier horn sold to the Underground Alliance should be worth about 80 huaxia dollars each. Leaving the rundown campus reeking of blood, Yongwu found the rooftop of an ordinary 6-story residential building and sat down to rest, but the sky became even more gloomy. After these days of training combined with the experience from my past life, my footwork can already be considered a major success at the subtlety level. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll be able to comprehend the 3rd layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade technique. Yongwu's training these past days was not aimed at killing. From the afternoon the Warblade squad left, he had begun looking for small groups of monsters to fight rather than hunting lone ones, using them to temper his footwork and blade techniques before slaughtering them. If his blade techniques alone could not wipe them all out, he would use his psychic master abilities to annihilate the enemy. After savoring the sweetness of the 2nd layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade stacked force technique, Yongwu began to yearn for the wonders of the 3rd layer. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly his left wrist trembled lightly. Huh, whose call? An unfamiliar number appeared on the communication watch. Hello, who's this? Yongwu connected the call and asked. Brother. His little sister's familiar voice came from the other end, choked with tears. Yongwu's heart suddenly pounded fiercely and a sense of foreboding surged in his chest. Little sister, what happened? Brother, we were kicked out of Minghua residential community. They said you're a murderer and they want to catch you and make you pay with your life. His little sister sobbed over the phone. Bastards. A blaze of fire suddenly burst into Yongwu's eyes. Little sister, don't be afraid. Where are you staying now? Where are mom and dad? We're staying in a hotel not far from Minghua residential community. Uncle Luo and Aunt Gong helped find the place. Thank goodness for Uncle Luo and Aunt Gong. Those people were so vicious. They even wanted to hit us. Brother, I'm so scared. From his little sister's trembling voice, Yongwu could clearly feel the fear in her heart. Clearly, she must have been frightened when they were driven out of Minghua residential community. Yongwu's eyes were bloodshot and his fists clenched so tightly it seemed he wanted to crush his own bones. Xiao Wu, this is Mom. Don't you dare come back. Wait until this blows over. We're all fine, don't worry. Be very careful out there. The voice on the other end changed to Yongwu's mother. Although she said nothing was wrong, Yongwu could clearly hear the weariness in her voice. Whoever it is, if you dare touch my family, I'll wipe out your entire family. A vicious glare flashed across Yongwu's savage face as he said this hatefully. After hanging up, he did not hesitate. He vaulted out of the upstairs window and, supported by his psychic power, landed on the ground in a flash. Before he could even steady himself, his body suddenly turned into a blur and tore off in the direction of the base city. Yongwu, we are enforcement officers of the Limitless Club of Jiangnan Base City. You are suspected of killing Su Shishing, a martial artist of the Limitless Club. The evidence is conclusive. On behalf of the Limitless Martial Hall, we formally arrest you. If you resist, we have the right to kill you on the spot. Returning from the wilderness zone to the military supply point, he had just stepped through the gate and had not yet caught his breath when 5 war general-level martial artists clad in Limitless Martial Hall uniforms and wearing enforcement team badges rushed in from all around the hall and blocked Yongwu's path, holding both cold weapons and firearms. Damn it! Yongwu clenched his fists but loosened them helplessly. He then cooperatively set down his backpack and the Jueying long blade, raising both hands. When he saw one of the leading martial artists step forward to place specially made shackles on him, Yongwu asked amiably, "Can I see my family?" He had rushed back so desperately mainly because he was worried about his family's safety. "No, our duty is only to arrest you. For other matters, please apply to the enforcement team captain." The enforcement team martial artist spoke while removing Yongwu's communication watch and locking specially made handcuffs onto him. Unfortunately, even if you applied to the captain, it would be impossible. Do you know that Su Shishing is our captain's own nephew? And you actually killed Su Shishing? Alas, the enforcement martial artist shook his head and said with a look of regret. In a sealed interrogation room at the Limitless Club, Wu Tong and a gaunt old man walked in. They took a look at Yongwu, who was handcuffed to the chair, yet still calm, and heaved a deep sigh with an expression of bitter disappointment. The gaunt old man, however, stared at Yongwu with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. He was Su Shishing's uncle and the captain of the Limitless Club's enforcement team in Jiangnan Base City. If not for Wu Tong's presence, he would have rushed over and smashed Yongwu to death with his fists on the spot to avenge his nephew Su Shirshing. Are you Yangwu? The gaunt old man asked icily. The stern coldness in his voice made the temperature of the whole interrogation room suddenly drop a few degrees. Yes. Yangwu looked up and answered calmly, his eyes flat and fearless. You killed Su Shirshing, a martial artist of our limitless martial hall. The evidence is conclusive. Do you confess? I won't admit it. Yangwu answered without hesitation. Humph. How dare you? Yangwu, the witnesses and physical evidence are all present. How dare you refuse to confess? Even if you don't admit your guilt, these powerful pieces of evidence alone will still sentence you to death. The gaunt old man snorted and rebuked him. Huh. A fine show of witnesses and evidence. Is this how the limitless martial hall's enforcement team conducts cases? Do you intend to force someone to confess without clear grounds? As for the witnesses you speak of, there can be no one besides those bastards from the Ghost Blade squad, right? Physical evidence, huh? I suppose the physical evidence was also brought back by the Ghost Blade squad. Truly laughable. Yangwu said coldly. Humph. You truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Even if they brought it back, this recording can't be fake, can it? The gaunt old man switched on an audio player beside him, and a recording played out clearly. Yangwu, you actually dared to kill Su Shirshing. You're courting death. Humph. I killed him, and that's that. What are you going to do about it? Hearing this brief recording, Yangwu was taken aback. He had never imagined that the short exchange he had with Li Ren after killing Su Shirshing would have been recorded by them. He really had not expected the Ghost Blade squad to be so crafty, always covering up every trace. That must be why they had committed so many wrongdoings yet remained safe all along. Do you have anything else to say? You're not going to claim that's not your voice, are you? The gaunt old man's voice was filled with murderous intent. So what if it's my voice? Not only does Su Shirshing deserve to die, the entire Ghost Blade squad is despicable. They all deserve to die. You had better go to the War Blade squad of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall and learn the full truth. All of their members were present at the time. Yangwu said coldly. Humph. How audacious. At death's door you still spew arrogant words. You Yangwu were discontented with the training arrangements made for you by the Ghost Blade squad, and you had a verbal clash with Su Shirshing. After Captain Li Ren reproached you, you nursed resentment, colluded with the War Blade squad of Thunderbolt Martial Hall, and ambushed Su Shirshing. When the other Ghost Blade members arrived, it was only with the War Blade squad's help that you escaped the Ghost Blade pursuit. Am I stating the truth? The gaunt old man coldly recited what he called Yangwu's crimes. Because you are a genius martial artist specially recruited by our limitless martial hall in advance, I took it upon myself to interrogate you and let you confess all your crimes before punishment. If any other martial artist had done such a thing, they would have been executed on the spot without any interrogation. You must be Su Shirshing's uncle, the captain of the enforcement team at the Limitless Club in Jiangnan Bay City, right? Huh. How nicely you put it. Before the matter was even fully clarified, you drove my family out of Mingyue residential area. I Yangwu have learned your ways. Hey Yangwu, my boy, just confess obediently. Wait for me to plead for you with the higher-ups, and perhaps I can save your life. Wu Tong sighed from the side and tried to interrupt, but Yangwu cut him off. Uncle Wu, there is no need for you to say more. I am completely innocent. Perhaps you don't know what kind of scum the Ghost Blade squad really is. Why did I kill Su Shirshing? Was it really because of a verbal conflict? Huh. Ridiculous. When they saw the War Blade squad members reaping rich rewards, they conceived evil intentions. If my reflexes had not been sharp, I would already have been hit by the sniper rifles of Feng Chong and Jiang Cohen. Su Shirshing wanted to kill me. Was I supposed to stretch my neck out and let him have his way? What is most hateful is that they even lured a horde of monsters over, trapping me and the 5 Warblade squad members in an encirclement of over 1,000 monsters, nearly killing us all. Therefore, not only does Su Shirshing deserve death, but every member of the Ghost Blade squad deserves death. They all must die. Yangwu grew angrier as he spoke, and by the end, he was almost roaring. Huh. A laughable lie. If you were trapped by a horde of over 1,000 monsters, even if they were all beast soldier monsters, even I could not escape, let alone you, and a few mere warrior-level martial artists with Chunjan at the early war general stage. The gaunt old man said coldly. But before he could finish, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and in Wu Tong's eyes beside him. The interrogation table in front of them, along with the pens, paper, and audio equipment on it, all floated up and spun continuously in midair. Now do you believe me? I am a psychic master, and my psychic cultivation has already surpassed my martial cultivation. It has reached the level of the mid-war general stage, or even the late war general stage. With my status as a psychic master, do you think escaping an encirclement of merely 1,000 monsters would be any difficulty? Yangwu stared coldly at the gaunt old man, and said in a mocking tone, Old Su, this matter can no longer be handled by you alone. I must report it to the higher-ups. Until they give the word, you cannot touch him. Seeing this, a gleam of delight flashed through Wu Tong's eyes, while the gaunt old man's gaze turned even more sinister. Psychic masters were extremely rare in the entire world. Now that Yangwu had revealed his identity as a psychic master, the matter had gone beyond what they were able to decide. Humph. Lock him up for now and await instructions from the higher-ups. If he makes any unusual move while in custody, execute him on the spot. The gaunt old man remained silent, pondering for a long while, then glared at Yang Wu with unwillingness and said viciously, "Supervisor, this is the complaint filed by the Warblade squad of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall against the Ghost Blade squad of the Limitless Martial Hall, charging them with attempting to ambush and kill them in Wilderness Zone 018 on August 13th. In a luxurious office at the Thunderbolt Club of Jiangnan Bay City, a martial artist in Thunderbolt Martial Hall attire held a dossier and respectfully bowed his head as he reported to a burly man. If Yang Wu were here, he would recognize that the burly man was none other than Wang Heng, the Thunderbolt Club supervisor who had once tried to poach both him and Luo Feng. Such a trivial matter is also being reported to me. Can't your enforcement team handle even this sort of thing now?" A trace of displeasure flickered across Wang Heng's face. No, supervisor, you misunderstand. It's mainly because this involves a Limitless Martial Hall genius that you personally instructed us to keep a close eye on not long ago. The martial artist reporting to Wang Heng quickly said nervously. "Oh, what happened? Tell me." Wang Heng's brow lifted slightly, and he became intrigued. In his memory, the only Limitless Martial Hall geniuses he had told them to watch were Yang Wu and Luo Feng. It happened like this. The captain of the Thunderbolt Club's enforcement team recounted everything he knew in detail to Wang Heng, including how Yang Wu's family had been driven out of Mingwei residential area ahead of schedule, the reputation of the Ghost Blade squad, and all the other circumstances. Compared with what the Limitless Club had learned, there was far more to this. "Haha, Limitless Club, you are pushing your own genius out the door. Then don't blame my Thunderbolt Club. Summon every member of the Warblade squad for me. I want to know the whole truth." Wang Heng's eyes rolled as an idea struck him, and he immediately burst into loud laughter. "What did you say? Yang Wu is also a psychic. It was he who saved you from the encirclement of the monster horde." As he listened to the account of Chunjian, captain of the Warblade squad, Wang Heng's eyes had already begun to gleam when Chunjian recounted how Yang Wu had killed Su Shishing of the War General realm single-handedly. Then when Chunjian went on to say that Yang Wu was in fact a powerful psychic, Wang Heng, who had been sitting calmly on the sofa, could no longer stay seated. He sprang up with a whoosh. "Yes, supervisor. Brother Yang Wu originally asked us to keep this secret, but now I have no choice but to expose it. Please, supervisor, you must save Brother Yang Wu." "Yes, please, supervisor, think of a way to save Brother Yang Wu. Right now, only you have the ability." "Supervisor, Brother Yang Wu is the life-saving benefactor of us martial artists from Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Please, you must save him." Although they faced the exalted and powerful supervisor, the Warblade squad members had remained trembling with dread. Yet when it came to begging Wang Heng to rescue Yang Wu, they cast all caution aside, hope blazing in their eyes, and pleaded together with an almost audacious fervor. "You may all withdraw now. I will handle this matter as I see fit." Stirred at heart, Wang Heng did not take the Warblade squad's audacity to heart, but waved his hand and dismissed them. "Joshi, come in." After a moment's thought, Wang Heng barked. "Have the Ghost Blade squad members secretly taken into custody. At the same time, go personally to the Limit Hall and say that this matter involves a martial artist of my Thunderbolt Hall, and that you need to interrogate Yang Wu about what happened. When you see Yang Wu, do this." Wang Heng discreetly gave these instructions to Zhou Shi, the enforcement captain of Thunderbolt Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. After Zhou Shi left, Wang Heng dialed another number. "Wang Heng, what's the matter? How are you finding life over there in Jiangnan Bay City?" A silver-haired man appeared on the video phone screen. He lounged lazily on a sofa, a wine flagon in his hand, the tip of his nose slightly red, yet his eyes held an unfathomable depth that could not be concealed. He looked at Wang Heng, took a sip of wine, smacked his lips a few times, and asked slowly, "Old drunkard, I don't have it as easy as you staying at the global headquarters and spending every day just guiding disciples in cultivation and sipping wine. What a leisurely life." Wang Heng said teasingly. "Cut the empty talk, you rascal. I know you never come to me for anything good. Go on, what do you want me to do this time? But let me make one thing clear. Without good wine, I can't do a thing. I remember you've still kept several bottles of Matai and Wuliangye from before the Great Nirvana era." The silver-haired man on the screen flashed a cunning light in his eyes and said with a sly smile, "Ah, this is what I get for a comrade who braved life and death with me hunting monsters back in the day. What poor judgment I had in friends." Wang Heng deliberately wore a pained expression. "It looks like I'll have to bleed a bit this time. I've had my eye on a genius martial artist from Limit Martial Hall. Oh, and I only just learned that he is also a psychic. He was framed by a martial artist squad from Limit Martial Hall, and on the surface the evidence against him is overwhelming. To clear his name, I must rely on your illusion arts, old comrade. A genius martial artist from Limit Martial Hall. You aren't thinking of playing the poaching game, are you? Still a psychic, not bad. But is there any real chance of success? Don't work yourself to the bone only to end up with nothing like drawing water with a bamboo basket." The silver-haired man straightened up and said, Don't worry. I never do things without certainty. I'll just have to trouble you to make the trip, old drunkard." Wang Heng said with a smug smile. "Yang Wu, this is Zhou Shi, enforcement captain of Thunderbolt Hall. Because your killing of Su Shishing, a Ghost Blade squad member, involves a martial artist of Thunderbolt Martial Hall, he has come to ask you about the circumstances. You must cooperate with Captain Zhou and state the facts truthfully to him." A limit hall enforcement team member walked in with Zhou, Shi, and 2 attendants. All of you wait outside. I can do this alone, Zhou, Shi said to the 2 attendants and the limit hall enforcement officer. But Captain Zhou, this hardly seems proper. The limit hall enforcement officer hesitated and said, what's improper? Our Thunderbolt Hall martial artist is accused of colluding with this martial artist of yours Yang Wu to murder Su Shishing. And they in turn complained that they were framed by your Ghost Blade squad. With you standing here, how am I supposed to interrogate him? Under your watch, would this Yang Wu dare tell the truth? Get out, or I won't be polite. Even if Su Liang came in person, I'd still act the same. Zhou Shi bellowed angrily. The limit hall enforcement officer hesitated helplessly for a moment, but in the end he chose to withdraw from the interrogation room, leaving only Yang Wu and him inside. Zhou Shi carefully inspected the entire interrogation room. Only after confirming that there was no listening device did he place a signal-jamming black box on the table, press the switch, and then slowly sit down opposite Yang Wu. Yang Wu, I am Zhou Shi, sent by Supervisor Wang Heng. The injustice you now suffer can only be washed away by our Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Supervisor Wang Heng already has confidence. As long as you agree to join our Thunderbolt Martial Hall, he will immediately clear your name. Moreover, Supervisor Wang has said that as long as you agree to join our Thunderbolt Martial Hall, all the conditions he promised you remain unchanged. You also know that the Su Shishing you killed is the nephew of Su Liang, the enforcement captain of Limit Hall. No matter how gifted you are, I can say with certainty that if our Thunderbolt Hall does not clear your name, you will die. And even if you are fortunate enough to survive this time, Su Liang will surely find ways to harm you in the future and avenge his nephew. Zhou Shi sat across from Yang Wu, gave him a look, and said, this is the contract we have drafted. As long as you sign your name, I promise you that within no more than 3 days you will be acquitted and released. Leave this place and immediately move into the villa at Qingfeng community of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Thunderbolt Martial Hall. But Yang Wu glanced at the contract in front of him, hesitated, then lowered his head and said nothing. Zhou Shi did not press him. He simply sat across from Yang Wu in silence, watching him, waiting for his final decision. After a long while, Yang Wu gritted his teeth and looked up. I agree to join Thunderbolt Martial Hall. But besides the terms on the contract, I have one more request. If Captain Zhou agrees to it, I will sign immediately. Go ahead. Zhou Shi straightened up and said, immediately settle my family into the villa allocated to me by Thunderbolt Hall. Moreover, if I die unexpectedly in the future, or if the same thing happens to me as happened today, at Limit Hall my family will permanently retain the right to live in this villa. No one from Thunderbolt Martial Hall may evict them for any reason. Yang Wu said with solemn seriousness. No problem. I never imagined Brother Yang Wu would cherish his family so dearly. I truly admire it. Don't worry. When I go back, I'll make arrangements at once and personally bring your family to the villa allocated to you by Thunderbolt Martial Hall. And as for accidental death or other mishaps, as you mentioned, our Thunderbolt Martial Hall already has such a provision. Unless your family voluntarily relinquishes the villa and leaves, they may reside in it permanently. Only neither you nor your family has the right to sell it. Zhou Shi said to Yang Wu with a faint smile. Brother Yang Wu, welcome to Thunderbolt Martial Hall. From now on, we are one family. After Zhou Shi agreed to Yang Wu's seemingly trivial request, Yang Wu immediately picked up a pen and signed his own name on the contract. Brother Yang Wu, please endure this place for a couple of days. I believe that with Supervisor Wang's personal intervention, your innocence will soon be restored. Zhou Shi had accomplished the mission entrusted to him by Wang Heng and spoke with beaming joy. Zhou Shi could clearly see how much Wang Heng valued Yang Wu, and he also knew that Yang Wu was an extraordinary psychic prodigy. Perhaps before long, Yang Wu's status would rise above his own. This was precisely the perfect opportunity to befriend Yang Wu. I'm curious, what method does Supervisor Wang intend to use to clear my name? You know, my case is complete with witnesses and hard evidence, all extremely unfavorable to me. Yang Wu asked curiously. Haha, Brother Yang Wu, Supervisor Wang is a veteran high-grade war general powerhouse with plenty of methods. Add to that his many war god friends. He naturally has special ways to make people tell the truth. To tell you the truth, before I came to see you, I had all the members of the Ghost Blade squad secretly arrested. Just rest easy and wait for your grievance to be redressed. Zhou Shi wore a mysterious expression and said, Old Wang, what wind blows you to my limit pavilion today? Such a rare honor. Oh, and this is Situ Huan. No wonder the magpies were chirping at my door all morning. Truly honored guests. Please come in. Zhuge Tao could not quite discern why they had come, so he could only put on a beaming smile and invite the two inside. Moreover, Wang Heng and this Situ Huan were both notorious rough customers at the Thunderclap Martial Hall. Situ Huan in particular was not someone Zhuge Tao could afford to offend. The day after Yang Wu signed the contract to join the Limit Pavilion alongside Zhou Shi in the interrogation room, Wang Heng led the illusionist Situ Huan, a friend who had rushed over from Thunderclap's global headquarters and the secretly captured Ghost Blade squad, to the Limit Pavilion in Jiangnan Bay City. However, before entering the Limit Pavilion, he left the Ghost Blade squad members and his own enforcement team in the vehicles. Okay, you old Zhuge, you know my temper. Don't play those hypocritical games with me. Wang Heng flopped down unceremoniously onto the sofa in front of Zhuge Tao, took out a photocopy of a contract, and tossed it onto Zhuge Tao's desk. I've come for 2 matters, though the 2 can also be dealt with as 1. First, Yang Wu, a martial artist of your Limit Martial Hall, has already signed with my Thunderclap Martial Hall and agreed to join it. What? Before Wang Heng could finish his words, Zhuge Tao leapt up in shock and fury. Zhuge Tao had heard about Yang Wu's matter as well. Before this, like Wu Tong, he had felt extremely disappointed in Yang Wu's character and had already given up on Yang Wu in his heart. But after learning that Yang Wu was a psychic, he had once again harbored the idea of protecting Yang Wu. It was just that after reporting the matter to headquarters, he had not yet received a reply. Yesterday. Yesterday. Zhuge Tao glanced at the date on the contract and angrily pointed at Wang Heng's nose. Stop putting on airs, Zhuge. A martial artist you gave up on and looked down on I happen to like very much. What about it? You can't accept that. Huh. Your Limit Pavilion wrongfully accused him and was about to sentence him to death. You no longer treated him as a martial artist of your hall, and you even rushed to drive his family out of the Mingyue residential complex. Yet I still paid your Limit Pavilion the breach of contract penalty according to the standard martial artist terms. Now that's pretty generous of me, wouldn't you say? Wang Heng reached out, brushed aside the finger Zhuge Tao had thrust in front of him, and said with high-spirited pride. The second thing I came for is to restore the reputation of Yang Wu, my Thunderclap Martial Hall's genius martial artist. Old Zhuge, bring Yang Wu out. I have 100% certainty that I can prove Yang Wu suffered an injustice. Yang Wu greets Supervisor Wang and greets Supervisor Zhuge. In a relatively spacious interrogation room, the seats were already filled. Besides Wang Heng, the old drunkard Situ, Huan Zhuge Tao, Wu Tong, Su Liang, and several other senior Limit Martial Hall figures Yang Wu recognized, there were also several unfamiliar stern-faced people. They were none other than Zhou Xingyong, the hall master of the Limit Pavilion, and several other supervisors. The matter involved 2 major martial halls, and since a supervisor from the Thunderclap Martial Hall had personally come to their door, the Limit Pavilion senior management had no choice but to take it seriously. What was more, alongside the rough customer Wang Heng was Situ Huan, a well-known illusionist. Naturally, all the members of the Warblade squad were present, as well as was the entire Ghostblade squad that had been secretly arrested by the Thunderclap Pavilion's enforcement team. However, although the Ghostblade squad members had been captured by the Thunderclap Pavilion, they looked as if they were the ones being grievously wronged. No sooner had they entered than they loudly cried injustice, demanding that the Limit Pavilion obtain justice for them. Seeing the Ghostblade squad members clamoring the moment they appeared, Wang Heng raised his brows and roared, "Shut up, damn it. In a moment, it will be clear whether Yang Wu was wronged or whether you were framed. If it really turns out that Yang Wu framed you, I will shoot Yang Wu dead right here to get justice for you, and I will personally apologize to you for having my Thunderclap Pavilion arrest you." Calm down. Wait for Supervisor Wang of the Thunderclap Pavilion to settle the case. A trace of disgust involuntarily flickered over Zhuge Tao's stiff face as he said coldly. He had already begun to harbor some ill foreboding the moment he saw Situ Huan and heard Wang Heng mention Yang Wu. He inwardly cursed himself for not having paid more attention when he first learned of Yang Wu's case. In fact, for him, inviting an illusionist friend to arbitrate the matter would not have been difficult, and the Limit Pavilion headquarters also had psychic illusionists. However, before this, Zhuge Tao had not thought very highly of Yang Wu. He had valued the younger Luo Feng more. It was only after learning that Yang Wu was a psychic that he shifted his focus back to Yang Wu. Yet he had erred at the time, failing to consider that Yang Wu might really have been wronged, and merely thought of applying to headquarters for a pardon for him. Enough. I have no interest in your so-called evidence, those damn confessions and recordings. I only need these pieces of trash to confess the filthy things they did with their own mouths, and then everything will be clear. Wang Heng looked at Yang Wu, nodded with a faint smile, then turned and swept his gaze around the room. Old drunkard, I'll have to trouble you. No problem. Situ Huan, who had kept his curious gaze fixed on Yang Wu ever since Yang Wu walked into the interrogation room, now turned his head, lifted his wine flask, took a swig, and smiled at Wang Heng. He then shifted his gaze to the Ghostblade squad members. A flash of light suddenly burst from his deep eyes. In that instant, all 5 Ghostblade members felt their minds go hazy and were immediately plunged into some kind of illusion. At that moment, they all felt as if they had returned to that morning in the wilderness when they spotted the Warblade squad and were about to launch an ambush. Boss, it looks like the Thunderclap Martial Hall's Warblade squad. Who would have thought such a weak squad would dare come to Zone 18, and without a single casualty? They seem to have made quite a haul. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. Feng Chang Jiangkuan, get into shooting positions, and turn on the signal jammer. The rest of you come with me. The 5 Ghostblade squad members seemed to have returned to that morning when they first encountered the Warblade squad, repeating every word they had spoken that day. Their excitement, astonishment, fury, agitation, and greed in the illusion, along with every word and action, were vividly reenacted before everyone's eyes. Zhou Xingyong, Zhuge Tao, Wu Tong, and the others had long since turned livid. Su Liang's face, meanwhile, shifted through a spectacular succession of emotions. Bastards. No one at that moment could understand the fury in Zhuge Tao's heart. It was exactly these bastards who had made his limit Martial Hall lose a psychic genius and allowed the rival Thunderclap Martial Hall to reap a massive windfall. Nor could anyone understand the guilt and remorse in Wu Tong's heart. It was he who had originally delivered Yang Wu into the hands of the Ghost Blade squad, which led to Yang Wu being wronged and unable to clear his name. Yet he had refused to believe Yang Wu, and when the enforcement squad drove Yang Wu's family away, he had not stopped them. After the Ghost Blade squad had under Situ Huan's illusion reenacted everything from that day, a sharp glint reappeared in Situ Huan's eyes. In a daze, the Ghost Blade squad members who had been full of life only a moment before became listless, but their mouths did not stop. On June 20th, 2054, our squad ambushed and wiped out the Golden Eagle squad of the Thunderclap Martial Hall in Wilderness Zone 029, and the spoils we seized were sold for 180 million. On June 28, 2054, we bought a banned high-frequency signal jamming device from America through underground channels. On September 13, 2054, we ambushed and wiped out the Giant Axe squad of the Limit Martial Hall, obtaining about 360 million in spoils. 2055. 2056. Bastards. As the monstrous crimes streamed from the Ghost Blade squad members' mouths, dozens of martial artists had died at their hands. These were appalling blood-soaked statistics. Zhou Xingyong, the hall master of the Limit Pavilion, was the first to slam the table and rise. These depraved bastards had not only killed martial artists from the Thunderclap Pavilion and other organizations, but they had not even spared members of the Limit Pavilion itself. The Ghost Blade squad members seemed to have awoken from a long dream. When they regained their senses, they looked dazedly at the hall's senior executives, whose eyes were spitting flames. Recalling the scenes in their dream, and then seeing the silver-haired old man's half-smile, they instantly understood everything, and their hearts sank straight to the bottom. I hereby announce that the 5 current members of the Ghost Blade squad are to be executed immediately, and all property under their names will be used to compensate the families of the martial artists they harmed. This matter will be personally supervised by Zhuge Tao. After Zhou Xingyong's cold, harsh words, the 5 Ghost Blade members collapsed limply to the ground like lumps of mud. Furthermore, Su Liang, as Su Shixing's uncle, failed to discipline him, and as the captain of the enforcement team, he could not distinguish right from wrong and enforced the law savagely. As a result, Yang Wu, a genius martial artist of our Limit Pavilion, suffered a grave injustice. From this day forward, he is stripped of all his positions in the pavilion and will never be employed again. Zhou Xingyong's expression eased a little, and he turned his gaze to Yang Wu, who stood below, without saying a word. His final punishment of Su Liang was clearly meant to quell Yang Wu's anger at the injustice done to him and his resentment toward the Limit Pavilion. Yang Wu, you have suffered these past few days. I have already learned that you were forced to transfer to the Thunderclap Martial Hall because of the injustice done to you. However, this contract was signed while you were in custody. Because of the special circumstances at the time, as long as you now raise an objection, we can completely rule it an invalid contract. The implication in Zhou Xingyong's tone was obvious to anyone who heard it. Hearing Zhou Xingyong's words, Wang Heng grew a little anxious. Indeed, the way he had signed the contract with Yang Wu was not entirely above board, and had the taint of taking advantage of someone in distress. He was just about to stand up and argue a few points when Situ Huan beside him grabbed him firmly. Forgive me, Hall Master. I, Yang Wu, do not wish to be a fickle person. Actually, I had never thought of leaving the Limit Martial Hall before. After all, it was the Limit Martial Hall that trained me. But I only wanted my family to escape their life of constant fear one day sooner. Now my family has already moved into the residential area arranged by the Thunderclap Pavilion, and I do not want to put them through any more upheaval. Yang Wu said, bowing deeply to Zhou Xingyong, Zhuge Tao, and Wu Tong. Forget it. This time, it was truly a failure of our Limitless Hall that made Yang Wu suffer such injustice. We can blame no one else. Since Yang Wu has chosen the Thunderbolt Hall, we will not force him to stay. I wish Yang Wu an early attainment of the War God level. From now on, the work of our Limitless Hall must take this as a lesson, especially the enforcement team, which needs to act with greater caution. Seeing Yang Wu's behavior, Zhou Xingyong knew that his mind was made up. He could only wave his hand helplessly and speak those words. Humph Wang, your Thunderbolt Hall has gotten a huge bargain this time. Such a fine talent. You had better nurture him well. Otherwise, even if our Limitless Hall does not trouble you, I, Zhuge Tao, will not let you off personally. Zhuge Tao shook his head helplessly, let out a slight sigh, and huffed these words. A psychic master. There are barely a handful to be found across the entire globe. That detestable Su Liang. If not for his reckless expulsion of Yang Wu's family, how could it have come to this with Yang Wu defecting to the Thunderbolt Martial Hall? At that thought, Zhuge Tao felt endless hatred churning in his heart. Haha, old geezer Zhuge, just wait and see. Our Thunderbolt Hall will definitely use the best resources to train Yang Wu, and he will surely make greater progress than he ever did in your Limitless Hall. Old geezer Zhuge, how about we make a bet? Let's see who reaches the War God level first, Yang Wu or Luo Feng. Wang Heng said to Zhuge Tao with a sly grin. If this had been in the past, Zhuge Tao would have agreed to the bet with Wang Heng without the slightest hesitation. However, after Yang Wu's identity as a psychic master was exposed, he hesitated. Since he did not yet know that Luo Feng was also a psychic master, he truly did not dare to take that bet. After all, psychic masters are naturally stronger than ordinary martial artists by 2 minor realms. Our limitless hall accepts this bet. Seeing Zhuge Tao hesitate, Zhou Xingyong interjected. This is just because Yang Wu is a psychic master, isn't it? Don't worry, Luo Feng may not be a psychic master, but he is only 5 years younger than Yang Wu, which can fully make up for that gap. Besides, since Yang Wu is a psychic master, who knows, Luo Feng might be one too. Yang Wu almost choked on his own saliva. Could this Zhou Xingyong also be a transmigrator? Could he also know the plot? Know that Luo Feng is a psychic master? Haha, Hall Master Zhou, I truly admire your imagination. Old drunkard, it isn't as if you've cast some illusion on His Excellency Hall Master Zhou, is it? Wang Heng was utterly amused by Hall Master Zhou's self-deceiving words and burst out laughing. Humph, in any case, our limitless hall is taking this bet. What you don't know is that we have already applied to the global headquarters of the Limitless Martial Hall on Luo Feng's behalf for a special class training quota. With Luo Feng's youth and talent, his approval should be no problem. He will go to headquarters for training next March, and as for the war god level, given Luo Feng's talent and age, after training in the camp for a while, he will undoubtedly achieve it. So tell me, what is your wager? Zhou Xingyong said with a proud expression. Ha ha ha. After hearing Zhou Xingyong's words and seeing his look of utter contempt for the world, Wang Heng and Situ Huan exchanged a glance and immediately threw their heads back and roared with laughter, abandoning all dignity. Even Yang Wu and the Thunderbolt Hall's enforcement captain Zhou Shi, who were standing nearby, could hardly suppress the laughter welling up in their hearts. Seeing this expression on the faces of the Thunderbolt Hall crowd, a faint sense of unease crept into Zhou Xingyong's heart. My dear Great Hall Master Zhou, is a special class training quota really such a great thing? Situ Huan asked, taking a swig of wine. Actually, there were some things we intended to disclose privately to Yang Wu after returning to our Thunderbolt Hall. But since Hall Master Zhou has voluntarily revealed his training plan, it would make us look too sly if we didn't reveal a bit of ours too, wouldn't it? Even if we won the bet, you wouldn't be convinced, would you? Situ Huan grinned slyly with an expression that clearly meant to say, I am deliberately telling you that I am in fact quite sly. Listen, well, boy Yang Wu. Situ Huan straightened up, his expression turning solemn, and fixed his gaze on Yang Wu as he said, Yang Wu, martial artist of the Thunderbolt Hall of Jiangnan Bay City, if before February 28, 2057, that is next year, your punching force reaches 300 to 3500 kg, and you enter the threshold of perfect level movement technique, you will receive, as rewards, a complete SS class combat suit and weapon set, 2 secret manuals of your choosing, and a share of dragon blood worth 80 billion as well as a slot in the Thunderbolt Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp. If before February 28, 2057, your punching force reaches 250 to 300 kg, and your subtle level movement technique reaches consummate mastery, you will receive a complete 9 series combat suit and weapon set, a complete set of any secret manual, a share of dragon blood worth 80 billion, and a spot in the Thunderbolt Hall Global Basic Special Training Camp. Of course, before receiving these rewards, you will also need to sign a formal recruitment contract with our Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Situ Huan said solemnly. These terms are the result of my immediate late-night phone discussions with the 5 inspectors at our global headquarters after Yang Wu signed with our Thunderbolt Hall yesterday. And Situ Huan's tone grew heavier, and his expression became exceptionally respectful. And during our discussion, at first we only raised the terms for 2 different training camp slots. There were no rewards of weapons, secret manuals, or dragon blood. It was the Grand Hall Master's second counselor, Lord Thunder God, who suddenly appeared and joined in proposing the series of additional rewards, including dragon blood and the rest. Even Thunder God himself has intervened in this matter. Hiss. That is the Global Elite Special Training Camp, at the same level as our Limitless Hall's Elite Training Camp. Both are known as War God Preparatory Camps. Normally, even those wealthy conglomerates flush with money find it difficult to obtain a spot, even if they spend tens of billions. But those conditions are too harsh. Punching force reaching 3500 kg and perfect level movement technique. That is almost already the War God level. Before Situ Huan had even finished speaking, many of those present began to murmur in low, astonished voices. The looks they cast at Yang Wu now held a different color. Only Su Liang, stripped of his post, cowered alone in a corner, his eyes fixed on Yang Wu with fierce hatred and murderous intent. He had long since placed Yang Wu on the list of those he was determined to kill. Now, seeing Yang Wu held in such high regard by the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, his obsession with killing Yang Wu grew even stronger, and he secretly resolved to kill Yang Wu before he could enter the Thunderbolt Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp. So, Hall Master Zhou, does your Limitless Hall still want to take this bet? Wang Heng asked smugly. For years in the competition between the Limitless Martial Hall and the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, it was basically the Thunderbolt Martial Hall that had always been at a disadvantage. Now that it was finally about to turn the tables, how could Wang Heng not be riding high with pride? Yang Wu, meanwhile, was already overwhelmed by surging emotions. Having learned how the plot would unfold, he had long known that Luo Feng would enter the limitless Martial Hall Global Elite Training Camp next March and rise there with unstoppable momentum. And after meeting terms almost identical to the ones Yang Wu had been offered, Luo Feng had obtained the Dragon Blood reward, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. In one stroke, his physical body reached the level of an initial stage war god, while his psychic power attained a strength close to that of a high-stage war god. Although the Thunderbolt Martial Hall's claws of punching force reaching 300 kg had come more than half a year earlier than the one given to Luo Feng, making it seem extremely difficult. But Yang Wu secretly resolved in his heart that he would definitely reach it, and would reach it ahead of time. This way, after consuming the Dragon Blood, and before entering the Thunderbolt Martial Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp, he would reach the level Luo Feng had at that time, and travel early to the Australian continent to obtain some willow heartwood and flora spirits. Otherwise, after the life or death adventure of the Limitless Martial Hall's Elite Training Camp next August, there would basically be no willow heartwood left for Yang Wu. In the end, because the training plan Thunderclap Martial Hall had arranged for Yang Wu was too formidable, the Limit Hall crowd, which had been brimming with confidence, immediately backed down and no longer had the courage to make another wager. Away from Limit Hall, Yang Wu cast a glance back at its majestic architecture. He knew that from now on he was no longer a member of Limit Hall and would have little to do with Limit Martial Hall anymore. Despite himself, he felt reluctant and helpless. Qingfeng Compound was the martial artist villa compound owned by Thunderclap Martial Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. Like Limit Hall, it housed both the Thunderclap Hall and the villa area in the same place. Its scale was in no way inferior to that of Limit Hall, and it even appeared more imposing and luxurious. Returning to Qingfeng Compound with Wang Heng and the others, Yang Wu saw that his mother and little sister had already been waiting anxiously at the compound entrance for a long time. Yesterday, Zhou Shi and the other Thunderclap Martial Hall martial artists had found the hotel near Mingyue Compound, where Yang Wu's family was temporarily staying. After telling Yang Wu's mother everything about him, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slowly settled. With the help of those martial artists, she then moved to the villa Thunderclap Martial Hall had assigned to Yang Wu in Qingfeng Compound. In terms of both size and luxury, this villa completely surpassed the one Limit Hall had allocated to Yang Wu. Although Yang Wu's mother and little sister had moved into this luxurious villa, and Zhou Shi and the others from Thunderclap Hall repeatedly assured them that Yang Wu would be fine, they still felt unsettled before they could see Yang Wu himself. After learning that Yang Wu would be released without charge today, the mother and daughter had waited at Qingfeng Compound's entrance since early morning, craning their necks in anticipation of Yang Wu's return. When Yang Wu's figure stepped down from the Thunderclap Hall business, then the mother and daughter cried out excitedly and rushed toward him. Brother, Xiao Wu, Mom, little sister. The family of three embraced at the entrance of Qingfeng Compound, weeping tears of joy. Only at this moment did his mother and sister see Yang Wu return safely, and did Yang Wu finally see that his mother and sister were unharmed. The weight hanging over all three finally lifted. Yang Wu, I'll give you half an hour to reunite with your family. After that, come to the hall. Oh, I have something to tell you. Seeing Yang Wu with his family, Situ Huan took a swig of wine and said with great relish. Everyone could see that every time Situ Huan drank from his flask, the corners of Wang Heng's mouth would twitch painfully. Inside Situ Huan's huge wine flask had been poured 2 bottles of aged mutai from before the Great Nirvana era that Wang Heng had collected. Mom, little sister, I've made you suffer during this time. It's my fault. Are you both all right? Did the enforcement team from Limit Martial Hall do anything to you? Back home, Yang Wu first went to the bedroom to look at his father, who was still lying in deep slumber, then asked his mother and little sister. Nothing happened. The enforcement captain here has already told me all about your matter. Son, you did the right thing. Those enforcement members originally wanted to use force against us. Fortunately, Luo Feng's parents were there. As family members of a genius martial artist valued by Limit Martial Hall, they dared not touch them. Because of their deliberate obstruction, we were able to move out of Mingyue Compound without a scratch. While we were in the hotel, brother Luo's sister Gong, and even Luo Hua took turns protecting us, so the enforcement team never had a chance to get close to us. It wasn't until yesterday that the martial artists from Thunderclap Martial Hall came to take us away. Yang Wu's mother wiped her tears as she slowly recounted the story. How despicable. Hearing his mother and little sister's experiences over the past few days, Yang Wu could imagine how perilous it had been. How could his mother and blind little sister possibly contend with the enforcement members who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers? Even after they moved into the hotel, his mother and little sister hadn't been able to sleep well for days. The anger that Yang Wu had managed to extinguish blazed up uncontrollably again. His fists clenched with a cracking sound. Forget it, Xiao Wu. Aren't we all fine? Don't look for more trouble. Remember to thank Luo Feng and his family, properly cultivate well, and repay Thunderclap Martial Hall for the kindness of recognizing you. I know? Mom, little sister, rest at home. I'll go to the hall first. The supervisors still have things to tell me. After things here are settled, I'll make a special trip to Mingyue Compound to see Uncle Luo and Gong and brother Luo Hua and thank them in person. After saying this, Yang Wu talked with his mother and little sister for a while, and told them about the reward clauses that Thunderclap Marshall Hall had promised him after he met the conditions. Only then did he take his leave and quickly return to Thunderclap Hall. Supervisor Wang Senior Situ, thank you both for this. If there is ever anything you need Yangwu to do, I will spare no effort even unto death. Seeing Wang Heng and Situ Huan together, Yangwu immediately expressed his gratitude respectfully. All right, kid, have a seat. No need for those hollow pleasantries. If you truly want to thank us, then remember to cultivate diligently. And haha. Situ Huan smiled slyly, raised the wine flask in his hand, and took another swig. And when you have the chance, gather a few more bottles of those fine pre-great Nirvana-era wines for this old drunkard. Situ Huan smacked his lips as he spoke. Get lost, you damn drunkard. You only think about your precious wine. Of the 100-odd bottles of pre-great Nirvana-era fine wine I recovered from that abandoned cellar over a decade ago, 85% went into your stomach, and you're still not satisfied. Just say what you need to say, and once you're done, hurry back to headquarters. Seeing Situ Huan shake the wine flask and hearing the sound that clearly showed there was hardly any wine left inside, Wang Heng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth violently and say through gritted teeth. Once the fine wine in Situ Huan's flask ran out, it meant that this old drunkard was going to continue ravaging Wang Heng's already sparse stash of good wine. Situ Huan shot Wang Heng a disgruntled glare, then took a small notebook from his chest and handed it toward Yangwu. Yangwu lad, these are some basic cultivation methods for psychics and illusionists that I obtained from Civilization Ruin No. 9 over 20 years ago, along with my years of experience and insights in studying illusion arts. Perhaps they will be of some help to you. Really? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Before Situ Huan could finish, Yangwu grew so excited that he almost rudely reached out to take the notebook from his hand. Kid, what's the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet. Perhaps deliberately wanting to tease Yangwu, Situ Huan pulled the hand holding the notebook back, slapped Yangwu's outstretched hand away, and barked. Heh. Yangwu scratched his head. It's because I'm so excited. Unlike martial artist, psychics don't have so many different schools and secret arts to draw from. A psychic can only fumble around on his own. Right now, apart from controlling a few flying knives, I can't find any other training method. Sometimes I feel it's more practical to just fall back on martial artist techniques. As he spoke, Yangwu's gaze never left the notebook in Situ Huan's hand. Kid, you know, although I'm a psychic, my main focus is the illusionist branch. Apart from the secret arts obtained from the Civilization Ruins, this book mostly records my personal insights into illusion techniques. Every psychic on Earth has a different method of cultivation. These cultivation insights of mine are only a reference for you. But you remember this: no one but you is allowed to see this little notebook, no matter whether they are a psychic or not. You should know that even Wang Heng here, after all the fine wine I've drunk at his expense, has never been allowed to read a single word of it. Situ Huan said seriously. Also, I hope that when I check your strength at the beginning of next year, you will have made great progress in psychic cultivation as well. What's more, I hope that by February next year your punch force reaches 3,3500 kg, and you reach the introductory level of perfect level body movement. I hope to see you in the Thunderclap Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp next March, not in the Global Basic Special Training Camp. And of course, I hope even less to fail to see you in either camp. With that, Situ Huan truly placed the small notebook into Yangwu's hands. Lucky kid, you probably don't yet know the value of the notebook in the old drunkard's hand. It records everything he gained from 7 months in Civilization Ruin No. 9 back then. It truly is worth more than gold. Later you'll understand what Civilization Ruin No. 9 represents. Haha, besides this fellow, no one else managed to stay in that place for a full 7-odd months. Back then, Thunderclap Marshall Hall even held a memorial service for this old drunkard in advance. It made me shed a few tears for nothing and pour an entire bottle of Matai on the ground for him. Who would have thought that a scourge like him would survive so long? He came strolling out alive and even saved us the trouble of a second memorial service. Of course, Wang Heng knew how important this little notebook was to Situ Huan. He never expected that Situ Huan would for the first time ever take it out and hand it to Yangwu. Hearing Wang Heng say this, Yangwu felt grateful. At the same time, he suddenly recalled that the storyline of Swallowed Star seemed to mention that before Luo Feng, there had been a war god-level powerhouse from Thunderclap Marshall Hall who stayed in Civilization Ruin No. 9 for 7 months. He had never imagined it was the man right in front of him. So this is how spiritual telekinesis can be wielded. It turns out it works like this. In the training room of the Villa, Yangwu carefully perused the notebook he had obtained from Situ Huan. The contents recorded within instantly dispelled many of his previous confusions regarding spiritual telekinesis, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the clear sky. Alone in the training room, he alternated between elation and madness, his brow furrowing one moment and clearing in sudden enlightenment the next, a kaleidoscope of expressions shifting endlessly across his face. The psychic secret manuals that Situ Huan had obtained from the No. 9 Civilization Ruins were considerably inferior to the Mind Master's secret manual, Basic 312 forms, that Luo Feng later acquired from the same ruins. So much so that they even lacked provisions forbidding their dissemination. Nevertheless, for Yangwu at his current stage, they were still invaluable and rare secret arts. Brother is so hopeless. He hasn't even spent a full day with me since he came back, and now he's gone into seclusion again. He promised to take me shopping, but he's all talk and no trust, just obsessed with cultivating. For 7 consecutive days the door to Yang Wu's training room remained tightly shut, without opening once. Aside from meals being delivered by servants through a special hatch at regular intervals, his figure was nowhere to be seen, prompting his younger sister Yang Li to pout and mutter at his door for a good while every day. With their living conditions improved, the blind younger sister no longer had to toil at housework. With nothing to do all day, Yang Li would listen to the television and wish that Yang Wu could spend time playing with her. Inside the training room, Yang Wu, who had been standing as still as a green pine, with eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His gaze grew considerably deeper, and a dazzling light abruptly flashed across his eyes. Bang, 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 bang. His gaze swept across the training room. Several earthenware jars arranged at a distance of 10 meters instantly burst apart, as if struck by silent gunfire, shattering into fragments with a series of crackling sounds like firecrackers. Not bad. After 7 days I've finally mastered the first kill of the illusionists, 9 illusory slaughter recorded in the notebook. Yang Wu nodded with satisfaction, carefully locking the notebook in his safe. If Situ Huan were here, now seeing that Yang Wu had learned the first kill in just 7 days, he would probably be utterly astonished. Back in those days it had taken him over 50 days barely to master the first kill in the No. 9 civilization ruins, and after 7 months, he had only managed to master the first 3 kills. Time to go out. After so many days my little sister is bound to nag me again. A look of tender affection flickered in Yang Wu's eyes. Murmuring to himself, he opened the door of the training room. Brother, you're finally coming out. Hearing the door open, Yang Li, standing at the entrance, immediately bounced up and down with excitement. Yet tears of grievance involuntarily began to slide down her cheeks. Don't cry, little sister. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone for so many days. Come on, I'll take you shopping today and buy you something delicious. Yang Wu hurriedly embraced his sister and wiped away her tears as he spoke. Okay. No, it's fine. I know my brother has to cultivate hard to get into that war god preparatory camp. Uncle Qinzhan and the others said that once you become a war god powerhouse, no one will dare bully us anymore. Come, let me make you something to eat. After you've eaten, you can go back to cultivating. Hearing Yang Wu's words about taking her shopping, Yang Li was a bit tempted. She opened her mouth to agree, but then her pale white eyes moved around, and she showed a determined expression as she said, Haha, you little girl, what do you know? Cultivation also requires a balance between intensity and rest. Come on, let's go to the streets. Yang Wu took Yang Li's small hand and headed out. Oh right, brother Luo Feng came looking for you a few days ago. He said to contact him once you came out. Although cultivation in this world didn't have the taboos portrayed in the novels and TV shows of his past life, like being unable to be disturbed or the danger of qi deviation, Yang Wu had still developed the habit of turning off his phone during every cultivation session, making it impossible for anyone to reach him. Oh, who else came looking for me these days? Asked Yang Wu. Also Uncle Qinzhan, Uncle Xiao Chu, Uncle Ling Feng, Uncle Wu Qingzong, and Uncle Ma Yan all came. Especially Uncle Qinzhan and Uncle Xiao Chu, who live in Qingfeng residential area. They came several times, but you were always in seclusion. Yang Li said while munching on snacks. Oh, I know. Let's go to Luo Feng and Luo Hua's place first. Okay. The siblings chatted as they walked toward Mingwei residential area, where Luo Feng's home was located. Uncle Luo, Aunt Gong, little lunatic brother Luo Hua. Oh, it's Xiao Wu and Li Li. Come and sit down, sit down. It happened that the whole Luo family was present, and they welcomed Yang Wu and his sister with exceptional warmth. Uncle Luo, Aunt Gong, and brother Luo Hua, thank you for taking care of us recently. We are deeply grateful. Yang Wu said gratefully. That's nothing. It's all because those enforcement squad people were too detestable. At the time, I even regretted supporting Luo Feng's joining the Limit Martial Hall. Luo Feng's mother shook her head and said, Aunt Gong, this matter was just an isolated case. The main problem was that I killed the enforcement squad leader's nephew. Actually, the Limit Martial Hall is quite good. I heard they've already applied for elite training quotas for Luo Feng, and he might even enter the War God preparatory camp. Crazy, when that happens I'll be tagging along with you. Yang Wu joked. Hey brother Yang, you're kidding. I haven't even congratulated you on entering the War God preparatory camp at the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Luo Feng said from the side. But brother Yang, I'm really sorry. If I had postponed entering the wilderness area by a few days I could have helped. A hint of guilt appeared in Luo Feng's eyes. What are you talking about, you little lunatic? Yang Wu gave him a light punch on the chest as he spoke. You're not a fortune teller. How could you have known that would happen a few days later? Besides, it wasn't up to you when you'd enter the wilderness area. Alright, the past is past. Let's not dwell on those unpleasant matters. They only spoil the mood. At least everyone is safe and sound now. Luo Hua said with a beaming smile. Oh right, no unpleasant talk. Then Xiao Hua, are you going to tell us something pleasant? You look absolutely happy. Huh. Yang Wu's words immediately made everyone burst into laughter. Brother Yang always teases me, but maybe before long you'll be able to taste my wedding candies. Luo Hua scratched his head sheepishly as he said. Haha, then congratulations. Yang Wu was fully aware of the little episodes that would happen later, but he didn't point it out. Crazy, I heard about you and that middle school classmate of yours, Sue, what's her name? Yang Wu turned to look at Luo Feng, a sly grin spreading across his face. What? Brother Yang, where did you hear that? Luo Feng became anxious, his face burning hot. In his mind, Yang Wu seemed unaware of his secret crush on Su Xian. How could he possibly know? Moreover, he had only seen Su Xian once at the HR Alliance Mall. This great immortal knows half of everything in heaven and all things on earth. I also know about your girlfriend. Before Yang Wu could finish, Luo Feng clamped his hand over his mouth to stop his gossiping. Ah, brother, you're teasing me. You have a girlfriend yourself, but didn't tell us, making mom and dad worry about your affairs every day. Luo Hua said discontentedly from the side. That's right, Xiao Feng, which family is she from? Tell mom quickly. There's nothing like that, nothing concrete yet. Come on, brother Yang, let's go to the training room. I have some saber technique questions to ask you. Luo Feng quickly pulled Yang Wu along and hurried toward the training room. Haha. Even after being pulled by Luo Feng into his training room, Yang Wu was still looking at Luo Feng with a teasing sly grin. Brother Yang, don't make jokes like that again. You may not know this, but Su Xian is the young miss of the Su family, one of the 12 great families of the HR Alliance in this country. I'm just a low-level warrior. How could I ever be worthy of her? Luo Feng said in a somewhat dejected tone. Bullshit. What is the Su family? Remember, brother, you're a genius warrior. Yang Wu shouted upon hearing this. But a genius warrior is impressive in ordinary people's eyes. In the eyes of someone with the backing of a family like the Su family, it means nothing. They can easily control a group of war general-level warriors to serve them. Luo Feng was briefly startled, then said, Humph, that only means they can control war general-level warriors. What about the war god level? What about beings who transcend war god? War god powerhouses. How many are there in Jiangnan City? Even if the Su family does have war god level experts, it's only because the family dragged them over with mountains of money and flattery. As long as you reach the war god level, the Su family will be dying to curry favor with you. Even families whose backgrounds are 10 or 100 times greater than Su Xian's would eagerly offer up their own daughters to marry you. Do you mean to say you don't even have the confidence to become a war god powerhouse? As long as you train diligently, I believe that you, brother, will not only reach the war god level quickly, but might even transcend it and become a counselor level powerhouse. Yang Wu firmly patted Luo Feng's shoulder and said, warriors are the ultimate power of this world. So-called families and conglomerates are nothing but trash before the mightiest warrior. Brother, don't forget that you're also the strongest psychic among warriors. How did you know? Luo Feng's expression turned serious. Humph, you should know I'm a psychic too. Just because you never noticed I'm a psychic doesn't mean I couldn't notice your identity. Ever since you came back from the detention center, I've felt a powerful psychic force on you. You awakened there, didn't you? Don't worry, I've never told anyone. With such an advantage, how can you still not believe in yourself? Yang Wu said without a hint of modesty. That's right. What is the Su family? Not only will I pursue Su Xian, I'll make the Su family greet me with smiles, humble themselves, and welcome me warmly. Luo Feng's tightly knit brows gradually smoothed out, his eyes blazing with excitement, and he said loudly, brother Yang, thank you. Ever since he had heard about Su Xian's family background, when he came back a few days earlier, Luo Feng's heart had been heavy, and he had even felt a trace of inferiority. Now under Yang Wu's guidance, the knot in his heart came undone, and Luo Feng seemed to become a different person in an instant, filled with passion through and through. Brother Yang, our squad ran into some trouble in the wilderness, so we won't be heading back there for a while. You haven't joined a new warrior squad over at Thunderbolt Martial Hall yet, have you? Why don't the two of us go into the wilderness together for a while? It'll also be a good chance to exchange notes on blade techniques and psychic training. Then the two of us brothers will become war god powerhouses together. Together become beings who transcend war god. Luo Feng said as though something had just occurred to him, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. Great. I was just thinking the same thing. Together we'll become beings beyond war god. When that day comes, we'll sit side by side with Hong and Lei Shun, and let everyone see who dares to look down on us brothers. Yang Wu was equally aflame with fighting spirit. He reached out and clasped Luo Feng's hand. Then let's make County Town 0231 next to the military district our base, and stay out of the larger cities for now. There are only the two of us, so County Town 0231 is safer. Lord-level monsters wouldn't dare linger in a county town next to a military district. There are only hordes of beast soldier monsters, which makes it just right for practicing our blade techniques and footwork. Luo Feng glanced at Yang Wu and continued, the county town is close to the military district. We can go out hunting and practicing the blade during the day and return to the military supply base to rest at night. It's convenient enough. Good idea. It looks like you already had this all planned out, you little rascal. You made me waste all that breath, Yang Wu said, feigning anger. In that case, there's no time to lose. I'll go back and prepare today. If nothing's holding you up here, we'll set out tomorrow. Yang Wu glanced at Luo Feng, whose spirits were running high, and spoke. Since he had made the decision to enter the wilderness, Yang Wu naturally did not hesitate. He immediately said goodbye to Luo Feng's family and left the Luo home with his younger sister. On his way home, Yang Wu bought his little sister plenty of tasty treats and fun playthings, doing all he could to please her. After returning to Qingfeng community, he immediately went to visit Chen Zhan and the other members of the Warblade squad one by one. The next morning, Jiangnan Bay City, Northern Military District. When the train stopped at the military station, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and a group of warriors filed out from the carriage. Wilderness Zone 0231, here I come. Yang Wu took a deep breath. Together with Luo Feng, he walked along the warrior passage toward the supply base, which soon appeared before the two of them. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, the two of you. At the base gate, the guard looked at the information displayed on the scanner, then glanced in surprise at Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a member of the Firehammer squad of the Limit Martial Hall, while Yang Wu's information identified him as a member of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Why were these two together? Besides, just the two of them going into the wilderness was extremely dangerous. Haha, hurry up and give me the key, Yang Wu said with a smile, seeing the guard's confusion and having no time to explain. Fine. You've both been to the wilderness and know the danger. Be careful. The guard smiled and handed over a key. H322. Since there are only two of you, you'll be assigned a small townhouse. Oh, by the way, my surname is Wang. Just call me Brother Wang. If the two of you, Yang Wu and Luo Feng, hunt down any monster materials, you're welcome to sell them to me. I'll give you a price you'll be happy with. Deal. No problem. Yang Wu took the key and headed toward their lodging with Luo Feng without looking back. In the supply base, several men stood by a second-floor window of one of the villas watching from afar as Luo Feng and Yang Wu walked below. It's Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng of the Firehammer squad. Captain, should we find a chance to finish him off? The speaker was Zhang Zihu, a member of the Tiger Feng squad. The Tiger Feng captain walked to the window and silently cast a glance below. Before long, Yang Wu and Luo Feng walked out of his line of sight. Why is it Luo Feng alone? Where are the rest of the Firehammer squad? Did you see them? And who is that other person? The Tiger Feng captain asked coldly. We didn't see them either. The other team members also shook their heads. Captain, last time we made our move against the Firehammer squad. The most hateful part is that not a single one of them died, and they already know it was us. We're mortal enemies now. You also said that enemies must be cut out root and branch to keep them from threatening us in the future. Zhang Zihu's eyes flashed with cold hatred as he spoke. The others nodded too. Oh, I remember now. The man with Luo Feng is named Yang Wu. He's the genius warrior our Thunderbolt Martial Hall just poached from Limit Martial Hall. They say he's also a psychic and highly valued. He lives in Qingfeng community. I heard he was previously a member of Ghostblade. Apparently, he clashed with Ghostblade in the wilderness and even killed Su Shixing. It caused a huge ruckus, and our Thunderbolt Martial Hall took advantage of the opening to poach him. One of the Tiger Feng squad members suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. So he's a warrior of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall and a psychic at that. Ghostblade actually fell to his hand. With him around, things won't be easy to handle. The Tiger Feng captain stroked his chin and said in a low, cold voice, enemies must be eradicated root and branch. If we get a chance, we must wipe out the Firehammer squad. If it were only Luo Feng right now, killing him would be far too easy. But with that unexpected factor, Yang Wu, it's hard to act. After all, Yang Wu is someone the Thunderbolt Martial Hall values, and he's also a psychic. Avoid provoking him if at all possible. Zone 0231 is too close to the military district. If something goes wrong, we'll gain nothing. Don't worry. As long as he lives in Jiangnan Bay City, we'll have plenty of chances. The other team members nodded slightly, feeling that the captain's words made sense. The captain is right. Zhang Zihu nodded, then gave a cold smile and glanced down at the base entrance. Then let that little bastard Luo Feng live a while longer out of sheer luck. The sky was overcast and chilly, the perfect time for a hunt. After lunch, Yang Wu and Luo Feng put on their combat suits. Yang Wu, as usual, carried the shadowless battle saber slanted across his back and 5 throwing knives in the knife pouch on each outer thigh. Simple and efficient. Luo Feng likewise carried his usual combat gear, the hexagonal shield and the blood shadow battle saber, and like Yang Wu, 10 throwing knives strapped to his legs. Together they left the warrior supply base. Leaving the military supply base, the road ahead was all wilderness. It might once have been fertile farmland, but after decades it was now overgrown with weeds. The two found a path where the weeds were relatively short and hurried forward. Crossing the wildland, they hurried along the worn-out highway for over half an hour and soon reached the ruins of County Town 0231. Squelch. Luo Feng sliced open a tiger mastiff hound's tail, drew out the tendon, and put it into his backpack. Brother Yang, was my force application in the Ninefold Thunder Blade just now correct? Although it was only a short journey of nearly 100 li from the supply base to the county town, the two had each killed more than 10 ordinary beast soldier monsters along the way. Moreover, along the way, Yang Wu had been explaining and coaching Luo Feng in the saber technique of the second layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. At the same time, he was himself continually reflecting, trying to grasp the essence of the third layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. The saber arts of the Ninefold Thunder Blade become more difficult and harder to comprehend with each layer. Yang Wu had fully grasped the first layer's saber technique in less than 10 days. What was more, after he demonstrated a single strike for Luo Feng immediately perceived its marvels while deflecting bullets fired by the Tiger Fong squad in the wilderness. But comprehending the second layer was far more difficult. All along the way Yang Wu explained and demonstrated, yet Luo Feng could only catch a hazy shadow of it, never able to see through it completely. Let's start from here. The two practiced as they moved forward and soon entered a rundown residential complex. Both could easily sense that many monsters lurked in the deserted complex, and they could quickly spot the silhouettes of monsters on the third and fourth floors of the residential building ahead. Alright, training officially begins. The third floor is mine, the fourth floor is yours, brother Yang. Let's see who finishes first. Exhilarated Luo Feng stamped hard against the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the concrete floor cracked, and he shot toward the third floor balcony like a cannonball. This kid. Seeing Luo Feng charge out first with the Blood Shadow battle saber and hexagonal shield, Yang Wu cursed with a smile, drew his shadowless long saber, and flew into the air after him. Training amidst bloody slaughter had officially begun. Days passed. Ever since Yang Wu and Luo Feng, those two gods of slaughter, arrived at County Town 0231, the monsters in the county town met with disaster. Unlike other martial artists who hunted monsters, the two simply killed them outright. Instead, they let the monsters serve as sparring partners, first tangling with them for a while before finishing them off. Every day when they returned to the supply base, the two carried a big, bulging bag of important monster materials. Wang Wei at the supply base was astonished by the efficiency of Yang Wu and Luo Feng. On the third day of their training in County Town 0231, well, Luo Feng, looks like you killed 198 monsters today, over a dozen fewer than yesterday, and most were high-level beast soldiers. I'll round it up for you, 5 million, how about it? Yang Wu killed 216 monsters today, about the same as yesterday, and likewise most were high-level beast soldiers. I'll round it up, 7 million, no problem. On the seventh day of their training in County Town 0231, damn Yang Wu, Luo Feng, are you too crazy? Yang Wu killed another 262 today. Okay, I'll count that as 1 million. Luo Feng killed 240, so I'll count that as 2 million. This isn't our first or second trade, brothers. Let me tell you, killing ordinary beast soldier monsters isn't that easy. Beast soldier monsters often travel in large packs. You can't be that lucky every time. Be careful not to get surrounded by a beast horde. On the 16th day of their training in County Town 0231, you two madmen are back. How was today's harvest? Luo Feng, how did you only kill 182 today? The material quality is good though, and there are serpent-type monsters as well. Alright, I'll give you 5 million. Yang Wu's count isn't high either, only 197. But the quality is good, so I'll count it as 7 million. On the 21st day of their training in County Town 0231, Madman Yang, Madman Luo, tell me the truth. Have you found some place with only lone beast soldier monsters? And after killing one, another one quickly appears. The warrior supply base was small to begin with, so this could not be hidden. News of the mad duo of Yang Wu and Luo Feng quickly spread throughout the warrior supply base, a two-man squad of lunatics who did nothing every day but hunt ordinary beast soldier monsters for money. Quantity compensates for quality, as the saying goes. A single low-level beast general might be worth over 10 million, but 1,000 high-level beast soldiers can match it. However, killing 1,000 high-level beast soldier monsters is even harder than killing one low-level beast general. Because beast soldier monsters very rarely roam alone, most of them move in groups. Those two madmen are too ruthless when it comes to killing beast soldier monsters. How do they manage to kill so many every day? Who knows? If someone knew that secret, they wouldn't be willing to tell. But I heard that each of them makes over 1 million, nearly 2 million a day. If this keeps up, they can make 50 or 60 million in a month. In a year, that's 5 or 600 million. They can match formidable war general-level experts. 365 days a year slaughtering beast soldier monsters like madmen every day. No one could stand that. I don't know. Anyway, those two madmen have kept it up for over a month already. In the supply base, countless people were discussing Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Warrior-level martial artists envied Yang Wu and Luo Feng because warrior-level martial artists had relatively weak earning power. After all, even advanced warrior-level masters such as Zhang Zihu and Wei Chong earned only 50 or 60 million in a year. Those at elementary or intermediate warrior level would be satisfied with earning 10 million a year. Yet Yang Wu and Luo Feng each brought in 50 or 60 million a month. Madness. Of course, for war general level martial artists, it was merely something to marvel at. They wouldn't waste their time so idly out of boredom. As for the war god powerhouses who occasionally entered the supply base, they would only sigh. These two young men really are crazy. Interesting. At the small townhouse H322, they returned from another day of slaughter training. In a third-floor room, Luo Feng was diligently comprehending the mysteries of the second layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Yang Wu, meanwhile, was lounging on the sofa in the second-floor room. He had already cleaned himself up, felt refreshed, and changed into a clean robe. After more than a month of continuous slaughter, Yang Wu and Luo Feng involuntarily radiated a chilling, heart-stopping aura, giving people a sense of keeping their distance. To such an extent that in the later period, whenever the two returned from the wilderness, even the formerly enthusiastic Wang Wei did not dare speak much to them. He would hurriedly process their materials, tally the numbers, quote a price, and wire the money. Kill. In County Town 0231, on the first floor of a supermarket, dozens of massive one-horned wild boars roared and besieged Luo Feng in the center. Yang Wu merely stood quietly at a distance, watching with no intention of making a move. Luo Feng held a hexagonal shield in one hand and the blood shadow battle saber in the other. Like a butterfly darting through flowers, he wove quickly through the herd of one-horned wild boars, leaving a few faint afterimages. With his exquisite footwork, every swift stroke of the saber sliced across a boar's neck with flawless precision. In just a short while, more than half of the dozens of one-horned wild boars were dead. The remaining 10 or so saw the situation turn bad and fled, but several gleaming throwing knives shot out instantly and pierced through their bodies. Not bad, Luo Feng. Your footwork has achieved great mastery in the subtlety stage. Congratulations. Only after Luo Feng selectively collected some of the one-horned boar's horns did Yang Wu reveal a faint smile and walk over to say this. Come on, brother Yang. You've already entered the perfect stage, and you've also mastered the third layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. I haven't even fully grasped the second layer yet. I'm still far behind you. Luo Feng looked at Yang Wu enviously and said with a smile. During this period of bloody slaughter training, Luo Feng had improved greatly, but Yang Wu's gains were even greater. Not only had his footwork fully reached the perfect stage, he had also comprehended the saber technique of the third layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. By the way, brother Yang, now that your footwork has entered the perfect stage and you've mastered the third layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, when can your strength reach 300 kg or more? 3000 kg. Yang Wu couldn't help but force a bitter smile. With the explosive force of the third layer Ninefold Thunder Blade technique, my punch can probably reach around 240 kg now. To break through further, I need the secret manual for the fourth layer. The full price is 500 million. The harvest from this past month is only enough to cover 1/10 of the fourth layer's manual. Last time in the wilderness, Yang Wu had not gained much either. Unlike Luo Feng, who had killed a valuable creature like the Silver Moon Dire Wolf. Even including the income from this period, it was still less than 200 million Huaxia dollars. To scrape together 500 million would not be easy here in County Town 0231. 500 million. Luo Feng froze for a moment, then lowered his head and fiddled with his communication watch. Beep, beep, beep. A message arrived on Yang Wu's communication watch. Card ending in 03725. Received 500 yuan via Bank of Communications at 1631 on November 28, 2056. Balance 7003047 yuan. I consider it a loan from me. When you master the fourth layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, you'll be able to guide me in return, won't you? Seeing Yang Wu look up and about to speak, Luo Feng smiled and said hastily, All right, thank you. Yang Wu said nothing more, he simply nodded. Everything was conveyed without words. To be honest, before this, although Yang Wu had deliberately cultivated a close friendship with Luo Feng, making them good friends and sworn brothers, there had still been a trace of self-interest in his motives for befriending Luo Feng. Only at this moment did Yang Wu truly accept Luo Feng in his heart and genuinely regard him as a friend and brother. No matter whether Luo Feng was destined to be the Blade River King, the Galaxy Lord, or the Galaxy True God. Afterwards, on the following day, Yang Wu and Luo Feng experienced the same third-class rat tide, and then returned to the base city. The Mad Warrior squad consisting of the two of them was disbanded then and there. After the memorial service for War God Lu Gang, Luo Feng said goodbye to Yang Wu and together with the Firehammer squad members headed into the perilous No. 003 Wilderness Zone. It's been 15 days. Luo Feng's solo mission to assassinate the Tiger Fang squad should just about be starting. Yang Wu closed the newly purchased secret manual of the fourth level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade and muttered to himself, Which wilderness zone should I go to? Looking at the wilderness zone codes displayed around Jiangnan Bay City on the screen, Yang Wu gritted his teeth and hardened his resolve. His finger pointed toward the same No. 003 Wilderness Zone where Luo Feng was now. Since that kid Luo Feng went to No. 003 Wilderness Zone, I'll go there too and see just how formidable that iron-armored dragon really is. Yang Wu remembered that when Luo Feng had been stealing the dragon egg, he had nearly fallen at the hands of the frenzied iron-armored dragon. If he happened to run into the beast, helping Luo Feng out would be a good thing. And if he did not run into it, he was still carrying a massive debt of 500 million Huaxia dollars. Only in a wilderness area like No. 003 could he kill general-class monsters with relative ease and pay off what he owed. With that decided, Yang Wu boarded a train toward No. 003 Wilderness Zone early the next morning. Damn crazy, Yang, you're not planning to go into No. 003 Wilderness Zone alone, are you? Even crazy Luo only dares to go in with his Firehammer squad. This is way too crazy. Arriving at the main entrance of No. 003 Wilderness Zone. Yang Wu happened to meet Wan Dong's squad coming out of the zone. Spotting Yang Wu, Wan Dong immediately called out. Ever since witnessing Yang Wu's freakish performance during the practical assessment, Wan Dong no longer had any thought of competing with Yang Wu. Later he learned that Yang Wu had transferred to the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. During the last rat tide the two met once, and Wan Dong also heard about the crazed exploits Yang Wu and Luo Feng had pulled off in No. 0231 Wilderness Zone. He even came to want to befriend Yang Wu. Yet he was still not fully convinced about Luo Feng, and in his heart, he continued to nurse the desire to contend with him. Hep. Yang Wu smiled at Wan Dong, and the others then flashed out through the Wilderness Zone's gate. Oh. Caw. A Wu. No. 003 Wilderness Zone was indeed different from other wilderness zones. The others simply could not be compared to it. Just after penetrating less than 200 li into No. 003 Wilderness Zone, Yang Wu heard the unceasing roars of all sorts of monsters coming from the sky and from all directions around him. This made him even more cautious, and he tightly gripped the Shadow Chaser Warblade in his hand. Here he had to be careful not only of terrestrial beast-type monsters on the ground and flying avian monsters in the sky, but also of ill-intentioned martial arts squads that liked to rob others like the Ghost Blade squad he had encountered before. A Wu. A General Class One-Horned Wild Boar followed by several Soldier Class One-Horned Wild Boars came into Yang Wu's sight. After confirming that his surroundings were safe, Yang Wu did not hide. He appeared more than 100 meters ahead of the wild boar. The wild boar, which had been idling along, suddenly caught sight of a human in its field of vision. It gave an enraged roar at once, and its speed instantly surged to 100 meters per second, about 360 kilometers per hour, as it drove its sharp horn straight at Yang Wu. Damn, that speed is worthy of a general class monster. With that kind of impact, and that build, even a truck would probably be snapped in half. Yang Wu did not dare to fight it head-on. While sprinting toward the boar, his footwork shifted with nimble, subtle changes, just like a consummate dancer, graceful and agile. The instant his body was about to collide with the one-horned wild boar, he drifted aside like a leaf caught in the wind, evading by a margin precise to the centimeter. At the same time, the Shadow Chaser Warblade in Yang Wu's hand cut upward in a diagonal arc. Upon being drawn, the blade accelerated 3 times in rapid succession, instantly becoming blurred and ethereal. It transformed into a hazy blade light. Whoosh. The cold blade light was as dazzling as fireworks. In a flash, the brilliant cold gleam streaked across the wild boar's neck. Then it dispersed like dreamlike mist, vanishing in an instant. Rumble. The General Class One-Horned Wild Boar, its life force already extinguished, still hurtled forward for more than 10 meters on momentum before crashing to the ground with a thunderous rumble. Its mountain-like body slid several meters along the ground and smashed into a thick tree that had grown for decades, making the whole tree shudder before it finally stopped. The soldier-class monsters that had followed the General Class One-Horned Wild Boar immediately scattered and fled. This time Yang Wu ignored the fleeing soldier-class monsters. In a place where General-Class monsters were everywhere, soldier-class creatures had almost no value in his eyes. Harvest complete. Continue the hunt. Feeling somewhat excited, he put away the horn of the General-Class One-Horned Wild Boar. It was worth more than 10 times the horn of a soldier-class One-Horned Wild Boar. He had just arrived and already gained such a fine harvest. A promising start. Although he had known from the devouring novel he had read before, and from his previous understanding of No. 003 City that the rewards of hunting here were relatively high, it was only when Yang Wu actually came here that he realized hunting monsters in this place was basically like robbing a bank. Key materials from a low-tier general-class monster could usually be sold for around 10 million Huaxia dollars. Key materials from a mid-tier general-class monster could usually sell for anywhere from 10 million to more than 100 million Huaxia dollars. Key materials from a high-tier general-class monster could usually sell for roughly 50 million to 6 or 700 million Huaxia dollars. Although he had to stay tense every moment because of potential danger, Yang Wu still managed to hunt down 2 or 3 general-class monsters almost every day. Of course, he chose only to hunt low-tier general-class monsters. But even so, his efficiency at earning money was simply staggering. After hunting here for nearly 10 days straight, Yang Wu had killed a total of 26 low-tier general-class monsters and 4 mid-tier general-class monsters. He estimated the total value to be about 4 to 500 million Huaxia dollars. Yet he still had not found any trace of Luo Feng. Knowing that Luo Feng might be lurking in ambush waiting for an opportunity to assassinate the Tiger Fang squad members, or perhaps was in the middle of stealing the dragon egg, Yang Wu had absolutely no intention of contacting him by phone. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Wu did not want Luo Feng to know that he had come to No. 003, nor that his arrival had changed the original plot. A Wu. Suddenly, an earth-shaking, furious roar of a monster came from afar, followed by earthquake-like tremors. Amid the rumbling shockwaves, all kinds of monster roars rising and falling reached the ears of Yang Wu, who was hunting inside a shabby old building. Damn! The iron-armored dragon. Yang Wu cursed, inwardly clenched the Shadow Chaser long blade tightly, and shot like an arrow toward the direction of the sound. Iron Armored Dragon. Following the direction of the sound, Yang Wu crept forward cautiously. He had not gone far when he stopped at once, staring in horror at what lay ahead. That Luo Feng brat really did take the Iron Armored Dragon's egg. A monster about 5 meters tall with a body length of more than 10 meters, and, especially striking, a tail also over 10 meters long. Its frame was long and narrow, and a single curved black horn jutted from its forehead. The crazed beast was rampaging several thousand meters ahead, bellowing and glancing around. As it moved, it whipped its tail, sweeping across the buildings around it in ceaseless, fury-driven strokes. Those steel and concrete structures, once hard and sturdy, were as fragile as tofu under its venting sweeps. Chunks of masonry 1 to 2 meters square burst outward in all directions, and Yang Wu, hidden several thousand meters away, did not dare make the slightest move. His breathing almost ceased. He had no desire to provoke the Iron Armored Dragon at a time like this, nor to take the blame for Luo Feng. One careless slip, and the maddened dragon would tear him into bloody shreds. The socket of the eye that the two war god experts had blinded made the Iron Armored Dragon look even more ferocious as it roared in a fit of rage, blood gushing from the wound in a steady stream. At that moment, with a thunderous rumble, the two low-level lord monsters under the Iron Armored Dragon's command, fire-scale trident boars, charged over, leading a pack of beast general-level monsters. Before the two fire-scale trident boars could steady themselves, the enraged Iron Armored Dragon instantly swung its head around and screamed a maddened roar at them. With another flick of its tail, it sent several high-level beast general bloodthirsty tanks that had followed the fire-scale trident boars flying before they could react, leaving their lives hanging in the balance. At the same time, its more than 10-meter tail lashed toward the two fire-scale trident boars. Roar! Roar! The two fire-scale trident boars dodged nimbly, one to the left and one to the right, each letting out a low growl at the Iron Armored Dragon. The two lord-level beasts leaned slightly forward, their legs braced hard behind them, warily prepared at any moment to withstand another assault from the Iron Armored Dragon. It had already been weakened after laying its egg, its strength greatly reduced. Moreover, after a ferocious battle with two humans at the war god level, it had suffered severe injuries. At this moment, the gap between its high-level lord rank and the elementary rank of its two subordinates had narrowed to almost nothing, and the innate dragon might within the Iron Armored Dragon's body had also fallen sharply. By recklessly striking out at its own subordinates, it also stirred awake the bloodthirsty berserk nature hidden in the two fire-scale trident boars' blood. Oh, there's a good show to watch. Yang Wu, who had been lurking with every caution, had originally intended to wait until the Iron Armored Dragon vented its rage and returned to its lair, then quietly leave this place of trouble. But now he did not want to move, and did not dare to. Above all, he had never witnessed a clash between lord-level monsters. A magnificent battle between lord-tier monsters comparable to a fight among human war god experts. That was something Yang Wu had never seen. Illo. The two subordinates that were normally at its beck and call had failed in their guarding duty, which was why its dragon egg had been stolen. Now they actually dared to dodge its punishment, and even wanted to resist it. They truly deserved death. Already burning with rage, and with little reason left, the Iron Armored Dragon became even angrier. A cold, murderous gleam flashed through its sinister lone eye. With a roar, it bounded forward, leaving a trail of afterimages, and charged at the fire-scale trident boar on the right. Its afterimage was still in place when its body collided with the fire-scale trident boar dozens of meters away. It had fully surpassed the speed of sound. Illo. The other fire-scale trident boar was not slow either. The instant the Iron Armored Dragon moved, it too sprang up and lunged in from the side. Boom. At the instant the fire-scale trident boar on the right collided with the Iron Armored Dragon, it was like Mars crashing into Earth. The enormous shockwave instantly turned the space around their bodies into a meat grinder. A large number of nearby beast soldier and beast general level monsters had no time to dodge. Their bodies were blasted to pieces by the violent shockwave, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The fire-scale trident boar was after all a notch weaker in strength. At the instant it bore the Iron Armored Dragon's impact, its body could not withstand the force and was violently sent flying backward. Yet the boar was not slow to react. The moment it was hurtled backward, it suddenly pushed forward with both front claws, straining to reach out and seize the Iron Armored Dragon by the neck. The two monsters, entangled together, crashed into a skyscraper over 100 stories tall located several hundred meters behind them. The building's reinforced concrete wall, as if made of tofu, was smashed open with a thunderous crack. Less than a second after the two monsters crashed into the building, another dark figure, like a black bolt of lightning, shot into the enormous hole they had blasted at a breathtaking speed. Wave after wave of earth-shaking roars and sounds of combat poured from the building. In less than a few seconds, the already teetering skyscraper finally could not bear the force of the three lord-level monsters' savage fighting. With a thunderous boom, it collapsed and came crashing down onto the lower buildings beside it. Instantly, those already somewhat ramshackle buildings toppled in a huge stretch like dominoes. Within a radius of several thousand meters around the battle of the three monsters, dust filled the sky. Many beast soldier-level monsters, and even beast general level monsters, were unable to dodge in time amid the chain of collapses and were struck and injured or even killed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yang Wu cautiously retreated several thousand meters further and hid himself again. The three monsters, locked in a vicious struggle, slowly emerged from the dust cloud. The three monsters had now reached a point where the battle could only end in death. Amid deafening roars, they fought with desperate savagery. Collapsing high-rises hammered their bodies, but it had no effect on their speed at all. Their fighting speed had completely surpassed the speed of sound. Yang Wu, watching from a distance, gradually found his eyes completely unable to follow their movements. Kunshin, what place is that? In the subway tunnel, Luo Feng heard faint roars from above, and his heart tightened. He swiftly jumped into the subway tunnel, then hurried along the rail line in the direction of Kunshin. A high-level beast general bloodthirsty tank corpse. The three lord-level monsters were fighting more and more frantically, their speed ever faster. Yang Wu's gaze could no longer keep up with their movements at all. Helplessly, he looked away and readied himself to retreat at the first opportunity. Yet the instant he turned his gaze away, his eyes froze. Less than 1,000 meters ahead of his hiding spot, the intact corpse of a high-level beast general monster, a bloodthirsty tank, lay there. It should have been one of the bloodthirsty tanks that the iron-armored dragon first knocked flying. Yet of all places, it had landed right in front of Yang Wu amid the shockwaves of the three monsters' battle. A bloodthirsty tank, a beast general level monster's corpse, must be worth at least 100 or 200 million. Yang Wu's heart abruptly began to pound violently, betraying his composure. Right? As if suddenly thinking of something, Yang Wu lightly tapped his own head. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and he carefully swept his gaze across the ground ahead again and again. All around the three lord-level monsters' battlefield, a great many monster corpses had been scattered. As for the ones untouched by the disaster, whether beast soldiers or beast generals, they had long since fled without a trace. I'm rich, I'm rich. Yang Wu could not help muttering under his breath. Eventually those three monsters would settle who won and who lost. They could not possibly take the corpses away. When that time came, most of them would fall into Yang Wu's pocket. How could he not be wild with joy? You three beasts, hurry up and fight. Hurry up and fight. It would be best if you all killed each other. It would be best if you all died. Yang Wu turned his gaze back to the three monsters locked in their fierce struggle and muttered without pause. Best if they all died. Yang Wu's muttering came to an abrupt halt. A thought so incredible that even he found it hard to believe suddenly rose in his mind. If these three lord-level monsters destroy one another and all die, then how much would their materials be worth? The money for 2 portions of life water should be no problem, right? Yang Wu's heart raced. Right, these three beasts must die. Yang Wu clenched his fists, excitedly staring fixedly ahead. Yang Wu's heart raced. Right, these three beasts must die. Yang Wu clenched his fists, excitedly staring fixedly ahead. Roar. Perhaps having heard Yang Wu's words, the three beasts fought with increasing ferocity, their howls and roars growing louder and louder. Blood sprayed from their vicious struggle. Whether it belonged to the iron-armored dragon or to the 2 fire-scale three-horned boars was impossible to tell. Oh whoa! Suddenly from the midst of the slaughter, a miserable howl burst out. At the same time, following Yang Wu's gaze, one of the fire-scale three-horned boars was slashed by a long shadow and sent hurtling through the air. With a thud, it crashed to the ground. Half of its head was already gone, or it convulsed a few times and then lay still. The other fire-scale three-horned boar and the iron-armored dragon temporarily ceased their fight. They stood about 100 meters apart, eyes flashing with caution, staring at each other without moving. By then the iron-armored dragon seemed nearly exhausted. Its body was covered in wounds, large and small. One foreleg and one hind leg were already broken, and it supported itself with its battered tail propped against the ground. Its blood-soaked fangs had now become its primary weapon. On the other side, the remaining fire-scale three-horned boar was not much better off. One of the 3 sharp horns on its forehead had snapped off, one of its forelegs was gone without a trace, and its body was drenched in blood. It swayed unsteadily, a truly sorry sight. Good, keep it up. Seeing the 3 beasts had inflicted mutual slaughter on one another, Yang Wu inwardly cheered. At this rate, he was sure to be the fisherman who reaped the spoils. But things did not seem to be heading in the direction Yang Wu had predicted. The remaining fire-scale three-horned boar glanced at its comrade already dead in the distance and appeared to waver. It let out 2 low howls, dragged its unsteady body back a few steps, and lowered its head twice toward the iron-armored dragon, seemingly seeking a truce and intending to stop. Moreover, seeing that the iron-armored dragon was also badly wounded, it assumed the other would accept the proposal to stop fighting and let each side tend to its injuries. Roar. But the fire-scale three-horned boar was wrong. Its retreat only further emboldened the iron-armored dragon's savage brutality. The majesty of a dragon permitted no offense. The moment the fire-scale three-horned boar retreated, the iron-armored dragon shot forward like a meteor and lunged at it. Its long fangs sank into the retreating boar's neck in an instant. Good. Yang Wu almost cried out in excitement. The fire-scale three-horned boar had not expected the iron-armored dragon, which had already stopped fighting, to suddenly erupt and attack. Roar. The fire-scale three-horned boar also flew into a rage. Ignoring the dragon's fangs clamped fast in its flesh, it used every last bit of strength to jerk its head violently, allowing a large chunk of flesh from its own neck to be savagely torn away by the enemy's force. Then in the final moment of its life, seizing the instant when the iron-armored dragon had yet to recover after having its mouthful of the boar's flesh flung aside the fire-scale, three-horned boar lowered its head and drove the two remaining horns on its forehead fully into the dragon's abdomen. Boom. The two beasts toppled sideways at the same time. Damn it. Good. This time Yang-Wu, who had been holding back all along, finally waved his fist and shouted, "3 Lord-tier beast corpses." How could Yang-Wu not be excited? He first walked to the nearest fire-scale three-horned boar corpse, dissected the entire body, and gathered all the valuable materials. Only then, brimming with excitement, did he walk toward the fire-scale three-horned boar and the iron-armored dragon still lying together. Roar. Just as Yang-Wu, elated, stepped forward to drag the iron-armored dragon's corpse away to separate the two beasts, the iron-armored dragon, which he had been certain was dead, suddenly let out a roar, sprang up, and slammed into him. Whomp. Completely caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming force, Yang-Wu was sent flying backward like a meteorite and crashed into a stretch of ruins over 100 meters away. His internal organs churned as if burned by fire, racked with excruciating pain. Without hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom. Before Yang-Wu, lying amid the ruins, could react, he heard a sound of something tearing through the air. A dark blue-black shadow grew larger before his eyes as it shot toward him. Damn it, I got careless. Yang-Wu cursed inwardly, his body flashing aside just in time to dodge the attack. It was the iron-armored dragon's huge blood-soaked tail. Watching Yang-Wu climb to his feet from the ruins, the iron-armored dragon's murderous intent blazed forth without the slightest concealment. It had completely mistaken him for Luo Feng, the dragon egg thief. "Vile human, you deserve death." The iron-armored dragon roared, paying no heed to the blood gushing from its abdomen and staining the entire ground red. In its heart, there was only one obsession. Even if it died, it would kill this hateful human and tear him into shreds. Damn it. I'm still carrying the blame for that brat, Luo Feng. Seeing the blazing hatred radiating from the iron-armored dragon's eyes, Yang-Wu understood everything completely. Come on, you ugly beast. I refuse to believe it. If I couldn't handle a fully intact iron-armored dragon, how could I not handle a half-dead wretch like you? Seeing the iron-armored dragon charging and pouncing at him, Yang-Wu gripped his blade with both hands, shouted, leaped into the air, and slashed down at the dragon's head. Clang. It was as if he had slashed a thick steel plate. Yang-Wu's palms went numb, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, and the Juing warblade was knocked out of his hand and sent flying. At the same time, a dark shadow rushed at his face. Damn. Yang-Wu hurriedly applied a pulse of psychic force to the scabbard on his back, boosting himself into the air, and dodged the sweeping strike of the iron-armored dragon's tail. I can't take it head on. Yang-Wu leaped forward, quickly putting more than 100 meters between himself and the iron-armored dragon. At the same time, 5 gleaming throwing knives rose from each of his legs, cut several silver arcs through the air, and shot toward the dragon's remaining eye. At the same time, his body dashed to the spot where the Juing warblade had fallen, and he snatched the blade back into his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The iron-armored dragon shook its head, throwing off the knive's trajectory. After striking the scales on its forehead, the knives scattered to the ground amid a sound like hammering iron. At the same time, the iron-armored dragon shot forward and continued its killing rush at Yang-Wu. Damn it. I'm not the one who stole your dragon egg. Yang-Wu cursed inwardly, and with nimble steps moved to dodge. Whish! A dark shadow swept past. The iron-armored dragon's enormous tail, more than 10 meters long, nimbly swung around in front of Yang-Wu and blocked his way to escape. What the hell? How can a tail be so agile? Yang-Wu cursed inwardly, hastily sidestepping several times. At the same time, he sent out a pulse of psychic force toward the dragon's head, an invisible ripple shot into its sea of consciousness. The iron-armored dragon's attack stalled for a fraction of an instant. Die. At that moment, with his body supported by psychic force, Yang-Wu leapt high, flashed to the dragon's neck, and slashed out. Roar. Just then, the iron-armored dragon recovered its senses in time. Amid its roar, the Juing warblade in Yang-Wu's hand struck the dragon's so-called reverse scale, and the triple-stacked force was unleashed. Clang. Again, a clear, crisp sound rang out, yet the scales on the iron-armored dragon's neck only cracked slightly. Then, with its overwhelming power, the dragon swung its body directly at Yang-Wu, pushing him backward. Behind Yang-Wu, its enormous tail had already turned into a sharp lance aimed at the center of his back. Under the collision of such tremendous force, there was no room for Yang-Wu to dodge to either side. His life hung by a thread, and there was no escape. What should I do? Under extreme tension, Yang-Wu's pupils contracted, his heartbeat suddenly erupted to an astonishing speed, every hair on his body stood on end, and his nerves stretched taut to an unprecedented limit. His survival instinct drove his body and mind to their peak in an instant. Break open. Yang-Wu spat out another mouthful of blood, gathered all his strength into his arm, and bellowed. Crack. Almost reflexively, his entire body's strength exploded to its utmost limit once more. Another surge of power suddenly burst from his arm and reached the edge of the Jewing war blade, merging with the previous triple force. The blade's power skyrocketed. The fourth stance of the Ninefold Thunder Blade accomplished. A spurt of blood shot out from the iron-armored dragon's neck. With a pained howl, it toppled to the side, and the tail that had almost reached Yang Wu's back suddenly went limp. An opening. Seeing the dragon topple sideways, exposing the huge wound in its abdomen from the fire scale, Three-Horned Boar's final desperate strike, Yang Wu moved with a single thought. The flying knife nearest to the iron-armored dragon on the ground suddenly shot up and plunged into its abdomen. Damn, it's finally dead. Staring at the iron-armored dragon, which had at last stopped breathing, Yang Wu suppressed the pain, racking his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and began carefully harvesting materials from the monster beast, despite his injuries. In Yang Wu's eyes, those blood-soaked monster carcasses were gleaming huaxia dollars, the water of life that could wake his father and let his sister open her eyes once more. Just as Yang Wu's throwing knife pierced the wound in the iron-armored dragon's belly and sank into its body to kill it on a dilapidated highway roughly 100 kilometers away, Luo Feng's eerie throwing knife also struck with lightning speed, killing Li Wei and his three companions, all people of formidable backgrounds. Thus an enormous hornet's nest had been stirred up, and it brought immense trouble upon Yang Wu. Finally, I've recovered. 2 days after Yang Wu had finally slain the iron-armored dragon, which had lunged desperately in its death throes, he opened his eyes at last in a dilapidated residential building a few meters from the battlefield, having remained in the five hearts facing heaven posture all along, absorbing cosmic energy to heal his injuries. When he stood up, twisted his still stiff body and glanced at the bulging backpack and the enormous beast-hide bundle beside him, a delighted smile immediately lit up his face, which had remained slightly pale. Time to go home, Yang Wu shouted. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung the backpack onto his shoulders, hefted the several hundred-kilogram bundle of spoils, and set off toward the supply zone. Supply base No. 003, a wilderness zone, a little past 11 in the morning. Brother Yang Wu, congratulations on your safe return. You look like you've made a tremendous haul. What fine things have you got? I'm Wan Yong, director of the HR Alliance Mall office here. Just call me Old Wan. Our job is to handle monster material procurement for Base City No. 03, and to make things easier for hard-working martial artists like you. The prices we offer for all collected materials are the same as those at the Base City's Alliance Mall. You'll be satisfied, guaranteed. Perhaps he had seen from a distance the giant bundle in Yang Wu's hand and the backpack on his back, so swollen it looked about to burst. Knowing a major client had arrived, a stout middle-aged man in his 40s accompanied by a young woman of about 20 in an HR Alliance uniform rushed over, glanced at Yang Wu's name on the display screen, and immediately launched into an eager introduction, spittle flying everywhere. Same price as the HR Mall in the Base City? Yang Wu asked, looking at the fat man whose forehead was faintly beaded with sweat from his earlier excitement. Yes, mister. Yang Wu, please rest assured. The prices here are exactly the same as at the Base City. You've already worked hard enough hunting monsters in the wilderness. There's no need for you to haul such heavy materials all the way back to the Base City to sell them. The young woman behind the fat man said in a clear, crisp voice. All right, I'll sell them here. But I have to warn you, this deal is worth close to tens of billions. If the prices don't satisfy me, or if they don't match what you just said, I'll walk away at once. Yang Wu didn't harbor such scruples. Since these materials weren't stolen or seized, there was no need to hide them. In fact, the sooner he sold them off, the lighter and more carefree he would feel. Tens of billions. The fat man's legs suddenly turned to jelly. Like a thief, he glanced around the area, then looked back at Yang Wu. The young woman also covered her mouth in astonishment, wearing an expression of disbelief. Once he received an affirmative answer from Yang Wu's eyes, the fat man's smile grew even brighter and the sweat on his forehead increased. And no problem. Rest assured. The price will be to your satisfaction. The fat man enthusiastically reached out, intending to take the huge bundle from Yang Wu's hands and carry it upstairs for him. Yang Wu didn't refuse. Instead, he smiled mockingly and let the man take the bundle. Thud. The moment the fat man took hold of it, he lurched and the bundle crashed to the ground. So careless? Yang Wu asked with a sly grin, lifting his bundle and looking at Old One, whose face was bright red. It's too heavy, haha. Better you carry it, brother Yang Wu. The young woman accompanying Old One saw her supervisor's embarrassment and wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Her pretty face turned crimson. Old One gave a light cough, straightened his suit to cover his embarrassment, made a deferential gesture, and led Yang Wu toward the purchasing office. The HR Alliance office here was on the second floor of the supply zone. It had a reception hall covering more than 300 square meters with a dozen spacious booths partitioned off on both sides by screens. The lavishness of its decoration far surpassed every other area of the supply zone. Passing through the reception hall, Old One led Yang Wu straight into his office. The office, over 100 square meters, was luxurious and imposing. One solid wall was hung with several photographs of Old One posing with members of famous Huaxia martial artist squads, while the opposite wall was a floor-to-ceiling glass curtain facing the gate that connected the supply zone to the wilderness. This was also why the fat man had been able to spot the fully laden Yang Wu at a single glance. "Quick, brother Yang Wu, let me see what goods you've brought." Old One had barely sat down on the sofa in his office before he stared impatiently at Yang Wu's beast hide bundle and the backpack he had set down from his back. Just from the beast hide bundle in Yang Wu's hand, Old One recognized it as the complete hide of a mid-level beast general monster. Therefore, although he felt Yang Wu's claim of a transaction worth tens of billions was somewhat exaggerated, he was still full of anticipation. "All right." Yang Wu smiled slightly, and without standing on ceremony yanked open the rope binding the bundle. Clatter. Freed from the beast hide, wrapping a large pile of monster materials scattered across the office floor and piled up into a small mountain. Damn. Mid-level beast general bloodthirsty tank. Mid-level beast general fire scale, trident boar, low-level beast general iron-armored wild boar. They were all beast general level monster materials, complete specimens, and numerous in quantity. While checking these materials, Old One's voice trembled slightly. He quickly used the internal line to summon 2 more young women in HR Alliance uniforms to help tally them all. 4 mid-level beast general bloodthirsty tanks, 90 million, each total 360 million. 3 low-level beast general bloodthirsty tanks, 20 million, each total 60 million. 5 mid-level beast general fire scale, trident boars, 120 million, each total 600 million. 11 mid-level beast general iron-armored wild boars, 50 million, each total 550 million. Old One rapidly quoted the price of each material while verifying its accuracy with a device. The woman recording beside him widened her eyes a little more with every entry she wrote down. "The total is 3,897 billion Huaxia dollars. Let me round it up to a nice number. How about 4 billion? Finally, after more than half an hour, Old One and the 2 young women under him finished sorting all the monster materials from the floor and neatly stacked them together. Old One let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Yang Wu with some nervousness. 4 billion. This was a major deal. At the very least, the commission would be several tens of millions. Even the 2 young women fixed their beautiful, glistening eyes on Yang Wu. This also concerned their bonuses, and they were afraid that Yang Wu might be dissatisfied and refuse to sell here. Let's take a look at what's in the backpack too. Didn't I say this was a deal worth tens of billions? Yang Wu smiled, said nothing about the price Old One had offered, and instead grabbed the backpack behind him. Oh, right, the backpack. Paying no attention to the blood-stained plastic glove still on his hands, Old One slapped his own forehead hard. The 4 billion in materials just now had given him quite a shock, and made him forget the other backpack. At Yang Wu's words, it seemed the real show was still in that backpack. The 4 billion on the floor was only an appetizer. Quick, let's see what good stuff there is. Old One rubbed his hands together excitedly. Having already suffered a setback downstairs this time, he made no move to take Yang Wu's bundle on his own. Instead, he waited for Yang Wu to open it. Whoosh. Yang Wu flicked his wrist, spilling another huge pile of materials from his backpack onto the floor. There was no need to inspect them closely. From the quality alone, Old One and the 2 young women could clearly tell that this batch was worth many times more than the one before. Instantly, the portly Old One and the 2 young women stared with widened eyes in shock and simultaneously raised their heads to look at Yang Wu. Though they were inwardly astounded that a young man like Yang Wu could produce such materials, Old One and the 2 women held fast to their professional ethics. They suppressed their curiosity and did not ask a single word about where the materials had come from. My goodness. Fire scale, trident boars. And Lord rank fire scale, trident boars at that. The moment they saw the 2 hides at the very top of the pile, hides from which the ferocious, murderous aura of the fire scale trident boar could still be faintly sensed, they all drew in a deep breath. These were materials from a Lord rank monster, a creature equivalent to a human war god level powerhouse. Moreover, even a martial artist in the war god realm would find it almost impossible to kill a Lord rank monster one-on-one. In his decades of material procurement, Old One had rarely encountered such a thing even once. He never imagined that a young man like this would suddenly produce 2 of them. What a windfall. Tisk tisk. What stunning pelts. Truly worthy of a Lord rank monster. Old One could not help exclaiming as he gently stroked the 2 fire scale, trident boar hides with his plump hand. Although there are some wounds on these hides, they're only minor issues and won't affect the overall quality. The integrity is extremely high. Lord rank monster hides were indispensable materials for making S-grade or even SS-grade combat suits, or for the most premium garments. Moreover, many wealthy people loved collecting Lord rank monster hides. Every time one appeared on the market, they would immediately come offering high prices to buy it. Supervisor, there's more down below. Seeing Old One completely absorbed in the 2 fire scale, trident boar hides, one of the young women beside him gently nudged him. Oh, right. Sorry, brother Yang Wu, I got too excited. Let's see what other fine things are here. Old One hastily wiped his forehead, looked up at Yang Wu's calm, faintly smiling face, then carefully stacked the 2 fire scale, trident boar hides neatly to one side along with the other materials. This. Is this an ironclad dragon? When the fire scale trident bore materials were moved aside, the materials revealed beneath made Old Juan's eyes go round. With an expression of disbelief, he abruptly shot to his feet. Wait. He was dazed for a brief moment, then rapidly dashed out of the door. In less than a minute, he came rushing back, carrying a combination lock case. Sorry, I've only ever seen this in reference materials. I've never seen one in person, so I can't be too sure. Old Juan smiled apologetically and opened the case. Inside was a set of delicate instruments carefully arranged. When he switched the device on, a red beam immediately shot out from its top. Old Juan nervously pointed the red beam at the ironclad dragon hide, then, with a grave expression, stared at the streams of data emerging on the small screen while inputting information through the virtual keyboard. Hiss. It's actually high-tier Lord rank material. Old Juan's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed in admiration. The collection is mostly complete too. It's just missing one eye, and the heart is shattered. As he spoke, Old Juan ran the red beam over all of the ironclad dragon's materials one by one to appraise them. An ironclad dragon. My goodness. A high-tier Lord rank ironclad dragon. A member of the dragon race. There are hardly a handful left on Earth. Old Juan was so excited that his words became garbled. Who would have thought that merely because he was idle and bored today, he would see Yang Wu coming in, and instead of sending his subordinates to receive him, would go down to greet him himself by some mysterious impulse, only to be met with such an enormous surprise. Meanwhile, the two young women off to the side were also stunned. They covered their mouths with their hands, doing their utmost to keep from screaming out in astonishment. To them, such materials existed only in legends. Normally, only a senior war god powerhouse, or an existence beyond the war god level, could hunt down such creatures. And even if they did, it was unthinkable that they would sell the spoils at a place like this. No matter how much it costs, I have to buy it. Old One resolved silently. Materials like this had buyers willing to pay any price. Buyers were never in short supply. Are the remaining materials all just high-tier beast general materials? Having just witnessed the materials of 3 Lord rank monsters, the rest that Yang Wu had poured out moments ago, though normally precious and extremely rare, suddenly felt far less impressive. At this moment, however, they seemed rather lackluster, for the 3 Lord rank monster materials had already set an exquisite precedent. It took Old Juan and the 2 young women about an hour to finish tallying all the materials from Yang Wu's backpack along with their prices. 1 ironclad dragon high-tier Lord rank monster materials fully collected 19 billion. 2 fire scale trident boars low-tier Lord rank monsters materials mostly complete 9 billion each, 18 billion in total. 3 high-tier beast general bloodthirsty tanks 450 million each, totaling 35 billion. 4 high-tier beast general fire scale trident boars 350 million each, totaling 4 billion. And high-tier beast general. Apart from the 3 Lord rank monster materials, everything else poured from Yang Wu's backpack was also high-tier beast general material, equally impressive in value. Brother Yang Wu, you are truly remarkable. In my decades of purchasing materials, I have never once acquired material from a high-tier Lord rank monster, let alone a high-tier Lord rank monster bearing the word dragon in its name. These materials add up to 55.8 billion Huaxia credits. Add the previous 4 billion, and the total is 59.8 billion. Since this is our first deal, I'll round it up to 60 billion Huaxia credits. Is that acceptable? By now, Old Juan's heart was thumping in an undignified manner. If this deal succeeded, not to mention a promotion or raise, even if he retired on the spot, the enormous commission alone would be enough to keep him comfortable for the rest of his life. Faced with such a large quantity of high-tier monster materials, especially the materials from 3 Lord rank monsters, Old One had already resolved to secure the deal, even if it meant no profit at all. That was why he did not put on the crafty, profit-hungry face he usually wore in previous purchases. The price he quoted was very fair, perhaps even a little high. 60 billion Huaxia credits. Fine, no problem. Transfer the money. Without much hesitation, Yang Wu nodded. Before coming, he had already looked up the approximate prices of these materials online through his communication watch, and he knew the other party's offer was quite fair. The 2 young women, meanwhile, were already scorching Yang Wu with their fiery stares. 60 billion Huaxia credits. Not 6 million, and certainly not 600 credits. 60 billion Huaxia credits. To them, that was an astronomical sum they could never spend in several lifetimes. What's more, the patron behind those 60 billion credits was also a young, dashing martial artist. If only something could happen between us. Both women thought, their hearts racing with secret excitement. Unfortunately, Yang Wu's attention was not on them in the slightest. At this moment, despite his calm appearance, a tide of emotion was already surging within him. His father finally had hope of waking up, and his little sister could open her eyes at last. While Yang Wu was still thrilled over the 60 billion Chinese yuan he had obtained, the whole world outside was seething over a 100 billion yuan bounty. Almost every intelligence network couldn't resist investigating the matter, hoping to uncover the figure behind it. The 100 billion yuan bounty has been out for nearly 2 days, and still no news. Inside a luxury villa in the Jiangnan Shanshui residential community, Li Yao and Wei Nina stared fixedly at the screen in front of them, and opened once again the list of warriors within 100 li of their son Li Wei's death, along with each warrior's location. Damn it. Who on earth killed my away? I'll have his body chopped to pieces and his whole clan executed. Now expand the range to 110 li. Wei Nina shrieked almost hysterically. Give me the dossiers of every warrior within 110 li. Wei Nina's eyes flickered with a murderous light, as if ready to devour anyone they set upon. Madam, this is the list of warriors within the range of 100 to 110 li. There are no war god-level warriors in this range. There is one high-grade war general and one low-grade war general. There is only one soldier-level warrior, and that soldier-level warrior happens to be a gifted psychic martial artist of the Thunderbolt martial house. Before Li Yao and Wei Nina, a white-haired old man said respectfully, holding a dossier he had just received. What? A psychic? Wei Nina abruptly stood up, snatched the dossier from the white-haired old man, and carefully studied the information about Yang Wu. Psychic. Poached by the Thunderbolt martial house from the Limit martial house. Genius martial artist who ranked first in the practical combat assessment. Because he opposed the Ghost Blade's attempt to rob the War Knife Squad, he clashed with them and killed the low-grade war general Su Shishing. Surrounded by a beast horde, he revealed his identity as a psychic. Just an hour ago at the HR Alliance office in Supply Zone 003, he sold a large quantity of monster materials, including all the materials from one high-grade Lord-level Iron Armor Dragon and two low-grade Lord-level Fire Scale, Trident Boars, reaping a total of 60 billion Chinese yuan. He can hunt high-grade Lord-level monsters. Even Li Yao, a high-grade war god powerhouse, was so astonished that he found it hard to believe. No matter what, this man is the prime suspect. Investigate. Go investigate. Better to kill the wrong one than to let him get away. Wei Nina shouted loudly. I'm back. Unlike his previous returns from the wilderness, this time, Yang Wu felt exceptionally elated. When the train pulled into Jiangnan Bay City, and the doors opened, Yang Wu shot out in a flash. Not good. He had just walked a short distance away from the train station when a strong sense of danger suddenly hit him, making the hairs on his body stand on end. In a flash, Yang Wu stamped down hard, unleashing the force technique of the fourth layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. With a flicker of his body, he shot away from the spot like a rocket. At the same time, without turning his head, the Jueying long blade from his back had already appeared in his hand. Without even looking, he swung it backhanded and slashed down at the very spot where he had just been standing. Boom. Yang Wu immediately felt as if he had hacked into an immense steel plate. A colossal force surged straight through the blade, forcing him to stumble back several steps before he could barely steady himself. A huge pit instantly appeared where he had been standing under the tremendous roar, and at the same time Yang Wu violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Not bad reaction. No wonder you were able to kill my son. A tall, lean, middle-aged man with a cruel glint in his eyes stood a short distance away from Yang Wu. A war god. Your son. Yang Wu gripped the long blade warily and stared at the man. Inside, he was furious. A dignified war god powerhouse had actually attacked a junior by ambush. Are you Su Shishing's father? Yang Wu's first thought was Su Shishing, because since his rebirth he had killed only one person, Su Shishing. The Limit Hall and the Thunderbolt Hall have long since reached their conclusion on the Ghost Blade Squad matter. Do you think that just because you're a war god you can trample on their verdict and still dare to attack me in a base city? What nonsense. I, Li Yao, have a son. How can a mere insignificant warrior be mentioned in the same breath? Li Yao said, coldly staring at Yang Wu. Li Yao? The vulture Li Yao who offered the 100 billion bounty. Damn it. I've taken the blame for that kid Luo Feng again. Yang Wu suddenly understood the reason and cursed inwardly. May I ask you, senior war god Li Yao, is your son's tooth more valuable, or his leg? Is it me who has a screw loose, or is it you? If I had the free time to kill him, I'd rather go kill a monster and earn some Chinese yuan. Yang Wu roared in anger. You deserve to die for daring to insult my son. In Wilderness Zone 003, my son died at the hands of a psychic. At the time of his death, within 110 li, you were the only psychic. There was no signal shielding. If not you, then who? When I, Li Yao, say you are the murderer, you are the murderer. Li Yao bellowed, and without allowing Yang Wu to explain, threw a punch at him. God damn it. Even a clay statue has a spark of fire. Can a war god decide who lives and who dies without distinguishing right from wrong? Yang Wu was furious. He suddenly leaped upward, his psychic power acting on the scabbard, and soared into the air. Countless sharp blades shot out from his legs like machine gun bullets and flew toward Li Yao. Humph, ignorant brat. Li Yao snorted coldly, but he did not dodge, letting the flying knives strike his body. However, just as Yang Wu's flying knives were about to hit him, his deep blue combat suit suddenly changed into pitch black. Like a liquid, it rapidly spread over his entire body. His originally bare arms, even his hands, turned black. His neck also turned black, and a handsome-looking black helmet covered his head. Except for his face, every other part of him was wrapped in black. The flying knives shot by Yang Wu struck his body, but it was like hitting thick rubbery hide. After a sluggish resistance, they could not advance even a fraction of an inch, and the strange black suit was not damaged in the slightest. This is the Black God suit. Yang Wu was briefly stunned. In that instant, Li Yao suddenly moved. He violently raised his arm, and his pitch-black arm instantly stretched more than 10 meters long. Like a clap of thunder, his black fist hammered toward Yang Wu. With no time to evade, Yang Wu hurriedly swung his long blade in front of the incoming fist. Thump! As fist and blade collided, Yang Wu once again felt the same violent impact he had experienced when the iron armor dragon had slammed into him. And this time the force was even greater. Uft! Yang Wu's internal organs jolted. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, tumbled several times in the air, and crashed into the distance. But Li Yao clearly had no intention of letting Yang Wu go. He shot forward, closing to within 10 meters in an instant, and threw another punch. Phantom kill. Third kill. Yang Wu, his mind somewhat dazed, bit down fiercely on the tip of his tongue. At the same time, an invisible stream of psychic force shot toward the black shadow rushing straight at him. The black shadow's forward speed stalled for a moment, and Yang Wu seized the chance to fly backward dozens of meters. Damn it, illusion art. Li Yao instantly snapped back to his senses and shook his head. The black god suit immediately covered his entire ferocious face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. At the same time, he threw yet another punch at Yang Wu with incomparable speed, leaving the severely wounded Yang Wu with no strength for a second reaction. Boom. Just as Li Yao's fist was about to land on Yang Wu, a figure abruptly flashed out from behind Yang Wu. A massive fist collided with Li Yao's fist, sending out a booming sound like an exploding bomb. At the same time, the figure's other hand grabbed the tottering Yang Wu and pulled him behind him. Both figures retreated several steps before stopping. How dare you, Li Yao? You ignore the laws of the base city and attack a warrior of my Thunderbolt martial house. Are you provoking my Thunderbolt Hall? A lean middle-aged man had suddenly appeared, blocking this fatal punch for Yang Wu and shielding Yang Wu behind him. Inspector Lei Ming. I never said I wanted to provoke the Thunderbolt Hall. It's just that this brat is the prime suspect in my son's death. He must die. Li Yao paused briefly. Seeing this man appear, he knew he could no longer kill Yang Wu. The black god suit rapidly receded, restoring his original combat suit appearance as he spoke. Ridiculous. Just because you suspect Yang Wu killed your son doesn't mean he killed your son. I think you've gone insane from hunting for the killer. Did Yang Wu hold a grudge against your son, or did his parents have a feud with you? Was he so full from eating that he had nothing better to do than go kill your son? Your head is full of dung, the lean middle-aged man said without mincing words. This time, considering your grief at losing your son, you have some justification. If you say Yang Wu is the murderer, then bring out the evidence. My Thunderbolt Hall will not shield him. If you dare to attack a warrior of my Thunderbolt Hall again, without any basis, that will be an act of provocation against the Thunderbolt Hall and the second speaker. You will bear the consequences. As for the damage here, you can think about how to compensate for it yourself. The lean middle-aged man said this coldly, then supported Yang Wu and sped off without looking back, leaving Li Yao standing where he was. Li Yao's face shifted from ashen to livid for a long while before he finally turned and left in chagrin. Damn it, these bigwigs have finally stopped making a racket. Fortunately, this place is still at the edge of the base city, so there wasn't anyone around. A 10-man military squad that had been waiting not far away rushed over only after the 3 people had left. The officer at the lead wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and cursed in a low voice. Thank you for saving my life, Lord Inspector. With Lei Ming's help, Yang Wu quickly returned to the Thunderbolt Hall. Suppressing the pain that felt as if his whole body were falling apart, he respectfully expressed his gratitude to the foremost figure of the Jiangnan Thunderbolt Hall, the man who had rushed over and saved his life. There's no need for formalities. You are a genius martial artist. Our Thunderbolt Hall spares no effort to cultivate. Protecting your safety is naturally our responsibility. However, you must be extremely careful from now on. Vulture Li Yao and his wife Wei Nina are both notorious madmen. Until he finds the real culprit, you are still not out of danger. During this period, you'd better not leave the bounds of Qingfeng compound. I, along with the other high-level war god martial artists in the hall, cannot possibly keep an eye on you at all times and places. Lei Ming waved his hand and said, That's right, Yang Wu. Be careful during this period. Don't leave Qingfeng compound for now. As long as you're within the territory of our Thunderbolt Hall, that Li Yao couple won't dare be too reckless. Wang Heng, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, chimed in from the side. Yes, thank you, Lord Inspector. Thank you, Director. Yang Wu secretly clenched his fist, his heart filled with fierce unwillingness and an overwhelming craving for power. Vulture Li Yao, I, Yang Wu, swear that one day I will make you repay today's enmity 100-fold. Even if Luo Feng doesn't kill you, I, Yang Wu, will definitely kill you. Yang Wu vowed silently. Damn it. That vulture and scorpion pair have truly lost their minds. Just yesterday, they put up a 100 billion Chinese yuan bounty and caused a worldwide sensation. And today they've started biting people everywhere like mad dogs. 110 li. Hell, I suspect even that vulture-scorpion couple would find it difficult to kill someone and then flee that far within 10 seconds. What a lunatic. He suspects Yang Wu just because Yang Wu is a psychic. Why doesn't he widen the scope of his suspicion even more? Wang Heng cursed grumpily. Director, I would like to ask you to submit a request to the global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. I want to apply in advance for the strength and movement technique assessment. My strength has already surpassed 300 kilograms, and my movement technique has reached the entry level of the perfect grade, meeting the reward requirements that the Thunderbolt Global Headquarters set for my strength last time. Yang Wu faced Wang Heng, interrupting his endless stream of curses, and said, "What? Are you sure everything you just said is true and not just nonsense blurted out because you were provoked by Vulture Liao today?" Not only was Wang Heng astonished, but even Lei Ming, the inspector who had just walked out the door and was about to leave, immediately turned around and rushed back and staring fixedly at Yang Wu, trying to read the truth from his face. "Kid, it's already quite impressive that you managed to hold out against Li Yao until the inspector arrived. That madman Li Yao is a high-level war god expert. Besides, he also has the Black God set. Among martial artists below the war god level, you are the only one who can last even a few moves under his attack. Don't take it too hard." Wang Heng tried to persuade him. "No, director, I truly am not spouting nonsense from being provoked. My movement technique reached the entry level of the perfect grade more than a month ago. As for my strength, it is because I recently comprehended the force release secret of the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, which allowed me to use its technique to make my punching force reach 300 kilograms. If the two of you don't believe me, I can go and take the test right now," Yang Wu said without the slightest hesitation. Lei Ming and Wang Heng exchanged a glance, and both saw astonishment in the other's eyes. How much time has passed? The 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. He's a monster. That is an ultimate secret art, not some ordinary dime-a-dozen martial skill. After he absorbs the Dragon Blood reward and makes another breakthrough, does he really still need 4 years of special training in the special training camp? Both Lei Ming and Wang Heng thought at the same time. "Wait a few days. Once your injuries have healed, we'll run tests on you. If everything checks out, we'll report it to the higher-ups. Kid, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just that your progress is a little too fast. It really is a bit hard for us to believe. If we report this without authorization and someone from above comes to test you and finds the data wrong, then not only you, but even we will be in deep trouble." Wang Heng rubbed his temples and pulled his thoughts back. That's right. In any case, you're injured. Even the headquarters test can only be conducted after you have fully recovered. Besides, even if you immediately pass the test, you wouldn't be able to enter that global special training camp until next March." Lei Ming also shook his head and said, Damn it. If it weren't for Lei Ming, I would have slaughtered that brat with my own hands. Lei Ming, you dare obstruct me. Once I make another breakthrough, I'll slaughter you too. What is the Thunderbolt Martial Hall anyway? Inside a luxurious villa in the Shanshui compound of Jiangnan, Li Yao's face was savage, his eyes blood red as he roared in fury. "Issue the order, keep a close watch on Yang Wu's every move. He is a martial artist who I don't believe he can never leave the base city, forever hiding in Qingfeng compound of the Thunderbolt Hall. The moment he leaves the base city, he dies. Moreover, don't loosen your grip on the other clues. This Yang Wu is only one of the suspects. If we cannot find the true killer, then all martial artists under suspicion will die. Every last one of them," Li Yao ordered, nearly insane. "Brother Yang, your injuries." The next day, Luo Feng returned to the base city from Wilderness Area 003. He soon heard about Yang Wu being attacked and injured by Li Yao and realized that Yang Wu had taken the blame for him. He rushed over, looking at Yang Wu with guilt, as if wanting to speak, but holding back. "Don't say anything else, madman. We're brothers." Knowing what Luo Feng was about to say, Yang Wu immediately waved his hand and cut him off. "This injury of mine is nothing. You be careful. Just remember, when you get the chance, give that bastard Li Yao a sound beating for me." Yang Wu patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Yang Wu did not state it explicitly, but Luo Feng knew what he meant. The guilt in his heart turned into gratitude, leaving him so stirred that he didn't know what to say. Yet Yang Wu's words, "We are brothers," remained forever engraved on Luo Feng's heart. "Haha, why are you acting like a woman? Let me tell you, your big brother has already mastered the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, and my strength has reached over 300 kilograms. You need to work hard too, kid," Yang Wu said with a laugh. "Really? Congratulations, brother Yang. Then aren't you going to the Thunderbolt headquarters special training camp next year?" Luo Feng said with an envious look. "Haha, don't worry. You'll definitely have your chance next year too. Trust your big brother. I know half of what happens in the sky and everything on the ground." Yang Wu laughed loudly. I've just succeeded in mastering the 3rd level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. I'll buy the 4th level blade manual later. When the time comes, brother Yang, you must teach me well." A determined expression appeared on Luo Feng's face. This. 5 days later, Yang Wu arrived at the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Club. Under the watchful eyes of Lei Ming, the inspection envoy, Wang Heng, the administrator in charge, and several other bigwigs of the Jiangnan Bay City Thunderbolt Club, he underwent the initial tests of his body movement and punching power. Looking at Yang Wu's test results, they all widened their eyes, wearing expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Even the few high-grade war general martial artists, including Wang Heng, felt their faces burning slightly. The perfect level body movement technique. They had not yet even truly entered its threshold. Yet Yang Wu, who had obtained his warrior qualification for less than half a year, had already reached such a level. If another half year, 1 year, 2 years passed, What cultivation level would Yang Wu have reached by then? Inspection envoy, my lords, is there any problem with my test results? Seeing that none of them spoke, Yang Wu asked with some puzzlement. And no problem. Go back and wait for the news. The headquarters should send people to retest your strength and body movement within a day or two. Wang Heng replied, rubbing his temples. Old drunkard. It had only been a little over 2 months since Wang Heng once again placed a video call to Situ Huan. Seeing Situ Huan lazily sprawled on a sofa on the other side of the screen, pouring wine into his mouth, Wang Heng couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Damn it. My collection of fine liquor is going to suffer again. What's the matter, old Wang? Something up. If nothing's wrong, don't disturb my drinking. Screw you. Wang Heng flipped a middle finger at Situ Huan on the screen. Old drunkard, we just tested Yang Wu's strength and body movement. I'm telling you the test data. You decide what to do with it. Wang Heng said, resentfully, punching power 31142 kg. Body movement perfect level beginner. Okay. On the other end of the video call, Situ Huan suddenly sprayed out the mouthful of fine liquor he had just drunk. Without even taking time to wipe his mouth, he leaped up from the sofa and nearly roared, Wang Heng, don't you dare fool me. You should know the consequences of fabricating data. If it comes to that, even I won't be able to smooth things over for you. After the roar, Situ Huan finally remembered to wipe the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. You scoundrel. This was Yang Wu's test result, witnessed jointly by 5 senior executives of our club. Hell, believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, I've already reported Yang Wu's application for early assessment to you. Also, you'd better bring the dragon blood reward with you. There's no mistake about Yang Wu's strength. He's run into some trouble right now and urgently needs to increase his strength. While speaking, Wang Heng looked askance at Situ Huan on the screen. What trouble has he run into again? That kid is really fond of causing trouble. Can't you help him solve it? Situ Huan gradually calmed his astonishment and asked. We'll talk about it after you arrive. Wang Heng waved his hand impatiently. Greetings, Senior Situ. Greetings, my lords. Arranged by Situ Huan, the next morning, several senior executives from the global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall arrived at the Jiangnan-based City Thunderbolt Club headquarters aboard a 6-edged flying fighter bearing the Thunderbolt Martial Hall insignia. Having already been informed, the senior executives of the Thunderbolt Club also notified Yang Wu early, and together they waited before the club gate to welcome Situ Huan and his party. Yang Wu, boy, I asked you to search for fine liquor for me. How many bottles have you found? Seeing Yang Wu, Situ Huan was the first to shake his wine flagon and ask. Yang Wu froze for a moment, then immediately scratched his head. Senior, all the places I went had already been swept clean by others. There wasn't a trace of fine liquor to be found. Once my cultivation improves, this junior will definitely work hard to find some for you. Yang Wu said with a grin. You little brat. I don't think you ever took this old man's most important instruction to heart. Situ Huan took a mouthful of wine, then turned his gaze to Wang Heng and shook the wine flagon in his hand, which gave a swishing sound. Damn. Wang Heng cursed inwardly and immediately turned his gaze elsewhere, wearing an expression of I don't know you. Alright, let's take care of business first. After we finish Yang Wu's test, we'll discuss other matters. Another senior executive besides Situ Huan, who could no longer bear Situ Huan's shameless behavior, frowned and spoke. Right. Test first. The others said at the same time. Bang. In a training room specially prepared for Yang Wu's test, the punch target of a brand new punching force testing machine violently swayed back and forth nearly through 180 degrees when Yang Wu struck it hard using the force emission technique of the 4th layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Even the display screen beside the punch target shook. A stream of numbers flickered on the display before finally stabilizing at 31156 kg. Even the 2 staff members recording the assessment nearby were badly startled. Not bad. Punching power above 300 kg meets the first requirement before February 28, 2058, which is next year. Punching power must reach 300 kg. Now for the second item, the body movement test. A senior executive from the Thunderbolt Martial Hall's global headquarters recorded the score while saying this to Yang Wu. The body movement testing instrument bore certain similarities to the set used in the previous quasi-warrior assessment, but the difficulty of the test was far more complicated. In a room of 300 to 400 square meters, various obstacles of uneven heights were placed in the central area of about 100 square meters, the tallest reaching 1 meter and the shortest 20 or 30 centimeters. Some of the obstacles were fixed firmly while others swayed and wobbled, evidently not secured at all. A hazy white mist continuously rose from the floor among the obstacles and quickly filled the entire 100+ square meter space. Standing inside was like being in a heavy fog. Only the area within about 5 meters of one's body could be seen clearly, and everything else was a blur. At the 4 sides of the obstacle field, there was a rubber bullet launching device similar to the one used in the neural response test for quasi-warriors back then. Yang Wu also wore a special sensor suit. As soon as a rubber bullet touched his body, the sensor suit would record the data and transmit it to the computer, where it was converted into a grade for Yang Wu's performance. It was said that this novel testing method had just been researched and developed by Lei Shun and had not yet been promoted in the Martial Hall. Unexpectedly, its first use was on Yang Wu. The assessment has no special requirements except that you cannot leave the area shrouded by the mist, and you should try your best not to let the rubber bullets hit your body. A staff member from Thunderbolt's global headquarters, who was specifically in charge of this test, said to Yang Wu. Taking a deep breath, Yang Wu walked into the testing area with a calm expression. After briefly adapting to the assessment environment, he nodded toward the outside. Body movement test. Begin. The staff member pressed the red button beside the computer instrument. Beep. A crisp whistle-like sound rang out. Immediately, the huge barrels of the 4 testing machines around the field began to rotate. Hundreds of muzzles almost instantly spurted out streaks of red light, some bullets fast, and some slow, their flight paths not even parallel, erratic, and utterly irregular. When bullets were fired, sometimes there came a bang-bang sound, and at other times there was absolute silence. Rubber bullets of every size pierced through the dense fog, and soon the entire misty area was engulfed in the rubber bullet barrage. Standing at the center of the misty area, his mind highly focused, his spiritual will had already radiated outward, enveloping the entire misty area. When the rubber bullets shot toward him, he could clearly sense the flight path of each one, without even using his eyes. Beneath him, Yang Wu moved with nimble footwork, constantly changing rhythm, as if dancing. Using the uneven terrain, he swayed and twisted through the obstacles, executing one unbelievable movement after another. Some of the unsteady obstacles were even flicked up by Yang Wu's toes seemingly at random during his dodging, effectively blocking volley after volley of bullets. The bullets came faster and faster, more and more numerous, like a sudden squall of wind and rain. Yang Wu's body movements likewise grew faster and faster. He slipped through seemingly tiny gaps, evading rubber bullets that seemed impossible to dodge, while rapidly calculating the interval between each bullet in his mind. Of course, it was unavoidable that he was hit by a few bullets from time to time. Finally, the 3 minutes allotted for the assessment passed, the shooting stopped, the mist dispersed, and Yang Wu's tall and heroic figure emerged. At his feet, the ground was densely piled with rubber bullets of all colors and sizes. I'm not bad. Within 3 minutes, 14 bullets hit you, with no mistakes and no fouls. Result: perfect level body movement, beginner stage. The staff member announced, looking at the data displayed on the screen. Congratulations, Yang Wu, you have passed the assessment. According to the reward terms, your name has been entered into the enrollment archive of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp. You only need to report to the training camp on March 1st next year, and you will become a member of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp. This is the Dragon Blood, one of the special rewards included in the reward clauses. For the remaining rewards, the SS class combat suit, and the full set of weapons, please record their names and models on this form. As long as no special customization is required, they will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Please also write the names of any 2 secret manuals after the weapons section. However, before you fill out the form and receive these rewards, you must first sign this official recruitment contract of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall. A senior executive from Thunderbolt's global headquarters, who had arrived together with Sidu Huan and the others, produced from somewhere a silver security briefcase, 3 paper contracts, and a form, and placed them in front of Yang Wu. This is Thunderbolt Martial Hall's official recruitment contract. Unlike ordinary contracts, it is completely different from the loosely binding contract a regular martial artist signs when joining the hall. This contract carries not only rights and interests, but also obligations. In addition to the reward terms Yang Wu obtained for meeting the test requirements, it also provides an annual operating fund of 5 billion Huaxia credits. It also stipulates that once Yang Wu's martial artist rank reaches War God, and he takes a position in the martial hall, his annual operating fund will be raised to 10 billion Huaxia credits. And if he breaks through once more to become an existence surpassing War God, the annual operating fund will immediately increase to 50 billion Huaxia credits. 5 billion Huaxia credits. 50 billion Huaxia credits. Seeing this, Yang Wu opened his eyes wide in shock. In his memory, when Luo Feng signed with the Limitless Martial Hall next year, his operating fund was only 5 billion Huaxia credits, and there were not even those huge escalation clauses afterward. Although martial artists who sign this kind of contract generally are not short of money, and do not do it purely for the money, the size of the operating fund is nonetheless a direct reflection of the martial artist's value and the importance the organization attaches to him. Therefore, martial artists who ordinarily sign such contracts, although they don't care about money, are quite particular about the size of the operating fund. After reading through the contract, Yang Wu signed his name without the slightest hesitation. Then he took the registration form for the weapons and secret manuals he needed. He filled in the model of the weapon he used. After writing down the complete set of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, he was uncertain which secret manual to choose as the next reward. The contract allowed him to choose any 2 sets of secret manuals, but besides the Ninefold Thunder Blade, Yang Wu knew very little about the other manuals. Even more troubling, he could not resell these secret manuals for cash, and none of the manuals available to him dealt with psychokinetic cultivation. To Yang Wu, they were truly as useless as chicken ribs. He scrolled through the names of all the secret manuals for sale on the computer on the desk, but still had no idea how to choose. Kids' secret manuals aren't necessarily for cultivation. They can also serve as reference. Many counselor-level powerhouses, though they cultivate only one martial art, will buy and collect countless manuals to study. Suddenly, Situ Huan's voice came from beside him. It turned out that all of Yang Wu's recent actions had been noticed by Situ Huan, who immediately understood Yang Wu's confusion. Right, why do I have to cultivate them? Whether it's power delivery techniques or movement techniques, even if I don't cultivate them, I can still use them as reference. Haha, then I'll choose the most expensive one, Hong's World Annihilation. That's the one. Without hesitation, Yang Wu wrote down its name, then turned to Situ Huan, who was narrowing his eyes, and gave a slight nod of thanks. Only then did he excitedly take the alloy security briefcase. Inside was a portion of dragon blood worth 160 billion huaxia credits. Yang Wu had looked up dragon blood on the Thunderbolt tribe website of Thunderbolt Martial Hall, the equivalent of Limitless Martial Hall's Limitless Home. A single portion of dragon blood, even at Thunderbolt Martial Hall's half price, cost as much as 80 billion huaxia credits. That was still the half-price rate, and the condition for half-price was a 4-star contribution rank. This half-price dragon blood alone was worth more than the 60 billion in materials he had obtained by a lucky find in the No. 003 Wilderness Zone, an adventure that nearly cost him his life. Kid, we are about to return to headquarters. There is no time this trip to test your progress in illusion arts. Once you reach the training camp next March, if your illusion cultivation fails to satisfy this old man, I will thoroughly straighten you out. I have already learned of the absurd and overbearing matter of Li Yao treating you as the murderer of his son. Just now I reported it to headquarters together with your test results. It so happened that Lord Thunder God was at headquarters. After learning of this matter, he issued the following directive. Just as Yang Wu was about to leave carrying the briefcase of dragon blood, Situ Huan called him to a halt and said Lord Thunder God's directive is protect all of Yang Wu's family members and ensure their safety is not violated in any way. Warn Li Yao that he must not take any hostile action against Yang Wu's family or loved ones. And concerning Li Yao's attack on Yang Wu and Yang Wu's safety afterward, Thunderbolt Martial Hall shall, in principle, not intervene. After saying this solemnly, Situ Huan's face took on a gloating expression. Damn it. Yang Wu nearly jumped up. That damn bald Thunder God. He's actually using Li Yao, a powerful high-ranking war god, as his own whetstone. What kind of blade sharpening is this? Aren't you afraid this blade will break before it's even sharpened? At least you could have gotten me a black god suit or something. Knowing that this was Thunder God's decision and that there was no way to argue, Yang Wu could only nod helplessly. You should be satisfied, kid. Having the second speaker personally pay attention to your affairs is a heaven-sent blessing. Situ Huan took a gurgling swig of wine and said with a grin. Heir, Lord Situ, this humble one has a small favor to ask of you. Yang Wu, who had been brooding and was about to leave with the dragon blood, suddenly thought of something and stopped, forcing a smile onto his face. You little rascal with such a sinister smile. If you have something that requires my labor, say it now. However, unless it's asking me to taste wine, I can't guarantee I'll be able to do it. Situ Huan shook his wine flask and said, Heir, I wanted to ask Lord Situ if you have any connections to help this humble one buy 2 or 3 portions of the water of life. Yang Wu scratched his head as he spoke. He knew that the water of life would appear at the auction house in the War God Hall, but Yang Wu had no qualification to take part in it now. And elsewhere with his connections, it would be extremely difficult to buy even 1 portion, let alone multiple. You want water of life and 2 or 3 portions. Oh right, you want to heal your father and little sister. That's a praiseworthy intention. But kid, do you know how much a single portion of water of life costs? It's at least 10 to 20 billion huaxia credits. Seeing that Situ Huan only brought up the price instead of directly refusing, Yang Wu was secretly elated, knowing there was a chance. Hey, I recently made a small fortune in the wilderness. If I can get 1 portion for 20 billion, then buying 3 portions is no problem. While being able to heal his father and little sister, Yang Wu also thought of Luo Feng's younger brother Luo Hua. If he could help Luo Hua stand a year earlier, why wouldn't he do it? Since I already owe the old drunkard a great favor, it doesn't matter if I owe him a little more. Yang Wu knew that as a high-level member of Thunderbolt Martial Hall and a psychokinetic master, Situ Huan definitely had the right connections. You little brat, you only know how to cause trouble for this old drunkard. I asked you to find me some good wine, but you didn't take it seriously. Just wait, let me ask that big-bearded fellow in America. Situ Huan glared at Yang Wu. Inwardly he was startled by Yang Wu's words, but he did not pay it much heed. He stepped aside, dialed a number, and after a while came back. Kid, each portion costs 15 billion, 45 billion huaxia credits in total. Transfer the money to me and the water of life will be delivered to you within 48 hours. After expressing profuse gratitude to Situ Huan and making a grand array of promises to procure for him all manner of fine wines predating the great Nirvana, Yang Wu was finally permitted to leave. Clutching the combination briefcase, he swiftly made his way back home. His mother was assisting the physiotherapist in administering physical therapy to his comatose father, while his younger sister, with her blind eyes narrowed, listened intently to the television program. Yang Wu affectionately stepped forward and ruffled his younger sister's hair. He had intended to tell her about the water of life, but on second thought he held back, deciding to save it as a delightful surprise for later. After telling his sister not to disturb him, Yang Wu eagerly rushed up to the cultivation room on the top floor. Improving his strength was the most important thing for him right now. With a click, the door to the cultivation room sealed shut. Yang Wu set the combination briefcase in a corner and swept his finger across its fingerprint scanner. With another soft click, the case sprang open. Though the alloy briefcase appeared only about a foot or so in length and width, its interior was packed with a thick layer of high-density foam. At the center of the foam was secured a transparent test tube about 10 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb, sealed with a stopper made of special material. Inside, it was roughly 1/3 filled with a golden liquid, the precious dragon blood valued at 80 billion or even 160 billion xia currency. So this is dragon blood. Yang Wu carefully lifted the test tube from the high-density foam, terrified of dropping and shattering it. Logically, a tube containing dragon blood ought to be extremely sturdy, but Yang Wu did not dare test it recklessly. Instead, he raised it high toward the fluorescent light and admired it closely. Yes, admired it. Under the glow of the light, the golden blood was stunningly beautiful enough to make one's heart tremble. Had he not known its value, no one would ever believe this substance was worth 80 billion xia currency. Attached to the inner lid of the briefcase was an instruction manual. Though he already knew the plot and had a general idea of how to use dragon blood, he still picked up the manual and read it carefully. A smile spread across his face. The usage method is the same as before, unchanged. Simple. Just as in the plot, he remembered all he had to do was apply the dragon blood to his body, and it did not even need to cover his entire body. A single spot would suffice. The dragon blood would naturally permeate through the skin and spread throughout his body. The only taboo was that it must never be swallowed. The punch force I tested earlier was 31156 kilograms. I wonder how much it will be after using this dragon blood. If it doubles, that would be incredible. Generally speaking, the higher a martial artist's strength, the weaker the effect of dragon blood. The lower one's strength, the more pronounced the effect. For a mere warrior-level martial artist, so weak in constitution, dragon blood could even multiply their strength by 4. This was precisely why the Thunderbolt Martial Hall was so eager for Yang Wu to use dragon blood at this moment. My current physique is only around the level of an average war general. After using dragon blood, it might not just double, it could even triple. Yang Wu's heart burned with anticipation. He knew that next year, after Luo Feng consumed dragon blood, he would fight on par with a high-ranking war god like Liao. Just thinking about it made his blood run hot. Inside the cultivation room, Yang Wu quickly lay flat on the ground. Holding the test tube of dragon blood in his left hand, he gently pulled out the stopper. Instantly, a peculiar aroma spread through the underground chamber. Just inhaling it, Yang Wu felt a faint, tingling numbness race through every part of his body, as if he were cultivating primal genetic energy. Dragon blood, come on. Yang Wu knew well the agony that accompanied its use. He murmured softly, then tilted the tube slightly, letting the dragon blood pour onto his chest. The dragon blood was highly viscous, almost like quicksilver. It flowed slowly. The test tube was small, and 1/3 of its volume was indeed a tiny amount. When it spilled onto his chest, it covered only a small area, and soon the tube was completely empty. Too small an area. Yang Wu immediately used his hands to spread the dragon blood, swiftly wiping it across his bare upper body, then smeared the remainder on both arms. As soon as he did, he felt his upper body, hands, and arms begin to grow hot. Then that heat rapidly traveled from the skin where the dragon blood had been applied, seeping into his body and spreading through every part. Legs, hands, back, chest, head, everywhere. The heat kept intensifying. With his own eyes, he could see the dragon blood on his skin rapidly diminishing, as if being absorbed into the skin itself. The hot current grew stronger and stronger. The temperature climbed higher and higher. Damn. Both the manual and the original plot said this process would be painful, but I never imagined it would hurt this much. After the initial searing heat, Yang Wu felt as though tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at every part of his body. The agony clenched his fists, made his whole body tremble faintly, and his face quickly turned pale. And the pain kept intensifying. Aching, numbing, even stabbing agony. Every inch of his body, even his head. The heat was so unbearable it felt like being burned alive by fire. Yet the tingling numbness also made him want to scratch himself to death. A bone-deep agonizing pain racked Yang Wu's body, sending him into constant convulsions. It was a living hell. Sweat poured down Yang Wu's forehead as he roared in agony, his body trembling violently, muscles spasming, heart pounding, and blood racing through his veins like 10,000 stampeding horses. The sound of his heartbeat thundered like war drums. Each beat rang in his ears like a heavy drum, growing louder and louder until he lost consciousness. He blacked out. But the transformation of his body did not cease. The dragon blood smeared on his skin kept diminishing, continuously seeping into his body. Accompanying this absorption was the involuntary convulsing of Yang Wu's entire body. Not merely his whole body trembling, but every single muscle twitching spasmodically. On the surface of his bare upper body, each muscle writhed and twisted like earthworms. His skin seemed scorched red, and the veins bulged and contorted across his body, hideous and terrifying. Sizzle. Accompanying this horrifying process was the sensation that every cell in Yang Wu's body was making a sound, crazily devouring this strange energy and undergoing transformation after transformation. From childhood to now, even when Yang Wu had first crossed over and awakened, or when he first awakened as a spiritual psionicist, the degree of transformation had never been as drastic as this. The genetic material within his cells rapidly transformed under the energy of the dragon blood, shedding useless genes and refining the quality of his genetic makeup. Waste cells and impurities were directly expelled, seeping out through the surface of Yang Wu's body, accumulating into a thick layer of oily filth like grime. Under this transformation that reached deep into his cells, his tendons, bones, membranes, muscles, skin, and internal organs all underwent astonishing changes. The hardness of his bones continuously increased, and the toughness of his periosteum and fascia leapt forward in transformation after transformation. The dragon blood's energy was more than sufficient to fuel it all. Everything was happening with terrifying speed. 1,000 times, 10,000 times faster than ordinary cultivation. Meanwhile, within Yang Wu's vast sea of consciousness, at the very center of the mist-shrouded expanse, the enormous dark golden mountain no longer melted at its former slow pace, gradually releasing spiritual psionic power. Now the dark golden mountain seemed to be collapsing like an avalanche. A massive amount of nearly liquid fluid gushed out, instantly dispersing into mist. Billowing clouds of mist frantically spread, filling the entire sea of consciousness. Whoosh! The density of the mist in his sea of consciousness rapidly increased at an astonishing rate. The dark golden mountain furiously released vast quantities of mist 1,000 times faster than usual, perhaps even faster. His physical constitution, too, was improving at an astonishing rate during this moment. Naturally, the dark golden mountain, which had always been restricted by his physical limits and unable to fully unleash its latent spiritual psionic power, was now releasing itself to the utmost within the sea of consciousness. The intensity of Yang Wu's spiritual psionic force continuously surged. From barely reaching the level of a beginning war god, it began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. Gradually, the dense mist seemed to reach a saturation point, condensing and forming droplets. 1 droplet, 2 droplets appeared suspended in the air. At last, Yang Wu's body gradually calmed down, and the dark golden mountain in his sea of consciousness finally ceased its frenzied release of spiritual psionic power, resuming its former slow dissolution. Throughout the mist-shrouded sea of consciousness, countless droplets now hovered, with wisps of mist alternately merging into them and dispersing out again. From this moment on, Yang Wu's sea of consciousness existed in a state where mist and liquid coexisted. I actually passed out. Yang Wu's body trembled slightly as consciousness finally returned. His eyelids flickered, then slowly opened. His entire body was now coated in a layer of filth, pitch black all over, his face no exception. As Yang Wu opened his eyes, he casually rose to his feet, lightly stretching his arms. The black grime on his skin began to crack and fall away, revealing the healthy bronze-toned, powerful skin beneath. Such formidable strength. Such powerful spiritual psionic force. Yang Wu instantly sensed the elevation of both his body and his psychic power. Now, even if he were to face the iron-armored dragon or Liao again, even if he couldn't kill them, he wouldn't end up nearly so pathetic. His spiritual psionic illusion techniques alone could render them unconscious for at least 1 or 2 seconds. He clenched his fist and slammed it fiercely into the simple training dummy beside him, ignoring its near-destroyed wail as a wave of exhilarating satisfaction washed over him. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Wu was still in the cultivation room, studying the 5th layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade technique that had been delivered just the day before, when his communicator watch suddenly vibrated. Raising his arm to look, Yang Wu immediately broke into an excited smile and rushed out of the cultivation room, hurrying downstairs. Life water had arrived. 2 fully armed martial artists in Thunderbolt Martial Hall uniforms were standing at the main gate of Yang Wu's villa. One of them was carrying a backpack. On the open ground not far from them was parked an intelligent fighter craft bearing the emblem of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Upon seeing Yang Wu, the martial artist without the backpack immediately said, "Mr. Yang Wu, these are the 3 items that Lord Situ Huan asked me to deliver. Once your fingerprint passes verification, the alloy case can be opened." With that, he helped take out a pitch-black alloy case from the other martial artist's backpack. "Thank you, I appreciate your hard work." Yang Wu's eyes gleamed. He took the alloy case, ran his fingers across the latch, and with a click the case opened. Inside were 3 securely fixed test tubes along with an instruction manual. The tubes contained a faintly green crystalline liquid. "This is it, life water." Yang Wu took a deep breath and hurriedly turned around to head back inside. "Xiao, what have you bought again?" In the villa courtyard, seeing Yang Wu walk and carrying yet another alloy case, his mother knitted her brows slightly. She knew very well that ever since Yang Wu had become a martial artist, every item he bought was extraordinarily expensive, worth as much as the living expenses their entire family had once used over several decades. Even though she knew her son would not spend money recklessly, Yang Wu's mother, frugal by habit, still felt somewhat pained. His little sister Yang Li was also in the courtyard, fumbling about as she played. The sight of her upturned whitish eyes was heartbreaking. Mom, little sister, come here. Today I have an enormous surprise for you. Yang Wu took his little sister's hand with his free hand and turned toward his mother. You child, everything you've given us lately has been a surprise. His mother wiped her hands and curious followed the siblings into the house. Come, little sister, drink this. He sat his little sister down on the sofa, uncapped the test tube of life water, and brought it to her lips. Huh, what is this? So fragrant. The moment the test tube was uncapped, a faint, delicate fragrance drifted out, making one feel refreshed, even more comfortable than taking several breaths of pure fresh air. Little sister muttered something, but still did as he said, and swallowed the life water in one gulp. Wow, that feels wonderful. She smacked her lips. Xiaowu, what is this thing? Watching from the side in a daze, his mother couldn't help swallowing. Though she had also smelled the faint fragrance released by the life water, she still didn't know what it really was. Heh, Mom, just wait and see. Yang Wu made a shushing motion to his mother. Oh, my eyes. They itch a little. It feels so good. Suddenly Yang Li on the sofa cried out in surprise. Oh right, I almost forgot. Hearing his little sister's cry, Yang Wu slapped his forehead and hurriedly turned to shut the door and close the curtains. His little sister had been blind for a long time, and if she had just opened her eyes, she could not withstand the stimulation of strong light. Could it be? Little Li's eyes. Are they cured? Seeing her daughter's startled cry and Yang Wu's final action, his mother immediately understood something and asked urgently. Mom, brother, I can see. In the rather dim living room of the villa, before Yang Wu could answer his mother's question, he heard his little sister suddenly exclaim in excitement. Brother, thank you. For 10 years, 10 whole years, she had lived in a world of darkness. Little Yang Li had never once dared to hope that she would one day open her eyes again. No one else could understand that feeling. Although she usually showed nothing on the surface, deep inside her longing for light was stronger than anyone's. Don't cry, you mustn't cry. It's bad for your eyes. Seeing the tears sparkling in his little sister's eyes, Yang Wu immediately admonished her. All right, little Li, don't cry. We're happy today, so we mustn't cry. Xiaowu, Mom thanks you. As Yang Wu's mother held her daughter in her arms and said this, tears could not help streaming down her own face. Come on, let's go wake Dad up. Yang Wu took another test tube of life water from the case, took Yang Li's hand, and headed toward his father's room. Yang Wu, can your father wake up too? Behind him, his mother wiped the corners of her eyes. What her son had brought her today was truly a great surprise, an enormous heaven-shaking surprise. Of course, this single vial of life water is worth 15 billion Huaxia dollars. Yang Wu said with a smile. 15 billion. When Yang Wu and his sister walked into their father's bedroom, Yang Wu's mother still hadn't come to her senses from that enormous sum. Lately, in the Mingyue compound of Limit Hall and the Qingfeng compound of Thunderbolt Hall, one name had been causing a sensation: Yang Wu. He had created a miracle of life. In the Qingfeng compound of Thunderbolt Hall, a martial artist family who had just moved into a villa in the compound had originally had a blind little girl, and it was also said that the family had a member in a vegetative state who had been sleeping for years. But on the afternoon of December 3rd, all 4 members of the family walked out of their house completely healthy. The cute little girl's eyes were no longer blind, and her eyes were full of radiant smiles. Even that middle-aged man who had never appeared, the one said to be the family's vegetative patient, had actually stood up hale and whole, only with an unhealthy pallor still on his face. When that evening the family of 4 left Qingfeng compound and took a stroll through Mingyue compound, before long people were astonished to see that Luo Hua, the younger brother of Luo Feng, the genius martial artist of Mingyue compound, who less than 10 days earlier had thrown himself into the lake at Lotus Pond Park in a suicide attempt because of his physical disability and relationship troubles, had actually recovered from that disability in just a few days. He had grown a pair of legs. Only later did people learn that all these miracles of life had been created by one person, a genius martial artist named Yang Wu, who had once transferred from Limit Martial Hall to Thunderbolt Martial Hall for some special reasons. Yang Wu instantly became famous, whether in Mingyue compound or Qingfeng compound, or even in the dilapidated tube-shaped apartment block where he had once lived. And many people also learned that Yang Wu would enter the Thunderbolt Martial Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp at Thunderbolt headquarters next year. The Thunderbolt Martial Hall Global Elite Special Training Camp was a famous war god training camp. Almost every martial artist who came out of it was a powerhouse at the war god level. A war god level powerhouse was someone significant even across the entire planet. Especially when people learned that Yang Wu still didn't have a girlfriend, many people in the surrounding area began to harbor ideas. Every day, when Yang Wu's parents walked through the compound, someone would inevitably take the initiative to approach them, make acquaintance, and try to build a connection. Some even eagerly recommended their own daughters or younger sisters. Within a few days, Yang Wu's mother had received over 100 photos of young women. Watching his parents eagerly flipping through the photos, Yang Wu found it both amusing and exasperating. There were even those who, having no daughter or younger sister of their own, turned their attention to Yang Li, whose eyesight had just been restored, leaving Yang Wu's whole family speechless. Even if one had no daughter or younger sister to marry the future war god, marrying the war god's sister would still bring boundless glory in the days to come. What? You intend to go alone to the Australian continent for training. At the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Hall, Wang Hing shot to his feet in astonishment and shouted at Yang Wu, "Boy, have you grown tired of living, or has some wire come loose in your head? Daring to go alone to that place. You really know how to dream." "Hee, Chief Steward, don't get so excited. I haven't lived my fill yet. I'm mainly going there to temper myself. You know, after absorbing the dragon blood, my physical constitution is now at the high-level war general stage, and my psychic master rank has already reached the mid-level war god stage. Even against a high-level war god, I wouldn't be daunted with my psychic abilities. If I stayed around the base city and hunted monsters in the wilderness zones, I'd still have to deal with that lunatic Li Yao and the war god helpers he's brought along. I don't fear them now, but they'd still be a nuisance. I might as well slip over to the Australian continent and train for a while. Who knows? Before I even realize that my physical constitution could reach war god level. When that happens, I won't be afraid of even Li Yao," Yang Wu said with a smile. "Besides, you know I'm a psychic master and can fly by controlling objects. No matter how fierce the monsters over there are, they can't do anything to me, right? So I've come to ask you, venerable sir, to use your connections. Find a passenger plane that will break briefly as it passes over the Australian continent and drop me off. If I need to come back, I'll have to trouble you again to find another passenger plane to break briefly and pick me up." "Heh." Yang Wu scratched his head. "Boy, are you really sure you want to take this risk? You're a bloody lunatic, completely out of your mind." Wang Heng shook his head, opened his computer, and fiddled with the keyboard. Immediately, a documentary clip appeared on the wall screen. "This is the Australian continent as it stands now. You could call it the most astonishing and densely concentrated monster region in the world today. Because it is cut off from every other landmass, its land monsters are unlike those on other continents. Rat monsters, badger monsters. Many of their breeds are different from those in Asia, Europe, and elsewhere. Even before the Great Nirvana period, the Australian continent was famous for the sheer variety and number of its animals. After the Great Nirvana, the range of monsters here became extreme. Crossbreeding and mutation in particular have produced many utterly terrifying monsters. And it is precisely because of these vast numbers that king-level monsters have emerged. A king-level monster is equivalent to a human counselor-level powerhouse. If you ran into one now, you'd almost certainly die. Especially places with large numbers of lord-level monsters. When you find those, stay far, far away. Of course, king-level monsters won't bother with you unless you provoke them. So the greatest threats to you are the monster hordes and lord-level monsters. Seeing that he could not change Yang Wu's mind, Wang Heng had no choice but to patiently guide him, pointing at every place on the screen and telling Yang Wu everything he knew about the Australian continent. "Go back and prepare well. Come to me the morning after next. I'll quietly take you out to the airport. But if you change your mind in these next 2 days and give up this adventure, just tell me directly. I still don't want you, boy, taking this risk." Wang Heng rubbed his temples, looked at Yang Wu helplessly, and shook his head. 3 days later, with 2 thin false mustaches on his upper lip, disguised as a middle-aged warrior of around 40, Yang Wu sat calmly on a flight from Jiangnan Base City to the South American continent, quietly waiting for the plane to pass over the Australian continent. Apart from a brand-new SS-grade battlesuit, 5 SS-grade flying daggers on each calf, and an SS-grade Jewing warblade slung across his back, Yang Wu had also specially prepared a Type 9 6-edged shield for emergencies. Moreover, inside the backpack on his back were 2 more identical backpacks. In his pack, there were also special weapons Yang Wu had prepared specifically for harvesting the willow wood hearts and other spirit plants. His intention was plain. Besides collecting the 1,000-year willow wood hearts and other spirit plants on that small island, he intended to do some wholesale slaughter. Last time in Wilderness Zone 003, Yang Wu had suffered from not having enough backpacks. Even now, ordinary monster materials worth over 100 million were hidden in some obscure place in Wilderness Zone 003, and he had never found the time to retrieve them. "Mr. Wu, we've reached the Australian continent. Please prepare to jump. I'll have the plane slow down." The captain personally came to Yang Wu's seat and said respectfully to Yang Wu, who was traveling under the alias Mr. Wu. A warrior who could travel alone to the Australian continent was at least of war god rank, which made even the captain of the passenger plane treat him with respect. Moreover, this detour to the Australian continent had been arranged at the request of the Thunderbolt Hall's chief steward, so it was obvious that this special passenger had significant backing. "All right, thank you for your trouble, Captain." Yang Wu nodded and rose to his feet. From the ground in the northwest of the Australian continent, a passenger plane happened to pass overhead. As it crossed the continent, its speed obviously decreased, as if it were about to hover in the sky. The passenger plane's hatch suddenly opened, and a human figure leapt out from the flying airliner. Like a leaf, it drifted slowly down through the air. It was Yang Wu. The passenger plane, which had been flying slowly, accelerated in an instant the moment Yang Wu jumped out. It became a phantom blur in the sky and disappeared over the horizon. The climate of the Australian continent was almost the opposite of the Huaxiao nations. It was mid-December when Huaxiao was bitterly cold, but in Australia the season was warm and pleasant, grass growing, orioles flying, with temperatures around 24 or 25 degrees. In such a climate, monster activity was even more frequent. Before he even reached the ground, Yang Wu could already see countless monsters of every kind on the earth below. While still in the air, he was attacked by flying monsters. Their ranks were clearly not high. A single illusion art sent them reeling unsteadily off to the side. Swoosh. On the ground about 1 or 2 kilometers from where Yang Wu had just landed, a wavering figure flitted silently into the distance. Under the influence of his superb movement technique and illusion arts, the many monsters nearby had no idea that someone had passed by. It was Yang Wu who had come alone. According to his memory, the misty island where willowwood hearts and other spirit plants grew was the place Luo Feng reached only later after being hunted by Li Yao. So the best course now was to first find the ape mountain range where Luo Feng had originally hunted the Vajra apes. Yang Wu walked carefully, planning silently to himself. The best bet is to use the coordinates of the ape mountain range to find that small island where spirit plants grow. Once my cultivation base rises further, I'll come out and do some serious hunting. If he went hunting monsters now, even lord-level monsters would not scare Yang Wu, but it would waste such valuable time. Raising his cultivation one more step before hunting. Wouldn't that be sharpening the axe won't delay the woodcutting? By then perhaps even king-level monsters would pose almost no danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yang Wu's flickering figure swept across the wilderness like the wind at speeds close to or exceeding 300 meters per second, treating the monsters on the way as if they did not exist. If a clueless monster came up to block him, a flying dagger would instantly shoot out, raise a splash of blood, and then automatically fly back to Yang Wu's calf. Yet Yang Wu never stopped. He continued to watch and search for places where apes appeared in large numbers. In the middle of the Australian continent at dusk, inside a rather dim cave in a mountain range, Yang Wu was sorting through the monster materials in his backpack. 2 days after arriving on the Australian continent, following the satellite map on his communication watch, Yang Wu had searched more than a dozen places marked with rivers and lakes, but none was the location of the misty island where the spirit of grass and trees grew. Gradually a suspicion arose in Yang Wu's heart. Perhaps he had to devour the protagonist Luo Feng before he could find the misty island where the spirit of grass and trees grew. Restlessness began to stir within him. No longer did he calmly avoid the monsters as he had over the previous 2 days. Instead, he vented that impatience on the Lord-class monsters he encountered along the way. In just 3 days, his backpack already held the materials of a low-level Lord-class monster and a mid-level Lord-class monster. No wonder this is one of the 3 great danger zones. There are so many monsters and plenty of monster lords too. It is a pity that the high-level Lord-class kangaroo monster escaped at the very last moment. Yang Wu muttered regretfully to himself, then immersed himself in cultivation again. Although hunting monsters along the way had cost him a fair amount of time, it had also soothed his restless mood. At the same time, because of his extensive use of illusion arts against monsters, his mastery of the illusionist's secret manual 9 illusory slays recorded in the notebook Situ Huan had given him had advanced remarkably, from having comprehended only the 3rd slay to breaking through to the 5th slay. However, although he had killed 2 Lord-class monsters in 3 days and gravely wounded a high-level 1, Yang Wu remained dissatisfied. After 3 days, Yang Wu truly came to understand the intelligence of Lord-class monsters. Although he could easily run into several Lord-class monsters each day, every monster that reached Lord rank had already attained a considerable level of intelligence and was exceedingly cunning. The moment they sensed danger, they fled immediately. Once a Lord-class monster wanted to escape, even Yang Wu, a mental energy master, could hardly catch it. Thus, many warriors knew that defeating a monster lord was difficult, but killing a monster lord was even harder. This was also the reason why, despite encountering around 20 monster lords over 3 days, Yang Wu had harvested only 2 monster lords, and neither was a high-level monster lord. Although Yang Wu could control flying daggers with his mental energy or attack from a distance with illusion arts, these abilities had their limits. Within 50 meters, they were most powerful and consumed the least mental energy. At 100 meters, he could just barely maintain his greatest power, but due to the distance, the mental energy consumed was much greater. Beyond that, the power dropped off sharply. A Lord-class monster could be 100 meters away with a single movement of its body. His ability to maintain a hunting rate of nearly 1 per day was due to his status as a mental energy master. If he had relied solely on close combat as a warrior, he might well have gained nothing at all in these 3 days. This was also why many war god powerhouses would rather hunt high-level general-class monsters than provoke Lord-class monsters. The next morning, though no light entered the cave, Yang Wu had deliberately sealed the long-developed biological clock, still woke him right on time. If only I can find a clue to that island today. Yang Wu ate some concentrated food, then packed everything away, strapped on his backpack and shield, grasped his Juing battle saber, and set out cautiously. His figure leapt suddenly from a cliff on one mountain peak, crossing 70 to 80 meters in a single bound to land on another peak. After carefully observing the surrounding terrain, he continued racing forward, sometimes leaping, sometimes running, sometimes executing astonishingly graceful movements, as if traversing the mountain range on level ground. Yang Wu halted abruptly in mid-run and hid behind a towering tree that took several people to embrace. Peering ahead. About a kilometer ahead lay a slightly sunken basin. In the basin, if one did not look carefully, all one could see was a sheet of silver white. Under the sunlight, it was even a little dazzling, like an enormous silver basin. However, Yang Wu, with his powerful mental energy, had already discovered that the silver-white color came from the basin being packed with dense silver pythons, some of which emitted faint crackling electric currents from their heads. Silver electric python. The name immediately came to Yang Wu's mind. It was a species Wang Heng had specifically mentioned when introducing him to the names of monsters on the Australian continent. Though almost all the pythons in sight were silver electric pythons stretching over 10 or even dozens of meters long with bodies more than a meter in diameter. Yang Wu, however, paid little attention to these silver electric pythons. Instead, he focused on a flat stone platform at the far right edge of the basin. There lay a silver electric king python, at the high-level monster rank nearly 100 meters long with a body 6 or 7 meters in diameter. Every scale on its body was as large as the hexagonal shield on Yang Wu's back. Crackle. Suddenly, the silver electric king python raised its head from the flat platform, let out a shrill screech in Yang Wu's direction, and without hesitation shot across the ground straight at him, as if it had transformed into a high-speed silver train. Damn, so fast. The instant Yang Wu dodged away from the towering tree that had hidden him, a thunderous crack rang out as a massive white figure slammed into the trunk. That ancient towering tree, which had grown for who knows how many years, snapped in two at the middle. Damned beast. I haven't even come looking for you, yet you dare attack me. You're asking for death. Yang Wu cursed furiously, and without the slightest hesitation cast an illusion art directly at the silver electric king python's head. The silver electric king python immediately became dazed, its head swaying, and its body going limp. Slash. At that moment, the Juying long saber in Yang Wu's hand transformed into a blurred flash of blade light, and slashed down at the 7-inch vital spot of the silver electric king python. Thump. The long saber struck the silver electric king python, and Yang Wu felt as though he had slashed into a thick slab of rubber. The python's body reflexively tightened, the blade sank less than half a foot into its flesh before it could go no deeper. Ga. Human. The silver electric king python, stung by pain, suddenly woke from the illusion with a pained cry. Its now clear eyes instantly filled with cold malice. Ignoring the still bleeding wound on its neck, it made a violent, irregular twist on the ground, and in an instant put more than 10 meters between itself and Yang Wu, extremely fast. Then its body suddenly arched like a giant bow drawn to a full moon. The next moment, with a muffled twang, the python's tens of meters long tail lashed out, shooting toward Yang Wu like an immense bolt of lightning. It arrived before Yang Wu in the blink of an eye. The powerful sonic boom generated by that explosive tail strike had not yet even faded. That sweeping tail strike was astonishing in both power and speed. Even a high-level war god warrior would not dare take it head-on. In the python's eyes, even if that hateful human was not turned into minced meat, all his internal organs would be shattered. After that tail lashed out, a flicker of excitement passed through the silver electric king python's cold eyes. From a few meters above the ground to dozens of meters horizontally, the entire space had been sealed off by that one tail strike. Where could this hateful human possibly dodge? Unless he had grown wings and could fly, was that possible? Humans were the common enemy of all powerful monsters. This was the first time in the silver electric king python's life that it had a chance to kill a human. Although it had been caught off guard by his despicable sneak attack and suffered a minor wound, it could not hide the excitement in its heart. Humph. Facing this formidable, awe-inspiring tail strike, Yang Wu merely gave a cold snort. Just as the colossal python tail was about to strike him, whoosh, Yang Wu's figure bizarrely leaped straight upward. Drifting in the air like a leaf blown by the wind, he easily evaded that ferocious strike. Ga. It really flew into the air. Before the silver electric king python could even think, the moment Yang Wu rose into the air and hovered there, the 10 SS grade flying daggers on his legs shot out at once, attacking the python from several directions in midair. 10 gleaming silver daggers. 10 bolts of icy lightning. 10 bone-piercing chills. Target: the silver electric king python's neck, the 7-inch vital spot, the very place Yang Wu had just wounded with his saber. Thump, thump. The silver electric king python reacted extremely quickly, twisting its body in irregular motions, and evaded each of the 10 attacks one by one. Flee. After dodging that wave of flying daggers, the thought flashed through the silver electric king python's mind, but it was already too late. Yang Wu's body suddenly accelerated in midair, closing to within a dozen meters of the silver electric king python's head. Another illusion art struck the python's head. Ga. The python's frantic twisting and dodging came to an abrupt halt. Seizing the chance, the 10 silver flying daggers formed a gleaming silver curve and plunged one after another into the wound on its neck. The wound that the long saber had failed to break through was easily pierced by the 10 flying daggers. The searing pain brought the silver electric king python to its senses once more, yet aside from shrieking madly and venting the last of its life force in frantic struggles on the ground, it could do nothing to halt the ebbing of its life. Dead. The silver lightning king python lord had actually been killed by that human. After a brief stillness, the enormous silver basin immediately began to stir. ZZZT, 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 ZZZT. Beginning with the two low-rank Lord Silver Lightning King Pythons, then the high-rank Beast General Silver Lightning Pythons, and the mid-rank Beast General Silver Lightning Pythons, every Silver Lightning Python in the basin fled in a chaotic rush, scattering beyond its edges. In just a few breaths, all the silver in the entire basin had vanished, and not a single Silver Lightning Python could be seen. Only a thick rank stench still hung in the air. They certainly fled fast. By the time Yang Wu noticed the two low-rank Lord Silver Lightning King Pythons, they had already split in two directions and escaped several kilometers away. Yang Wu smiled slightly with no intention of chasing them. With a lightning-like bound, he came directly beside the body of the high-rank Lord Beast, the Silver Lightning King Python, which had already stopped breathing. The most important thing now was to harvest the materials from this high-rank beast. If he went after the two low-rank Silver Lightning King Pythons instead, by the time he returned, the high-rank Lord Silver Lightning King Python's corpse would probably already be meals in the bellies of other beasts, a loss that would far outweigh the gain. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Wu looked at the high-rank Lord Silver Lightning King Python's corpse, and with a thought, 10 flying knives shot out from the wound at the python's neck. Leaving one suspended in midair to cut materials, the other 9 flew back swiftly, like young swallows returning to their nest, and slipped into the sheaths on either side of Yang Wu's calves. A high-rank lord, and not even a speed type at that, still needs illusion techniques as backup, otherwise it won't be easy to kill. Yang Wu used his mental power to control the remaining SS-grade flying knife, beginning to cut through the Silver Lightning King Python's hide. Looking at the 100-meter-long corpse of the Silver Lightning King Python on the ground, Yang Wu suddenly felt that this scene was remarkably wonderful. A month ago, he could barely manage to deal with a dying high-rank beast lord like the Ironclad Dragon, and had even been severely wounded by it. Yet a month later, he could easily defeat, even kill, a high-rank beast lord. Silver Lightning King Python, a high-rank Lord Silver Lightning King Python. Tisk TSK. Among high-rank war gods, I'm afraid very few could have hunted one down as successfully as I did. Just that move of flicking its enormous tail. If not for a psychic master capable of controlling objects and flying, even a high-rank war god would probably find it hard to withstand. Yang Wu's heart was brimming with delight. Though harvesting the materials from its body was still a little laborious, it could not stop his excitement. If I sell this high-rank Lord Silver Lightning King Python to the HR Alliance, it should fetch around 13 billion Huaxia dollars. All I have to do is dissect it and collect the materials. Who would find earning money like this troublesome? Yang Wu was overjoyed. After buying 3 portions of Water of Life with the 60 billion he had earned by finding a bargain in Wilderness Zone 003, his wallet had shriveled considerably. But after just a few days strolling across the Australian continent, his wallet had swelled up again. In Yang Wu's eyes, the Australian continent had become a row of ATM machines noisily spitting out banknotes. Even if he had not found the unnamed Misty Island where plant spirits like the willow heart grew, Yang Wu still felt the trip to the Australian continent was more than worthwhile. After carefully collecting the materials from the Silver Lightning King Python's body, he was just about to leave when faint excited roars suddenly sounded from afar. Yang Wu shouldered his backpack and with a leap dashed toward the direction of the roars. After Yang Wu had sped forward for less than 10 kilometers, a colossal canyon loomed before him. Yang Wu stopped half-crouched and leaned over the canyon edge. Peering down from the cliff, he froze for a moment at what he saw, then a look of excitement immediately rose over his face. Ape Mountain Range. That's right, this must be the Ape Mountain Range. If I've actually found the Ape Mountain Range, then finding that unnamed little island shouldn't be much of a problem. In the canyon below, all he could see were all kinds of ape monsters. At a glance, they formed a dense, swarming sea, definitely tens of thousands of them. If not for what Luo Feng had encountered when he first arrived on the Australian continent, what else could this be? Among the many apes below, a giant high-rank beast, Lord the Vajra ape, stood fully 20 or 30 meters tall, its entire body covered in a layer of golden scales. It was dragging with one hand the bloody corpse of a silver python more than 30 or 40 meters long. This silver python was precisely one of the 2 low-rank beast lords that had fled quickly after Yang Wu killed the high-rank beast lord Silver Lightning King Python. Who could have known that of all places it would blunder into this Ape Mountain Range and be captured by the high-rank Lord Beast the Vajra ape? At this moment, the huge silver python's entire head had already been swallowed into the Vajra ape's belly. The Vajra ape's terrifying cavernous mouth was still chewing, chomp chomp, without pause, both corners of its mouth smeared with blood. As he ate with growing excitement, the high-rank Lord Vajra ape raised its head to the sky and let out an excited, piercing roar as if trying to tear the heavens apart. Immediately, the entire ape tribe began to clamor and boil with excitement. The high-rank Lord Ape grew even more excited at this sight. It grabbed the low-rank Lord Silver Lightning King Python corpse, of which it had already eaten a small part, pulled with both hands, rip, and tore the python into 2 pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere. The high-rank Lord Ape raised its head once more and let out an ear-splitting roar, then flung the two halves of the python into the ape horde below. At once tens of thousands of ape monsters shrieked with frenzied excitement and desperately lunged to snatch at the flesh. The high-rank Lord Ape seemed to relish the sight of the apes fighting over the food. It excitedly beat its chest above, hooting guagua. Should I kill it or not? Yang Wu gripped the hilt of the Jueying war saber and asked himself as he watched the vigorous scene below. Forget it. I'll leave you to Luo Feng and let you live one more year. Yang Wu hesitated a moment, then quietly withdrew his head and looked around. He confirmed his position through the satellite map on his watch, found the nearest direction where a river lay, scratched his head, and recalled the scenes described in the novel's plot. With eager anticipation in his eyes, he slowly made a wide detour into the distance. A river. After skirting past the Ape Mountain range and advancing less than 5 kilometers, a shimmering expanse of water appeared before Yang Wu's eyes. He immediately called up the satellite map again. After a brief check, the excitement in Yang Wu's eyes grew even stronger. What was shown on the map almost perfectly matched the plot descriptions in his memory. 260 kilometers to the northwest of this river lay a large lake nearly 100 li across. Most crucially, in the center of this great lake sat an unnamed island some 20 or 30 li around. Wasn't this the very misty island he had been seeking all along, the one that grew willow hearts? At the thought that once he swallowed the 1,000-year willow heart, his physical body would truly enter the war god realm, and his cultivation as a psychic master would immediately reach the level of an invincible war god, Yang Wu's heart blazed with eagerness. 1,000-year willow heart, I'm coming. Invincible war god, I'm coming. For Yang Wu, sprinting at full speed in his excitement, a distance of 260 kilometers was but a matter of a few minutes. A few minutes later, Yang Wu arrived at the edge of the lake. Gazing at the incomparably bizarre body of water before him, his face was full of astonishment. Vast and magnificent as the lake was, aside from the occasional strange sounds rising from beneath the water, what startled Yang Wu the most was that although the sun shone brightly overhead, the lake before him remained shrouded in mists that were utterly impervious to the sunlight. Faint mist began to appear from several hundred meters off the shore, and the closer it got to the center of the lake, the denser it became. At a distance of roughly 2 or 3 kilometers from the shore, everything was completely covered by an endless expanse of thick fog, making it impossible to see anything within. If not for the satellite map showing a small island at the center of the lake, Yang Wu would never have known merely by looking with his own eyes that an island lay hidden within that dense fog. Looking at this sinister lake and recalling the perils that Luo Feng and later Li Yao had faced when they set foot on the island in the novel's storyline, though his memories were no longer very distinct, Yang Wu still vaguely remembered that within these lake waters lurked an exceedingly terrifying breed of monster fish mutated from electric eels and capable of discharging electricity. Even Li Yao, clad in his black god suit, had nearly fallen into the jaws of these monster fish. After walking a full lap around the shore and carefully observing, Yang Wu heaved a deep breath. He hid his backpack, containing the monster materials he had collected over the past few days, inside a rocky cave by the lakeside. Then he took down the hexagonal shield that had been strapped to his back, still in use, set it floating in front of him, leaped onto it, and controlled it to rise to an altitude of about 50 meters, flying rapidly over the lake's surface toward the depths of the mist-filled center. The mist stretched in every direction. In this vast marshland, aquatic plants grew thick and lush. Strange cries resounded from time to time, and savage waves kept billowing across the water. The naked eye simply could not make out what was hidden within the lake. As befits a lake spanning more than 100 li in circumference, there are already over a dozen kinds of sounds I can distinguish rising from below. That proves there are absolutely many aquatic monsters dwelling in these waters. Yang Wu was secretly alarmed. Aquatic monsters had always been notorious for being tough to handle, for within the ocean's monsters had always reigned supreme. The ocean's vast reaches had given birth to all sorts of bizarre and overwhelmingly powerful beasts. Thus, even more gods were unwilling to enter the ocean, nor would they easily venture into such a large lake. Whoosh! Yang Wu flew swiftly forward, and wherever he passed, the lake's surface churned fiercely, while the fog ahead grew ever thicker. With his vision, which came from a physique approaching a war god's level, he could still barely make out the scenery within 150 meters ahead. Yet the farther he went, the smaller his visible range became, until it finally narrowed to a pitiful mere dozen meters. Neither ahead nor below could anything be seen clearly any longer. He could only barely perceive his surroundings through his formidable psychokinetic power. His forward progress had to become slower and slower, and moreover, not only did he grip the Jueying war blade in his hand, but 10 SS-grade flying daggers hovered a few meters in front of him on constant alert against danger that might appear at any moment. Zap! Suddenly, a thick bolt of blue electric light flared and came shooting toward Yang Wu, who was advancing in the sky dozens of meters above. As dense as a swarm, the huge bolt of blue lightning quickly split into countless strands of blue electric arcs in midair, illuminating the sky above the lake in an instant. The electric arcs twisted and shot out in all directions like electric serpents, dispelling even the thickest fog. Then all at once a giant cyan fish-shaped head thrust out from the lake's surface, who on top of this fish-shaped head grew a single sharp horn. Electric arcs coiled around the sharp horn. Those bolts of lightning were precisely being shot from it. Damn, so there really is such a thing as this kind of electric discharging monster fish. Yang Wu, who had been cautious all the while, suddenly vaulted upward, dodging the first electric arc. Then amid the dense barrage of electric arcs that covered the sky, he immediately executed his entry-level perfect-grade movement technique, leaving a series of afterimages as he flickered through the air. Even the few electric arcs that he failed to dodge were blocked by the shield beneath his feet. It was still a narrow escape, but he remained unharmed. Seeing that their electric arcs had failed to strike down the human in the sky, the cyan monster heads poking out of the water to discharge electricity suddenly went from a single head to several. Not good. Yang Wu, who had been keeping a wary eye on the situation below, gave an inward shout. Sure enough, before Yang Wu could even react, electric arcs, several times denser than before, surged up from below and quickly enveloped him. It was like a colossal lightning net with an extremely dense mesh, leaving no space for Yang Wu to dodge. No matter how exquisite his movement technique, it was of no use at all. Just as he was about to urge the shield to rise higher, Yang Wu suddenly felt his entire body go numb and his head spin, and his body plummeted straight down from midair. His thoughts were paralyzed for only a flash. His body had already dropped to within less than 10 meters of the lake's surface when Yang Wu suddenly jolted and awoke completely. Damn it! He immediately flipped over and steadied himself on the shield. The back of his clothes was already soaked with a large patch of cold sweat. On the lake's surface beneath him, besides the several horned monster fish that had originally been discharging electricity at Yang Wu, several more hornless monster fish had appeared. Seeing Yang Wu descending, they leaped out of the water one after another, opening their bloodthirsty maws wide, just waiting for Yang Wu to throw himself into their mouths. Get lost! Yang Wu bellowed furiously. Waves of illusions shot toward the monster fish. At the same time, 10 lethal blades of light burst outward with Yang Wu at the center. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Taking advantage of the brief stagnation as the monster fish fell into their illusions, the 10 flying daggers instantly slashed through the aquatic monsters below. They even swept in an arc, piercing through a great number of the beasts. At once these fish-shaped monsters let out shrill screams, yet at the same time, they also snapped out of their illusions. Some surviving elongated aquatic monsters furiously shot out electric arcs. Electric serpents lashed across the sky, but their might was far weaker than before. Whoosh! Yang Wu hurriedly steered the shield to rise rapidly, seizing the opportunity to charge forward. Damn, it truly is perilous here. I nearly got done in. I must not let my guard down. Making his way forward at an altitude of a full 50 to 60 meters, Yang Wu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself in lingering fear. If it had not been for his powerful mental strength, which allowed him to wake up in the nick of time when he was but 10 meters away from ending up in the monsters' bellies, the consequences were utterly unimaginable. Oh well. Not long after leaving the territory of the electric discharging monster fish, another strange and piercing cry suddenly came from the lake below. That sound exploded by Yang Wu's ears, carrying a stabbing agony that made even his soul tremble, and it caused Yang Wu standing on the shield to sway and stagger dizzily. Damn, what kind of monster is this, though? To actually launch sonic attacks, and even attack the soul. After all, Yang Wu was a psychokinetic master. His psychokinetic power was only a hair's breadth away from that of a high-rank war god. Yet in his own strongest domain, he had been attacked by a monster and left teetering. Charge! Yang Wu bit his tongue and forcibly stabilized his body. Not daring to look back, he furiously manipulated the shield, paying no regard to the dangers that might await in the air ahead, and madly charged forward as if his life depended on it. Oh well, oh well. As he sped along, all Yang Wu could hear were those frenzied roars closing in from behind. Furthermore, besides the violent piercing pain in his head caused by the soul assault, he could even clearly feel a powerful pull from below, as if a devouring vortex had suddenly appeared beneath him, wanting to swallow him whole. In midair, Yang Wu's speed involuntarily grew slower and slower, and his altitude gradually dropped, from 50 meters down to 20 meters in less than a few minutes. No, I have to hold on. Yang Wu clenched his teeth, enduring the intense pain shooting through his skull, and used every ounce of strength in his body to struggle onward. At the same time, an SS-grade flying dagger flew out from each of his calves, shooting downward by pure instinct. Yet he no longer had the ability to retrieve them. As the daggers flew out, an enraged roar sounded from below. At the same time, Yang Wu felt the pulling force that had been restricting his advance suddenly weaken by a large margin. Seizing this opportunity, not daring to turn his head, he shot diagonally upward once more and burst forward with an acceleration. He could only hear waves of unwilling roars from behind. The weird soul-shaking impact and the pulling force vanished in an instant, and the scenery ahead suddenly transformed. Yang Wu heaved a deep sigh of relief. The island at the heart of the lake had finally been reached. Finally, he had reached the lake islet. Yang Wu let out a deep, murky breath. Along the way, he had suffered no few frights, and on 2 occasions he had come within a hair's breadth of losing his life in this bizarre lake. Yet the moment he set foot on the islet, every attack and all the clamor of monsters vanished without a trace. Before the beach lay a dense jungle, exuding not the faintest breath of life. There was only absolute silence. There were no flying monsters, no running beasts, and even in the shallow waters near the shore no aquatic monsters dared to approach. Is this the intimidation of those forest spirits? Yang Wu murmured to himself. Even though the Willowwood heart and other treasures he had long yearned for were just on this islet, he did not dare rush forward recklessly. Instead, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the sand, slowly healing the wounds and weariness he had suffered while charging onto the islet. Jiangnan Shanshui residential area inside the luxury villa. Damn it. That damned little beast has been hiding in Qingfeng residential area all this time, leaving me no chance to strike. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot. In frustration, he slammed the table and roared. I don't believe he can stay in Qingfeng residential area forever. If no other suspect can be found, Yang Wu is the prime suspect. He must die. Wei Nina said viciously. HM. Just then Wei Nina paused mid-sentence, raised her arm, and tapped a button on her communication watch. Instantly a figure appeared on the huge display screen on the villa wall. It was Su Liang, who had been punished by the extreme pavilion and stripped of his post. Greetings, Lord War God Wei Nina. Greetings, Lord War God Li Yao. On the screen, Su Liang bowed and scraped as he greeted the Li couple. Su Liang, didn't you say you would find a way to lure Yang Wu out? Nearly a month has passed, and still there's no movement. Are you just stalling us? Wei Nina asked coldly. No. You misunderstand, my lord. This humble one has news of that little beast Yang Wu to report to you both. Su Liang hurriedly wiped his forehead and said. Oh, then speak. Have you found a way to lure Yang Wu out? Li Yao turned to face Su Liang. Not exactly, my lord. I only just learned by chance that bastard Yang Wu hasn't been in Qingfeng residential area these past few days. It said that 5 days ago, under Wang Heng's secret cover, he left Jiangnan Bay City. No one knows where he went to train alone. The report is that he left through the airport, so the 2 lords will need to use your authority to investigate from the airport connection. So he sneaked away. The airport. A cruel sneer crept onto the faces of Li Yao and his wife. I was wondering why the Thunderbolt martial artists have been keeping such a close watch on me these past few days. So it was because they were nervous, afraid I'd learn what that little beast was up to. As long as he left by plane, it will be easy to find out. All of the world's airports are under the jurisdiction of the HR Alliance. Wei Nina Rose walked over to a laptop and said as she did so. My lords, this humble one has a request, and I beg you to grant it. Su Liang bowed and said. Oh, speak. Li Yao raised an eyebrow and said sternly. That little beast Yang Wu killed my nephew and ruined my future. I beg the 2 lords to allow me to accompany you once you find Yang Wu's whereabouts. I want to go with you and slay Yang Wu. Fine, granted. Li Yao said without hesitation. Why not have an extra free helper? Found it. Just then Wei Nina, who had been searching the airport's internal network on her computer, suddenly turned around. This little beast is beyond audacious. He actually dared to enter the Australian continent alone. What? The Australian continent? On the other end of the call, Su Liang, who had just received the promise, also turned pale with shock. Then listen, Yao. You stay here in Jiangnan Bay City and don't let Thunderbolt notice anything. I'll go to the Australian continent immediately with Su Liang, and I'll have a few friends from the HR Alliance come there to meet us. We'll take that bastard Yang Wu's dog head with our own hands. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Nina's eyes as she spoke through gritted teeth. Finally, I've recovered. After sitting cross-legged on the ground recovering for several hours, Yang Wu's originally pallid face finally regained its color. Let's move. Yang Wu rose to his feet. With a swish, he drew the Juing war saber, and his telekinesis kept the remaining 8 flying daggers suspended around his body as he advanced cautiously into the depths of the islet. Past the beach and into the forest, he saw lush trees, brilliant flowers, and tangled brambles everywhere. It seemed full of vitality, yet there was no trace of any animal presence. Advancing about 100 meters into the forest, he encountered a dazzling sea of flowers. Amid the blossoms was a pink flower far larger than those around it, nearly the size of a wash basin, and far more vivid. That must be the mutated man-eating flower. Wariness flickered in Yang Wu's eyes. He slowly moved a little closer, a cold gleam suddenly flashing in his gaze. The 8 SS-rank flying daggers that had been hovering around him shot out like a string of sniper rifle bullets tearing toward the heart of the man-eating flower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 dazzling silver trails of light flashed past. Each flying dagger carried formidable, terrible penetrating power. Like 8 beams of death, they pierced the huge, beautiful pink flower in an instant. The 8 blades spun several times, and in a flash the flower was sliced into countless pieces that scattered on the wind. Then the flying daggers slashed straight through the giant flower's blood-red stalk. Snicked, snicked, snicked. Cutting through that stalk was like cutting through steel rebar. Too bad I know how the story develops, or this would have cost me quite a bit more effort. Withdrawing the daggers, Yang Wu looked at the flower fragments on the ground, then at the mangled stalk from its broken cross-section, a blood-red liquid still seeping out. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Having killed the man-eating flower, Yang Wu advanced with even greater caution. Though he knew the plot, he could not be sure that no unexpected deviation from the novel's story would occur. Half an hour later. Willow trees. Yang Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. Ahead of him stood a row of enormous willow trees. The very willows that grew the 1,000-year willowwood, heart the purpose of this trip. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 in all. The thinnest willow was about a meter in diameter, while the thickest reached a full 3 meters. Willow trees this sturdy are rarely encountered even singly, yet here 9 are growing. The one with a 3-meter diameter trunk should be the sole 10,000-year willow king bearing a 10,000-year willowwood heart. Yang Wu's heart burned with eagerness. But getting close and digging the willowwood heart out from those hard trunks would not be easy. Looking at the 9 willows, each with hundreds of millions of dancing branches, Yang Wu couldn't help frowning. Wish, wish, wish. Before Yang Wu could decide how to begin, the willows seemed to sense his aura. All their branches went wild, swiftly winding toward him like countless silk threads. Their speed was far beyond the speed of sound. Even with Yang Wu's perfect level movement technique at such close range, and facing a sky-blotting mass of willow branches, evasion was simply impossible. Damn it! Yang Wu's expression drastically changed. After all, even the thinnest of the 9 willows was 30 to 40 meters tall, rivaling the height of a 10-story building. As for the thickest one, the giant willow with a 3-meter diameter, it was nearly 100 meters tall. Such towering, terrifying willows also had an inconceivable number of branches, each one exceeding 100 meters in length. Break! Yang Wu shouted fiercely and stepped forward with his saber. At the same time, the 8 flying daggers around his body spun like wind-fire wheels, madly slicing at the willow branches encircling him. Since he couldn't dodge, he would break through with raw power. These 8 flying daggers were SS-rank weapons, almost equal to divine arms. Even many high-level war gods could be easily slain. Under such attack power, the willow branches were quickly severed one after another. Any stray branch that slipped through and came near Yang Wu was cleaved apart by a single stroke of the Jueying war saber in his hand. Yet cutting through every single branch felt like severing steel rebar. Even so, under Yang Wu's fierce charge and the spinning dagger's rapid slashes, a vast number of willow branches were split in two. An opening. Seeing the space ahead loosen, Yang Wu secretly rejoiced. He abruptly swung his saber in a furious chop and closed in on one of the willow trees. Boom! The colossal willow king at the center, the thickest one fully 3 meters in diameter, suddenly burst forth with streaks of faintly golden willow branches. There were nearly 10,000 of them. Each branch was hundreds of meters long. In an instant they completely engulfed Yang Wu and slammed head-on into his flying daggers. Snicked! Snicked! The spinning daggers could barely cut through even one pale golden branch. Not good. Yang Wu's face changed drastically. His body suddenly shifted, darting to one side to evade the pale golden branches sweeping toward him. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly closed in on the willow farthest from the Willow King. The other willow branches obstructing him were incredibly dense, but compared with the might of the Willow King's pale golden branches, they were hardly worth fearing. Under Yang Wu's death-defying assault, he drew closer and closer to that willow. Swish! 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 Countless pale golden gleams like sharp long whips rapidly descended around Yang Wu's body. Forcing his way through this willow by sheer strength was impossible. Damn it! Yang Wu cursed while continuing to dodge. He reached into his backpack and a high-energy bomb appeared in his hand. Taste the power of high technology. Yang Wu pulled the pin and under telekinetic control hurled it swiftly at the 10,000-year-old Willow King. Boom! A golden red flame burst out from the trunk of the Willow King. Its attacks instantly stalled. Then the swirling golden branches rapidly retracted, beating at the fire on the main trunk. Even some branches of the other willows turned to help extinguish the flames, greatly reducing the pressure on Yang Wu. Ha ha ha, this is my chance. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Wu flashed forward to the outermost willow he had already selected. The 8 flying daggers spun at high speed and shot into its trunk. This willow spirit tree barely won. 8 meters in diameter was simply unable to withstand the force of Yang Wu's attack. In less than a few seconds, with a thunderous crash, the enormous willow came toppling down. Boom! Wood chips flew into the air, and among them a breathtaking green object was tossed upward. It's the 1,000-year willowwood heart. Yang Wu was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the verdant willowwood heart flew into his palm. Retreat! He kicked hard against the ground and shot backward in an instant, escaping the willow branches' encirclement. By this time the flames on the 10,000-year Willow King had been extinguished. When it swung out its golden branches once more, Yang Wu had already escaped the range of its attack. Sitting on the beach far from the forest, Yang Wu clutched the 1,000-year willow heart, his blood surging and his ambition soaring. The 1,000-year willow heart. Yang Wu unclenched the left hand he had kept tightly closed, revealing an egg-shaped green crystal. Its structure was most peculiar, for it seemed to contain swaying green liquid within. The mere sight of the thousand-year willow heart was enough to stir one's heart. Even when held in his palm, waves of coolness seeped through the skin of his palm and into his body, leaving him wholly refreshed. The thousand-year willow heart could enhance cellular activity and improve one's physical constitution. These were its two great effects. For Yang Wu as he was now, this was probably the finest treasure he could ask for. Even a better treasure would have been wasted on him, because he was not too far from reaching the peak of the war god realm. Even if a 10,000-year willow heart were given to him, Yang Wu would still at most reach the war god peak. He could not break through any further. The step from the war god peak to an existence surpassing war god was exceedingly difficult to cross, and that was why many remained stuck at the high-tier war god level. The sky gradually darkened, but it could not conceal the bright, burning intensity in Yang Wu's eyes. He was filled with eager anticipation for the effects that consuming this thousand-year willow heart would bring. Let's begin, Yang Wu murmured softly. Under his mental force, the translucent egg-shaped green crystal floated in midair, before him crystal clear and flawless. An SS-rank flying blade at his side suddenly streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning and stabbed directly into the surface of the green egg-shaped crystal. The resilient crystal shell was pierced through under Yang Wu's deliberate attack. Gurgle. The liquid essence inside slowly flowed out from the crystal. However, the green liquid brimming with life was immediately controlled by Yang Wu's mental force and suspended before his eyes. Not even a trace of its fragrance was allowed to escape. Come. Yang Wu opened his mouth. Whoosh. Under the control of his mental force, the breathtaking essence of the thousand-year willow heart, brimming with boundless vitality, flew straight into Yang Wu's mouth. Although the entire willow heart crystal was as large as an egg, the essence within was only about the amount of a small wine cup. Swallowed in a single mouthful, the essence flowed down his esophagus into his body. At once a sensation of coolness and comfort spread throughout every part of him, even making his soul tremble. So comfortable. It was said that taking the thousand-year willow heart brought no pain at all, but instead made one feel extremely comfortable, and indeed it is true. Yang Wu lay motionless on the beach, clearly perceiving the subtle transformations in his body, so comfortable that he almost moaned aloud. The pain he had suffered when using dragon's blood was unforgettable. Now he could augment his strength without enduring pain, so of course he was in excellent spirits. How refreshing. I can even feel all my bones, sinews, skin, and flesh vibrating. Yang Wu looked down at his body, from which he had long since removed his clothes. With the naked eye he could see every inch of skin undergoing a rapid vibration that was extremely small in amplitude, yet astonishing. Under this vibration, wisps of gray-black matter slowly seeped out of his pores. The sensation was wondrous, a pleasant coolness over his entire body. At the same time, it felt as though his flesh had separated from his bones and lost all control. He could only faintly sense the unbroken tremor, as if he were being massaged. Inside Yang Wu's body, the surging, limitless vitality contained in the thousand-year willow heart merged into every corner of his body almost instantly. This vital energy caused the cells of his bones, sinews, and muscles to undergo astonishing changes at every moment, just like a sapling gradually growing into a towering tree. At this moment, countless cells in Yang Wu's body were undergoing astonishing changes. His genes were also developing at lightning speed and constantly perfecting themselves, shedding useless genes and performing another perfect integration. This pace was extremely rapid, and it seemed that even his genes had absorbed a trace of the thousand-year willow heart, resulting in a special genetic transformation. Cellular activity skyrocketed. Bathed in this vitality, Yang Wu's entire body was advancing with incredible swiftness. The very texture of his bones and sinews seemed to change, and his muscles and skin were also undergoing astonishing transformations. Yet these changes brought Yang Wu no pain whatsoever. He merely felt a comfort akin to being massaged, a sensation of pure exquisite ease. Within the sea of consciousness, great changes were likewise taking place. In the boundless sea, the dark golden mountain was dissolving rapidly like melting ice, while continuously releasing energy. Throughout the sea of consciousness, an ever thicker mist ceaselessly formed. Amid that endless fog, countless droplets appeared one after another like dew, then floated in the air before dripping onto the sea's surface. The speed of improvement was simply astounding. Yang Wu's physical constitution was soaring. Naturally, his mental force was also surging wildly in accordance with the limits his body could now bear. His physical constitution rose from the baseline of a low-tier war god brute punching force of about 6,400 kg to the ordinary level of a low-tier war god brute punching force of about 9,600 kg to the peak level of a low-tier war god brute punching force approaching 1,280 kg, and then to a mid-tier war god. Step by step he advanced. The moment his physical constitution reached the mid-tier war god level, the dark golden mountain in Yang Wu's sea of consciousness gave a violent tremor. Crack, crack, crack. The entire dark golden mountain split apart and then slid down like an avalanche. As it fell, it rapidly dissolved into liquid and gas. The boundless surging energy of his mental force radiated outward and filled the entire sea of consciousness. A mid-tier war god's physique could already withstand mental force close to the limit of the war god realm. His mental force skyrocketed. Yang Wu's physical constitution continued to rise. Only when all the transformations finally ceased did the beach, now enveloped in complete darkness, fall silent. Yang Wu lay calmly on his back, sensing the changes in his body. The dark golden mountain has shattered. Yang Wu had always worried how long could that dark golden mountain sustain him. After all, many renowned mentalists had halted their rapid ascent once they reached the high-tier war general or low-tier war god level, having exhausted all their latent energy. Among them was Situ Huan, who had shown Yang Wu great kindness. Mentalists who could rapidly ascend to the mid-tier war god level could be counted on the fingers of one hand. My sea of consciousness. Yang Wu sank his awareness into that sea. Previously he had barely been a high-tier war god level mentalist, and in his sea of consciousness there had been only droplets of liquid. But now in the boundless sea of consciousness, dense mist roiled and spread without end. Rumble. Torrential liquid flowed through Yang Wu's sea of consciousness like a galaxy. The mental force contained within it was utterly staggering. And in this galaxy of mental force, liquid, occasional dark golden fragments could still be seen mixed within, not yet fully dissolved. A good half hour later, Yang Wu, lying flat on the sandy beach, finally completed his body's transformation. He opened his eyes, swept a glance across the pitch-black night sky, and then sprang excitedly to his feet with a carp-like leap. Boom! Yang Wu casually threw out a punch, and the air exploded. What a powerful feeling. A single casual punch from me now matches the full force bursts of my past. At the very least, my physical condition is now that of a mid-level war god, and I might even be a high-level war god. Yang Wu could only rely on a vague sense to confirm that he was at least a mid-level war god. Whether he was a high-level war god would still need to be determined by instrument testing. He was not too certain about his physical condition, but he was 100% certain about his telekinetic power. Peak war god. He was a peak war god telekineticist. Yang Wu did not doubt this in the slightest. The surging ocean of telekinetic power in his sea of consciousness was far, far stronger than what he had been able to control before. He knew that before he had barely reached the bottom line of the high-level war god level. Now that he had improved by so much, he was unquestionably a peak war god. Powerful. A feeling of overwhelming power. There is one fact acknowledged across the globe: a peak war god telekineticist is the invincible existence among war gods. Invincible war god. Yang Wu revealed an excited smile. Swoosh. With a single dash, he came directly to the quiet lakeside. Using telekinetic power, he held a huge sphere of water suspended before him, quickly washed his entire body, and then put on all the clothes he had taken off earlier. Let me collect a little plant essence, and then as soon as dawn breaks, I'll leave this island. Yang Wu turned and looked toward the mysterious dense forest on the island. Collecting more plant essence was of course for his parents and younger sister. Of course things like the willow heart were tempting, especially that 10,000-year-old willow heart. But these things were no longer of much use for Yang Wu's own improvement. Moreover, in order not to damage the development of the plot, and to preserve Luo Feng's opportunity, he did not intend to gather them anymore. What fragrance? Where is it coming from? He had just collected the 9th wild grass-type plant essence when Yang Wu's nose twitched. A faint scent of cooked rice drifted into his nostrils. Rice aroma. The smell of rice. How can there be a smell of rice? Yang Wu stored the plant essence in his backpack and cast a puzzled gaze in the direction from which the fragrance came. Although it was a pitch-black night for a martial artist who had reached the high-level war god level like Yang Wu, there was almost no difference between day and night. There is nothing on the surface. This fragrance seems to come from underground. What sort of thing is it? Wait. Yang Wu suddenly stopped in his tracks, feeling as if he had overlooked something. What is it? He scratched his head hard, recalling the plot of Swallowed Star. Mist Island. Rice aroma. Underground. No, it's Muya crystals. Suddenly a flash of light crossed his mind. Then a faint strange smile appeared on his face. That's right, it must be. After a moment's thought, Yang Wu understood what was going on. He had never expected that Babata would take an interest in his telekineticist aptitude and use Muya crystals to lure him into becoming a disciple. Should I go or not? Yang Wu was somewhat tempted. This was an enormous opportunity for him, yet it was also an opportunity that should have belonged to Luo Feng. Yang Wu stood in place motionless, two thoughts clashing endlessly in his mind. Should he take this opportunity that should have belonged to Luo Feng, or should he still leave it for Luo Feng? Yet the faint rice fragrance seemed to sense Yang Wu's hesitation and gradually intensified. Moreover, it seemed as though a voice in his mind kept urging him to follow the direction of the scent. Muya crystals are really good stuff. I won't seize Luo Feng's opportunity, but it wouldn't hurt to get a few Muya crystals for cultivation first. As if he had figured something out, Yang Wu smiled strangely and thought to himself. He immediately manipulated his flying dagger, and without the slightest hesitation drilled into the ground in the direction of the rice fragrance. Oh, I'd only gone a little over 300 meters into the ground, and I already found a Muya crystal. Yang Wu reached out and picked up the white translucent crystal that gave off the scent of rice. He looked at it carefully, then put it away with satisfaction. His nose twitched again, and he continued downward. I, Demon Babata, have waited for 50,000 years, and at last I have found a worthy successor for my master. Yangwu, come quickly, come quickly. Deep underground at 16,000 meters inside a broken spaceship Babata, a childlike figure with 2 sharp horns on his forehead, blood-red eyes, and a black robe barely 1.45 meters tall, was gnawing on an apple while controlling Muya crystals from his storage bracelet, sending them flying out of the spaceship one by one. Haha, the 21st one. The deeper Yangwu went, the more Muya crystals Babata released. The first time there had been only 1, the second time 3, the third time 6, and this fourth time there were 11. Yangwu put away the Muya crystals and checked the coordinate position recorded on his communicator watch. He was still not even 8,000 meters underground. According to Yangwu's memory, Huyenbo's spaceship was parked at a depth of around 16,000 meters. In other words, at this rate, Babata would have to throw out at least several dozen more Muya crystals to lure Yangwu on. Honestly, if Yangwu said Huyenbo's inheritance did not tempt him, that would be a lie. However, he worried that if he accepted the inheritance and changed the plot, what would happen afterward? And would it trigger an unfavorable butterfly effect upon himself? Moreover, Luo Feng was his brother. If he snatched away the opportunity that should have belonged to Luo Feng, Yangwu believed he would never be able to pass that inner barrier. He would continue collecting Muya crystals. Yangwu lifted his foot about to keep going downward. Wait. Suddenly he stopped again. Haha, I'm already more than halfway there. I need to squeeze him ruthlessly and get as many Muya crystals as possible from that self-proclaimed demon AI Babata. At the current rate of increase, even by the time I reach the door of that spaceship, I probably won't have 100 crystals. Yangwu licked his lips, revealing a sly, faint smile. So I'm already quite far from the surface. Who knows if there's any danger farther down? Forget it, it's not worth going down there on a blind adventure. My life is more important. Yangwu deliberately murmured to himself, slowly adjusted his pack, and made as if to turn back along the route he had come. No, you idiot, you ignorant earthling. Babata, who had been watching Yangwu's movements all along, indeed became anxious when he saw Yangwu's actions and heard his words. He spat out the apple he had been chewing, rolled his eyes, and sent Muya crystals from his storage bracelet flying outside the spaceship as if they cost nothing. He really took the bait. Yangwu twitched his nose, and a sneaky smile of having gotten his way appeared on his face. Oh, it smells so good. Could it be that there are more Muya crystals not far below? So I might as well go a little deeper and take a risk. If the harvest is big, it will be worth an even greater risk, Yangwu said loudly to himself. At the same time, he turned and headed down toward the source of the fragrance. Sure enough, after only a few hundred meters, a full 47 glistening Muya crystals appeared before his eyes. So many. If there are even more Muya crystals farther down, it will be worth braving even greater danger, Yangwu deliberately said to himself again. Come on, you ignorant earthling. You stupid bastard, Yangwu. If it weren't for your brain domain breadth meeting my master's inheritance requirements, this demon wouldn't give a damn about a fool like you, Babata muttered to himself. The count kept rising. 68 crystals, 83 crystals, 121 crystals, 172. That should be about enough. Calculating the distance after his final haul of 172 Muya crystals, Yangwu had arrived at a place more than 16,000 meters underground. Have I arrived? Not far past where he had picked up the final haul of 172 Muya crystals, a dusty door suddenly appeared. The door was slightly ajar, as if some summoning voice were affecting Yangwu's mind, making him almost unable to resist walking in. Yangwu knew it was that fellow Babata playing tricks. He shook his head, expelling the influence from his mind. You foolish creature, come in now, Babata muttered as he gnawed on an apple. Since you are still trying to lure me, I'll make you suffer a little more loss. Yangwu said this to himself in his heart. At the same time, he slowly approached the great door, yet he did not step inside at all. Instead, he extended his telekinetic power through it. Sure enough, on the corridor floor less than 20 meters inside the door, a huge pile of more than 200 Muya crystals was stacked. Heh. Yangwu let out a sly laugh in his mind. His telekinetic power swept over the Muya crystals instantly, and in a flash they rushed out through the great door and flew into his backpack. I can head back now. A great harvest. So what if it's a 50,000-year-old intelligent life form? It still had to eat my dust. Yangwu snickered sinisterly. This place feels terrifying. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. This young master is leaving. He shouted and immediately shot away like an arrow back the way he had come. Damn it. Yangwu, you ignorant earthling. You ignorant earthling. Come back. This demon's Muya crystals. Ah, damn it, stupid. Inside the spaceship, Babata stared blankly for a long while after seeing Yangwu flee, then roared in fury. Inside the wrecked Yunma Star spaceship, Babata roared and howled in fury, but Yangwu had already rushed out of the underground world and reached the original beach. It was already broad daylight, yet the entire island remained completely silent. Yangwu contentedly took the Muya crystals he had collected in his backpack and excitedly counted them. 1, 2, 3. 100, 100, and 102. 200. 300. 800. 853. Even Yangwu was stunned by that number. 853 in total. Haha, I can't believe I actually swindled that fool Babata out of more than 800 Muya crystals. I just wonder whether once Luo Feng acknowledges Babata as his master and obtains the inheritance, Babata will come out and bear a grudge against me. Satisfied, Yang Wu put the glistening translucent Muya crystals one by one into his backpack, then got to his feet, stepped onto the hexagonal shield, and shot into the sky. With his cultivation greatly improved, and having once experienced danger on this nameless misty island, Yang Wu maintained his flight altitude at 100 meters this time, far beyond the maximum distance the monsters could attack. Although his psychic force could still see countless aquatic monsters in the lake below through the thick fog, Yang Wu was far above the limit of their attacks, so he remained completely safe all the way until he flew off the island. Filled with delight, Yang Wu retrieved the backpack he had hidden on the shore and was ready to continue hunting high-level monsters. Little did he know that as he flew out of the nameless island, 2 passenger planes passed over the Australian continent, and from them descended 2 groups of warriors, 29 in total, seething with murderous intent. Their leader was none other than Vanina Bolinas, currently the executive president of the HR Alliance's China region and known as the Poison Scorpion. Of the 29 in the group, including Vanina, 20 were mid- and high-level war general warriors, Su Liang among them. Among the remaining 8, the high-level war god powerhouses included Vanina, a black warrior, and a white warrior. There were also 3 white mid-level war gods and 2 Yamato mid-level war gods. Tell me, Mrs. Lee, why do we need such a huge display of force just to kill a small-time warrior? The 2 of us Yamato war gods can easily cut him down, can't we? One of the Yamato war god warriors said somewhat discontentedly. Originally, the only war god warriors who had flown in with Vanina from the Asian region were these 2 Yamato warriors and their hostess Vanina, so they had been rather proud. But not long after they arrived, 5 more war god powerhouses whose cultivation was no weaker than theirs appeared, which immediately made them dissatisfied. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Just follow your orders. Why so much nonsense? Vanina gave the 2 Yamato war gods a cold look and said, "Oomph." Several war god powerhouses from Europe sneered inwardly. These Yamato, whose country had long been destroyed, were already living under other people's roofs, yet the self-righteous mentality they had shown decades ago remained unchanged. All right, everyone, listen to my orders. According to optical computer signal tracking, our target Yang Wu is within a 50-kilometer radius of this area. We 8 will split into 2 teams. One team will be led by me, James Fengshu Xiaodao, and Bing Guixing, with 10 war general warriors searching this area from the east. The other team will be led by the remaining Ari Price and CK, with the other 10 war general warriors searching this area from the west. If you encounter the target, attack immediately and signal the other team at once. Remember, although the target's cultivation is not high, likely at the mid-war general level, he has another identity, a psychic. Everyone should be clear that psychic abilities are sinister and unpredictable, so never let your guard down. Don't be capsized in a ditch. Vanina pointed at the map on the virtual display in front of her and said, "Swish." A cold light flashed, and a high-level Lord-class kangaroo monster was beheaded by a single stroke of Yang Wu's blade collapsing to the ground. I didn't expect that after my cultivation improved, I would so quickly grasp the secret of the 5th layer of the Ninefold Thunder Saber. Even the illusionist cultivation secret method Senior Situ, Huan gave me 9 illusion slaughter, came together so naturally that I comprehended it all at once. After leaving the Misty Island, Yang Wu hunted high-level Lord monsters along the way while contemplating the 5th layer saber technique of the Ninefold Thunder Saber and the illusionist secret method, 9 illusion slaughter. Perhaps because his cultivation had improved, it became much easier to understand both secret methods, especially the psychic illusionist secret method, 9 illusion slaughter. It all came together as naturally as water flowing into a channel, and he grasped it completely. Within just half a day, he had easily hunted 3 high-level monster lords, and several more had fled. Should I find a king-level monster to test my ability? Yang Wu packed up the materials from the kangaroo lord and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he lunged forward and slipped into a large patch of grass in the distance, holding his breath. He saw a golden-haired warrior who looked like a European noblewoman approaching with more than 10 people. This is a kangaroo monster that was just killed, and it's high-level lord class. The Yamato war god Fengshu Xiaodao stepped forward, looked at the bloody remains left after Yang Wu had killed the monster, and collected its useful materials and said, "Is there another war god powerhouse on this Australian continent?" This was clearly left behind after being killed by a warrior, the other Yamato war god said. "Esteemed Lady Vanina, could it have been that Yang Wu who killed this monster? If so, our mission to kill him may be somewhat difficult." James the war god from Europe said doubtfully, "Impossible. That little beast couldn't possibly have the ability to kill a high-level lord monster." Ignoring the fact that he was only a war general warrior, Su Liang shouted, "So she is Vanina. She is really asking for death. Vanina Liao, I haven't even considered going after you 2 for revenge, and yet you actually had the nerve to chase me all the way to the Australian continent. Since you're here, stay here forever." A flash of killing intent passed through Yang Wu's eyes as he slowly approached Vanina, and her group whose attention was completely fixed on the kangaroo monster's corpse. The distance between the two sides kept shrinking. 400 meters, 350 meters, 300 meters. In a blink it was already 200 meters. The closer my flying daggers are, the more unprepared the target will be and the greater the killing power. Especially Vanina and Su Liang. They must die. With a thought, 8 SS-grade flying daggers flew silently out of the sheaths on his calves, pierced directly into the ground, and traveled underground toward Vanina's group. On the surface, Yang Wu slowly and cautiously moved closer to their formation. Spread out and search carefully. The person who killed the kangaroo monster should be not far from this area. I've already notified the other team to come. If that person is Yang Wu, strike immediately and kill him. If it's another powerhouse, don't provoke him unless he has some connection with Yang Wu. Vanina looked carefully at the kangaroo monster's corpse and said, after seeing the high-level Lord Kangaroo's corpse, the two Yamato war gods no longer showed their previous arrogance. Instead, they became even more cautious than the others, each gripping a Japanese saber with exceptional vigilance. Yang Wu lurked in the grass, slowly approaching the group, while he secretly controlled the flying daggers as they crept closer from underground. 120 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. When he was only 80 meters from the group, he stopped at once. At that moment, the 8 flying daggers traveling underground were already less than 20 meters from Vanina. Flying daggers also need distance to accelerate. Kill. A chill entered Yang Wu's eyes. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 8 silver streams of light as dazzling as lightning burst out of the ground just 5 meters from Vanina, the poison scorpion. In perhaps a thousandth of a second, the 8 gorgeous bolts of lightning made the closest contact yet with Vanina, the poison scorpion. No, Vanina, Mrs. Lee. Amid everyone's startled shouts, at the instant the 8 flying daggers shot toward her, black light flashed across the poison scorpion Vanina's face and body, immediately blocking all the daggers outside her body, just like when Yang Wu had fought Li Yao that first time. How is that possible? She also has a black god suit. Yang Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, Yang Wu's cultivation was now as different from when he had fought Li Yao as heaven from earth, and the quality of his flying daggers had increased by no one knew how many times. Yet he had never imagined that Vanina would also be wearing a black god suit. Fortunately, I brought Li Yao's black god suit before coming here. Cold sweat ran down Vanina's back. Little beast, pay with your life for my son. At that moment, Vanina shot up into the air, and a gleaming golden soft sword appeared in her hand. The sword thrust fiercely at Yang Wu like a nimble, venomous snake. If I told you before I never killed your son. Since you are determined to make trouble, then die. A vicious glint flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. His body abruptly rose, and he hovered dozens of meters in the air on his shield, his mind moving with a thought. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The 8 flying daggers flew out once more, transforming into 8 streams of light. Only 2 shot at Vanina, while the other 6 became 6 deadly Azura blades and flashed instantly toward the remaining warriors. Baka. He's not a war general level psychic. He's war god level. The Yamato war god Fengshu Shidao shouted in terror, quickly rolled on the ground, and dodged the flying dagger's killing strike. However, the other Yamato war god Bing Guixing could not dodge in time. A blade swept across his throat, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. No. Amid the terrified cries of the crowd, right after the Japanese war god Bing Guixing collapsed to the ground, the 10 war general martial artists also fell to the ground, one after another with dull thuds, all bereft of life. Even Su Liang was no exception. A single blade pierced straight through his throat. Damn it. Wainina watched as the large number of people she had brought were killed in an instant. Her eyes blazed as if about to burst into flames as she stared at Yang Wu in the air. The right hand gripping her soft sword suddenly stretched out and stabbed fiercely toward Yang Wu, who was suspended in midair. So this is one of the abilities of the Black God set. If you, Wainina, were a being who surpassed the war god level and could fly through the air, I might be a bit afraid of you. But now with such a trick, you actually think you can deal with me. Yang Wu, still in midair, stepped on his shield and vaulted up another level, dodging Wainina's furious strike. He looked down with a cold sneer and shouted, I wonder if the people you brought are enough for me to kill. Death descend. In an instant, 8 ferocious bolts of lightning once again radiated a deadly glow and shot toward another Japanese war god. In his past life, Yang Wu had met his end at the hands of the Japanese, and he harbored a deep, bone-deep hatred for them. Therefore, from the very beginning, he set the 2 Japanese war gods as the first targets of annihilation. No. Baka, get away. The Japanese warrior Fengshu Shidao hurriedly parried one flying dagger with his katana, but the other 3 flew straight through his forehead in succession. Why you? The black war god James, holding a heavy black iron staff in his hand, watched the 2 Japanese war gods being effortlessly killed by Yang Wu, and even his voice began to tremble. HM. Yang Wu looked at James, and a flash of light seemed to pass through his eyes. A sudden daze swept across James's eyes, and in the next instant he roared, swung the black iron staff, and smashed it toward Wainina. Bastard James, wake up. Wainina retreated hastily, shouting furiously. This black war god James was a martial artist from the HR Alliance headquarters. His status was not low, so she did not dare harm him lightly. Humph. Yang Wu let out a cold snort, and a sharp light in his eyes suddenly shot toward Wei Nina. However, it had little effect on Wei Nina, who was protected by the Black God set. After only a slight pause, she immediately regained her senses, and even dodged James's fierce attack. Rustle. Just then another squad composed of 4 war god martial artists and 10 war general martial artists hurried over. Humph. Well timed. This saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Since you have come to kill me, then stay on the Australian continent. Yang Wu snorted coldly, and 8 deadly beams of cold light shot out. Before the squad of 14 martial artists could understand what was happening, they found flying daggers radiating icy chill already appearing in front of them. The 4 war god powerhouses were still able to react quickly and dodge away. But the 10 war general level martial artists did not possess such quick reactions or evasive ability. The 8 SS grade flying daggers gleaming with deadly cold light swept through the throats of the 10 war general martial artists with unstoppable force, sending up 10 brilliant sprays of blood and taking away their lives. What is going on here? Stop. My lord, please stop. Let us talk this out. Madam Wei Nina, James, everyone stop. Irue, the white high-level war god leading the other squad, was greatly alarmed at the sight. He had no idea what had happened. How had they come to blows with a high-level war god psychic master, and what was wrong with James that he would attack Wei Nina? Humph. Yang Wu, hovering in midair, let out a cold snort, and James instantly slumped weakly to the ground. James. Irue hurried forward to help James up. Only when he discovered that James had not died did he breathe a sigh of relief. Madam Wei Nina, we need your explanation. What is this? Did you not say you were coming to the Australian continent to hunt down the murderer of your son? How did you end up in conflict with this psychic master war god? On behalf of the HR Alliance, I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation. My lord, please calm down for now. If we have offended you through any impropriety, we are willing to make compensation. Irue first turned toward Wei Nina with some irritation and demanded. Then he looked respectfully at Yang Wu in the sky and bowed very gentlemanly as he spoke. Actually, after Yang Wu stopped and withdrew his flying daggers, allowing Irue and the others to catch their breath, Irue recognized that the young man in the sky was exactly the photograph of the murderer of Wei Nina's son that she had sent to their communication watches. He secretly groaned. How had this man become a high-level war god-grade psychic master? This was not someone he wished to provoke, nor someone he could afford to provoke. He was in fact someone their HR Alliance had always wanted to befriend and win over. I am precisely the so-called killer of her son that Wei Nina has been pestering and trying to hunt down, Yang Wu said coldly. You little beast. I never expected that you had actually concealed your cultivation. But you killed my son. Even if you have become a counselor-level powerhouse, I will still take revenge on you. Wei Nina's eyes were icy as she spoke with bitter resentment. Haha, how ridiculous. You have not even found out who your son's true enemy is, yet you run around all day like a mad dog barking everywhere. Today you only escaped with your life by relying on the defensive power of the Black God set. But I simply do not believe the Black God set can really keep you from dying. And these people you brought, are they all wearing Black God sets too? Yang Wu swept his cold, piercing gaze over the crowd below, icy chills spilling from his eyes. Wait, my lord, and Madam Wei Nina, hold your attacks. Irue and the other 3 war god martial artists heard Yang Wu's words and saw the murderous intent on his face. They were immediately startled and cried out urgently. Inwardly, though, he cursed Wei Nina for dragging them all into danger without ascertaining the other party's true cultivation. Madam Wei Nina, may I ask whether you have solid proof that this Mr. Yang Wu killed your son? Irue looked at Wei Nina and asked. No, but in that area at that time he had the greatest suspicion. Because he is a psychic master, only he had the ability to kill my son. Wei Nina said coldly, but seeing the stern expression on Irue's face, her tone could not help but soften somewhat. Haha, truly laughable, truly overbearing. Is this the consistent style of your HR Alliance? Concealing one's cultivation, concealing one's information, even entering the wilderness zone without a communication watch. A war god powerhouse who wants to kill your son without letting you trace it has plenty of methods. I truly wonder how you managed to become the president of HR's Asia region. Yang Wu laughed and mocked. Her son and I had no grudge or enmity. Why would I kill him? To attract hatred to myself. Besides, if I had killed him with my current cultivation, would there have been any need to hide it? Of course, if the couple Wei Nina and Li Yao insist on continuing to harass me unreasonably over this matter, I, Yang Wu, am not someone who fears trouble. Whatever methods you use, I'll take them on. Do not think that with the Black God set I am helpless. Mr. Yang Wu, you are now a noble high-level war god-grade psychic master. I believe you would disdain to lie about this matter. If you say you never killed Madam Wei Nina's son, then we will certainly believe that you never killed Madam Wei Nina's son. Irue frowned slightly, immediately bowed in a gentlemanly manner, then turned to Wei Nina and said, Madam Wei Nina, I hope you can calmly face and analyze this matter. I believe Mr. Yang Wu is not the murderer of your son. I hope you will not remain obstinate. Yang Wu, since you claim you are not the murderer, do you dare swear on your own life and the lives of your family? Wei Nina thought for a while, then looked up at Yang Wu and asked, HM, you are courting death, daring to bring up my family's lives. Yang Wu flew into a rage at once and was about to strike. Family, however, was the reverse scale of Yang Wu. Whoever touched it would surely die. Mr. Yang Wu, hold on. You have misunderstood Madame Wainina. We Westerners believe in oaths. If you did not kill Wainina's son, then swearing an oath on your own and your family's lives would not matter much, and it would clear up everyone's misunderstanding. Moreover, if you take the oath, I believe Madame Wainina would be willing to pay a certain price to compensate for the trouble and inconvenience she has caused Mr. Yang Wu during this period. Madame Wainina, what do you say? Irue said hastily. Exactly. As long as you dare to swear this oath, I will believe you are not the murderer and compensate you for your losses. I know you care very much about your family. You would not casually swear on their lives. Wainina said coldly. Fine, listen carefully. I, Yang Wu, swear that if I killed the son of Li Yao and Wainina, then let my life and my family's lives come to an end. Yang Wu raised 3 fingers of his right hand and swore. He could also see that these European martial artists held extraordinary status. If he truly killed them, it might bring him even more unnecessary trouble. The couple Li Yao and Wainina alone had already given him a splitting headache. He did not want to provoke another heap of trouble. Hearing Yang Wu's words, Wainina frowned and lowered her head in silence. Gradually her expression softened and the murderous intent in her eyes dimmed. Very well, thank you, Mr. Yang Wu. We sincerely apologize to you for our earlier rudeness. Irue bowed respectfully. Madame Wainina, because of your ignorance and recklessness, you have offended this great war god Yang Wu. I hope you can return to headquarters and answer for all the losses. Moreover, it has now been proven that Mr. Yang Wu is not the murderer of your son. I hope you can apologize to Mr. Yang Wu for your earlier rashness and rudeness, pay compensation, and obtain his forgiveness. Irue turned to look at Wainina, his face full of displeasure. This. Wainina was stunned for a moment, her face turning alternately pale and flushed. Mr. Yang Wu, the fault earlier was that of my husband and me. We attacked you without conducting a proper investigation. Please, for the sake of the HR Alliance, let the matter rest. I am willing to pay you, Mr. Yang Wu, a certain amount of Huaxia currency as compensation. Wainina hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered her head and said to Yang Wu, Humph, compensation. Do I look like someone who is short of money? To me, this Australian continent is strewn with Huaxia coins. Why would I care about your paltry compensation? And how many billions can you even offer? Don't you know that last time in Jiangnan Bay City, if not for Inspector Lei Meng's timely arrival, my little life would have been lost at Li Yao's hands? Yang Wu said coldly. Mr. Yang Wu, it was indeed the fault of Wainina and her husband earlier. Please make allowances for the foolish and impulsive actions of parents driven by the grief of losing their son. Our HR is also one of the most powerful organizations in the world, whether it is property or cultivation resources, as long as you name it, Mr. Yang Wu, and we can produce it. The Alliance will discuss it and make sure you are satisfied. AI Rue said from the side. Yang Wu lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and immediately had an idea. Since this gentleman has spoken thus, my request is not high. I only want one black god suit. Yang Wu looked coldly at Wainina and said. It was obvious that in the arena only Wainina was wearing a black god suit. No. This black god suit belongs to Li Yao. I cannot give it to you. Before AI Rue could speak, Wainina immediately shouted in fury. None of them had expected Yang Wu to press his advantage and make such an unreasonable demand, and they were instantly filled with indignation. The black god suit was exceptionally precious. Even globally, there were only a few, and nearly all of them were in the hands of the Limitless and Thunderbolt martial halls. Even the one on Wainina had been painstakingly obtained by Li Yao from the ruins of the Ninth Civilization in the past. This time for Wainina's safety, and as a precaution, he had given it to her to bring along. Humph. If you won't give it, then don't blame me. Yang Wu gave a cold snort, and 8 flying daggers immediately floated in the air around him. Wait. AI Rue said hurriedly. Madame Wainina, please listen to me. Although the black god suit is precious, how much longer will you and Mr. Li Yao have any use for it? To borrow a Chinese saying, it is a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. Why provoke Mr. Yang Wu over it? Do you think you and your husband can withstand the wrath of a high-level spiritual mind master at the war god rank? After everything that has happened, HR will no longer offer you any help in this matter. I hope you will think carefully about the gains and losses. AI Rue walked over to Wainina's side and said in a low voice. Buzz. Just as Wainina was still wavering over the matter of compensating Yang Wu with the black god suit, there was a sudden roar from the sky. The air rippled, and an incredibly massive circular fighter, several hundred meters in diameter, pitch black and gleaming with a silver lightning emblem in the center, appeared in the air. Primordial fighter. It's the Thunderbolt Martial Hall's primordial fighter. Seeing the fighter appear, AI Rue and the others changed color instantly, and their looks at Wainina became even more filled with resentment. The arrival of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall's primordial fighter was certainly because of their group's attempt to come and kill Yang Wu. They had not expected that for a single Yang Wu, even the Thunderbolt Global Headquarters would dispatch the primordial fighter. Fortunately, Yang Wu was powerful in battle, and nothing had happened. Otherwise, they would never have been able to walk out of the Australian continent today. Today they had truly tried to steal a chicken and only lost the bait. They simply did not know which great figure from Thunderbolt's global headquarters was coming. However, everyone knew that someone able to arrive on the primordial fighter must be of no low status. The global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall. Yang Wu looked at the primordial fighter, hovering high in the sky, his heart full of doubt. Why have they come? Weren't Li Yao and his wife supposed to be my whetstone? Why would they interfere in this matter? While Yang Wu was still confused, the hatch of the primordial fighter opened, and a middle-aged man in a pitch-black battlesuit stepped out into the air. He was tall and stalwart, his features as if chiseled by knives and axes. In his eyes, traces of heart-shaking sharp gleams radiated uncontrollably. Step by step, he slowly walked through the air toward Yang Wu. A Lord Mo Lu. It is actually Lord Mo Lu who has come in person. After Ai Rui and the others saw clearly the figure in the sky, their bodies immediately began to tremble slightly. Their gazes at Weinina became even more hostile, even resentful. Even Weinina's eyes were filled with terror. This Lord Mo Lu was one of the 5 Grand Inspectors of the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall's global headquarters in existence above the War God level, known as the Death God. He was ruthless and merciless toward enemies. Anyone who fell into his hands was certain to die. It was said that more War God powerhouses had died by his hand than by any other renowned expert on Earth. Speaking of the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall, the one with the highest status and cultivation was the second speaker, Thunder God. But out in the world, the most feared was this Death God Mo Lu, whose status was second only to Thunder God. Although Mo Lu did not hold any position in the War God Palace, some even speculated that his combat strength could rank among the top 10 of the many counselor-level powerhouses. Greetings, Lord Mo Lu. Ai Rui and the others hastily bowed their heads respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Yang Wu also said respectfully to Mo Lu. You are quite good. I heard from that fellow Situ Huan that your cultivation had probably reached around the War God level. Now it seems that fellow who spends all day guzzling horse piss completely underestimated you. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. A trace of a smile appeared on Mo Lu's stern face as he said, You people, how dare you? You actually came to murder a genius martial artist of my Thunderbolt Marshal Hall. Do you know your crimes? After speaking to Yang Wu, Mo Lu immediately turned to face Ai Rui, Weinina, and the others below, and roared, Mercy, my lord. Mercy, my lord. It was all a misunderstanding. Just now we had already reached an understanding with Mr. Yang Wu. I humbly offer this Black God suit as compensation to Lord Yang Wu. Weinina said fearfully as she took off the Black God suit from her body and held it in her hands. Humph, a Black God suit. Can a mere Black God suit offset the life of a genius martial artist of my Thunderbolt Marshal Hall? I have heard that you and your husband are arrogant and overbearing. Without any justification, you forcibly concluded that Yang Wu was the murderer of your son, and time and again you tried to take Yang Wu's life. What does it matter if a genius of my Thunderbolt Marshal Hall killed a few people? Judging from your domineering behavior, the son you raised is no good sort either. Even if Yang Wu really did kill your son, then he killed him, and that's that. It seems that I, Mo Lu, have not been active these past few years. People no longer take my Thunderbolt Marshal Hall seriously and have forgotten my methods. Perhaps I need to kill a few people so that those who don't understand the rules and are itching to move will see. Mo Lu said coldly, and at the same time an icy killing intent erupted from his whole body. Mercy, my lord. It is our fault. We are willing to pay compensation. As long as you spare our lives, we will try our best to satisfy every compensation demand. Not only Weinina but Ai Rui and the others were also suppressed by Mo Lu's formidable aura, kneeling on the ground and pleading endlessly. So this is the aura of an existence above the War God level. Planet level. Yang Wu's heart burned with passion. Humph. Since you, Weinina, and your husband are so rich that you can offer 100 billion Huaxia coins as a bounty, then besides this Black God suit you will also pay Yang Wu 100 billion Huaxia coins in compensation for emotional distress. If you ever dare to scheme against the martial artists of my Thunderbolt Marshal Hall again, I will personally take the dog lives of you and your husband. Mo Lu coldly rebuked. You few. Ignoring Weinina's reaction, Mo Lu turned his gaze to Ai Rui and the others. We are willing to pay, willing to pay. Before Mo Lu could continue, Ai Rui and the others hurriedly said, facing this merciless death god, even if they had to pay out all their possessions they would not dare say no. After all, keeping their lives was the most important thing. You few are not the principal culprits. Each of you will pay Yang Wu 50 billion Huaxia coins. You have no objections. Mo Lu said coldly. Yes, yes, no objections, no objections. Although their hearts ached as if being sliced, they did not dare show even a trace on their faces. In fact, 2 mid-level War God martial artists did not have enough total assets to cover 50 billion. Only after Weinina made up the difference did they immediately transfer the funds to Yang Wu's account. Then Weinina also left the Black God suit behind, and the group hurried away. After watching them leave, Mo Lu turned his head and looked at Yang Wu with a smile. Boy, are you satisfied with this compensation? Boy, I do have to criticize you on this matter. How could a mere Black God suit be enough to spare their lives? Don't forget that you represent my Thunderbolt Marshal Hall. You cannot weaken the Thunderbolt Martial Hall's prestige. Humph. If not for the fact that these bastards are still of some use in the battle between humanity and monsters, I would have long since killed them with a single palm strike. Yes, Yang Wu hastily replied, but in his heart he grumbled, only when I have your prestige and your cultivation would I be able to do that. Didn't you see that I had to retreat into the air? In an actual fight against so many war god powerhouses I alone would hardly be enough. My lord, why did you come here? How did you know Wei Nina and the others would come to trouble me? Yang Wu asked with a bow. Haha boy, when I first heard that you were roaming the Australian continent, I was a little puzzled. How could someone not even at the war god realm dare to venture into the Australian continent alone? So it turns out your cultivation had already reached this level. Just a few hours ago, Lei Meng from your Jiangnan base city asked our headquarters for help. He said that you had arrived on the Australian continent for training a few days ago. The news leaked, and Wei Nina led people to hunt you down. It was too late for them to come, and their strength was limited. As it happened, I was at headquarters today. After receiving the message, since I had nothing to do anyway, I came along to take a look at you, the genius spiritual mind master whom our Martial Hall had recruited ahead of time. Although our Thunderbolt Martial Hall said before that we would not interfere in your matter with Li Yao and his wife wanting to use them as a whetstone for your progress, if the whetstone is too hard, we can't just stand by and watch it break a fine blade like you can we. But now it seems we were all worried over nothing. Mo Lu explained with a hearty laugh. Mo Lu suddenly raised his wrist and looked at his communicator watch. Haha Yang Wu, you are lucky. Just now I reported your situation and your current cultivation to headquarters. The second speaker is very interested in you and wants to summon you. Come on, follow me to headquarters. What a lucky fellow, Mo Lu said with a smile. The interior of the primordial warplane was lavishly decorated and spacious, divided into several independent sections. Living quarters, fitness area, rest area, reception area, entertainment area, and more, all under intelligent control. The moment Yang Wu stepped inside, he was immediately awestruck by this imposing warplane. Haha, impressive, isn't it? Primordial warplanes like this are only available to the limitless Martial Hall and our Thunderbolt Martial Hall worldwide, and even we don't have many. No other force could buy one no matter how much money they offered. Once you render great service to the Hall Master may reward you with one as well. Mo Lu teased the somewhat dazed Yang Wu after issuing the return command via voice control. The primordial warplane was extremely fast. In just over 10 minutes, it had already landed on the plaza of Thunderbolt's global headquarters. Rest here for a while. I'll report to the Hall Master, Mo Lu said to Yang Wu, then called Thor's assistant. After a while, a black luxury stretch limousine bearing the Thunderbolt Martial Hall emblem slowly drove up to the door of the primordial warplane. The car's here. Let's go. Mo Lu waved to Yang Wu. Seeing Mo Lu and Yang Wu emerge, a driver in a silver-blue uniform hurriedly opened the door with respect. Lord Mo Lu, student Yang Wu, please get in. Though the interior of the luxury car was not as spacious as the primordial warplane, it was still comfortable and exquisitely decorated. As the car glided forward, one could barely feel the motion. About a dozen minutes later, screech, the car came to a stop. Let's go. We're here. Mo Lu patted Yang Wu on the shoulder. When Yang Wu got out of the car, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath at the sight before him. The building was a magnified version of a luxurious northern-style courtyard mansion from before the Great Nirvana, magnified at least 10 times over. The gate alone was nearly 100 meters tall, and the walls extending from both sides of the gate by Yang Wu's estimate stretched for several thousand, or even 10,000 meters. What amazed Yang Wu most was the building material of this giant courtyard. It was crafted entirely from various metallic materials, and the colors of the structure were simply the natural hues of those special metals. Not a single coat of paint had been used. The magnificent broad vermilion gate stood open, yet from outside looking in, everything was hazy and indistinguishable. At this moment, a large number of troops were stationed around this giant courtyard, giving it an atmosphere of extreme solemnity. So this is the global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Yang Wu gazed in awe at the colossal courtyard. Few people had ever seen the Thunderbolt Martial Hall headquarters with their own eyes, and no photos of it existed online. Buzz! 2 beams of blue light shot out from the giant stone lion statues flanking the courtyard gate, instantly enveloping Mo Lu and Yang Wu. Beep! Patrol Envoy Mo Lu, prospective student Yang Wu, please enter. An electronic voice sounded. Only a very few high-ranking members of the headquarters have access. Anyone without authorization who forces their way in will be killed by the defense system. Come on, let's go inside. Mo Lu patted the stunned-looking Yang Wu and said. Yang Wu nodded somewhat numbly and followed Mo Lu in. Even though Yang Wu had been accustomed to grand scenes and great figures in his previous life, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous now. Not only because of the magnificent headquarters building, but also because he was about to meet the Hall Master Thor. Although in the near future, once he entered the cosmos, Thor would not amount to much. Yet at least for now, Thor was an unshakable authority on Earth. Although his combat power was inferior to Hong, the world's #1, his cultivation realm was actually a notch above Hong's. The interior of this enormous courtyard house was almost identical to that of a traditional northern Chinese courtyard mansion before the Great Nirvana, even in materials, only here, and their high-tech equipment was concealed beneath traditional finishes. It gave Yang Wu the feeling of having traveled back in time, to ancient China. On the classical corridor, a man and a woman in silver robes smiled and bowed in greeting. Patrol Envoy Mo Lu, the hall master, instructed that student Yang Wu should go in alone to see him. Envoy, please make yourself at ease. Student Yang Wu, please follow us. Almost everyone inside the headquarters wore silver-blue robes representing the colors of Thunderbolt. Only a very few with high status, powerful figures like Mo Lu, could wear whatever they pleased. Hall Master Yang Wu is here. The two led Yang Wu through several winding corridors and circled around the huge courtyard several times before arriving at the gate of an inner courtyard, where they announced respectfully, Very well, you may withdraw." A gentle voice came from within, and then the courtyard gate slowly opened. "Yang Wu, come in." The voice sounded again. Without hesitation, Yang Wu exhaled and stepped inside. Inside was a giant patio-like structure of about 500 square meters. At this moment, a tall, stalwart man dressed in a white battle robe with a gleaming bald head was sitting in a rattan chair in the center of the patio, looking at Yang Wu with a warm smile. Although the bald man was cloaked in a white robe and wore a smile, Yang Wu couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, an involuntary sense of fear. From the bald man's body, Yang Wu could acutely sense a powerful force, as if he were a human-shaped nuclear bomb capable of erupting with overwhelming might at any moment. Is this the aura of a planetary level 7 powerhouse? Yang Wu drew a quiet breath, steadied himself, and walked over. Yang Wu greets the hall master. Yang Wu said respectfully to Thor, You're quite impressive, reaching the advanced mentalist level in such a short time. Have a seat." Thor pointed to a rattan chair in front of him. "Yes." Yang Wu stepped forward and sat down. In front of Yang Wu, the sheer force of that invisible presence made one lower one's head involuntarily, without the slightest thought of resistance. Perhaps it was like an ant before a divine dragon. The gap in strength was too vast, leaving no choice but to bow one's head. Noting that Yang Wu's bearing was neither servile nor overbearing, Thor's eyes flickered with appreciation. He spoke gently. "Originally, the contract you signed with the Martial Hall said that if you met those conditions, you would enter the Global Elite Special Training Camp at headquarters next March for 4 years of training. But with your current cultivation level, you've already surpassed most of the training instructors. There's no need for you to attend the camp at all. You're even fully qualified to be a teacher there. However, since the contract contains this clause, I'd like to hear your thoughts now. You could still come to the training and bully those little trainees." Haha, Thor laughed. "Or my Thunderbolt headquarters could offer you some compensation to override this clause. After all, once a contract is signed, it must be honored." Thor smiled at Yang Wu. "Huh?" Yang Wu was a bit stunned. "What is this?" Even for trivial contract matters, there's no need for Thor to handle it personally, right? There must be a conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. Well, I'll leave it entirely to the hall master. Yang Wu's eyes darted, and he spoke. "Haha, you cunning fellow. You're tossing this back to me." Thor laughed heartily. "How about this? You don't need to enter the training camp. It wouldn't help you much anyway. Instead, I'll personally guide you for 1 month as compensation. After a month, you can either take a post at headquarters or choose a local branch anywhere in the country to serve as an inspector or branch master. What do you think?" The hall master will personally guide me." Yang Wu was stunned, staring at Thor in astonishment, his heart filled with disbelief. Thor, the second strongest person in the world, unrivaled in blade work and reputed to have the strongest physique and greatest speed. He was now offering to personally instruct Yang Wu for a whole month. "Haha, don't look at me like that. Besides cultivating, I like to guide warriors I take a liking to when I have nothing else to do. Several people in Thunderbolt Martial Hall have received my personal guidance. That fellow Mo Lu, for instance. I guided him for a while back then, and that's why he's achieved what he has today. However, I mainly guide you in martial cultivation. I know nothing about the mentalist path." Thor seemed very pleased with Yang Wu's expression and said with a hearty laugh. Early on the second morning at Thunderbolt Hall's headquarters, Yang Wu, who had been lodged in a guest room there, was brought to the ancient courtyard where he had met Lei Shen the day before. Lei Shen, still clad in white robes, was already waiting. "Greetings, hall master," Yang Wu said respectfully. "No need for such formality. During this month, aside from my personal guidance, ask me anything you do not understand. In 1 month, how much fortune you can obtain depends entirely on yourself." Lei Shen nodded slightly and said with a smile, "All right, let us begin. I hear that you also practice my Ninefold Thunder Blade. Now try attacking me using the force technique of its first layer." Even as he spoke, Lei Shen rose and casually picked up a war saber nearby. The instant the blade was in hand, the previously languid and mild-mannered Lei Shen seemed to become a different person. His entire aura transformed into a towering, overwhelming great saber enough to make one's heart shudder. "Yes, hall master. Forgive me for the offense." Without another word, Yang Wu drew the Jueying war saber from his back, gripped it with both hands, and shot forward like lightning, delivering a clean, decisive slash straight at Lei Shen. Lei Shen remained completely motionless, his right hand rising slightly. Clang! The instant his war saber met the Jueying war saber in Yang Wu's hands, Yang Wu felt a strange void-like sensation, as if there were no solid force to resist. Before he could withdraw his blade, two surging, overwhelming forces suddenly erupted from Lei Shen's saber, and Yang Wu's body was sent hurtling backward. Your use of power is far too rigid. Though you have grasped the force technique of the first layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, you cannot apply it flexibly or adapt. I just used almost exactly the same amount of force as you did, so why did it produce such an effect? Think it over carefully. Lei Shen looked at Yang Wu, who was rising from the ground, smiled, and shook his head. Again, the second layer. 10 minutes later, Lei Shen gave a sharp shout to Yang Wu, who was still lost in thought. Yes. Yang Wu acknowledged, raised the Jueying war saber once more and attacked. Clang, clang. Using the second layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, which unleashed 3 times the force, he slashed at Lei Shen's saber, yet was still sent flying back in humiliation by nearly the same amount of force. Still, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Lei Shen's face. Again, the third layer. Alright, that is enough training for today. Think carefully about the flexible application of the first 3 layers of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Tomorrow we will move on to the rest of the blade techniques. After sending Yang Wu flying for the 3rd time, and giving him 10 minutes to think, Lei Shen saw the eager anticipation on Yang Wu's face. Instead, he set down his saber and spoke. For us martial artists, cultivation is not merely about practicing blade techniques. What matters more is the body. The body is the foundation of everything. Come with me. Lei Shen would not be argued with. He took the lead out of the courtyard and pushed open the door of a room beside the corridor. The room inside was about 150 square meters, and strangely, it had not a single window. The walls and floor of the room were made of an unknown alloy mottled with yellow and black, giving it an extremely peculiar feel. On the wall by the entrance, buttons were arranged in neat rows, and beneath each button a distinct number was clearly displayed. This is a gravity chamber excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization. Its maximum gravity can reach 1,000 times that of Earth. When cultivating in the gravity chamber, its gravitational force acts upon every part of the body, your sinews, bones, blood vessels, and internal organs, reaching down to the cells, and even to molecules and atoms. Lei Shen explained with a slightly proud expression. Gravity is omnipresent, so naturally it acts even upon the most minute places. My gravity chamber is the largest on Earth, and has the greatest controllable gravity multiplier. Even the extreme Marshall Hall's gravity chamber is not as powerful as this one. A gravity chamber. Yang Wu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Thus, inside the gravity chamber, especially under your limit gravity, even if you stand there completely still, every cell of your body is subjected to gravity, resists gravity, and consumes energy. That is far more effective than any amount of cultivation you could do on your own. Of course, when combined with cultivation, the effect is even better. One could say that 2 hours a day under limit gravity makes your training more than 10 times faster than normal. Lei Shen continued his explanation. From today on, every morning, you will first receive 1 to 2 hours of instruction from me. Then in this gravity chamber, you can cultivate origin energy while absorbing the knowledge I have taught you. In the evening, you may continue cultivating here or seek guidance from Sidu Huan and the others on spiritual thought cultivation. Although they may have already fallen behind you, they still possess far more experience. Of course, I also suggest you read more ancient texts from before China's Great Nirvana era. They are very useful. Lei Shen said, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Yes, Hall Master. Yang Wu was filled with anticipation at the thought of training in this gravity chamber for a full month. Yang Wu remembered that in the original story, even the top-ranked trainee in the Extreme Martial Hall's elite training camp received only less than 100 hours of training time each month. Yang Wu also understood exactly why Lei Shen had suggested he read ancient Chinese classics. However, Yang Wu had loved Chinese ancient classics long before his rebirth. In his previous life, during his time in the Special Forces and the Dragon Guard, he had already done considerable research into the 4 books and 5 classics, the 100 schools of thought, and other ancient texts. Your physical condition should be at the mid-level war god tier. Let's use 20 times gravity. That should be close to your limit. As Lei Shen spoke, he swiftly pressed one of the many buttons on the wall and turned it a few times. An invisible force instantly enveloped every part of Yang Wu's body. His vision went black, and he dropped straight to his knees. The pounding of his heart was as loud as a drum, and the sound of his blood flowing was like a rushing river. All of it was unnervingly clear. How does it feel? Seeing Yang Wu suffering, Lei Shen wore a gloating expression. Yang Wu forced himself to stand, his face pale and his body unsteady. I feel like my whole body is incredibly heavy. My heart pounds painfully, breathing is difficult, and every part of me aches. Even the war saber on my back now seems to weigh over 2,000 kilograms. That's exactly the effect. Take your time getting used to it, boy. Lei Shen smiled, turned, and left, paying no further attention to the swaying Yang Wu in the gravity chamber. Damn it. Yang Wu cursed, inwardly forced his body to stay upright, and drew the Jueying war saber from his back. Then, as if in a slow-motion scene from a film, he swung it slowly, occasionally propping himself up with the long saber, and struggling to keep his balance while recalling and pondering Lei Shen's earlier instruction. By evening, when Yang Wu emerged from the gravity chamber, he was soaked through, looking as bedraggled as if he had just crawled out of the water. At 8 o'clock that evening, Yang Wu, having recovered, walked out of the training hall and headed in a certain direction. Before long, he reached the entrance of the Villa District at Thunderbolt Hall's global headquarters, and from a distance, he saw Situ Huan's figure. Haha, so you finally remembered this old drunkard. Seeing Yang Wu approaching, Situ Huan beamed with appreciation. He never could have imagined that in just a few months Yang Wu would already surpass him. Greetings, Senior Situ. Yang Wu said respectfully. You little rascal, you only know these empty formalities. Where's my fine wine? Situ Huan's brow shot up as he demanded, dragging Yang Wu into his villa. Haha, I knew you didn't take this old drunkard's words to heart. Seeing Yang Wu's expression, Situ Huan burst out laughing. What a lucky kid. To receive a month of personal instruction from Lord Lei Shen. That's even more valuable than 4 years of training in a camp. Situ Huan exclaimed with envious admiration. Alright, you're already at the high-level war god stage, but your combat rating is still listed as warrior, isn't it? In any case, you should have gained quite a lot in Australia. Take some time to have someone bring you to get it verified. Our headquarters can handle it too. In 10 days there seems to be an auction at the War God Palace. I'll take you along to broaden your horizons. Yang Wu had stayed at Situ Huan's home for nearly an hour. When it was time to leave, Situ Huan seemed to think of something and slapped his forehead as he spoke. At the global headquarters of Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, Yang Wu received Thunder God's guidance every day before entering the gravity chamber to cultivate. His rapid progress had not escaped Thunder God's notice, and he could not help but marvel inwardly. In merely a week, Yang Wu not only recomprehended the first 5 layers of the Ninefold Thunder Blade completely according to Thunder God's instruction, more than doubling the power of each layer, but he had also swiftly mastered the latter 4 layers all the way to the 7th. Moreover, at this pace of comprehension, it would not take long for him to master the 8th and 9th layers as well. Aside from the blade technique, his agility and strength had also been greatly enhanced thanks to Thunder God's guidance in the gravity chamber. His physical strength in particular had advanced at a breathtaking pace. Within a month, he was confident that his physique would reach the level of a high-grade war god, or even a peak war god, without any difficulty. Thunder God, for his part, speculated that the unabsorbed dragon blood remaining in Yang Wu's body was being forced to accelerate its absorption under the crushing pressure of the gravity chamber. Yang Wu, however, knew that the dragon blood accounted for only a tiny fraction of his great physical progress. It was the essence of the Millennium Willow heart stored in his body that was truly responsible. A week later, Yang Wu could effortlessly perform his blade techniques and footwork in the 20-fold gravity chamber, as if he were under normal conditions, causing Thunder God to inwardly call him a monstrous prodigy. Over the course of the week, Yang Wu had also shed much of his earlier restraint in Thunder God's presence, drawing closer to him. In Yang Wu's eyes, Thunder God was sometimes a stern master, utterly strict, even harsh. At other times, he seemed like an approachable older brother, effortlessly witty and playful. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 9th day, Yang Wu walked out of the gravity chamber, his face full of smiles. Just moments earlier within the gravity chamber, Yang Wu had finally grasped the secret of delivering the 8th layer force of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. With 1/8 surges of power stacked and multiplied, greatly increasing his might. Yang Wu was confident that if he were to face Liao Weinina or others again, he could at least hold his own and fight to a draw even without using his cultivation as a spiritual thought master. It's time to go get certified as a war god warrior. Yang Wu returned to his quarters, picked up the backpack containing materials from 5 Lord-level monsters, asked someone for directions, and set off alone. Thunderbolt Tower, a classical-style skyscraper soaring 99 stories into the sky, was considered a landmark building in Northwest Bay City, where the global headquarters of Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall stood. As the home base of Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, Northwest Bay City naturally boasted a great many of its warriors, and the Thunderbolt Tower saw a massive flow of visitors every day. The number of warriors drinking and chatting in the first-floor lobby bar alone was no small figure. Sir, are you here to sell monster materials? At the entrance to Thunderbolt Tower, 2 women dressed in silver-blue uniforms saw Yang Wu carrying a bulging backpack nearly 2 meters tall and immediately greeted him with reverence. Yes, please take me to the purchasing department. Yang Wu nodded in reply. Led by the 2 service women, he crossed the lobby and stepped directly into an elevator. Good heavens, that backpack has to be a full 2 meters tall. Exactly how many monster materials did he pack inside? Along the way, Yang Wu heard many warriors gasp in astonishment at the sight of his backpack. Indeed, a warrior's backpack was built in layers. When fully unfolded, its capacity was enormous. Yet few people ever carried so many materials. Ding! The elevator doors opened at the 36th floor of the Monster Material Purchasing Center. Under the guidance of the service woman, he entered a spacious reception room where a man who looked to be in his 40s was seated. Hello, sir. Welcome to Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall to sell your materials. My surname is Li, and I am one of the managers here. May I ask your name? The man said with a smile. My name is Yang Wu, a warrior of Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Today, aside from selling materials, I also need to have my battle achievements evaluated and my title recertified. All of the materials I am selling were personally hunted by me. Yang Wu synced his communication watch with the computer before Manager Li, and all his information immediately appeared on the manager's monitor. At the same time, Yang Wu unfastened the backpack. Clatter. All the monster materials in the backpack were dumped into a pool at his side. The scene left everyone around dumbfounded. After seeing the materials pour out, they could not help but draw in sharp breaths. Materials from 5 Lord-level monsters. Judging by the quality, 1 low-grade Lord-level, 1 mid-grade Lord-level, and 3 high-grade Lord-level monsters. The season manager Lee immediately blurted out in shock. Both of you wait outside. He waved the 2 service women away. Yes, supervisor. The service women answered hurriedly, casting one astonished glance at Yang Wu before bowing and retreating. 2 kangaroo monsters, high-grade Lord-level beasts at that. So did you hunt them on the Australian continent? Manager Lee felt a pang of disbelief. The Australian continent was not a place ordinary people dared to venture. This is a high-grade Lord-level silver lightning king python, a beast whose value is almost on par with a dragon beast. The more he looked, the more alarmed Manager Lee became. Even the low-grade and mid-grade Lord-level materials were extraordinary. They belonged to the most fearsome and formidable creatures within their respective ranks, beasts that even war god-level warriors would find extraordinarily difficult to slay. Please have these materials processed. Oh, I still have things to do. Yang Wu furrowed his brow as he spoke. Very well, Mr. Yang Wu. Manager Lee replied hastily. Soon after, he used instruments to re-examine the materials, fully confirming what he had estimated with his naked eye. After all, to become a high-grade war god, one had to hand over the most important materials of 2 high-grade Lord-level monsters, and they had to be killed by one's own hand. Yang Wu did not need to sell all 5 Lord-level monsters here at all, because selling them at the HR Alliance would have fetched a much higher price. However, after accepting the enormous compensation from Wainina, Irue, and the others on the Australian continent, Yang Wu's bank balance had reached 350 billion Huaxia coins. With such tremendous wealth, he paid no heed to the relatively trivial price difference, nor was he willing to go to extra trouble and waste his precious cultivation time. Yes, Mr. Yang Wu. Manager Lee nodded repeatedly. Yet shock churned in his heart. This is absolutely insane. Even for the sake of obtaining the title of high-grade war god, there was no need to bring out so many and such powerful Lord-level monsters. 3 high-grade Lord-level ones from the Australian continent, plus 1 low-grade and 1 mid-grade. Mr. Yang Wu. Manager Lee spoke with a slightly more respectful tone. The high-grade Lord-level Australian kangaroo monster is priced at 9.5 billion Huaxia coins with a contribution value of 4.5 million points. As for the high-grade Lord-level silver lightning king python, it is priced at 11 billion Huaxia coins with a contribution value of 6 million points. The mid-grade Lord-level Australian leopard beast is priced at 6 billion Huaxia coins with a contribution value of 2.5 million points. The low-grade Lord-level antelope beast is priced at 3 billion Huaxia coins with a contribution value of 1.6 million points. In total, Mr. Yang Wu, you may receive 39 billion Huaxia coins and 19.1 million contribution points. Do you have any objections? No problem. Yang Wu nodded and said. At the same time, he inwardly marveled at the price difference between Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall and the HR Alliance. If these materials had been sold to the HR Alliance, the total would have been at least 50 billion Huaxia coins. Over 11 billion Huaxia coins gone in an instant. Even for someone as wealthy as Yang Wu, it was a startling thought. However, the contribution value here more than made up for it. 19.1 million points instantly elevated Yang Wu to the 4-star contribution tier. Mr. Yang Wu, the 39 billion Huaxia coins have been transferred to your exclusive warrior account, and your contribution value has been raised to 4-star. Seated before his laptop, Manager Lee tapped the wireless keyboard and then smiled at Yang Wu. Upon becoming a war god, one typically joins the war god palace directly and receives a consciousness sensor. However, the war god palace will send someone to verify Mr. Yang Wu's strength. Yang Wu glanced at the screen. On it was his own profile, and in the rank column it had already changed to war god level high. Below was a pop-up box containing a line of text. War god palace application under review. Mr. Yang Wu, someone from the war god palace will come over today and soon. Please wait here for a while. Manager Lee added with a smile. Ding. Just a few seconds later, a harsh chime rang out. Moi. Yang Wu and Manager Lee both turned their eyes to the screen. Another pop-up window had appeared on the laptop display. War God Palace assessment passed. No one came to assess him. So how did he pass? Manager Lee was taken aback. In all his years as a supervisor, this was truly the first time he had come across such a situation. Still, he had heard that those whose strength was recognized by the War God Palace Council could be exempted from the assessment and pass directly, but such cases were extremely rare. Council recognition. What did that even mean? The Supreme Council of the War God Palace, every single counselor was in existence that surpassed the War God level. Could this warrior named Yang Wu really have reached that level? Mr. Yang Wu, congratulations on passing the assessment. In a little while, someone in the building will deliver the items. Manager Li suppressed the astonishment in his heart and spoke with even greater respect. Yang Wu was in no hurry. A moment later the reception room door opened automatically and 3 men in uniforms walked in. The tall, lean Chinese man among them held a metal case and said respectfully to Yang Wu, "War God Yang Wu, welcome to the War God Palace. You will receive a consciousness sensor helmet free of charge. With this helmet you can enter virtual space from anywhere on Earth simply by wearing it." So this is the consciousness sensor helmet. Although Yang Wu had known about it long ago from the original story, this was the first time he had truly seen the object. As a member of the War God Palace, you also enjoy many special privileges. Of course, special privileges come with special responsibilities. Once War God Yang Wu enters virtual space using the consciousness sensor, you will come to understand the many remarkable aspects of the War God Palace. Additionally, we have included a user manual and the War God Palace regulations here. A read-through before use will make everything clear to you. The man handed over the metal case with both hands. "Thank you." Yang Wu smiled and took the case, his finger tracing across the latch. Ding! The metal case opened at once, revealing the deep blue helmet within. The consciousness sensor helmet. A surge of heat rose in Yang Wu's heart. Returning to his residence at Thunderbolt headquarters, Yang Wu closed the door, put on his helmet, and entered the virtual space of the War God Palace. The virtual space was vast, divided into many distinct zones, and exuded luxury and grandeur. Just after entering the virtual space, before Yang Wu had time to look around carefully, an electronic voice abruptly rang out, "Welcome, War God Yang Wu. This is your private room in the War God Palace. No one but you may enter it. Inside the War God Palace, if you want to eat or drink something, you may order whatever you like. There are many delicacies here that do not exist in the real world. On your desk is a handbook introducing the War God Palace, the War God Palace regulations. Please read it carefully first. Have a pleasant stay in the War God Palace. Eat, play. Is this what the War God Palace is for?" Yang Wu could not help but laugh. It felt strangely like the entertainment clubs from his previous life. Yang Wu shook his head and opened the black leather-covered War God Palace regulations on the desk in front of him. "Welcome to the War God Palace." A line of large bold type appeared before Yang Wu's eyes. The War God Palace is the strongest organization of human martial artists, jointly founded by the first chairman Hong and the second chairman Lei Shun. Every war god on Earth, as well as every being who has transcended the war god level, is a member of the War God Palace. The management layer of the War God Palace, that is the War God Palace Council. Only those who have transcended the war god level are qualified to become council members. After reading a long passage introducing the War God Palace, Yang Wu smiled, put down the black book, and pushed open the door to leave his room. "Yang Wu, you little rascal, you finally showed up." Not long after leaving his room and admiring the scenery outside the War God Palace, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. It was the old drunkard Situ Huan. At that moment, Situ Huan was strolling over with 2 war gods, chatting and laughing. "Senior Situ," Yang Wu greeted respectfully. "Boy, let me introduce 2 war god powerhouses from our Thunderbolt headquarters." Situ Huan said to Yang Wu, "This is War God Ma Shi, who is extremely skilled in saber techniques. If you have the chance, you should seek his guidance often. This is War God Cheng Dong, a psychic. You two should exchange ideas whenever you're free. You 2 old fogies, this is the Yang Wu I told you about. Greetings, seniors. Please offer me your guidance." Yang Wu said politely, "Not bad. A young war god powerhouse. The future of our Thunderbolt Martial Hall relies on young men like you." "World now, ha." War God Ma Shi, who was tall and burly with graying hair, said with hearty laughter. "War God Yang Wu, I live right next to the old drunkard. You're welcome to visit my home and exchange thoughts on the cultivation methods of psychics." War God Cheng Dong appeared meticulous and proper, but there was also a trace of appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Yang Wu. "All right, let's go. Before the auction starts, I need another drink of the top-grade Matai vintage from before the Great Nirvana era. That is a drink you can only enjoy in this virtual War God Palace. Out in the real world, you can no longer find such fine liquor anywhere." Seeing Yang Wu and the other 2 still standing there talking, Situ Huan urged them impatiently. "You old drunkard, all you know is drinking all day." War God Ma Shi gave him a glare, but still took the lead and walked toward the War God Palace ahead. "By the way, this is Yang Wu's first time here. There's a surprise waiting later." Situ Huan turned his head and suddenly smiled at Yang Wu with a mysterious expression. "A surprise?" Yang Wu smiled and said nothing, but he already knew what it was. During their conversation, the 4 of them arrived at the spiral staircase leading to the first-floor hall. Though he had long known the plot, Yang Wu was still somewhat astonished at the sight of nearly 1,000 war gods in the hall below. Buzz! As he stepped down the spiral staircase and set foot onto the mirror-polished floor tiles of the first-floor hall, the entire hall suddenly dimmed. The originally soft and comfortable light became murky, and the soothing music that had been playing vanished at once. "Is the surprise coming?" Yang Wu thought to himself, still a little curious. All the war gods who had been conversing turned almost in unison toward the staircase. After their gazes swept past Situ Huan and the other 2, they all fixed upon Yang Wu. "Dong!" with a crisp sound that seemed to make one's soul quiver. Loud, passionate, and jubilant music immediately resounded throughout the hall. Then nearly 1,000 war gods from all over the world in the luxurious hall stood up, and almost all of them clapped their hands. Swish! A faint shaft of light shone down on Yang Wu below. The war god palace welcomes a new war god. His name is Yang Wu. A rough, godlike voice boomed. While the voice was still echoing, a three-dimensional holographic projection appeared above the hall displaying three-dimensional characters in midair. Name Yang Wu, nationality Huaxiao nation, a rank war god level high. 3 simple lines, each word three-dimensional, as if carved from stone, suspended in midair. The total number of war gods in human society has thus increased by 1, reaching 3499. As the thunderous voice echoed through the hall, the number 3,498 displayed on the huge screen set into the hall's wall flickered and jumped to 3,499. At the same time, the passionate, joyful music began to fade until it was inaudible. The light shining on Yang Wu gradually vanished as well, and everything returned to calm. Haha, surprising, isn't it? Every time a war god arrives for the first time, the virtual space automatically introduces and welcomes the newly risen war god. Situ Huan said with a beaming face. The other war god powerhouses gradually calmed down as the voice disappeared. War god Yang Wu. Yang Wu. 2 voices suddenly sounded from close by. It's you. Yang Wu was taken aback. The ones who had taken the initiative to greet him were actually Ai Rei and Zanmusi, the 2 high-level war gods who had once tried to kill him on the Australian continent. I didn't expect we would meet again so soon. You Huaxiao people have an old saying, no fight, no acquaintance. I hope we can become friends and forget all our past unpleasantness. Ai Rue extended his hand very gracefully, while the black war god Zanmusi, beside him, also smiled at Yang Wu. Haha, it's a pleasure to become friends with war god Ai Rei and war god Zanmusi. One does not strike a smiling face. Since the other side had lowered their posture like this, Yang Wu had no intention of making enemies with them, so he reached out and shook hands with them one by one. However, from the corner of his eye, Yang Wu also caught sight of Li Yao and his wife not far away. The 2 of them were glaring at Yang Wu with malicious looks. Although they had basically confirmed that Yang Wu was not the one who had killed their son, their previous hunt for Yang Wu had cost them dearly. They had lost not only the precious black god suit and 10 million Huaxia credits. In addition, the 20 war general-level martial artists and 2 Japanese war god powerhouses killed by Yang Wu would require the couple to provide compensation and an explanation to HR. If they dare come after me again, I wouldn't mind killing them in advance for Luo Feng. Yang Wu said silently in his heart. The monthly War God Palace auction will begin in half an hour. All war gods attending the auction, please proceed to the War God Palace auction hall immediately. About half an hour later, a gentle voice sounded within the virtual space. Following the crowd into the auction hall, he saw a layout similar to an opera house, completely circular with the display stage at the center and a large number of seats surrounding it, about 5 seats in total. At this moment, the auction hall was packed with people. War gods chatted in small groups. Ladies and gentlemen. The auction hall quickly quieted down and the background music faded away. Apart from the central display stage, the surrounding lights dimmed considerably. A Chinese-American man and a white man stood on the stage speaking in Chinese and English respectively. Hello everyone. Today is January 15th, 2058. We are delighted to have this monthly auction meet you all once again. This auction features a total of 68 items. I hereby formally announce that this auction begins. The first item. As the bilingual commentary from the stage began, the auction officially commenced. The items on auction included antiques, famous paintings, famous cigarettes, and liquors, various luxury goods, and also the water of life that Yang Wu had once particularly needed. However, none of these were what Yang Wu needed now. He merely watched calmly as the various items sold for exorbitant prices. The old drunkard Situ Huan won a bottle of the famous liquor, Hong Hua Lang, from the Great Nirvana era for 2.8 million Huaxia credits, beaming with joy. This earned him a series of eye rolls from Yang Wu and the others who knew him. A bottle of liquor costing 2.8 million. Could drinking it make you an immortal? Next up is today's final highlight, a new king-level intelligent fighter jet jointly manufactured by the Extreme Martial Hall and the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. On the auction stage, the bilingual voices of the 2 auctioneers sounded, and at the same time, a three-dimensional image of a triangular red fighter jet appeared on the virtual display screen. Suddenly, Yang Wu became somewhat interested. He straightened up and carefully studied the fighter's introduction on the display screen. King-level intelligent fighter controlled by an intelligent system. The airframe can resist attacks from any Lord-level monster. Top speed exceeds 1.0 km/h. Not bad, though it's not as impressive as the primordial fighter at Thunderbolt headquarters. Still, it's a decent choice. If the price is right, I can buy it. It would be convenient for traveling between the headquarters and my home in the future. Yang Wu nodded to himself. King-level intelligent fighter starting bid 180 billion Huaxia credits. Each bid must be raised by no less than 10 billion Huaxia credits. The Chinese-American man and the white man on the stage announced 190 billion Huaxia credits. The moment the voice on the stage fell, Yang Wu's voice immediately followed. He had long known some of the unspoken rules of the War God Palace auction. When he made a bid at his first auction, generally no one would compete against him. If he hesitated even a moment, he might end up spending over 1,000,000 huaxia credits, and even if he was rich, there was no point wasting money on that. 190 billion Chinese yuan. The moment Yang Wu's voice fell, waves of exclamation immediately swept through the arena. 190 billion was no small sum. The vast majority of the many war god powerhouses present could not produce such a huge fortune. Yet they had never expected that Yang Wu, an obscure young warrior who had just entered the war god palace, could casually bid 190 billion without a second thought. The arena fell silent. Oh no one challenged Yang Wu's bid. Yang Wu successfully won the auction for the smart fighter. What he did not see was that as he called out 190 billion Chinese yuan, the faces of Li Yao and his wife in the distance turned so livid that they seemed to drip with water. Others did not know, but they were fully aware of where the money Yang Wu used to bid for the king-level fighter had come from. The murderer of their son had not been caught, and instead they had suffered a tremendous loss. However, they could only swallow their rage. Having lost the Black God suit, Yang Wu had grown even more formidable. Even if the couple attacked together, they would not be enough for him to kill. This resentment only intensified their hatred toward the true culprit who had killed their son, and their determination to hunt down the real murderer grew even firmer. The next day, the fighter was delivered to the global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. After training, Yang Wu took the King Smart Fighter for a showy spin, flying back to Jiangnan Bay City in less than half an hour to have dinner with his family, causing quite a stir in Qingfeng residential complex. After returning to the base city and parking the fighter, Yang Wu resumed his intense training routine. On the 14th day, under Thunder God's guidance, Yang Wu successfully cultivated the 9th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. With that, he had completely mastered the Thunder God's ultimate blade technique, becoming the first warrior on Earth other than Thunder God himself to fully cultivate the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Moreover, under Thunder God's instruction, Yang Wu's combat ability and physical strength were rapidly improving. On the 16th day, he had just stepped into the courtyard where Thunder God had previously trained him. To his surprise, Thunder God and Mo Lu were both waiting inside the courtyard. Hall Master Lord Mo Lu, Yang Wu called out respectfully. Today, Mo Lu will take you to an interesting place to test the results of your training over this period. Thunder God smiled slightly and said no more. Yang Wu, accustomed to Thunder God's teaching style, knew that further questions would yield nothing, so he silently followed Mo Lu into a vehicle and arrived at a vast area filled with pavilions and towers. Young warriors occasionally passed by who some respectfully greeted Mo Lu when they saw him. Could this be the elite special training camp? Yang Wu asked in amazement. Correct. Come with me. Mo Lu replied with a smile, then led Yang Wu to a place called the Ninefold Tower. Ninefold Tower. The Trial Tower. Yang Wu immediately recalled the place where Luo Feng had undergone his first assessment in the elite training camp of the Limit Martial Hall in the original storyline. The same name? Correct, it's the Trial Tower. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. There are only 2 of these in the entire world. One in my Thunderbolt Martial Hall's elite special training camp, and one in the Limit Martial Hall's global elite training camp. Both were obtained from ancient ruins by First Councilman Hong and Hall Master Thunder God. As he spoke, Mo Lu led Yang Wu into a dimly lit room. Click. The lights came on. Inside the room, there were only 2 sofas, each with a silver-blue helmet resting on it. This is a virtual helmet. You've been to the War God Palace before, so the usage is similar. Put it on, and your consciousness will enter a virtual space with 100 simulation, virtually identical to the real world. However, this one enters a combat environment. I'll set it to warrior combat mode, so once you're inside, your telekinetic power cannot be used. Moreover, whether one is a war god, a being beyond war god, an ordinary warrior, or even just an ordinary person. Once one's consciousness enters, everyone gets a body with identical physical qualities and normal punch force of 1.0 kilograms, a speed of 150 meters per second, and neural reaction speed at the level of an elite elementary war general. Even Hall Master Thunder God would have the same body in the virtual space. In this way, it is easy to test a person's true combat proficiency. As he spoke, Mo Lu gestured for Yang Wu to lie down on the sofa, and following his demonstration, put on the helmet. The 2 abruptly appeared in an unfamiliar space. So this is the Trial Tower space. On a black stone pillar to the left of the main entrance of the Trial Tower space appeared engraved text, name Yang Wu, gender male, identity, none, level 1. Yang Wu turned to look at another black stone pillar on the right side of the entrance. It bore similar engraving, name Mo Lu, gender male, identity, Inspector War God, Trial Tower, level 5. 4. Don't ask questions. Get used to it quickly and start the trial. Try to clear as many stages as you can. Let's see how far you can go. Mo Lu said mysteriously. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed through the space. Yang Wu, please choose your combat suit and weapon. Enter the trial tower for the test within 1 minute after choosing. Immediately, various combat suits and weapons appeared before Yang Wu's eyes. Without further questions, he selected a combat suit that fit his body and the shadowless warblade, then put them on quickly. Go on, kid, Mo Lu said with a smile. All right. Yang Wu took a deep breath and walked straight into the pitch-black entrance ahead. Whoosh! As if space and time had shifted, Yang Wu suddenly found himself on a vast grassland. Test objective: kill the 100 elementary beast general level savage bulls attacking you within 30 minutes. If you die midway, the trial fails. If you have not killed 100 savage bulls after 30 minutes, that is also a failure. Since this is your first time entering the trial tower, you have 5 minutes of preparation time. 100 elementary beast general level savage bulls, huh? Yang Wu's expression did not change. When Luo Feng had first entered the elite training camp assessment, he had faced the same content, and with a physique far inferior to Yang Wu's current one, he had still passed. These 100 elementary beast general level savage bulls posed no significant threat to Yang Wu at all. Bring it on. Yang Wu swung his blade to get used to the body. The 5 minutes passed quickly. The trial begins. The cold voice echoed across the grassland world. At the same time, sturdy bovine monsters nearly 3 meters tall appeared on the grass 100 meters ahead of him. Savage bulls famous among bovine monsters for their unity and herding behavior. Brandishing their slightly curved pale red sharp horns, they charged at Yang Wu like 100 armored tanks racing at full speed. The thunderous rumbling of their charge was tremendous. The razor-sharp horn tips exuded a murderous aura. If they pierced Yang Wu's body, even if they failed to tear through his combat suit, they would likely shatter his bones and cause internal bleeding. However, what they faced was Yang Wu, whose physical quality had already reached the high war god level. Kill! Yang Wu let out an excited shout and charged toward the stampeding savage bulls, his body flashing ceaselessly through the herd. The 1st through 9th forms of the Ninefold Thunder Blade flowed endlessly from his hands, the shadowless warblade spraying out dazzling arcs of blade light, bewitching and brilliant. Moo! Moo! Agonized cries came continuously from the herd of savage bulls. Thud! 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 Bullheads flew into the air one after another as blood sprayed. It was utterly effortless. In less than 5 minutes, when Yang Wu's body abruptly stopped, all 100 savage bulls had vanished from the grassland. The grassland fell silent. Time 4 minutes 8 seconds. All 100 savage bulls killed. B-level trial passed. Congratulations. The mechanical, emotionless electronic voice echoed across the entire grassland. C-stage trial begins. Kill 200 savage bulls within 50 minutes. Among these 200 savage bull monsters, 190 are elementary beast general level, and 10 are intermediate beast general level. Good luck. Immediately after, the voice continued in a programmed tone. Is this C-level? Not much of a challenge, Yang Wu said with a disdainful curl of his lips. E-stage trial begins. Kill 220 Lord-level monsters within 90 minutes. Among these 220 Lord-level monsters, there are 100 elementary Lord-level savage bulls, 100 elementary Lord-level golden vultures, 10 intermediate Lord-level savage bulls, and 10 intermediate Lord-level golden vultures. Good luck. After easily passing 3 stages in a row, the 4th stage trial began. 220 Lord-level monsters, half flying beasts and half land beasts. Now this is getting interesting, Yang Wu said calmly, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Call! A piercing shriek rang out from the air first. The golden vultures were the first to swoop down from above, attacking Yang Wu in a dense swarm, like a golden cloud descending upon him. Meanwhile, the savage bulls on the ground refused to be outdone, stamping the earth and charging at Yang Wu. Come on! Yang Wu gripped the shadowless war blade, his gaze cold and sharp. Swish! 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 Just as the golden vultures overhead and the savage bulls on the ground were about to strike him, Yang Wu moved swiftly, his body turning into a series of illusory afterimages that weaved through the fierce attacks of both groups, while the blade light in his hands never ceased. The blade light was brilliant yet cold, like lightning and thunder. Every stroke was lethal. Brilliant sprays of blood burst from among the golden vultures and savage bulls. The combination of the golden vulture's speed and the savage bull's strength greatly increased the threat to Yang Wu. Had it not been for the intensive training under Thunder God over the past 10-odd days, which had brought his physical strength to the high war god level and allowed him to cultivate the Ninefold Thunder Blade to completion. Had his strength, movement technique, blade technique, speed, and combat awareness not all advanced by leaps and bounds, Yang Wu truly would have been unable to withstand such a combined assault. Swish! Yang Wu leaped into the air with both hands on the blade. The last fierce arc of blade light swept across, and the grassland once again fell silent. At this moment, Yang Wu's face was slightly pale, his chest heaved continuously, and his left arm had suffered severe wounds dripping with blood. Time 82 minutes 21 seconds. Successfully killed 100 elementary Lord-level savage bulls, 100 elementary Lord-level golden vultures, 10 intermediate Lord-level savage bulls, and 10 intermediate Lord-level golden vultures. E-level trial passed. Congratulations. The emotionless electronic voice echoed across the entire grassland once again. Phase F trial begins. Kill 300 Lord-level monsters within 120 minutes. Among these 300 Lord-level monsters, there are 100 middle-tier, Lord-level Beast General Wild Bulls, 100 middle-tier, Lord-level Beast General Golden Vultures, 50 high-tier, Lord-level Beast General Wild Bulls, and 50 high-tier, Lord-level Beast General Golden Vultures. Good luck. The voice had just faded when Yang Wu's body instantly returned to its uninjured state. 300. Damn, how am I supposed to pass this time? This is going to be tough. Yang Wu licked his lips and silently cursed. But then again, this is what makes it challenging. Kill. With a furious roar from Yang Wu, a grueling and bloody slaughter unfolded once more on the virtual grassland. Surrounded by the dense and formidable horde of monsters, Yang Wu found it impossible to break free. He could only slash desperately, dodge desperately, and kill desperately. Every slash was grim, every slash drew blood, and every slash was fatal. He had lost count of how many blades he had swung and how many monsters he had slain. Yang Wu was drenched in blood, his body covered with wounds large and small. Though everything was virtual, Yang Wu could truly feel the pain of every wound on his body, no different from reality. In the end, he relied entirely on his powerful combat instincts, mechanically swinging his blades, swinging again, dodging again. The monster horde's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, and their encirclement grew ever tighter. Yang Wu's injuries grew more numerous. They grew heavier. They grew more painful. Not good. Suddenly, a high-tier Lord-level Golden Vulture swooped in fiercely from behind. Yang Wu, obstructed by two high-tier Lord-level Wild Bull monsters, could not dodge in time. A pair of sharp talons pierced through his ribs and hurled him high into the air. With both feet off the ground, he had no leverage, and his footwork could not be executed. Puff, puff, puff. The other Golden Vultures immediately seized the opportunity to attack, tearing and striking at Yang Wu's body, which was instantly smashed to pieces. Blood flew everywhere. Yang Wu's corpse vanished, the flock of Golden Vultures vanished, and the grassland fell silent once more. Damn, that really hurts. It feels like I really died once. Yang Wu's body reappeared in the wilderness, fully restored, yet he still shook himself, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Total time 39 minutes and 52 seconds. Killed 31 middle-tier Lord-level Beast General Wild Bulls, 19 middle-tier Lord-level Beast General Golden Vultures, 12 high-tier Lord-level Beast General Wild Bulls, and 9 high-tier Lord-level Beast General Golden Vultures. F-level trial failed. Final War God Trial Tower rating 5. 3. In 5 seconds you will automatically leave the virtual space. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Haha, what a monstrous talent, kid. At the War God level you got a trial tower rating of 5. 3 on your first try. Yang Wu's consciousness had just returned to his body when he heard Moru's familiar laughter. Lord Moru is 5. 3 impressive. Yang Wu asked in confusion. You little rascal. Moru scolded with a laugh. The trial tower has 7 floors, each harder to clear than the last. You should have noticed how the difficulty multiplied as you went up each floor. No one has ever reached the 7th floor of the trial tower, and only Lord Hong and Lord Lei Shun have reached the 6th floor so far. I am now also in existence beyond the War God level, yet I am only at the 5th floor with a rating of 5. 4. You, a high-level War God, are only 0. 1 behind me. Now isn't that impressive? Moru rolled his eyes at Yang Wu and said, Lord Moru, I don't think it works that way. Although my rating is only 0. 1 lower than yours in actual combat, how could I merely at the War God level possibly be a match for an existence beyond the War God level? I'd only be at your mercy. Yang Wu scratched the back of his head. Moru said, You little rascal, you're as sly as a fox. I wouldn't dare think that. With your unpredictable psychic master techniques and that illusion art, I wouldn't dare provoke you. Moru rolled his eyes at Yang Wu again. Moi. Suddenly Moru raised his wrist to look at the communication watch on his hand, and his expression shifted slightly. Kid, a class 1 beast tide has occurred in Wilderness Zone No. 001 of the Northwest Base City. The Northwest Military District has requested support. The Hall Master asks you and several other high-level war gods from headquarters to go assist. Here is the address. Immediately pilot your fighter jet there. Be careful. Moru sent the map of Wilderness Zone No. 001 of the Northwest Base City to Yang Wu's communication watch. A class 1 beast tide. Sir, aren't you existences beyond the war god level going? Yang Wu was deeply shocked. Last year a mere class 3 rat tide in Jiangnan Base City had caused the fall of the war god Liu Gang. One could only imagine the devastation a class 1 beast tide would bring. We existences beyond the war god level cannot act unless absolutely necessary. If we do, we might attract even more powerful beast king level monsters, which would make the situation even worse. However, I also have another mission. Because this wilderness zone is close to our Thunderbolt global headquarters, it has always been used as the daily hunting ground for training camp trainees. A beast tide has never happened here before. For a class 1 beast tide to occur this time, the Hall Master has ordered me to investigate the cause. Moru said with a wry smile. Oh. Yang Wu nodded, not daring to delay, and sent a command from his communication watch. The King-class intelligent fighter jet came roaring over in an instant. Within just a few minutes, Yang Wu arrived at the site of the beast tied aboard the King-class fighter jet. At the fortress outside the military supply point of Wilderness Zone No. 001, more than a dozen high-level war gods had already gathered, most of whom Yang Wu had met before in the War God Palace. Among them was War God Ma Shi, whom Yang Wu knew well. All the War God powerhouses stood grim-faced, weapons in hand, staring at the huge virtual projection screen above the fortress. The image on the projection screen showed the depths of the Wilderness Zone. Dust and smoke billowed, thunderous roars echoed, and countless monstrous silhouettes swarmed densely as they charged toward the supply area. Yang Wu leaped down from the King-class fighter jet, sent the jet a command to return to headquarters, and then walked over to join the group of war gods. Changes instantly took place beneath the black combat suit on his body. A fluid substance seeped out from inside the combat suit, forming a black membrane that quickly covered his entire body, transforming into a battlesuit-style garment that tightly wrapped Yang Wu. A black helmet also appeared to protect his head. It was the black god set obtained from Wei Nina. Seeing Yang Wu arrive, Ma Shi and the other war gods who were familiar with him merely nodded slightly at him, their expressions grim and silent. The war gods who were not familiar with him showed no change in expression at all, only nervously watching the movement ahead. Fellow war gods. A voice came through the communication watch. I am Commander Zhou Xingxiang of the Northwest Military District. The Beast Tide is now 38 kilometers away from our No. 001 supply area. In 40 seconds, we will open fire with artillery. The number of monsters ahead is countless, mostly beast general level or even lord level. After the military bombardment, all war god powerhouses should immediately head to the front line to assist the army in resisting this beast tide attack. We absolutely cannot let the beast tide breach the fortress outside the supply area, otherwise the northwest base city will be in grave danger. War god powerhouses equipped with the black god set should try to enter the monster horde and kill the lord level monsters. Only by killing the lord level monsters can the beast tide be repelled. So that's how it is. Yang Wu sat cross-legged in the closed-door cultivation chamber arranged by Thunder God at the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, assuming the meditation posture of 5 hearts facing heaven. Recalling the method for breaking through to planetary level that Thunder God had taught him the previous day, a faint smile crept across his face. In his hand, he still held a Muya crystal that exuded a faint fragrance of rice, glittering and translucent. 10 days had passed since the Beast Tide incident, and only 5 days remained of the 1-month period in which Thunder God personally instructed Yang Wu in cultivation. During those 10 days, Yang Wu's physical strength had reached the pinnacle of the advanced war god rank, and he had fully absorbed the essences of the 1,000-year willow heart and dragon blood that had settled in his body. Compared with the time of the Beast Tide, his cultivation had advanced enormously, reaching the complete peak war god level. Since the Beast Tide, Yang Wu had also vaguely sensed that the high-ranking members at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall headquarters seemed much busier than before, and their behavior had grown secretive. He had no idea what was happening. Even Thunder God was no longer as he used to be. In the past, besides instructing Yang Wu in cultivation, he would sometimes share his understanding of martial arts and his views on traditional Chinese culture. He too appeared to be coming and going in a rush. Even Sidu Huan and the others could no longer be reached by phone. Yang Wu wondered what they were all busy with. Then in the afternoon of the 10th day yesterday, Thunder God suddenly interrupted Yang Wu's cultivation in the gravity chamber, transmitted to him a method for breaking through to planetary level along with some precautions, told him to attempt the breakthrough when appropriate, and vanished without a trace. Yang Wu, who had long dreamed of breaking through to planetary level, was extremely excited. He remembered Babata saying in the original work that his current war god level was merely the apprentice level in cosmic classification, and that he was not even qualified to be called a martial artist. Only upon reaching planetary level could one be considered to have started wandering the universe as a hired fighter servant or cannon fodder. Whether cannon fodder or hired fighter, at least on Earth planetary level stood at the very peak. How could he remember Thunder God's instruction to break through at an appropriate time? He immediately prepared to make the breakthrough to planetary level. Nor did he pay attention to Thunder God's hasty departure. After adjusting his body to its best state, he immediately began the charge according to the method Thunder God had taught. On the first day, nothing much changed in Yang Wu's body. His blood flowed slowly, his breathing was smooth, his heartbeat was steady, and only his skin seemed more lustrous than before. On the second day, changes slowly began to appear, and then quickly became incomparably intense. Without warning, the muscles all over Yang Wu's body started to tremble, bringing waves of tingling numbness. This trembling had continued for less than an hour before it rapidly accelerated, shifting from gentle quivers to violent shaking. The shaking grew more and more intense. Every inch of his skin, including his palms, soles, eyelids, and ears, shook without exception. Beneath Yang Wu's skin, amid the violent shaking, something gradually took shape, like countless densely packed crawling worms wriggling through his body, over and over, a truly horrifying sight. Yang Wu's expression gradually became somewhat ferocious. Unlike Luo Feng's 9-9 tempering of the spirit technique in Swallowed Star, which allowed a spiritual mind master to break through to planetary level, Yang Wu's secret method obtained from Thunder God used the warrior body as the medium for the breakthrough. The process was by no means as comfortable as he had imagined. Instead, it brought waves of intense pain. Because of his haste, Thunder God had never explained to Yang Wu what the breakthrough would feel like. Hiss! As the writhing beneath his skin began, Yang Wu felt waves of fierce pain surge through him. The writhing waves came faster and faster, as if every shred of muscle clinging to Yang Wu's bones were being ripped apart. Pain. It cut to the marrow. It pierced the heart. Yet Yang Wu did not dare make the slightest move. Thunder God had never told him, and Yang Wu knew nothing of whether some dangerous mishap would occur if he slackened at this critical moment. Damn it! Is this the difference between a protagonist and an extra A? Yang Wu roared inwardly. Even as he forced himself to endure, the excruciating pain continued its merciless course, wringing every inch of muscle. Until after no one could say how long, the first full pass of writhing through his body finally ended. Only then did the pain ease slightly. His entire body started to heat up, and as the writhing went on, the heat grew so intense that every cell in his body seemed to boil. On Yang Wu's palms, the soles of his feet, and the Bai acupoint at the crown of his head, openings seemed to suddenly appear, emitting tremendous suction and desperately absorbing cosmic energy from the surrounding air. The Muya crystal in his hand, as if snow or ice meeting heat, began to slowly dissolve, and then was absorbed into Yang Wu's body. The absorption of the Muya crystal's energy was like pouring a barrel of fuel onto a blazing fire. The flames burned all the more fiercely. At that moment, the pain in his body abruptly vanished without a trace. A vast amount of energy began to gather like countless droplets, merging into streams, then creeks, then rivers. A hot current rose from his whole body, ceaselessly rotating and converging until it gathered at the dantian in Yang Wu's abdomen. Boom! Within the dantian, as if the heavens and earth were being split open, the dantian that had never existed suddenly burst open with a resounding roar. The swirling genetic origin energy accelerated, expanding and contracting unceasingly, growing smaller with each cycle. Yang Wu felt his consciousness tremble and his body jolt. Immediately he felt incomparable ease and comfort throughout his body, completely forgetting the previous agony and sinking into that bliss. Success! Within the vast dantian, a miniature fiery red planet appeared. Like a tiny sun, it was blazing and dazzling, yet warm and gentle. Upon closer inspection, it was a unified whole formed by countless golden six-sided crystals aggregated together. The miniature fiery red planet was spinning on its own while emanating waves of bizarre fluctuations. Genetic origin energy. At a thought from Yang Wu, a wisp of origin energy like burning flame flew out of his dantian and flowed into his body. Crack, crack, crack. Pop, crackle. In an instant, every part of Yang Wu's body, including bones, marrow, skin, meridians, and internal organs, began to transform rapidly. Yang Wu only felt as if his bones had been smashed to pieces, yet there was no pain at all. Then they condensed once more, becoming tougher and more powerful than before. Is this the power of planetary level? Yang Wu stood up excitedly, his eyes seeming to blaze with leaping flames. He clenched his fists, feeling that a single casual punch could blast through the metal-built closed-door cultivation chamber. 10 days had passed. Looking at the time displayed on the communicator watch on his wrist, Yang Wu was astonished. He had not expected that this attempt to break through a realm would consume so much time without his noticing. Counting the days, the traditional Chinese Spring Festival would arrive in 2 more days, and this would be Yang Wu's first Spring Festival in this world. Fortunately, there is still time, he muttered to himself. I'm home, Yang Wu muttered to himself, then left his closed-door cultivation site. At the Thunderbolt headquarters, he did not see Lei Shun or any of the other key figures. He had wanted to visit Sidu Huan and the other senior experts who had settled in the Northwest Base City before Spring Festival, but he still couldn't reach them, so he had no choice but to give up. Yang Wu could only ask a staff member at the global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall to pass along a message. Then he boarded his King-class intelligent fighter, which traced an elegant phantom arc through the sky, crossed more than half of China in an instant, and soon appeared at Qingfeng Residential Complex in the Jiangnan Base City. New Year. Even after the Great Nirvana, China's traditional customs had been preserved. The front gates of many villas in Qingfeng Residential Complex were pasted with vivid red couplets. Even the 2 sides of the main gate to Qingfeng Residential Complex were decorated with huge red couplets, crimson lanterns, and dense strings of starlights. Everywhere was full of festivity. Brother, you're back. The moment he entered, his little sister, wearing brand new clothes, rushed up and coquettishly hooked her arm around his. Xiaowu, why didn't you call before coming back? Back home, Yang Wu immediately felt something different from anywhere else. Dad, Mom, little sister. Yang Wu ruffled his little sister's hair and looked at his parents. After the last time Yang Wu came home and brewed medicinal wine with the spiritual essence of plants for his parents and sister to drink daily, their complexions now looked much healthier. His parents in particular clearly looked several years younger than before. Little sister, how do you feel about school? Yang Wu asked with a smile. Ever since Yang Li's eyes recovered, Yang Wu had arranged for her to attend the martial artist family school beside Ninefold residential complex. Not great. When Yang Li heard Yang Wu ask about school, her tone immediately became somewhat subdued. That sister of yours? Heh, she skips class all day long. We can't control her anymore. Your father won't discipline her either, he even takes her side. This time you need to properly discipline your little sister. His mother, off to one side, raised her brows and scolded. A peacemaking voice from beside her put in, "Oh, come on, it's New Year's. If she skips class, let her, as long as her grades are good," his father said from the side, trying to smooth things over. Yang Wu's father had spent 5 years in a vegetative state, unable to fulfill his duties as a father. Toward Yang Li especially, he not only failed to give her more fatherly love during her childhood, but even lay in bed letting his blind daughter take care of him. He felt deeply guilty. So after waking up, he doted on his youngest daughter without limit. He would never bear to hit or scold her, could not even bring himself to raise his voice, and even stopped his wife from disciplining her. He wished desperately he could make up for the fatherly love lost during those years in a vegetative state. "What's going on, little sister? Why did you skip class?" Yang Wu frowned and asked sternly. "I can understand all that knowledge just by reading it once. It's too easy. Besides, the other students are all younger than me. Staying with them makes me really uncomfortable." "Brother, you don't know this, but even though I'm taking elementary school classes, I've already self-studied all the middle school courses and all the first-year high school textbooks." Yang Li pouted. "Huh, what?" Yang Wu was taken aback. "It's true. If you don't believe me, call brother Luo Feng. I borrowed all of his high school textbooks not long ago, and I plan to finish self-studying them over this winter break. Even brother Luo Feng, brother Luo Hua, and sister Zhen, and all say I'm a girl genius." Yang Li waved her thin little arms, looking exactly like a proud little peacock. "Humph, we're brother and sister. You're a genius martial artist, and I'm no worse a girl genius." "Huh." Yang Wu and his father both laughed, while his mother rolled her eyes, not knowing what to say. "Humph." His mother glared at the pair of them and gave a cold snort. "You two just won't let anyone have peace. Xiao Wu is nearly 24, and aside from never coming home, he still hasn't brought me back a daughter-in-law. Before he said he would wait until he obtained the martial artist qualification. Now he has even obtained the war god qualification, and he's still dragging his feet. Xiao Wu, I'm telling you very seriously, in this past month, I've collected photos of a lot of girls. If you don't pick one out to be my daughter-in-law this time, I won't be done with you." Seeing that she had meant to scold her daughter, but only ended up giving the girl a chance to show off, Yang Wu's mother shifted the target of her annoyance to Yang Wu. Dense black lines immediately appeared on Yang Wu's forehead. "Here, these are the photos your father, your sister, and I selected together. Take a good look and see which one strikes your fancy. Get married soon and give me and your dad a few chubby grandsons to take care of. We're idle anyway." From somewhere or other, Yang Wu's mother produced a thick envelope and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. "Brother, come here, let me show you. There's one I'm absolutely thrilled with." Before Yang Wu could make a move, he was astonished to see his little sister wave a hand in midair. The heavy envelope on the coffee table suddenly flew toward her hand, as if drawn by an invisible thread. At the same time, Yang Wu sensed a powerful psychic fluctuation suddenly coming from his sister's body. "Stop, wait." Yang Wu's eyes flew wide open. He shot up from the sofa, stared fixedly at his sister, and shouted, "Little sister, stop. Tell me, how did you just reach out through the air and grab that envelope?" Yang Wu asked, staring at her in astonishment. "Tisk, I thought it was something amazing. You scared me half to death. It's just that I drank that medicinal wine you brewed a few times. One day when I woke up, I felt like there was some strange power in my head. As long as I'm within a certain distance, I can lift things through the air effortlessly whenever I want. Having this power is great. It saves me so much trouble. For example, to get this photo, I don't have to stand up and walk over to fetch it. Sometimes upstairs in the villa, I just wave at the fruit on the living room coffee table, and the fruit lands in my hand." Yang Li said a little playfully. "Unbelievable." Yang Wu slapped his forehead in disbelief. "This is a psychic's talent. Was it meant to make it convenient for you to grab things and eat fruit? Other people have to struggle before they can awaken such power, but you just slept and awakened it. Little sister, come here. Put the photo down first. Dad, Mom, come over and listen too." Yang Wu took the envelope from Yang Li's hand, set it aside, and said with a serious expression, "What is it?" "Really, I have soup simmering on the stove." His mother asked, somewhat displeased. "Dad, Mom, little sister, let me ask you, do you know the level divisions among martial artists?" Yang Wu asked. "What are you trying to say?" "We've known the classification of martial artists for a long time in this Ninefold residential complex. Isn't it just warrior, war, general, war god, and existence beyond war god?" His little sister rolled her eyes at her brother. His parents also nodded in agreement. "Then do you know that among the martial artists of this world, besides the kind we usually see, there is another kind? One even more special and more feared. The psychics. At the same realm, a psychic's combat power can defeat an opponent 2 levels higher. For example, if the opponent is a mid-level war general, a psychic at high-level warrior can already defeat him easily." "Psychics? Never heard of them." His parents and his little sister all shook their heads, looking at Yang Wu in confusion, not knowing what he was getting at. "I am a psychic. With a thought, Yang Wu made the objects on the coffee table rise into the air and circle endlessly. Then, to everyone's amazement, the single seat sofa Yang Wu was sitting on also slowly elevated from the floor, carrying him upward. A psychic can control weapons in midair to kill enemies, use illusions directly to control opponents, kill them without a sound, and even tame beasts and refine medicine. As he spoke, Yang Wu guided the sofa back to its original place and stood up. With a flick of his mind, 10 coldly gleaming flying daggers shot out from his calves, circled once in the air, and swiftly returned to the sheaths on his legs by themselves. This series of demonstrations made his parents and Yang Li stare wide-eyed with curiosity. "Brother Th, then, am I also a psychic?" Yang Li cried out joyfully. "Yes, you are a psychic." Yang Wu nodded. "Xiao Wu, I'm warning you, it's bad enough that our family has one martial artist like you to be scared for. Even if Xiao Li is some kind of psychic, she is still a girl. You are not allowed to let her go to the wilderness and kill monsters." Without waiting for anyone to speak, Yang Wu's mother said sternly, "Right. Xiao Wu, don't let Xiao Li's psychic identity get out. Let her live a peaceful life." His father also said kindly. Since his parents did not support it and were unwilling to let his younger sister walk the path of a martial artist, especially since she herself had little interest in martial cultivation, Yang Wu could only give up the idea with regret. After all, watching a younger sister with transcendent psychic talent refuse the path of a true powerhouse, Yang Wu still felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, Yang Wu still taught his parents and younger sister the method of genetic energy cultivation, enabling them to absorb cosmic energy and strengthen their physical bodies. During the few days of the spring festival, Yang Wu spent his time peacefully at home and savored the rare warmth of family. He also gathered joyfully with a modest circle of friends, including Luo Feng and the members of the Warblade squad. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, a call from the global headquarters of the Lightning Martial Hall shattered Yang Wu's precious days of peace and leisure. The caller did not say much. He merely instructed Yang Wu to return to Lightning Martial Hall's global headquarters immediately. Yang Wu had no choice but to take an early leave of his family and board a smart fighter swiftly flying back to the Northwest Base City. At the global headquarters of the Lightning Martial Hall, aside from existences beyond the War God rank, such as Thunder God and Molu, there were even several high-level War Gods and War God-level psychics present. "Greetings, Hall Master. Greetings, honored lords." Yang Wu greeted respectfully. "I'm not bad. You needn't be so courteous. I never imagined that you lad would break through to an existence beyond the War God level in such a short span of time." Seeing Yang Wu, Thunder God's eyes suddenly brightened, and he said with a satisfied smile, "What? An existence beyond the War God level? What? When did Yang Wu become a council-level powerhouse?" Hearing Thunder God's words, the War God powerhouses, who had been somewhat haughty when receiving Yang Wu's greeting, and the existences beyond the War God level, were all dumbfounded. An existence beyond the War God level. How long had it been since Yang Wu had obtained his martial artist qualification? Since when had breaking through to become an existence beyond the War God level become so easy? Damn it, since when had council-level powerhouses become so worthless? Ahead is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Hall Master. Yang Wu scratched his head and flattered him with feigned modesty. "Haha, you little rascal, you're certainly good at toadying. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Now that I see you've broken through to council level, your chances are even greater by a notch. I have a feeling that this newly appeared ancient relic is destined to be Lightning Martial Hall's opportunity, and that opportunity is surely meant for you, Yang Wu." Thunder God was in a wonderful mood. He laughed heartily and patted Yang Wu on the shoulder. Opportunity? What opportunity?" Yang Wu was full of confusion. "Haha, right. You still have no idea what this is about, do you? Come, we'll talk as we walk. This time we absolutely can't let the Limit Martial Hall get the better of this." Thunder God took Yang Wu by the arm and walked out. Behind him, a group of existences beyond the War God level and War God powerhouses followed one after another, their spirits running high as they boarded the Lightning Martial Hall's primordial fighter. A dark shadow streaked past. Aboard the primordial fighter, Thunder God and the others finally gave Yang Wu a detailed account of the ancient relic they had been referring to. It turned out that the Class 1 beast tide in which Yang Wu and the others had fought had been triggered by the very ancient relic they were now talking about. At the center of No. 001 Wilderness Zone, before that beast tide erupted, a huge entrance had suddenly appeared. After investigation, everyone came to agree that it was an ancient relic yet to be explored. Moreover, the entrance mysteriously emanated a strange aura that frightened even the monsters. Stirred into a frenzy by that aura, the monsters collectively erupted into a violent Class 1 beast tide. After the beast tide was routed, the monsters no longer dared to remain in the area and fled from No. 001 Wilderness Zone in succession. Now No. 001 Wilderness Zone had become a tranquil and safe area. The military command of the Northwest Base City was planning to incorporate it into the base city's residential zones. After the beast tide, when the council-level powerhouses of Lightning Martial Hall arrived at the entrance of the sudden ancient relic, they found that although the entrance was open, the invisible aura that terrified the monsters was still leaking outward. But no matter what, they absolutely could not enter the entrance. It was as though an invisible force was blocking anyone from going inside. Not only Thunder God and several existences beyond the War God level such as Molu, but also War God level psychics from the Lightning headquarters and outstanding trainees from the training camp all tried one after another, still none could enter. If anyone tried to force their way in anything hard on Earth, even the miraculous Black God suit would be destroyed to ashes. Hong also hurried over after hearing about it. When his attempt failed, Thunder God and Hong both concluded that this sudden ancient relic was probably an ancient inheritance choosing disciples whose talents matched its requirements. Only those who met the requirements could enter and receive the ancient legacy. So after Hong departed, Thunder God swiftly summoned Yongwu back. He hoped Yongwu could test it out before the elite disciples selected by Limit Martial Hall arrived. After all, the ancient relic had appeared on the Lightning headquarters side. Lightning Martial Hall had the advantage of proximity. If Yongwu could obtain this opportunity, it would be as good as benefiting Lightning Martial Hall. After all, no one could say for sure whether this ancient relic was like the No. 9 civilization relic allowing unlimited entry or would only accept a single inheritor. If martial artists from Limit Martial Hall took the opportunity of the ancient relic right at their doorstep first, then Lightning Martial Hall would have no face left to save. An ancient relic. A legacy seeking inheritors whose talents are compatible. Yongwu scratched his head hard. In his memories, the original Swallowed Star novel did not seem to mention any such relic appearing. Forget it, no need to think too much. I'll understand once I get there. Yongwu thought to himself. Before long, the primordial fighter, which was not swift in flight, reached the middle of No. 001 wilderness zone. What came into view was a small mountain raised several dozen meters high. On one side of the hill stood an enormous pitch-black gate about 10 meters tall, as if a giant doorway had been cut through the mountainside. Although the gate was open, Yongwu could not clearly see anything inside. But the moment he stepped off the primordial fighter, he felt as if some mysterious call was emanating from the giant gate, urging him to walk in. Hall Master, I feel like something inside this gate is calling to me. I believe I can enter. Yongwu said to Thunder God with certainty. What? Really? Excellent. Hurry up and try. Thunder God was overjoyed. Alright. Yongwu took a step forward and began to make his way ahead. Wait. At that moment, Situ Huan's voice suddenly rang out. Boy, be careful. Safety first. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. You still owe old drunkard the good wine you promised him, so nothing can happen to you. Situ Huan, shedding his usual indifferent expression, said to Yongwu gravely. That's right, Yongwu. Remember, don't push yourself. Lightning Martial Hall would not want to lose a genius council-level powerhouse to an accident. Thunder God said seriously as well. Yes. Thank you, Hall Master. Thank you, Lord Situ. Yongwu felt warmth in his heart. Following their advice, he carefully wrapped the Black God suit around his entire body, found a shield, and held it guardedly in front of him before slowly walking toward the gate. Earlier, Yongwu had not felt anything much. But at this moment, under everyone's earnest warnings, his heart grew more and more tense. Sweat faintly seeped from the palm gripping the shield. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yongwu's steps drew closer and closer to the black gate, and the hearts of everyone around him were taut with tension. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. At last, Yongwu walked up to the frame of the black gate. He turned his head to glance at the people of Lightning Martial Hall, then, without a second thought, swung his leg across. He's in. He stepped through. Immediately, a burst of cheers erupted at the scene. Yongwu's body crossed the black gate frame, which everyone else had viewed as an insurmountable chasm, without the slightest obstruction, and he remained completely unscathed. Buzz. Just as the cheers had not yet died down. Suddenly the space rippled, and the black gate frame disappeared without a trace. Yongwu, who had just stepped through the gate frame, also vanished. All that remained was the bare hill, as if that pitch-black gate had never existed at all. No. How could this be? Where's the door frame? Where's Yongwu? The door frame suddenly vanished, and Yongwu had disappeared. Everyone instantly became frantic. They even unleashed tremendous power to flatten the small hill, yet found not the slightest trace. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Thunder God and the others even bored straight down to about 20,000 meters underground, yet found not the faintest clue. After searching half the day, even scouring the entire No. 001 wilderness zone, they found no trace at all. Hong also received the news and hurried over in a primordial fighter. After deliberating with Thunder God for a long time, they still had no idea what had happened. In the end, they unanimously guessed that Yongwu was probably not in immediate danger. He was likely at some hidden location receiving an ancient inheritance. After all, the power and inscrutability of an ancient inheritance were beyond their understanding. But several counselor-level powerhouses from the Limit Martial Hall who had arrived with Hong secretly mocked Thunder God behind his back. He had wanted to seize the inheritance ahead of everyone else, but like a chicken thief who lost the bait, he ended up losing one of his own genius counselor powerhouses. Let's go. Head back first. Don't spread news of Yongwu's disappearance for now. Wait for Yongwu to return. Thunder God waved his hand somewhat dejectedly and boarded his own fighter. Kid, you absolutely must not be in trouble. You still haven't paid up the good wine you owe this old drunkard. Before boarding his fighter Situ, Huan turned around, raised his head for a large swig of wine, and muttered toward the spot where the door frame had vanished. After stepping through the black gate, Yang Wu felt the summoning sensation growing stronger and stronger. The blood in his body seemed to be cheering, and he sensed no dangerous aura at all. His tense heart gradually relaxed, and he cast the shield in his hand aside. He was completely unaware that the door frame behind him had suddenly vanished. Ahead of Yang Wu stretched a straight, spacious crystal passage about 20 meters in both height and width, translucent and radiating a bright glow. Walking through the passage felt like entering a crystal palace world. The passage was roughly 500 to 600 meters long. After passing through it, a semicircular open space the size of several football fields appeared before Yang Wu's eyes. The semicircular space was likewise formed from crystal-like, translucent material, seamless and whole, appearing brilliantly dazzling. What shocked Yang Wu most was that in this great hall, as many as 11 bizarrely shaped corpses were scattered every which way. Yang Wu carefully extended his senses, yet not one of them carried any breath of life. Strangely, however, every corpse was as lifelike as if alive, with not the slightest sign of decay. Moreover, the shapes of these corpses, and even the materials of their bodies, left Yang Wu somewhat astonished. Had he not read the novel Swallowed Star in his previous life, and gained some understanding of the many cosmic races depicted in it, Yang Wu would have long since been too terrified by these strange corpses to know how to describe them. Among the 11 giant corpses, the first was nearly 10 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and 2 curved golden horns grew from its head. The battle armor on its body was also pitch black, but already battered and torn. Its body was covered with ghastly wounds, yet the wounds showed no decay at all. Even the blood was still moist. It bore a striking resemblance to the bull demon king from a Chinese Odyssey. The second corpse did not look human at all. It was about 5 meters tall, with 6 long legs and a tail covered in scales. Yet it had only 2 arms. It felt just like a scorpion, utterly terrifying. The third, fourth, and fifth corpses seemed to be identical triplets, at least as far as Yang Wu could tell. All of them were about 5 meters tall, with a sharp horn on their foreheads. Besides their left and right eyes, each had a vertical eye in the middle of its brow. If their forms had not been so uncanny, the first image Yang Wu would have thought of was Erlang Shun. At first glance, the sixth corpse looked almost exactly like an Earth human. It was only close to 2 meters tall, with dark skin and slightly raised muscles, appearing extremely robust. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that on its back grew a pair of transparent wings, as thin as cicada wings. The seventh corpse was clearly a woman, yet she stood 3 meters tall. Like an Earth human, she had 2 hands, 2 feet, and 2 eyes. But her skin was a crystalline emerald green, and strange red patterns covered her cheeks. As for the last 4 corpses, aside from their bizarre appearances, what Yang Wu found even stranger was that when he looked into their wounds, he could not see flesh and blood at all. In the wounds of 2 of them, he could actually see that their bodies were made of rock. Another one's body was not flesh and blood either, but a material resembling wood. The last corpse was made of a bronze-colored metal. Yang Wu could sense that although these 11 corpses were dead, the residual might faintly emanating from them still made one's heart tremble. Could this be my fated opportunity? Yang Wu suddenly recalled the scene in the original Swallowed Star when Luo Feng obtained the Yunma Star inheritance. How similar it was. And judging by the scale before him, it seemed to surpass that inheritance by a great deal, causing a wave of fervor to surge in his heart. Yang Wu immediately swept his gaze around the entire hall, hoping to find an intelligent entity like Babata. The hall space remained empty and dazzling. Abruptly, beep, a sound rang out. The once bright hall suddenly began to shift colors. The entire space became filled with multicolored flowing radiance, yet it did not feel garish. It seemed refined, grand, and imposing. Yang Wu was astonished, yet in his heart, he secretly felt anticipation. Sure enough, movement appeared. High beneath the vast dome, a palm-sized, verdant green, paper-thin, round creature slowly materialized out of nothing, miraculously appearing and hovering upright in midair. The round creature kept wriggling up and down and side to side in the air, and then a face resembling an Earth human's emerged at its center, making Yang Wu feel both unnerved and somehow adorable. Yang Wu, you have finally come. This lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Once you set foot in this place, your life is destined to be extraordinary. The thin face-like creature's emerald eyes stared fixedly at Yang Wu for several seconds before it broke into a dimpled smile and spoke. Its voice was extraordinarily clear, like the voice of a young girl, without the slightest impurity. Who are you? Yang Wu suppressed the excitement in his heart, yet still asked curiously. Who am I? I am the great medicine lord. Hearing Yang Wu's question, the thin face-like creature in the air eerily stretched out a tiny arm from its side, waved it proudly, and put on a look of worldly authority as it spoke. Medicine lord. Yang Wu frowned. Correct. You may call me Medicine Lord or the Great Master Alchemist. Meeting me is the greatest fortune of your life. From now on, under the tutelage of me, Medicine Lord, you will receive my master's great inheritance. Your life will become radiant and dazzling. The face-like creature raised its head with a proud expression. Your master's inheritance. Who is your master? Where does your master come from? Why must I accept this inheritance? Yang Wu deliberately pretended to be ignorant and asked. My master my master's name is Sun. I cannot tell you its origins, nor could I explain them even if I wanted to. But you only need to know that while alive my master was the greatest and most powerful being in the starry universe. Whether in martial cultivation or treasure refinement, my master was the strongest in all the cosmos. Alright, you have never left Earth, so you don't yet know the mystery and vastness of the universe. Forget it. Explaining that to you would take, who knows how long. All you need to do is listen to me. As for other common knowledge about the universe, you can learn it gradually later. All you need to know is that with your current cultivation, you are merely a tiny ant in the vast cosmic world. But as long as you accept the inheritance my master left behind and cultivate according to the training plan I arranged for you, you will also become incomparably powerful. Realm Lord, Domain Lord, Undying Venerable. You'll reach them all with ease and look down upon all things. The face-like creature still wore that smug, arrogant expression as it spoke to Yang Wu. Then if I accept the inheritance, what do I have to give in return? Do I have to avenge your master? Yang Wu forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Avenge? No. The medicine lord hastily said, this lord merely does not wish my master's sect inheritance to be cut off, and I am also fulfilling my master's dying wish. As for revenge, you don't need to think about it for now. I won't ask you to avenge my master. That would be throwing your life away. Wait until your cultivation is strong enough for you to reach the place where the enemy resides, then we'll talk. At the same time, before Yang Wu could speak, it abruptly twisted its thin body and snarled viciously toward a certain place below. You foolish thing. Get out here and greet your new master at once. Unless you want this lord to poison you to death. Why, yes, I'm coming out, medicine lord. A somewhat timid voice immediately rang out. At the same time, beside the 11 corpses, a cowering phantom of a little boy about 1 meter tall suddenly appeared. It cautiously said to Yang Wu in a low voice, greetings, new master. New master. Old master. He is your only master now. The face-like creature's eyes sharpened as it said coldly. Yes, greetings, master. The little boy phantom quickly fearfully bowed to Yang Wu again. An intelligent life form. Yang Wu was secretly delighted. Yes, this foolish fellow is an intelligent life form. However, compared to other intelligent life forms, this fellow is smarter and knows more. He was created by this lord by integrating the intelligence of these 11 servants, and he possesses the memories of the original 11 intelligent life forms. The human-faced creature floating in the air, who called himself Lord Yao, nodded and replied. Then you, Lord Yao, what exactly are you? What kind of life form are you, and what exactly is your master's inheritance? Yang Wu looked up at this palm-sized creature that deliberately put on an air of old wisdom and asked. Alas, what a little one who loves to ask questions. Still, I haven't spoken much in a few million years, so let this lord have a good ramble with you, so that a pitiful native like you can broaden your horizons. Lord Yao gave Yang Wu a supercilious roll of his eyes and said, First remember this Lord Yao is not just something. I am a great and rare special life form of the Ruyi race in the universe. Although my race's combat power is not strong, we are born with formidable spiritual power, intelligence, and extraordinary innate memory, analytical learning, and reasoning abilities, surpassing even many intelligent life forms. Moreover, this Lord Yao's race is born with the potential to become a great pharmacist among spiritual psychics. What are you pursing your lips for? Did this lord say something wrong? Purse your lips again, and I'll poison you to death, you rascal. Just as he was boastfully bragging, Lord Yao suddenly turned his gaze and glared at that intelligent life form, bellowing. No, I wasn't pursing my lips. Lord Yao, please continue telling our master. Your humble servant is just listening carefully. The intelligent life form said meekly. Damn, is this really an intelligent life form? Yang Wu felt contempt in his heart. Where were we just now? Oh right, I was saying that this lord is a great pharmacist. Over 6 million years ago this lord fled here, following my injured master. As for exactly where my master and I came from, don't ask. Even if you did ask, I couldn't tell you. All you need to do is listen. Lord Yao shut down again, patting his head. All you need to know is that my master, the one who will be the greatest and most remarkable teacher in your future cultivation life. She is so powerful that she has no rival in this entire universe. Yes, I'm not exaggerating. She is simply undefeated and invincible existence. Take your so-called Yinlan Empire, Hailongshan Empire, Wuqian Universe Kingdom. Oh, I forgot again that an ignorant native like you doesn't understand the powers of the universe or the vastness of the starry cosmos. Telling you all this now would be a waste of breath. Your top priority is to improve your cultivation. Later let that fool teach you about the universe. All you need to know is that your master is immeasurably powerful. Even the most powerful existence in the current universe is no match for your master in a single exchange. Lord Yao's eyes flickered with intense reverence as he spoke with emphasis. Moreover, your master is also the greatest artifact refiner, having forged countless supreme treasures in her life. Her artifact refining skill is unmatched in the entire universe. Don't look at me with those eyes. Your master left you a great inheritance and powerful treasures that would make even the most powerful beings in the universe covet them and snatch them away without regard for dignity. Unfortunately, your current level is too low and you basically can't use these things yet. When you are able to use them, this lord will naturally hand them over to you. Lord Yao's final words were like a bucket of ice water plunging the excited Yongwu from a blazing 100 degrees down to minus 100 degrees. Hee little one, don't lose heart. Although your master's inheritance and treasures are of no use to you for now, your unlucky senior brother left you an endless inheritance and treasures, enough to support your cultivation until you are ready to receive your master's. Even the things your unlucky senior brother left behind are beyond the reach of many universe venerables. Lord Yao said, a teasing smile appearing on his adorable face. With the many scriptures and resources left by your unlucky senior brother, you only need to follow the cultivation plan I've arranged for you step by step. You don't need to worry about resources. Unlucky senior brother. Hearing Lord Yao repeatedly use that phrase, Yongwu felt puzzled. Humph, isn't that so? That damnable unlucky senior brother of yours wasted so much of this lord's effort. After immense effort, I trained him to the peak of the world master stage, to the point where he could even slaughter undying experts, and he was hailed as the #1 genius of cosmic humanity in over 100 million epochs. Unfortunately, that unlucky fellow was too high profile. Before he could grow powerful, he was plotted against by those loathsome bugs. Otherwise, it wouldn't be your turn today, Lord Yao said with a look of unwillingness. A genius of over 100 million epochs. Is it really that exaggerated? Yongwu pursed his lips and muttered. Humph, do you think this lord would deceive you? Your unlucky senior brother was originally just as obscure as you, but his bloodline was far stronger than you earthlings. He was a 4th-tier Luo race member in the universe. Under this lord's guidance, his cultivation soared. In the cosmic genius battle, he entered the virtual universe company, the top force of your humanity, as the universe's #1. During the universe-level domain lord and world master stages, he directly conquered the primordial Tongtian mountain. His fortune was miraculous and heaven-defying, and on the outer domain battlefield, he made other races tremble. In the world master stage, he could already kill Mark-level undying experts. A host of universe kingdom masters and venerables competed to take him as a disciple, and in the end the city lord of Chaos City accepted him as an apprentice. Forget it talking about these things now. You simply wouldn't understand, Lord Yao said, shaking his cute body. But before Lord Yao had even finished speaking, a flash of insight suddenly shot through Yongwu's mind. His heart thumped several times, and he suddenly thought of a name from the original novel Swallowed Star that appeared infrequently, yet was highly revered. Lord Yao, what is the name of this senior brother you mentioned? Did he die too? Humph, remember this, your unlucky senior brother's name is Kudi. Kudi. Yes, exactly, Kudi. That detestable fellow, despite his considerable talent, was too stubborn. Once his strength grew, he refused to follow this lord's training arrangements. That was why the wretched bugs were able to ambush him, and in the end his soul was trapped in that soul-confining pearl, unable to escape. If I had known this would happen, this lord should have administered a dose of poison and killed that bastard. By the end, Lord Yao was gnashing his teeth in anger. What? Are you saying Kudi isn't dead? Yongwu asked in astonishment. In the original novel, didn't everyone say Kudi had been killed by the bug race? Dead? If he were dead, at least someone could reverse time and space to revive him. Now his soul is trapped asleep in a soul-confining pearl left by my master, and his physical body has long since dissipated. Who knows where those filthy bugs threw that soul-confining pearl? So boy, when you wander the universe in the future, you must be low-key, and even more low-key. Before you have strong self-protection abilities, being too high-profile is simply seeking death. Your senior brother is a living example. Hey, I say, why do you keep interrupting this lord? Just shut up and listen. Such an impolite native. Lord Yao suddenly glared at Yongwu, cursed, and then continued. When Kudi was ambushed in his final moments, he ordered 20 of his 36 soul servants to protect me. Carrying my master's inheritance, the secret scriptures he had cultivated along his path of growth, some of the inheritances he later obtained from the virtual universe company, the fortuitous encounters he had gained while wandering, and his cultivation resources, we escaped aboard this supreme treasure starship. The battle during the escape was extraordinarily perilous. Fortunately, Kudi held off a large number of enemies, and I also made 9 servants self-destruct to hold back the pursuers, allowing me to get away. Unfortunately, his other teacher also failed to arrive in time. He had already fallen, and I had to feign death and fall into slumber. That also caused all the servants piloting the starship to perish. Severely wounded, I could only use my last bit of strength to land the ship on this backward and remote planet, then fell into deep slumber, only waking 1,000 years ago. I knew that Kudi as a successor was essentially finished. Immediately, I thought of choosing a new inheritor for my master on this planet of yours. The infuriating thing is that I observed for over 900 years and discovered that on this planet called Earth, humanity's innate talent is so inferior. So inferior it drove me almost to madness and made me want to kill myself. It doesn't even qualify as 9th-tier bloodline. How could I choose an inheritor for my master under such circumstances? I couldn't find a single human who satisfied me. In the end, I decided to use my great medicines to improve the physique of Earth's humans and help these poor Earthlings. So in 2003, 2009, 2013, and 2015, I successively released the gene-improving medicines developed by this lord, allowing Earth's humans to undergo such a tremendous leap in their genes in just a few decades. Because this lord's starship was located in your present-day Huaxia nation, the medicine's influence was even greater, allowing the Huaxia nation to benefit more. That is why your so-called counselors and council leader powerhouses are more numerous here than elsewhere, and why you even produced Hong and Lei Shin, two figures who can be considered the tallest among dwarfs. Humph, what's even more infuriating is that my great invention and great medicine were actually called a virus by you stupid Earthlings. A virus? Wah! Lord Yao suddenly let out a frantic roar. Damn. Thank goodness I'm a transmigrator. I never personally lived through the bloody upheavals of the Great Nirvana era, never had to look on helplessly as countless loved ones and friends perished before my eyes. If Thunder God or Hong were here and learned that Earth's catastrophe was all you're doing, they'd strangle you where you stand. Yang Wu listened to Medicine Master's words, yet secretly remarked in his heart, Hehe, under the catalysis of this lord's magnificent medicine, the physiques of you Earthlings have at last undergone a qualitative transformation. However, not a single suitable candidate could be found. For decades there has not been even one person with a brain domain width of 26 or higher. Just as this lord was preparing to bestow upon Earth an even more powerful evolution, another potent dose for you Earthlings, I came upon you, little Yang Wu. A brain domain width of 27. Barely qualified. Haha. Medicine Master snickered. Holy crap. Another potent dose. Wasn't the RR virus already potent enough? You lunatic, you were driving Earth's humans to their deaths. Good thing you discovered me. Yang Wu quietly wiped his forehead, his heart drenched in cold sweat. Is he senior brother Kadi's intelligence? How could he be? The intelligence of my master's disciple. How could it look so pathetic? Kadi's intelligent life had long since obtained an independent body with Kadi's aid and was on the verge of reaching the immortal realm. However, in the tribulation, that obstinately loyal fool chose to remain behind and did not flee with us. This fellow is a buffoon I created during these past 10-odd years of idleness, combining the intelligences of those 11 fellows into one. Medicine Master cast the timid intelligent life a contemptuous glance before speaking. In truth, the reason I manufactured this buffoon is that if I truly could not cultivate a successor on this planet, this lord would completely abandon Earth. I would have him pilot the spaceship, venture forth from Earth at great peril, and seek a successor on other planets. Of course, drifting through a starry void beset by dangers on every side would be extraordinarily perilous. Buffoon, listen well. Serve your master devotedly. Once your master grows formidable, I promise I shall have him secure an evolution heart for you, granting you the ability to cultivate and bask in reflected glory as a great existence of the cosmos. Medicine Master scolded. Come, even though my master has been dead for 6 million years, the formalities of taking a disciple must still be observed. After you have performed the rite, I shall devise a cultivation plan for you. These loathsome corpses here are an insult to my master. Follow me. Without dwelling further on the intelligent life, Medicine Master beckoned to Yang Wu. Medicine Master drifted forward like a fallen leaf borne upon the air. Ahead of his gliding path, a gate 10 meters in length and width abruptly manifested upon the arched crystal wall. Within the gate there was nothing at all. Medicine Master waved his hand, and in the space beyond the gate 2 illusory portraits, one of a man, one of a woman, abruptly took shape. The man and woman in the portraits each stood about 10 meters tall. The man had 3 eyes, 2 sharp horns atop his head, and a long scaled tail trailing behind him. The woman's head was covered in a host of braids. She likewise had 3 eyes, yet bore no horns. Her skin was emerald green and crystalline, with natural whorls adorning both cheeks. Though they were merely virtual images, Yang Wu could nonetheless perceive a formidable oppressive presence radiating from them. 2 teachers? Yang Wu asked in bewilderment. No. The teacher you are to revere is my mistress. The male master was originally my master's junior martial brother. His inheritance was never imparted to me. The male master was even mightier. However, countless epochs have since passed. He long ago fled to some unknown corner of the universe, and who can say whether he yet lives? Sorrow flickered in Medicine Master's eyes as he spoke softly. Mistress. Male master. Yang Wu felt as though he had brushed against some realization, but could not seize it, and could only shake his head vehemently. Enough. Yang Wu, you shall now pay homage to my master as your teacher. Medicine Master roused his spirits and fixed his gaze upon Yang Wu. Of course, I may still grant you a chance to recant. You may choose to refuse, to not take my master as your teacher. But in order to protect my secret, I would be left with no choice but to expend a dose of my finest lethal poison upon you. A menacing glare surfaced in Medicine Master's eyes as he spoke with treacherous cunning. Damn. Very well. Then save that finest lethal poison of yours, and use it on our enemies in the future. Yang Wu swallowed heavily and said, How do I become an apprentice? Excellent. Your choice is most astute. With your natural aptitude, you would have achieved nothing of note in the vast universe. At best, you might have lorded it over your tiny little planet. Yet with the assistance of this Lord's magnificent medicine, even reaching the heights your senior brother Kadi attained in his day is no difficult feat. Your name shall soon resound throughout the entire cosmos. All of Earth, the Milky Way, and indeed all of humanity in the universe will be endlessly blessed by your decision today. You shall become an existence admired by myriad races. Ahem. Then, mighty Medicine Master, how exactly should I proceed with the ceremony? Yang Wu, watching Medicine Master grow so excited that spittle sprayed everywhere as he prepared to launch into a long-winded oration, interrupted him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In keeping with my master's status, the acceptance of a personal disciple ought to have been a grand affair, inviting friends from near and far, basking in glory, awaiting powerful beings from every direction to offer congratulations, and letting you amass a mountain of priceless treasures as congratulatory gifts. But my master is gone, and even your hapless senior brother Kadi cannot attend the ceremony. Thus we shall keep it simple. Medicine Master looked toward the virtual portraits in the air, his voice suddenly growing low. You need only kowtow 9 times before my master's portrait, and likewise kowtow 9 times before the male master. Yes. Yang Wu nodded, and as instructed kowtowed 18 times before the 2 portraits. He had a master whose power knew no bounds, a senior brother who was mighty and wealthy, having bequeathed resources and an inheritance to squander at will, and who was either already dead or as good as dead. Waha! Yang Wu inwardly bellowed that he had struck it rich. Happiness, he felt, had arrived all too suddenly. By comparison, Luo Feng's so-called master, the Lord of Yuma Star, was nothing but trash. Thank heavens he had not fallen for that fellow Babada's temptation back then. From this day forward, you are my masters. I'll let us simply count you as her second personal disciple, and if you do not die, you shall be her final personal disciple. Medicine Master looked at Yang Wu and said, Yang Wu, my master is no longer here and cannot instruct you in person. Therefore I shall teach you in place of the teacher. Only after leading Yang Wu out of the apprenticeship space did Medicine Master turn around and speak. However, the inheritance my master left behind is far too profound. She could never have imagined that the successor I found for her would barely have reached the planet level. It was my master's original intention that her successor be at least at the world master or immortal level. Thus, aside from an extremely small portion, the inheritance my master left behind is entirely beyond your reach for now. Accordingly, more than a decade ago, I began collating secret arts from those 11 fellows, and the secret arts Kadi brought out of the virtual universe company, devising a path suited to your development. Once you grow powerful, I shall then pass down the formidable inheritance my master left for you. Medicine Master raised his hand, and with a great clatter, a mountain of heavy books, crafted from all manner of materials, crashed down before Yang Wu. Bloody hell, so many. Yang Wu gaped at the 100-odd books made of various materials before him. Some of them in both length and height surpassed his own stature. Some of these are secret arts I selected as barely suitable for your current training. Others are ones I reorganized, consolidated, and recompiled especially for you. Most are written in the universal language of the cosmos. Though I must say, once your cultivation is strong, no one would look down on you even if you were mute. However, many secret arts composed in the universal language would lose their precise meaning if forcibly translated into the language of your Earth. Moreover, learning the universal language is hardly a difficult task for you at this point. Medicine Master declared haughtily. However, what matters most to you right now is to begin cultivating these 2 arts first. Among the countless secret inheritances left by your master, these are the ones you are capable of cultivating at present, and the earlier you cultivate them, the greater the benefit they will confer upon you. As he spoke, Medicine Lord tossed 2 jet-black pebble-like objects through the air. What are these? Yang Wu caught the stones in his hand and asked. Savage. Medicine Lord slapped his forehead and shot Yang Wu a contemptuous look. These are called inheritance stones. Only a truly great inheritance is recorded on such special materials. Send your mental power into one, and you will be able to read the contents within. Your master left you over 100 such inheritance stones. Listen well. From now on, you don't have to ask me about everything I say. Some things you won't understand for now, but in time you will understand them on your own. Or you may go consult that fool. Oh, Yang Wu paid no mind to Medicine Lord's tone, and immediately did as he was told, eager to see what sort of secret arts these 2 inheritances were. The Ascending Body Scripture and the Sacred Tribulation Canon. Damn. The instant he began reading one of the scriptures, Yang Wu was utterly dumbfounded. Don't avatars require an innate talent heritage? Yet they can actually be attained through cultivating a secret art. Yang Wu muttered to himself. A frog at the bottom of a well. Still, knowing about innate heritage is not bad. You do have some insight. Medicine Lord rolled his eyes at Yang Wu. Generally speaking, there are only 2 ways to obtain an avatar. One is to risk soul possession and seize a powerful race endowed with avatar talent, such as the star beasts of the cosmos. The other way is to be granted one by the universe itself. At your current level, understanding it would be far too complicated, so I won't waste my breath. My master's Ascending Body Scripture, however, is the only art in the entire universe by which avatars can be achieved through cultivation. That said, the number of avatars you can cultivate is not something you can control, nor can you keep creating them indefinitely. For instance, if you chose a star beast gifted with avatar talent, as one of your avatars, the avatar talent inherent to that star beast form would not continue to exist. With the ascending body scripture as a method of nurturing avatars, there is no need to take such dangerous risks as seizing a race possessed of avatar talent. As long as you successfully cultivate this scripture and make use of a little flesh and blood material from the race you wish to turn into your avatar, you will be able to nurture an avatar into being. The number of avatars is not fixed. In theory, you can have at most 5, but each one must be a flesh and blood life form, and each must be fully nurtured before you attain undying. If you feel that you can no longer cultivate the ascending body scripture, it means your number of avatars has reached saturation. As he pored over the ascending body scripture and listened to Medicine Lord's tireless exposition, Yang Wu's heart surged with astonishment and delight. To think that in the original story Luo Feng had nearly perished before he could take possession of a golden-horned beast gifted with avatar talent, and now he himself could achieve the same merely by cultivating a secret art. Calm down. This ascending body scripture is by no means easy to cultivate. Even your senior brother Kadi only earned the right to 2 avatars, and he was done for before his second avatar was even fully nurtured. With your aptitude, it would already be remarkable if you could produce a single avatar. I have long since prepared 2 types of avatar material for you. All you have to do is cultivate. You needn't worry about anything else. Medicine Lord rolled his eyes at Yang Wu. Then what is the Sacred Tribulation Canon? Yang Wu continued reading only to be stunned once again. The Sacred Tribulation Canon has exactly the same effect as the 9 Tribulations Canon cultivated by Luo Feng, a secret art that elevates one's genes to ultimately reach the perfect level. However, whether one's genes can ultimately attain the perfect level depends on the depth of one's cultivation. Moreover, the lower one's cultivation is when one begins, the greater the effect, and it is not bound by the universe's restrictions. With just these 2 scriptures, Yang Wu felt that the master he had acknowledged, dead these 6 million years, was entirely worth it. Listen carefully. These 2 scriptures are of the utmost importance to your development. You must begin cultivating them without delay. The heights you will be able to reach in the future depend entirely on how far you manage to cultivate these 2 scriptures, especially the Sacred Tribulation Canon. Even after you attain the undying level, you must not give it up. Not until you have successfully reached the perfect gene level. Medicine Lord said gravely. At the same time, your current foundation, no less than your bloodline, is very, very poor, deplorably so. Therefore, during this period, I must first rebuild your foundation until it is solid. Only when your foundation is firmly established will your future cultivation proceed smoothly. Do not doubt my words. Back then, your senior brother Kadi was also ruthlessly drilled by me on his fundamentals, and it was precisely that which produced his later accomplishments. Keep this spatial ring with you for now. It is the world ring Kadi left behind. The space within it is incomparably vast, equivalent to an entire world. Many a world master or undying existence would covet it, so when you venture out into the universe, never take it out to show off. Most of the resources, secret manuals, weapons, spaceships, and all the other odds and ends left behind by your senior brother Kadi and his 11 servants. I have placed the great majority of them inside, including this lord and that fool. Once we get out, we will often be staying inside it as well. If there is anything you don't understand, you may consult that fool until you reach the world master level. But don't trouble this lord with things that are too simple. This lord is only responsible for providing you with various resources, arranging your cultivation plans, making decisions for your future trials, and periodically assessing your cultivation results. If you fail to satisfy this lord's requirements, Lord Medicine will not hesitate to give you a dose of lethal poison and then find a new successor for our master, one who pleases Lord Medicine. Medicine Lord said with a sinister expression. Listen carefully. In the cultivation plan this Lord has drawn up for you, aside from those 2 scriptures you must cultivate, I will have you walk primarily the path of the warrior with the spiritual mentalist as a supplementary discipline, especially the illusionist branch within spiritual mentalism. Nevertheless, it is also necessary for you to practice some of the techniques of a controller. Among these scriptures, the pile on the left is for foundational cultivation. Whether a spiritual mentalist or a warrior, one must possess a powerful body. Your striking force, your physical constitution, and the like must all be trained relentlessly. Of course, these aspects can also be improved by training them together with your fist arts, movement arts, and blade arts, rather than foolishly drilling just a single aspect on its own. The 2 volumes on the right, yes, only those 2, are about the cultivation of spiritual mentalists. I have consolidated and reorganized them into 2 great categories, the controller arts and the illusion arts. Your master's attainments in the cultivation of the soul are extremely profound. However, the inheritances she left you are too abstruse for someone at your current level to comprehend and practice. Your senior brother Kadi, on the other hand, was a genuine warrior through and through. It was only after he reached the world master level that he began cultivating the soul arts your master left behind. and he advanced with remarkable speed. Among those servants, only 2 or 3 were spiritual mentalists, and the arts they left behind were not many. Moreover, some of them you won't be able to use for a while yet. That is why I have summarized and compiled these 2 manuals for you. Though they cannot compare in quantity with the other arts, they are more than enough to take your spiritual mentalist cultivation up to the domain lord level, or even the world master level. At your current level, there is no need to decide whether to focus on the controller arts or the illusion arts. Cultivate both. Once your cultivation base has advanced, you will know which path is truly suitable for you as a spiritual mentalist. Medicine Lord saw that Yang Wu raised no objections and listened attentively to his arrangements. A pleased, adorable smile spread across his face. Then, with a sudden wave of his hand, a long incised bead glowing with red light and shaped like a flame shot from his small palm and swiftly flew into Yang Wu's mind. Yang Wu immediately felt that some kind of change had occurred in his body, yet he could not tell where the change was. It was inexplicable, ineffable, but undeniably perceptible. He used his inner vision to examine every part of his body, yet still could not find any trace of that bead. No need to search. That is the soul-stabilizing pearl refined by your teacher before his death. It is an extraordinary supreme treasure. Besides protecting the soul, it strengthens your innate attributes and enhances your comprehension of mystic arts. If before your intellect was a 1, now it has already reached a 3. Back then your teacher refined 5 soul-stabilizing pearls of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Your senior brother had a water-attributed physique, so 1 was used. Fortunately, you are a fire-attributed refined fire body, not the same water attribute as your senior brother Kadi, otherwise there would be some trouble. Medicine Lord's tone carried a hint of relief. What is a refined fire body? Yang Wu hurriedly asked. In his previous life, he had awakened fire-type powers by chance. Could that also be due to this so-called refined fire body attribute? He still remembered that Luo Feng seemed to have a metal attribute, but he was not clear about its exact function. Hey, you there? You fool, come and explain body attributes to your master, and tell him what the refined fire body is. Medicine Lord sighed, opened his mouth as if to speak, then immediately turned his head and barked at the intelligent life form that had been standing silently to one side. Yes, Medicine Lord. The intelligent life form shuffled forward timidly. Master, at the apprentice level, psychic masters have an overwhelming advantage. However, once one steps into the planetary level, martial artists also have their own means. These are special abilities. These various special abilities are mainly classified into 8 major categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning, and light. As for yours, Master, it is the relatively rare, refined fire body within the fire attribute. When explaining this common knowledge, he discarded his previous cowering manner and seemed like a wise professor. He glanced at Yang Wu as if afraid he would not understand, and continued, simply put, because physiques and souls differ. The cosmic energy absorbed by your bodies is actually different, so the genetic primal energy formed through conversion naturally differs as well. Genetic primal energy is primarily divided into 8 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and lightning, wind, and light. And your special abilities are granted by this genetic primal energy. Moreover, each of these 8 major categories can be further divided into many types. For example, your fire attribute can be split into flame human, refined fire body, and many others. Even among those with the same refined fire body at the same planetary level, some can control refined fire at higher temperatures. It is precisely because of these special attributes that the advantage of psychic masters is gradually erased by martial artists. Once one reaches the stellar level, it becomes very difficult to forcibly distinguish whether martial artists or psychic masters are stronger. The intelligent life form glanced timidly at Medicine Lord floating in the air, secretly swallowed, and continued. A refined fire body means that at the same level, Master, your body's explosive power will be greater than that of other martial artists. Like a volcanic eruption, this is an extremely rare ability. With greater explosive force, attacks become stronger and lethality becomes even greater. Therefore, Master's refined fire body is truly rare. Among ordinary fire attribute special abilities, the most common is Scorching Heat, which grants attacks even more explosive power. Moreover, the refined fire body has one greatest advantage that the other attributes do not possess: artifact refinement. If Master wishes to develop an artifact refinement in the future, this fire attribute physique, the refined fire body, is absolutely essential. Yes, this fool is right. Your teacher was a great master of artifact and treasure refinement. Once you grow powerful, if you have enough incarnations, you can use one incarnation to cultivate your teacher's legacy of artifact and treasure refinement. Medicine Lord interjected from the side. All right, fool, continue. After saying this, he spoke to the intelligent life form again. Yes, Lord. So, Master, the fire attribute soul-stabilizing pearl that Medicine Lord just fused into your body, or rather into your soul, not only amplifies your intellect, but most importantly strengthens your inherent fire attribute, refined fire body, enhances your comprehension of mystic arts, and more crucially deepens your future understanding of the law of fire. After finishing, the intelligent life form seemed to feel he had explained enough. He immediately fell silent, shrank into a corner, and said no more. Fool, from now on you should give your master more basic knowledge about the universe, the starry skies, and cultivation. The stronger your master becomes, the greater the benefits to you in the future. Think back to the old days. By the intelligent life form of your master's senior brother Kudi was able to cultivate independently and become an immortal deity, because Kudi, after growing powerful, obtained a heart of evolution for him. This time Medicine Lord did not use his usual scolding tone with the intelligent being. Instead, he spoke with unusual gentleness. Yes, Medicine Lord. I will surely do my utmost to assist my master and help him become a powerful figure in the universe as soon as possible. Hearing Medicine Lord's words, the intelligent life form's eyes gleamed with longing, and he answered hurriedly. Mastering space, blazing fire. Seeing that Medicine Lord had nothing more to say, Yang Wu immediately picked up the top 2 manuals from the large pile beside him and began flipping through them. Mastering Space is a secret manual for comprehending the law of space while cultivating movement techniques. It is a fine space attribute secret manual left behind by a servant of your senior brother Kudi. Blazing Fire is a secret manual for perceiving the law of fire while practicing saber arts. The path I have arranged for you combines the law of fire with the law of space. Do not be greedy. If you try to grasp too much, you will fail to digest it. If you are fortunate enough to cultivate the Ascension Secret Classic and gain the qualification for 2 incarnations, I happen to have flesh and blood from a rock demon falcon, which is primarily space-time in attribute, and a flame star colossus, which is fire in attribute. When you refine those 2 incarnations and use them to comprehend the law of space and the law of fire respectively, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Then you should also cultivate those 2 psychic secret arts with care. After a period, once your foundation is firmly consolidated, break through to the planetary level as a psychic master as well. I will prepare a bloodline evolution potion for you in a moment. Sigh. I have to waste this great Medicine Lord's magnificent potion again. Your utterly abysmal aptitude truly vexes me. Medicine Lord shook his head, muttering to himself, and suddenly vanished from this space. Wait. Oh no, I forgot to ask Lord Medicine when I could leave this place. The Hall Master and the others are still waiting for me outside. Seeing Lord Medicine disappear, Yang Wu suddenly slapped his head and muttered to himself in some anxiety. Damn it, kid, before you've produced any cultivation results for this lord, you already want to leave. Lord Medicine's figure suddenly reappeared like a phantom, hovering less than a meter above Yang Wu, just as his voice fell. I should go back first to tell my friends and family outside, so they won't worry. Meeting Lord Medicine's fierce gaze, Yang Wu rubbed the bridge of his nose a little uneasily and said, Kid, I, Lord Medicine, am now telling you very formally, very seriously, and very sternly, and warning you, that until your cultivation reaches a level that satisfies me, don't even think about taking half a step away from here. With such poor aptitude, you still have no sense of urgency at all. I, Lord Medicine, am truly furious. Doesn't going home take time? Doesn't dealing with all kinds of questions from your friends take time? Don't you know how precious your time is? Let me tell you, kid, I've calculated the time. In a few years, that universe genius battle of your human race's top powers should be starting. Back then, your senior brother Kudi took first place in the entire universe. I, this lord, have greatly lowered the requirements for you. Just reach the top 3 in the genius battle. If you can't achieve that, I, this lord, won't mind wasting a dose of lethal poison to kill you dead, and then finding a more satisfactory successor for my master. Lord Medicine roared furiously at Yang Wu. Top 3 in the universe genius battle. And that's with greatly lowered requirements. The moment Yang Wu thought of Lord Medicine's lethal poison, if he failed, the hairs on his back stood on end. Then, Lord Medicine, how far do I need to cultivate to satisfy you, and let me out? Lord Medicine lowered his head and frowned with an adorable expression, thinking for a moment. Kid, my requirements aren't high. The secret arts I told you to practice, you must practice diligently every day without slacking. Then in the Jinshin secret manual, you must at least cultivate your first clone here. If you do, I'll allow you to leave and go reunite with your family. Lord Medicine answered with a cold laugh. Oh right, I almost forgot. These 2 things were left by your senior brother Kudi. They're somewhat useful to you, and will give you a better chance of surviving in the future. After venting his fury with a roar, Lord Medicine suddenly flung over a space ring and 2 large cases more than 2 meters long, and spoke. Yang Wu reached out and took the ring. With a thought, a thread of mental force traveled swiftly along his arm, entered his finger, and seeped into the ring. Compared with the world ring from before, the space within this ring was countless times smaller. Inside the space ring, in the empty void, there was only a large chest several dozen meters square. In the other 2 cases, there were respectively a plant more than 2 meters long like a gourd vine, and a golden plant resembling a small blade of grass, which was also more than 2 meters long. What are these? An ignorant kid, aren't you? One is a young Mayun vine, and the other a young star-eating grass. One is for offense and one for defense. For anyone else, raising these 2 plant life forms would cost an enormous amount, but for a lucky fellow like you, with me here and the resources left by your senior brother Kudi, raising them to at least the world master level won't be a problem. In that space ring are more than a dozen life fruits left over from your senior brother, Ku Di's time, more than 200 length fruits, more than 2 cubic meters of Luo divine water, and some other things useful for raising these 2 plant life forms. As for how to use them, just ask that idiot. Remember, if you haven't cultivated your first clone, then even if Earth is destroyed, you're not getting out. If you want to leave sooner and reunite with your family, then cultivate hard for this medicine lord. Oh, right, from now on you can use that Luo divine water to cultivate. Its effect is far better than that garbage like the Muya crystals on you. I still have over a dozen cubic meters of Luo divine water here, enough for you to cultivate. After saying this viciously, Lord Medicine vanished, instantly paying no more attention to Yang Wu. It's just cultivating the first clone, isn't it? Yang Wu muttered dismissively. In his memory, when Luo Feng had painstakingly seized the body of the golden-horned giant beast, and then gestated a human clone, only a little more than a year had passed. He instinctively believed that cultivating the first clone was much easier than what Luo Feng had done, seizing a body and then gestating a clone. Only later did he understand that cultivating a clone through the Jinshin secret manual was more than twice as difficult as when Luo Feng had gestated his clone back then. At that moment, Yang Wu was already completely stunned senseless by the things in the space ring that Lord Medicine had later given him so much so that even the thought of leaving was cast aside. Yes, stunned senseless. He secretly exclaimed in his heart how good it is to have such a wealthy senior brother. It was just like a beggar suddenly becoming the richest man in the world. Life fruits, Luo divine water, Moyun vine, star-eating grass. In Yang Wu's memories of the original swallowed star, these were all incomparably precious things. Yang Wu remembered that in the original story, Ku Di had successively conquered the Tongtian Mountain at the universe level, domain lord level, and world master level. He knew that the virtual universe company's reward points were enormous, but he had never expected it to be wealthy to such a degree. These were things that even immortals and even venerables would covet. Yet in Lord Medicine's eyes they seemed just like trash casually picked up by the roadside, utterly unremarkable. Although Lord Medicine had just been threatening him and forbidding him to leave, it did not affect Yang Wu's excited and thrilled mood in the slightest. Master, you should know Lord Medicine's temper by now. If he says you can leave only after cultivating the first clone, then he definitely won't let you leave early. If you want to leave, you'd better cultivate hard. But before you start cultivating, let your servant first teach you how to bond with the Moyun vine and the star-eating grass. The Moyun vine and the star-eating grass are both very loyal. They will only ever acknowledge one master in their lifetime. Once the Moyun vine and star-eating grass have acknowledged you as their master, no one else can use them. You just need to. The intelligent life form's voice suddenly sounded gently in Yang Wu's mind, telling him the method to bond with the 2 plant life forms. After Yang Wu followed the intelligent life form's guidance and used his blood to bond with the 2 plant life forms, he looked at the plants on his arms, one on each side like 2 tattoos. Yet he could feel that they were connected to him by flesh and blood. He couldn't help feeling a little excited and also somewhat amused. From this day on, there would be 2 plant life forms on his body. Once he got out, there would also be a fierce-looking special life form and an intelligent life form. It felt as though he were dreaming. He had actually become Ku Di's junior brother and obtained such a powerful inheritance opportunity. Hey you, the intelligent one, what's your name? After savoring the bloodline connection between the 2 plant life forms on his arms, Yang Wu turned and asked the intelligent life form. Master, I was created by Lord Yao and have not yet been named. Please bestow a name upon me. The intelligent life form spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Bestow a name. Yang Wu scratched his head. Then let it be Shao Xin. From today on, my martial path has a new beginning, and you too will follow me into a new journey. Yang Wu smiled. Very well, thank you, Master, for the name. From now on, I shall be called Shao Xin. Master, don't be fooled by Lord Yao's fierce manner. He is only trying to frighten you. Everything he says makes sense. He wants you to grow strong quickly for your own good. You damned fool, what tales are you spinning about me now? Do you want to die? Just as Shao Xin was saying this to Yang Wu, Lord Yao's voice suddenly bellowed again. And nothing. I was just about to help Master cultivate Lord Yao. Shao Xin hastily replied in a timid, faltering voice. Master, that's wrong. Your sidestep just now should be done like this. Master, that's wrong. The range of your psychic power should be controlled like this. You are wasting far too much psychic power. Master, that's wrong. You shouldn't deliver force that way in that slash. Don't be influenced by the inferior Ninefold Thunder Blade's force delivery method. After Lord Yao quietly departed, Yang Wu immediately began cultivating several secret arts under Shao Xin's guidance. Within the training plan laid down by Lord Yao, apart from the 2 psychic arts of a psychic master, Shao Xin first selected for Yang Wu the arts Mastering Space and Blazing Flame. Arts related to the law of space and the law of fire, yet somewhat simpler than the other secret arts, and set Yang Wu to train in them. Despite being the simplest among the many secret arts, they were still more powerful than the arts Yang Wu had previously practiced, such as the Ninefold Thunder Blade, by an inconceivable factor of countless tens of thousands of times. When he first started cultivating them, Yang Wu truly felt he had no idea where to begin. Luckily, Shao Xin, an indefatigable intelligent life form, guided him with patient instruction and no complaints, constantly correcting and overturning his mistakes. To help Yang Wu cultivate these secret arts faster, Xiao Xian also deliberately opened up several different cultivation environments within the virtual space. For the essence of each secret art, he constructed auxiliary virtual cultivation environments that made them easier to train in and master. With Xiao Xian's help, Yang Wu gradually adapted and swiftly entered the cultivation state for these secret arts. Moreover, although these scriptures felt incomparably difficult to cultivate, that only excited Yang Wu more. The greater the difficulty, the higher the grade of the scripture. He trained with unrelenting diligence. His desperate intensity even made Lord Yao nod in secret approval. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. Low aptitude is not the worst thing. The worst thing is to have low aptitude, yet still refuse to work hard. Although Lord Yao had always belittled Yang Wu's aptitude in words, and had foisted the task of teaching him onto Xiao Xian appearing indifferent, Yang Wu remained unaware that Lord Yao was secretly watching his cultivation all along. After observing Yang Wu's training over more than 10 days and the results he had achieved, Lord Yao in his heart could be said to have given Yang Wu formal recognition. What astonished Lord Yao was how extraordinarily fast Yang Wu cultivated the body ascension scripture and the sacred tribulation canon. Compared with mastering space blazing flame and the two psychic arts, Yang Wu spent far less time cultivating the body ascension scripture and the sacred tribulation canon. Moreover, Xiao Xian's understanding of these two scriptures was limited, so the help he could offer Yang Wu was not great. Yet eerily, Yang Wu gained initial mastery of these two scriptures very quickly. In cultivating the body ascension scripture in just over 10 days, he earned the right to gestate his first avatar and open the first avatar gestation space within his body. Moreover, it was clear that Yang Wu's cultivation of the body ascension scripture had not yet reached its limit. He could continue to cultivate it, meaning he could still qualify to gestate at least another avatar. Delighted beyond measure, Lord Yao promptly brought out the long-prepared Peng Demon Falcon flesh and had Yang Wu take it into his body to begin gestating the first avatar according to the secret art. According to Lord Yao, the Peng Demon Falcon was an extremely rare race in the universe with colossal bodies, and a mature adult could grow to the size of dozens of planets. It was a race even rarer, mightier, nobler, and more mysterious than the star beasts. Peng Demon Falcons were natural darlings of space, possessing an incomparably strong affinity for it. Their close relative, the Kuan Demon Falcon, was a darling of time, and even rarer. Scarcely one could be found in 10,000 epochs. It was said that the Kuan Peng of ancient Earth legends carried a faint strain of Peng Demon Falcon and Kuan Demon Falcon bloodline. This piece of Peng Demon Falcon flesh had originally been obtained by Lord Yao's master from elsewhere. Kadi had used part of it to gestate an avatar, leaving this one piece behind, a windfall for Yang Wu. After Yang Wu had gained the right to gestate his first avatar, Lord Yao, who had always been exceedingly strict with him, became far more gentle in tone and would often mutter to himself, could it be that these two scriptures are easier to cultivate successfully for those with poorer talent and lower cultivation bases? I must study this carefully. While Yang Wu was diligently cultivating these scriptures within the independent gestation space opened by the body ascension scripture, in his body a strange energy ceaselessly spread, drifted, and filled that space. A piece of Peng Demon Falcon flesh nearly 10 meters long and wide floated at the center of this world. Nourished by that strange energy, it gradually melted into a liquid, then slowly gathered together again into the shape of a great eagle-like creature, the embryonic body of the Peng Demon Falcon, perfecting itself little by little. To Yang Wu's surprise and joy, the clearer and more complete the Peng Demon Falcon's body became in his internal space, the easier it was for him to comprehend space, and the smoother his cultivation of mastering space became. His progress was tremendous. Yang Wu knew in his heart that the rapid progress in mastering space came precisely because of the Peng Demon Falcon, that darling of space, gestating within his body. This was also why Lord Yao had always stressed the importance of cultivating the body ascension scripture. It also made Yang Wu look forward eagerly to just how profound his comprehension of space would be once the Peng Demon Falcon avatar was successfully gestated, and whether he could immediately step across the threshold of the law of space. In the same way, he hoped that after the Peng Demon Falcon avatar, his fire tribute avatar, the Blazing Star Beast, could also be successfully gestated, so that his understanding of the law of fire would soar at tremendous speed. Although he had gained the right to gestate the first avatar, and although the first avatar, the Peng Demon Falcon, was slowly taking shape in the space within his body, the path from embryonic form to final birth was still a long one. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye nearly half a year had passed. At the global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, everything remained within that enormous atrium-like building. Lei Shun, burly and clad in white robes, stood quietly in the center of the atrium, looking up at the azure sky, while his mind was filled with the scene of teaching Yang Wu the blade techniques that day. Hall Master Mo Lu stood behind Lei Shun and called out respectfully, I truly never imagined that what I took to be an opportunity for Yang Wu would send him into a place of death with his life hanging in the balance. It was my mistake. Lei Shun heaved a long sigh and said somewhat guiltily, This mysterious ruin had eerily vanished without a trace after Yang Wu entered it, leaving even council speakers as powerful as Lei Shun and Hong with no chance to continue investigating, and thus no way to determine whether Yang Wu was alive or dead. Hallmaster Yang Wu has been inside that place for nearly half a year now. During this time, as you instructed, we have lied to Yang Wu's family, telling them he is in secluded cultivation and breaking through under your arrangement. But now too much time has passed. His family often asks about Yang Wu through the Jiangnan Bay City, and it may be difficult to keep hiding the truth much longer. Should we tell them what really happened? Mo Lu asked softly. Alas, I don't know either. It's just like when Situ Huan entered that No.9 civilization ruin. We thought that since he had been inside for so long without coming out, there was no hope. Who would have guessed that he later walked out alive? Our martial hall cannot afford to make a blunder like that again. Lei Shun gave a deep sigh and said this. Mo Lu also looked troubled, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Very well. Wait another 10 days. If there is still no news of Yang Wu in 10 days, notify Yang Wu's family and tell them the truth. Yang Wu may have died, though it has not yet been confirmed. Yes. Mo Lu bowed. However, I still cannot believe that Yang Wu would perish in that eerie civilization ruin. Lei Shun gave another low sigh. Then he continued silently gazing up at the sky. Seen from afar, his figure appeared rather desolate. The first time he met Yang Wu, he had felt that he and Yang Wu were the same kind of person, obsessed with martial arts, obsessed with power. And afterward, while teaching Yang Wu, he was even more astonished by Yang Wu's talent. He had even come to believe that Yang Wu would one day become his right-hand man and support him. With his help, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall would grow even stronger. Yet he had never expected that after entering that eerily appearing ruin, Yang Wu would be gone forever. 10 days later, at 10 o'clock in the morning in Qingfeng community of Jiangnan Bay City, the sky was somewhat overcast. Husband, what do you think is going on? Yang's mother said as she tidied the room. It's been half a year, and we still can't reach Xiao Wu. Although the people at the martial hall all say Xiao Wu is in secluded cultivation, no matter how deep the seclusion, he should still call once in a while. My heart has never been at ease. It's so anxious and my eyelid keeps twitching. Don't worry. Yesterday, Inspector Lei Meng even said that Xiao Wu is in secluded cultivation under the guidance of the second council speaker, breaking through to an existence beyond the war god level. An existence beyond war god. How can that be easy to break through to? It definitely takes time. Just don't worry. Xiao Wu is a high-level war god. On Earth, he simply cannot be in any danger. In the living room, Yang's father picked up the remote, and while changing TV channels, said with a chuckle, "Ding dong." Suddenly, the doorbell rang. That wild girl going out without her keys again. With a fond look in his eyes, Yang's father quickly put down the remote and went to open the front door. Manager. And who might you all be? Yang Wu's parents looked at the people before them, puzzled. Among them, they recognized Lei Meng, the inspector of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, and Wang Heng, the manager. The two people beside them were unfamiliar. However, one old man with a red nose made them guess that he must be Situ Huan, whom Yang Wu had often mentioned. As for the other, Mo Lu, they did not recognize him at all. At that moment, all four wore grave expressions. Inspector Lei, Manager Wang, and you two gentlemen, please come in. Yang's father felt his heart sink slightly and hurriedly invited the four into the house. Elders, no need to busy yourselves. This is Mo Lu, the patrol envoy from our martial hall's global headquarters, and this is Situ Huan. I came today to notify you of something. A trace of sorrow flickered in Wang Heng's eyes as he stopped Yang Wu's parents from busying themselves preparing tea for the four. Your son Yang Wu entered an ancient ruin after the Spring Festival this year and has not emerged since. Our martial hall suspects he may have met with an accident, so we have come to inform you both. Wang Heng's voice was rather low. What? My Xiao Wu? Yang Wu's mother Lu Lanying immediately opened her eyes wide and fainted, her body going limp. Father Yang Zhonghua trembled, caught his wife in his arms, and could not hold back his tears. How is this possible? How could this happen? My Xiao Wu cannot be in trouble. Isn't he a high-level war god and an invincible spiritual psychic? How could he die? Lu Lanying's face was frighteningly pale. She shook her head and kept murmuring to herself. You two, this is still only a suspicion, it has not been confirmed. Wang Heng hurriedly said, right, it's only suspicion. Xiao Wu will definitely be fine. He will definitely come back. Father Yang Zhonghua also said this hurriedly to his wife, but in his heart, he was silently weeping. Suspicion? What kind of force was the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall? If it were mere suspicion, would they dispatch several war gods, and even an existence beyond the war god level to notify them? Without the slightest shadow of truth, would they dare speak recklessly? Father Yang Zhonghua knew clearly in his heart that his son Yang Wu was in all likelihood in grave danger. Inspector Lei, Manager Wang, hello. Just then Yang Li bounced in from outside humming a song. Seeing the familiar faces of Wang Heng and Lei Meng, she greeted them warmly. But when she saw her parents' expressions, she was startled and rushed over. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? Xiao Li, this is Patrol Envoy Mo Lu and the honored Situ Huan from Thunderbolt Headquarters. They came to say your brother. Your brother. Yang's mother choked, unable to continue. No, that can't be. My brother can't be in trouble. The moment she saw the expressions on her parents and the others, clever Yang Li understood what had happened and cried out in agitation. Oh! At the instant of Yang Li's anguished cry, invisible ripples suddenly surged around her body, spreading outward without cease, like violent wind erupting out of nowhere. Among the four from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, Wang Heng had the lowest cultivation, while Lei Meng was merely a war god level martial artist. The other two, one a spiritual psychic at the war god level, the other in existence beyond the war god level, were naturally highly sensitive to the immense spiritual power fluctuation that had just arisen from Yang Li's body. They sensed it immediately and were greatly startled. They could never have imagined that of the Yang siblings, not only was Yang Wu astonishingly talented in cultivation, but even his sister possessed extraordinary spiritual psychic talent. Situ Huan and Mo Lu exchanged startled glances, seeming to speak, but holding back. Then Mo Lu gently shook his head at Situ Huan. Yes, young lady, we are merely suspicious, and came to inform you. But perhaps your brother is not in trouble at all. Perhaps he is trapped in the ruin cultivating, and one day he may suddenly return to reunite with you. However, while your brother is away, your parents will have to rely on you to take care of them. Situ Huan said to Yang Li with a gentle smile and a kind expression. Young lady, I am Situ Huan. Your brother may have mentioned me to you. Like your brother, I am a spiritual psychic. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. Inside the treasure spaceship, the radiance remained as dazzling as ever. Bare-chested and drenched in sweat, Yang Wu finally stopped his actions, lying flat on his back, without a shred of dignity, and let out a deep, long sigh. Half a year. How much longer before I can leave this place? As Yang Wu muttered to himself, two flying knives suddenly rose and automatically shaved off the now thick stubble on his cheeks. He raised his wrist, and with eyes bright as resplendent stars glanced at the time on his watch, murmuring softly, Dad, Mom, little sister, please don't worry about me. Take good care of yourselves. As he murmured, a few crystalline tears of longing slipped from Yang Wu's eyes involuntarily. Since he had begun cultivating the secret manual of ascension and quickly obtained the qualification to nurture his first avatar, Yang Wu assumed that it would not take too long before he could conceive that avatar and then leave. But later he came to understand that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Although the bodily form of the rock devil falcon had been fully nurtured inside his inner incubation space, there was still not a single trace of life, making it obvious that the gestation could not succeed in the short term. That is to say, in a short time, it was utterly impossible for Yang Wu to leave this spaceship realm. Later, Yang Wu had more than once asked, begged, and even pleaded with the elusive Lord Yao. Unfortunately, even when Yang Wu threatened death, the stone-hearted Lord Yao remained unmoved. After repeated requests yielded nothing under the consolation of the intelligent life, Shao Xi and Yang Wu had no choice but to give up the idea of leaving early and instead threw himself into cultivation with all his might. In half a year, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had also quickly pushed his psychic master cultivation to the planetary level. Lord Yao also concocted a nutrient solution reminiscent of the fabled lake of life, immediately raising Yang Wu's cultivation from planetary level 1 to planetary level 9, greatly increasing his combat power. And after nurturing the form of the rock devil falcon avatar, he soon crossed the threshold of the spatial origin laws while cultivating the space dominion technique. When Mo Lu and his group arrived at Qingfeng community and reported to Yang Wu's family that Yang Wu might have died, it took only a few days for news of Yang Wu's fall to spread across the entire War God Palace. Inside the hilltop villa of Jiangnan Shanshui community, Jiangnan Bay City, more than a year later, the first joyful laughter finally resounded. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy, so happy. Standing in the villa, Wei Nina raised her hands high, then clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and turned to look at her husband Li Yao beside her. According to the news from Thunderbolt Martial Hall, that bastard Yang Wu actually died all of a sudden. Sure enough, his oath back then came true. It was he who killed our son, and that's why he died abruptly. He killed my son, and he even dared to con my black god suit out of me. I'll make his family die with Yang Wu and be buried with my son. Li Yao's eyes revealed a terrifying green gleam like a lone wolf's, flickering on and off. Those cowards in the alliance won't stop us this time, will they? Recalling the fawning servile expressions that Ai Rue and the others had worn the last time on the Australian continent, when they witnessed Yang Wu's high-level psychic master cultivation, Wei Nina felt a surge of indignation. Let's wait a bit longer. We've already waited this long so that Beast's family can hardly leave the base city during this period. Yang Wu just died. After all, he was a gifted martial artist valued by Thunderbolt, so Thunderbolt may still be paying attention to this. Wait another month or two, then we'll send his family down to accompany him. Li Yao thought for a moment, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, but during this time I won't let his family off easily. Leave it to me. Our HR alliance has plenty of psychology masters. Torturing his family and driving them to psychological collapse is a very simple thing. Wei Nina sneered coldly. 5 days later. Damn it, bastard. Still inside the hilltop villa of Jiangnan Shanshui community, the hysterical screams of Li Yao and his wife nearly reached every corner of the villa area. Damn it. I never imagined that the sister of that little beast Yang Wu was also a psychic master. even crueler than that bastard Yang Wu. As it turned out just today, a psychology master from the HR Alliance hid beside the vegetable market and ordered several Alliance subordinates wearing farmers' clothes to go provoke Yang Wu's mother Lu Lanying, who had come to the market with her nanny and daughter to buy vegetables. Unexpectedly, Yang Li, already in a bad mood, immediately saw through the scheme because of her powerful psychic power. In her fury, she used her psychic power to control the boning knife at the meat stall and sliced off the left ears of the several fake farmers who had come to provoke her, as well as one left ear of the HR Alliance psychology master hiding in the distance. She even left behind an infuriating line. When my brother participated in the warrior combat assessment, he cut off a monster's left ear. Now, in imitation of my brother, I have cut off your left ears. If you dare to provoke the Yang family again, this young lady will cut off your heads. Their scheme to steal a chicken had only cost them an ear, and soon after Thunderbolt Marshall Hall personnel rushed over, forcing the HR members to pick up their ears and slink away in disgrace. No one expected that although Yang Wu was the most dazzling figure of the Yang family, Yang Li was not inferior to him in psychic master talent. Moreover, after this incident, Yang Li learned from Wang Heng the chief reason behind what had happened today. She had not imagined that Li Yao and his wife would leap out and start hopping around again at the news of Yang Wu's mishap. To protect her family, Yang Li finally called Situ Huan and decided to officially join Thunderbolt Marshall Hall. In addition, Situ Huan personally applied to go to Jiangnan Bay City to take charge, teaching Yang Li the cultivation of psychic power and thereby protecting Yang Wu's family. They had originally assumed that Li Yao and his wife would not let the matter rest, but unexpectedly another event soon occurred that completely diverted the couple's attention, leaving them no time to retaliate against Yang Wu's family. That event was the exposure of Luo Feng's identity as a psychic master, which firmly confirmed that Luo Feng was the true murderer of Li Wei. Li Yao and his wife were busy avenging their son by hunting Luo Feng, completely overlooking Yang Wu's family. As time flowed onward, Luo Feng, hunted by Li Yao, strayed into Mist Island and consumed the Millennium Willow Heart, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically. Just as Luo Feng's cultivation surged inside a broken spaceship more than 16,000 meters beneath Mist Island, the intelligent life, Babata, hesitated. Several times he thought of using the old trick of tossing out Muya crystals to lure Luo Feng, but in the end he restrained himself. That hateful Yang Wu kid swindled this devil out of so many Muya crystals, yet now this devil can't even find his aura on Earth. That's unreasonable. Could he have truly fallen? Babata muttered to himself. This Luo Feng's aptitude is decent, but compared to that detestable Yang Wu, he's far inferior. Yang Wu's brain domain width had reached 26 back then, while this Luo Feng only had 20. It increased later. I'd better keep waiting for that detestable Yang Wu. Babata looked at his space bracelet, then sighed again, and suppressed the impulse to throw Muya crystals to lure Luo Feng. Because of Luo Feng's might, Li Yao and his wife were forced to flee Jiangnan Bay City and take refuge in Europe. Just as the course of events dictated, Luo Feng soon entered the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins and did not return successfully until 1 year and 3 months later. Not long after, Babata finally could not bear it any longer. Ceasing to wait for Yang Wu, he stirred up trouble on Mist Island, luring many powerhouses such as Hong and Thunder God. And at last, under Babata's lure, Luo Feng entered the Yuma Star spaceship, took Huyin Bo, who had died 50,000 years ago, as his master, and received the Yuma Star inheritance. 1 year after Luo Feng became Huyin Bo's disciple and received the Yuma Star inheritance, Earth's greatest calamity arrived, the golden-horned giant beast calamity. Medicine Lord, I beg you, either release me or make a move yourself, and use your magnificent poison to kill that golden-horned beast. Although he could not leave, Yang Wu, who already knew the plot, confirmed through the intelligent life form Xiaoxin that the golden-horned beast had been born and was already wreaking havoc across North America, filling him with intense anxiety. What does that have to do with me? A mere juvenile star-level golden-horned beast. You want me, the Medicine Lord, to act? Do you think my magnificent poison can be made from thin air? I, the Medicine Lord, told you long ago, unless your cultivation satisfies me, and you nurture your first avatar, don't even think about leaving. Now your cultivation has indeed satisfied me, but unfortunately your rock demon falcon avatar hasn't been nurtured yet. Even if you went out, it would be useless, so you might as well stay here and cultivate in peace. Without an avatar, you might even lose your life. If your rock demon falcon avatar were successfully nurtured, it would be born at peak star level and could instantly kill this little golden-horned beast. Well, if I hadn't prepared even more compatible and powerful flame star beast flesh for you, this golden-horned beast could have been one of the options for your avatar. But you don't need it now, boy. Settle down and cultivate. With luck, in just a few days your first avatar may be successfully born, and you can still make it there before Earth is destroyed. Medicine Lord said this with complete indifference. Knowing the Medicine Lord's temperament, Yang Wu fell silent. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and sat down resentfully, but soon calmed his mind and continued cultivating. He knew that no matter how much he begged, it would be useless. All he could do was pray that his avatar would be born soon. Apart from checking on the outside world each day through Shaoxin, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Little did he know that the medicine lord had seen everything and was secretly marveling at the strength of Yang Wu's state of mind. Back on Earth inside the war god palace, every face was filled with grief, despondency, loneliness, and fury. A golden horned beast that had just entered the star level left everyone utterly helpless. Even the 150 megaton weapon, Earth humanity's most threatening weapon, could not kill the golden horned beast. The high-tech B6 class laser cannon from the depths of the universe had only managed to gravely wound the golden horned beast. It still could not kill it. That day, however, Yang Wu set aside his usual arduous cultivation and, using Shaoxin's ability, projected a virtual screen within the spaceship to observe the scene outside. For this was the day Thunder God and Hong would set out to fight the golden horned beast to the death. Even though Yang Wu had long known the plot and knew that Thunder God and Hong were destined to fail and fall into a deep sleep, he was still frantic with worry. To Yang Wu, Thunder God was like a teacher and also like an elder brother. When Yang Wu had just been recruited to the Thunderbolt Martial Hall by Wang Heng, Thunder God happened to learn of his situation and became interested in him. Thunder God had the senior members add precious rewards like dragon blood to the terms offered to Yang Wu, which allowed Yang Wu to improve at astonishing speed and eventually venture alone into the Australian continent. After learning that Yang Wu had been hunted by Wei Nina and several war god powerhouses, and that Mo Lu had gone to his rescue, Thunder God personally guided Yang Wu for a month of cultivation, elevating his power another step and allowing him to break through to the planetary level. At that moment, Yang Wu wished he could charge out of the treasure spaceship's sealed space, at once share Thunder God's burden, fight side by side with Thunder God, and battle the golden horned beast to the death. That day, however, the domineering medicine lord strangely did not appear and did not interfere with what Yang Wu and Shaoxin did. He still controlled Shaoxin, preventing it from helping Yang Wu communicate with the outside world. Above the Pacific Ocean, the sea roared wildly, the wind howled, and the world between heaven and earth was plunged into gloom. A pitch-black beast more than 180 meters long swept through the sky on scaled wings. Its dark gold eyes were filled with coldness, brutality, and murderous intent. It stared fixedly at the two ant-like humans before it, Thunder God and Hong. Boom, boom. The instant they clashed, Thunder God and Hong erupted with the desperate killing moves of domain-level powerhouses. Thunder God's whole body was wrapped in serpentine cyan lightning, while Hong's body, and the long spear in his hand, was also shrouded in a faint black glow. Swish, swish. The two traced curved arcs and charged the colossal devouring beast from different directions. Hovering in midair, the beast watched the onrushing humans with its cold, dark gold eyes. At that moment, almost everyone, including Yang Wu, was watching this battle with boundless tension. Seeing Thunder God and Hong burn their souls to fight desperately, Yang Wu learned from Shaoxin's explanation that their battle could last at most 1 minute. If the devouring beast was not killed within 1 minute, the two of them would no longer have any strength to resist. Don't let anything happen. You must kill that vile beast. Although he already knew the outcome, Yang Wu still held a sliver of hope. In all the time since he had transmigrated, this was the first time he truly wished the plot would change. The battle on the screen reached its climax in an instant. A fight considered star level was impossible for ordinary people to see with the naked eye, but it posed no difficulty for Yang Wu. Over the pitch-black Pacific, the golden horned beast's tail crossed space like a phantom and swept toward Thunder God and Hong. Bang! A thunderous crash rang out. The force carried by Thunder God's and Hong's weapons actually caused the power of the golden horned beast's tail to scatter uncontrollably. Roar! The golden horned beast was instantly enraged. It threw back its head and let out a furious bellow that shook heaven and earth. It had originally thought that these two ant-like humans could be easily crushed and killed with just its normal strength. But once they truly exchanged blows, it discovered that these seemingly insignificant humans possessed astonishing combat power, even stronger than the first-order star-level humans recorded in its bloodline inheritance memories. One could say that between the two human powerhouses burning their souls and the severely wounded golden horned beast, the gap truly wasn't that large. Ho! The golden horned beast suddenly opened its bloody maw. No, watch out! Yang Wu bellowed at once, but no one could hear him except Shaoxin and the medicine lord hiding in some corner of the spaceship. Boom! An invisible spatial force radiating from the golden horned beast's mouth rapidly spread over hundreds of meters, completely covering the area where Thunder God and Hong stood. Humph! Hong waved his hand, and suddenly in the air before him, between the devouring beast and himself, a dense mass of metallic wreckage appeared. Stacked so tightly that almost no gaps remained, the pile of metallic wreckage was even slightly larger than the devouring beast itself. Swallow this, swallow this. After devouring a few war bases, you couldn't take any more. But these are all starship wrecks from ancient civilization ruins, far higher in quality than the metals on Earth. And this much metal is enough to build 10 expedition starships. Let's see if you can actually swallow it all. Hong thought coldly, his eyes icy. However, behind that icy gaze, Hong was nervously focusing on a bundle of long, narrow metal objects bound together and hidden behind the massive wreckage. Those were the 18 warheads Hong had collected from several countries along with an atomic bomb to ignite them. He had now brought them all out. Ho! The golden secret patterns on the furious golden-horned beast's brow horns suddenly blazed, and its eyes instantly turned a blinding gold. The golden light raced along its neck and back, surging into its front claws. With a sharp sweep, the razor-sharp claws slashed forward. Bang! A large amount of metallic wreckage was smashed and sent flying in every direction, while the sharp claws tore directly at Hong and Thunder God behind it. But just as its enormous claw scattered the metal, a wave of black energy swept over at astonishing speed. Sizzle. It was a very faint sound, like hair scorched by flames, just like when the devouring beast had been struck by the B6 class laser cannon. A mighty wave of black energy howled past the huge claw and slammed straight into the golden-horned beast's belly. A hole was actually bored directly through its incredibly hard scales. Immediately, a bolt of lightning also madly shot into the hole. Roar! Sensing that Hong had drilled into its body, the infuriated golden-horned beast swiped its claw at the white-robed Thunder God, who was still outside its body, wreathed in lightning. Sizzle! Sharp energy whirled past the white-robed bald man, sending blood and flesh flying. Everything below Thunder God's waist was ground into mincemeat. Only his upper body remained intact because of the close-fitting armor gifted by Luo Feng. No. Hull Master. Inside the spaceship, Yang Wu saw this clearly. His eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and he let out a mournful cry. He knew that the outcome of Thunder God's and Hong's operation had already been decided, no different from the plot. They were doomed to fall into slumber. And at that very moment, amid his grief and fury, Yang Wu failed to notice that in the incubation space within his body, the long, motionless rock demon falcon avatar stirred slightly, and once it started moving, it showed no sign of stopping. The plot remained unchanged. After Lei Shun and Hong grievously wounded the golden-horned beast, they were rescued by Luo Feng's molten silver guard and sank into deep slumber. Yang Wu knew that next Luo Feng would use the six-pointed star secret art of the Yunma star lineage, gather the power of the other 5 great experts on Earth, and then rely on the life-risking method of the Void Tower to take the golden-horned beast down with him. No. Why? Lord Yao, come out. No matter how formidable Yang Wu's mental state was, he simply could not calm down. With bloodshot eyes, he roared with all the strength in his body at the dazzling space inside the spaceship. He had already watched helplessly as the person he respected most was severely wounded in the battle with the golden-horned beast and fell into slumber. And soon his brother would again fight the golden-horned beast with everything he had. Although in the original storyline Luo Feng would ultimately take over the golden-horned beast's body and be reborn, who could know whether the plot might suddenly undergo some unforeseen change. Out there, besides his brothers, there were loved ones who needed his protection. Yang Wu could no longer bear to watch these tragedies unfold right before his eyes. Lord Yao, you bastard. I don't want your damn inheritance anymore. Let me out. Let me go kill that thing. After that, give me a dose of deadly poison potion and let me out. Yang Wu's eyes swept fiercely across the crystal walls before him. Ignoring all else, he gritted his teeth, grabbed his long saber, and slashed madly at the gleaming crystal hull of the spaceship, paying no attention to Shao Xian's anxious attempts to dissuade him from the side. Boom, boom, boom. Again and again, Yang Wu swung his long saber and slashed with all his might. Break open, damn it. I have to get out. His voice was almost hysterical. Let me out so I can kill that damned golden-horned beast. He slashed and pounded again and again until he had struck an unknown number of blows of the web of his hands split open and blood flowed. Yet the strange crystal-like material did not have the slightest crack. Idiot. This lord commands you to stop. Suddenly a clear but angry voice rang out, and Lord Yao's adorable little body appeared in midair without warning. Lord Yao, I beg you, let me out now. I'm going to kill that golden-horned beast. I swear that from now on I'll cultivate with all my heart and bring you back first place in the universe genius battle, surpassing senior brother Kadi. Yang Wu immediately knelt down before Lord Yao, without hesitation, and pleaded. You damned fool, you only know reckless force and noisy yelling. And you idiot. Could it be that since your master is stupid, you've become stupid too? Truly like master, like AI. Haven't you also noticed that the clone inside this boy has already finished gestating? Lord Yao scolded the cowering, intelligent life form Shao Xian, who was shrinking off to the side. What did you say? After suddenly hearing Lord Yao's words, Yang Wu felt as if he had heard heavenly music. Immediately abandoning everything else, he sank his consciousness into his body to sense it. In an instant, Yang Wu broke into an excited smile. I can finally go out. Luo Feng, wait for me. At this moment, more than 2 hours had passed since Lei Shun and Hong fought the golden-horned beast. The golden-horned beast had obviously sustained extremely severe injuries, and its aura of life had become extremely faint. The strongest expert of the United States, M.O. Henderson, the strongest expert of the European Union, Esther, the strongest expert of India, Tripathi Singh, the the strongest expert of Russia Sokolov, plus the eternal hero of Huaxia Jia and Earth's #1 psychokinetic master, the youngest peerless genius Luo Feng of Huaxia. 6 people in all appeared swiftly above the pitch-black ocean. I've already explained the key points. Do you all understand? Luo Feng looked at the 5. Understood. Mo Henderson, Esther Tripathi Singh Jia and Sokolov all nodded gravely. Good. Then let's set out, dive to the seabed and go to where the devourer beast is. Without saying anything more, Luo Feng took the lead and plunged into the ocean. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 also transformed into streaks of light, 6 streaks in all, and followed Luo Feng as they dove downward. At this moment, every part of every country on Earth was broadcasting this scene. Everyone on Earth who watched in front of their televisions could not help but weep, and the elite leaderships of every nation knew that this was likely humanity's final chance. Let us forever remember their names. The voiceover from the screen was very low. If my brother were here, this would never have happened. He would certainly be able to kill that detestable reptile. Qingfeng residential complex inside Yang Wu's villa. Yang Wu's family, who had refused to enter the safe zone offered by the association hall, also watched the television screen nervously. After several years of cultivation, and with the help of the Muya crystals, Luo Feng had brought back in a portion of the psychokinetic inheritance. Yang Li had also become an existence surpassing the war god level. She was no longer the innocent, cheerful little girl of the past. When Luo Feng sent out the summons for 5 great experts to jointly perform the 6-pointed star secret technique, Yang Li had once wanted to go, but Luo Feng had flatly refused. At this moment, Yang Li's mind suddenly turned to her brother. Although she knew that her brother might have truly fallen, she still could not bear to admit it. Sit down. Close your eyes. Remember, do not resist, Luo Feng said in a low voice. Understood. Mo Henderson, Esther Tripathi Singh Jia and Sokolov looked at one another, and a strange smile crept onto their faces. A smile with a soul-shaking charm. The 5 of them all sat down cross-legged. 5 plus Luo Feng made 6. This exactly composed the 6 points required by the sacrificial secret method within the 6-pointed star technique. Let's begin. Luo Feng murmured and closed his eyes as well. Within his sea of consciousness were 3 miniature planets. The central miniature planet was the one he had possessed when he reached planetary level 1, the other 2 had appeared when he reached planetary level 2 and planetary level 3 respectively. The other 2 planets revolved around the central planet, just as Earth revolves around the Sun. The central one was the largest. All 3 miniature planets were blood red, and all 3 planets emitted wisps of red mist which diffused and fused into the enormous object that nearly filled his entire sea of consciousness, the Void Tower. A blood-red pagoda, vast and boundless inside, as the universe itself contained Luo Feng's 3 miniature planets. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 blood-red threads flew out from the Void Tower and left Luo Feng's body. Strangely, in the outer material world, those telekinetic threads were completely invisible. The 5 telekinetic threads entered directly into the seas of consciousness of Mo Henderson, Esther Tripathi, Singh Jia and Sokolov. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 people's souls instantly ignited. Who was that? So fast. At the very moment Luo Feng and the other 5 began to operate the sacrificial secret method within 6-pointed star, everyone on Earth watching in front of screens was suddenly astounded to see a black hurtling in from the northwest sky. The black that was terrifyingly fast. After a few flickers, the dark silhouette appeared above the Pacific Ocean, and then without any hesitation slashed a saber down into the water. It's Big Brother. Qingfeng residential complex, Yang Wu's home. Yang Li, watching by the TV, recognized the figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky at a glance. Her hands flew to her mouth, but tears immediately streamed down her face. It had been more than 3 years. Everyone had long accepted the truth that Yang Wu had fallen, yet Yang Li still persevered stubbornly in her heart. She believed that her brother would not fall so easily, and that one day he would return. It's Xiao Wu, it's my son Xiao Wu. Not only Yang Li but Yang Wu's parents as well immediately recognized the black-clad figure high above the Pacific Ocean, cleaving downward at the sea with a single saber strike. Who was that? Unlike Luo Feng, who over these past few years had dazzled with brilliance and earned worldwide renown as Earth's foremost spiritual psychic master, Yang Wu. Yang Wu, however, was recognized by scarcely anyone beyond a few familiar faces. Yet failure to recognize him did not stop people from worshipping a true powerhouse. Especially at this moment when the power Yang Wu displayed in that single strike above the Pacific had already vastly surpassed the momentum Thunder God and Hong had shown in their battle against the Golden Horned Giant Beast hours earlier. Could there be a turn of events? Were the 6 heroes Luo Feng included no longer required to sacrifice themselves? Everyone's blood surged with excitement, their hearts swelling with turbulent hope. The saber strike descended with earth-splitting, heaven-cracking force, like a colossal fireball plunging from the sky. The ocean instantly seemed to boil as seawater erupted skyward in towering columns several thousand meters high. Luo Feng and the other 5 had already stopped what they were doing the moment they sensed Yang Wu's formidable aura. It's Brother Yang. Brother Yang is back. Luo Feng was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. For a long time Luo Feng had harbored a kind of blind trust in Yang Wu. The 6 immediately soared into the air and appeared beside Yang Wu, staring in stunned awe at the terrifying might his saber strike had stirred up across the sea. Luo Feng, stay. The rest of you leave at once. The golden horn giant beast is about to emerge. Hurry. Yang Wu cast a single glance at the excited Luo Feng and the others, his expression unchanged, and barked out the order. You all go on ahead. Luo Feng said, glancing at the 5 who were still hesitating. All right, you two be careful. Jia Yi shot a look at Yang Wu and Luo Feng left those words behind, then led the others aboard the intelligent fighter and flew off into the distance. Roar. A furious howl thundered across the sea. The golden horn giant beast's 180-meter-long black figure burst up from the depths, its dark golden eyes glaring at Yang Wu with rage. This detestable human had dared to disturb its healing. He deserved to die. Luo Feng, don't act rashly for now. Do as I say. This golden horn giant beast is your destined opportunity. Yang Wu finished speaking to Luo Feng in a rush, already raising the Crimson Origin Force war blade high in his hand. Kill. A thunderclap exploded. Yang Wu's body suddenly lunged as if tearing through space, and in an instant he appeared above the golden horn giant beast's head. His Origin Force war blade swept downward, splitting the pitch-black canopy of the sky itself, and leaving behind a dark red gash. At the same time, within a radius of 500 meters around Yang Wu, it was as though a heaven-covering inferno had ignited. The temperature soared abruptly, yet the flames were formless and colorless. Strands of invisible binding force suddenly appeared, ensnaring the golden horn giant beast as if it were trapped in scorching magma. Its movements abruptly slowed to less than half their original speed, and it was forced to endure searing high-temperature agony. Yang Wu, however, moved like a fish in water, his speed even greater. Roar. Before the golden horn giant beast could dodge, the long blade slashed down, carving a deep, bloody gash across its head. Incredible. Watching from afar, Luo Feng felt his blood blaze with excitement. Babata, what cultivation level is Brother Yang at now? Luo Feng asked eagerly. He had already been resigned to near certain death, yet Yang Wu had appeared unexpectedly and displayed overwhelming power. How could Luo Feng not be thrilled beyond measure? Humph, kid, you need to catch up. That bastard Yang Wu. After only a few years gone, he's actually reached the peak of the planetary level in both his martial arts and spiritual psychic power, and he's already crossed the threshold of the space origin law, and is not far from the threshold of the fire origin law. Look at that domain force combining space law and fire law. Thunder God and Hong's domains are nothing but trash before his. Compared to him, you're still far behind. Babata let out a dissatisfied snort. Back then, Yang Wu had taken away more than 800 Muya crystals that belonged to Babata, only to turn and flee at the spaceship's entrance in the end. Babata had never quite gotten over it, and even suspected Yang Wu of deliberately toying with him and swindling away his crystals. Seeing Yang Wu become so powerful after only a few years apart, Babata felt deeply unwilling and resentful. In recent years, he had never been able to sense Yang Wu's aura on Earth. Now that Yang Wu had returned in strength, he had also learned from Luo Feng that Yang Wu had entered some ancient relic and was suspected to have perished. If he still couldn't tell that Yang Wu had obtained a formidable inheritance, then he didn't deserve to call himself Babata, the intelligent life form. After all, it was he, Babata, who had first taken a liking to Yang Wu's aptitude. Over there, the fierce battle between Yang Wu and the golden horn giant beast was still raging. People all over the world were watching this epical war that would decide the fate of Earth's humanity, many silently praying. Yang Wu's body moved like a phantom, flickering around the golden horn giant beast, leaving trails of afterimages behind. One strike after another fell, each blade light, like blazing flames, slashing continuously at every part of the beast's body. Furious as it was and devastating as its attacks were, the golden horn giant beast simply could not land a hit on Yang Wu. In less than a moment, half of its head had already been hacked limp by Yang Wu's blade. Wu. The golden horn giant beast suddenly opened its mouth. Invisible spatial force spread across the surrounding hundreds of meters and swept entirely toward Yang Wu's body, forcibly shoving aside much of his domain force. Across the globe, many powerful experts watching this through satellites had worn excited and elated expressions only a moment before. Now every one of their faces changed instantly. They had all witnessed the golden horn giant beast's eerie devouring ability and knew exactly how terrifying that power was. Brother Yang, be careful. This is its innate devouring art. Seeing this, Luo Feng shouted urgently. Just a few hours earlier, Thunder God and Hong had been gravely wounded and cast into deep slumber by that very move. Luo Feng and the others still had lingering fear toward the golden horn giant beast's heaven-defying ability. Humph, what use is that move against a martial artist who has crossed the threshold of the space origin law, and especially inside my domain? Yang Wu gave a cold snort. Amid the pervading, invisible spatial force, his body twisted in a bizarre flash like a nimble fish instantly slipping out of the devouring range. At the same time, his formidable spiritual psychic power coalesced into invisible swords that shot toward the golden-horned giant beast's body. What a powerful spiritual psychic attack! Babata exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Feng, observe and learn. See how true experts wield spiritual psychic power. Babata continued. Why is his psychic power attacking the golden-horned giant beast's body instead of its head? Babata suddenly said in surprise. Roar. Inside the golden-horned giant beast's body, a translucent crystal sphere, about 20+ centimeters in diameter, radiating golden light, came under the relentless assault of Yang Wu's spiritual psychic arrows. Its golden radiance instantly dimmed, and the transparent sphere's luster grew murky. The golden-horned giant beast trembled slightly. With a howl, its body suddenly swelled enormously as it tried to forcibly break through Yang Wu's domain restraints and flee into the depths of the ocean. Humph, you want to flee? It won't be that easy. Yang Wu's body flickered, and he appeared directly in the beast's escape path. The Origin Force Warblade in his hand swept up a blaze of crimson light, and a single strike completely sealed off its route of retreat. By now the golden-horned giant beast's heart was beginning to panic. It understood that if it did not flee today, it would very likely die at this human's hands. Turning its head, it chose another direction and tried to escape. But under the suppression of Yang Wu's powerful domain force, one could only see the phantom-like Yang Wu appear again and again before the golden-horned giant beast, hacking at its pitch-black colossal body with his Origin Force Warblade. At the same time, Yang Wu's spiritual psychic power never ceased attacking the soul crystal sphere within the golden-horned giant beast's body. Well done. Good. Earth is saved. More than 100 kilometers away from the battlefield, the fighter aircraft carrying Jia Yi and the other four had stopped. Through the aircraft screen, they watched the fierce battle between Yang Wu and the golden-horned giant beast with tense expressions. From the very beginning, Yang Wu had seemed to hold overwhelming advantage. The golden-horned giant beast was already at its end. Inside the fighter aircraft, there was a burst of cheers. All across Earth, every human being burst into excited cheers. Whoosh. Above the Pacific, a crimson blade light flashed across. The half-hanging portion of the golden-horned giant beast's head fell off, but was instantly collected by Medicine Lord, who had been watching from within the world ring's space all along. Although the golden-horned giant beast had lost a chunk of its head, it did not die. Its limbs thrashed and struggled ceaselessly, and from its neck flesh and blood slowly began to regrow. Luo Feng, quickly, possess it. This is your heaven-sent opportunity. Its soul core is inside its body, and all its defenses have already been broken by me. Yang Wu stood in the air above the golden-horned giant beast, and suddenly shouted at Luo Feng, whose eyes were still blazing with radiance. Oh, what? Possess it. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. Luo Feng, hurry, listen to Yang Wu. The golden-horned giant beast is a race with a mighty bloodline in the starry sky. Take over its body, and your future path will become incomparably smooth. Babata said urgently. But Luo Feng hesitated. Hurry up and possess it. It can nurture 3 avatars. When the time comes, you can nurture an earthling avatar of your own. Yang Wu shouted. Tis what a fool. You inflexible earthlings. I finally understand a little why your aptitude is so inferior. Inside the world ring, Space Medicine Lord shook his head speechlessly at the hesitating Luo Feng. All right. At last Luo Feng gritted his teeth and charged toward the golden-horned giant beast. The golden-horned giant beast had vanished, and the crisis on Earth was resolved. Yang Wu became a hero in the hearts of everyone on the planet, and stories of his life and deeds quickly spread far and wide. Within the War God Palace, a grand gathering brought everyone together in joyful celebration. Under Moru's arrangement, Yang Wu only made a brief appearance before the crowd. After spinning a casual lie about Luo Feng's whereabouts, he slipped away from the War God Palace to reunite with his family. For 3 days apart from spending time with his family and paying a visit to Luo Feng's household, where he reassured Su Xian and the others about Luo Feng's destination, putting their worries to rest, he also went to the Thunder God headquarters to check on the still slumbering Thunder God. Only after confirming that all was well, did Yang Wu finally find the time to focus on his demonic Peng Falcon clone. Within the inner world that Yang Wu had prematurely formed through cultivating the Ascension Scripture, a colossal Peng Falcon clone covered in dark gold watched eagerly, flapping its mighty wings as it reveled in the overwhelming power of its body. Although it had only just been born and was still in its infancy, the Peng Falcon clone already possessed the strength of a peak star-level expert. Its body stretched nearly 500 meters in length, and with its wings fully spread, they spanned almost 1,000 meters. Upon its wings, every single dark golden feather was dozens of meters long, each one like a blade of primal force, impossibly sharp and faintly etched with profound and enigmatic secret patterns. If not for the fear of shocking the world and terrifying others, Yang Wu would have loved to soar through the skies outside. Haha, what terrifying power. Born at the peak of the star level. Feeling the state of his body carefully, Yang Wu could not help but burst into thunderous laughter. At this moment, even if he were to face the golden-horned giant beast again, even uninjured, Yang Wu was certain he could tear it to shreds with a single claw. Of course, the demonic Peng Falcon is one of the rarest, noblest, and most powerful beings in the universe. Its bloodline even surpasses that of the mightiest star beasts. It's just a pity that Kuan Peng Falcon flesh is nearly impossible to find. Even your master only encountered one twice in his entire life and never managed to obtain a single piece of its flesh. The medicine lord circled around the Peng Falcon clone once. Compared to Yang Wu's towering clone, he seemed like nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust. Alright, quickly accept your inherited memories. Let me chart the future cultivation path for this Peng Falcon clone. A hint of regret flickered across the medicine lord's exquisite face as he spoke. Yang Wu's Peng Falcon clone slowly closed its 10-meter-wide eyes, sinking its consciousness deep into its mind to begin receiving the inherited memories. In an instant, Yang Wu felt himself completely submerged by the tide of memories. Mysterious and wondrous secret arts perfectly tailored to the Peng Falcon bloodline, vast and profound beyond measure, poured into him relentlessly. Images and words flowing together like an endless film, swaths of knowledge rushing into his mind in a ceaseless cascade. Endless and boundless. Yang Wu could even feel a faint ache beginning to form in his head. Clearly the speed at which memories surged into him had reached the very limit his soul could bear. Just how much knowledge is this? How much longer will it take to finish transmitting? Yang Wu exclaimed in disbelief. This has already gone on for over an hour. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The memories surged in like an unending torrent of seawater, each fragment flashing by before instantly merging into Yang Wu's soul. Wave after wave crashed into him, and before he could even identify what he had received, it was buried beneath the flood of memories that followed. Half a day, then 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Peng Falcon clone lay motionless within the world ring as though it had fallen into a deep slumber. Yang Wu's main body, meanwhile, had long since stopped paying attention. Enduring the same faint throbbing pain in his own head, he began to cultivate within his training chamber. 22 days later, the dark golden Peng Falcon finally opened its enormous eyes, and within those giant pupils seemed to reside vast, boundless starry universes. Phew, it's finally over. Only then did Yang Wu feel a wave of relief wash through his mind. During the 22 days of receiving and integrating the inherited memories, his soul had been pushed to its absolute limit. Under such immense pressure, even a moment of idle thought had felt exhausting. In the final 10-odd days, his main body had also been unable to cultivate properly due to sheer mental fatigue. Just how much knowledge is this? Yang Wu could not help but marvel. Not bad. Back then, your senior brother Kadi took 20.5 days to fully receive the demonic Peng Falcon's inherited memories. Given your current soul's capacity, you're not far behind him. The medicine lord was quite satisfied with Yang Wu's spiritual strength. Take a look at those inherited secret arts first. Seeing the eager curiosity in Yang Wu's eyes, the medicine lord smiled softly. Although his Peng Falcon clone had been successfully conceived and had received the inherited memories, Yang Wu still had no real understanding of its abilities, having yet to carefully study and comprehend them. Damn, so much. Damn, this is really a lot. If only I could cultivate every single one to perfection. Yang Wu let out 2 exaggerated curses in quick succession, followed by a heartfelt sigh. The medicine lord was taken aback by Yang Wu's sudden outburst. You fool. So-called inherited memories are a means of passing down knowledge. The demonic Peng Falcon race possesses the richest and most extensive inherited memories of all. Moreover, each generation can add its own experiences, accumulating them generation after generation. With countless generations of inherited memories stacked together, it's only natural that the volume becomes enormous. As for cultivating all of them, dream on. It would already be remarkable if you could master even a handful of those arts. Besides, the main reason your inherited memories are so vast is the secret arts. A single secret art alone can contain an immense amount of text. Take the sacred tribulation scripture that your master left you, or the blazing flame that your senior brother Kadi's servant left behind. If all their content were printed, it would easily fill hundreds of volumes and tens of millions of Chinese characters. The medicine lord continued. Yang Wu, my boy, quickly sort through your inherited memories now. There's no need to read the detailed contents of each secret art. Just knowing their names and what they're about is enough. Then categorize them all, and I'll help you make a plan. Back when senior brother Kadi received his inherited memories, I also took a look at the demonic Peng Falcon secret arts. However, so many years have passed since then, and aside from the arts that unlucky fellow Kadi cultivated, I don't remember much of the rest. You really are fortunate. In the universe, powerhouses of every race would spend vast fortunes to acquire secret arts and techniques, yet you've obtained so many in a single stroke. Alright, I'll organize them right away, Yang Wu said, and immediately sank his consciousness into his mind, beginning to systematically sort through everything. The Peng Falcon's cultivation knowledge included 26 special secret arts and 6238 ordinary secret arts that could be practiced. There were also 3 innate inherited secret arts that required no cultivation to use. The first was the movement and combat art, Peng Falcon Rend. The second was the concealment and transformation art, Peng Falcon Shift. And the third was the innate avatar art, Peng Falcon Genesis. However, the avatar talent had by now already vanished. Peng Falcon Rend was a combat-focused secret art that combined spatial control with physical enhancement. It could also be used to flee and preserve one's life by manipulating space within a certain range. Peng Falcon Shift, on the other hand, was a disguise ability that utilized spatial talent to conceal one's presence and alter one's appearance. Moreover, within the inherited memories were extensive introductions to many beings. The demonic Peng Falcon and Kuan Peng Falcon, numerous human races, and various practitioners, such as controllers, illusionists, beast tamers, puppet masters, hunters, and martial combatants. Among flesh and blood creatures, it also covered star beasts, the monster race, the Zerg race, and many more, each with a vast trove of information. Beyond flesh and blood races, there were metallic races, such as the mechanical race, as well as rock-based races, spirit body races, and plant-based races. There were also extraordinarily rare and peculiar races just like himself that possessed immense power, yet were scarce in number. Simply explaining the countless races, cultures, and other facets of humanity alone would require far more than 10 billion written Chinese characters. And the human race was merely one of the peak races in the boundless universe. More than 40 days passed before Yang Wu finally finished sorting and classifying the inherited memories. From then on, whenever he needed to know something, he could rapidly retrieve it from the vast repository of inherited memories. It truly lives up to being one of the noblest and mightiest races in the universe. Extraordinary, simply extraordinary. Yang Wu could not help but praise and admiration. Of course, once your Flamestar Beast clone is conceived and you absorb the Flamestar Beast's inherited memories, you'll understand even better just how far above even the mightiest Star Beast races like the Flamestar Beast, the demonic Peng Falcon, stands. Even the entire knowledge vault of a human cosmic nation may not be able to compare with the demonic Peng Falcon's inherited memories. The Medicine Lord listened as Yang Wu roughly outlined the types of content within his memories, speaking in between. For instance, your brother Luo Feng, who sees the body of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, a peak race among cosmic beasts, and the next clone I've prepared for you, the Flamestar Beast, can both grow directly to the pinnacle bloodline of the sovereign level. But your current Peng Falcon clone is even more formidable. When it matures, it can directly reach the immortal level. It is the only flesh and blood life form in the starry skies capable of growing straight to the immortal level. Still, with 26 special secret arts and 6238 ordinary secret arts, we need to plan carefully which ones to learn. Yang Wu shook his mountain-like head as he spoke. Don't let so many secret manuals dazzle you now. Bite off more than you can chew, and you'll choke. Start with 2 or 3 special secret arts and 5 or 6 ordinary ones. Any more than that, and you won't have enough energy, and it'll only do more harm than good. Yet no one on Earth noticed that on a certain night a few months after the Golden Horn Beast calamity, a colossal black shadow suddenly shot out from above Jiangnan Bay City under the cover of darkness, soared into the sky, and vanished into the night in an instant. That shadow was none other than Yang Wu's Rock Demon Falcon clone. Apart from cultivating secret arts to grow stronger, the Rock Demon Falcon also needed an environment suited to his cultivation, and clearly Earth was not that place. After deciding upon the special and ordinary secret arts he would cultivate, and after discussing the matter with Medicine Lord, he left Earth and flew silently into outer space. Waves of invisible spatial force gathered around Yang Wu's Rock Demon Falcon clone, just like those that had emanated from the Golden Horn Beast when it unleashed its devouring art. His colossal body flickered in and out of sight through the air, making him seem utterly eerie. Before long, an enormous rock-like silhouette appeared over Mars. It was Yang Wu's clone, the Rock Demon Falcon. For some time to come, I'll cultivate right here. Yang Wu's Rock Demon Falcon clone glanced around the Martian landscape and muttered to himself. Fortunately, before reaching the Domain Lord stage, the Rock Demon Falcon clone can cultivate mainly by absorbing spatial force. Otherwise, no matter how deep one's coffers, it would be impossible to fill such a bottomless pit. Yang Wu's Rock Demon Falcon clone swept his enormous eyes over his own body, then sensed the space ring that Medicine Lord had given him before he left Earth. Inside the ring were piled many rare substances and elixirs that greatly benefited the clone's growth. However, these resources were only supplements for when the Rock Demon Falcon clone absorbed spatial force during cultivation. At most, they could barely sustain his training until he reached the Domain Lord level. Brother, you've finally come out. This seclusion of yours has passed another several dozen days. It was only after the Rock Demon Falcon clone had departed that Yang Wu's main body, satisfied, opened the door of the cultivation chamber. As soon as he stepped out, his little sister Yang Li ran over and said with displeasure. This time because the Rock Demon Falcon clone had been absorbing inherited memories, especially during the last 10 odd days. Yang Wu had hidden himself inside the cultivation chamber and barely emerged, causing considerable dissatisfaction among family members who had already gone more than 3 years without seeing him. His sister Yang Li especially, despite the passage of over 3 years, had gradually grown up, becoming more mature and calmer. But after Yang Wu's return, Yang Li seemed to revert to how she had been years ago, clinging to her brother with particular dependence. Yang Wu gently flicked Yang Li's nose and was about to speak. Suddenly Medicine Lord, who had never appeared before anyone other than Yang Wu, emerged from Yang Wu's world ring. He wobbled as he hovered in the air, and without saying a word blinked his tiny exquisite eyes and carefully studied Yang Li, who stood before Yang Wu. Wow, brother, when did you get such a cute pet? What an adorable little thing. I want to play with it. The Medicine Lord's sudden appearance immediately captured Yang Li's attention. She clapped her hands and cheered, even reaching out to snatch the hovering Medicine Lord down. Instantly, rows of black lines appeared on Yang Wu's forehead. A pet. An adorable little thing. Yang Wu stole a glance at the Medicine Lord's expression. Given the Medicine Lord's nature, this demon king of a Medicine Lord should have erupted like a volcano on the spot. Then again, the Medicine Lord's appearance was indeed lovely and cute enough. Of course, only as long as he was not throwing a tantrum. However, the explosive scene Yang Wu had expected did not occur. Instead, the Medicine Lord turned to Yang Li and beamed an adorable smile. Little girl, are you Yang Li? The Medicine Lord's voice was crisp and gentle, his entire paper-thin body wriggling ingratiatingly. Yes. Are you my brother's pet? You're so cute, and you can talk. Yang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. This adorable pet could actually speak. How magical. No, I'm not a pet. I'm called Medicine Lord. I am the agent of your brother's teacher, and my sole duty is to oversee and guide your brother's cultivation. Without the slightest displeasure, Medicine Lord made an adorable funny face at Yang Li. Oversee and guide my brother's cultivation. A little thing like you. You must be bragging. Brother, this little pet of yours is hilarious. He calls himself Medicine Lord, and even says he wants to supervise and guide your cultivation. It's killing me. Didn't you see my brother fighting that loathsome golden-horned beast? Oh, I know. You must have been so scared back then that you hid in my brother's pocket. Not noticing Yang Wu's expression, Yang Li continued. Medicine Lord's forehead darkened for an instant, but he quickly recovered. Little Yang Li, since this is our first meeting, Medicine Lord wants to give you a gift. I'll make it right here on the spot, and I guarantee you'll love it. Watch closely. Then you'll know how amazing I am. Medicine Lord's pea-sized eyes rolled. A pair of thin arms extended from his body. He waved one hand in the air and spoke. Something's odd. Yang Wu had never seen the always stern and rigid Medicine Lord act this way. Yet no matter how much doubt flickered in Yang Wu's eyes, Medicine Lord ignored him completely, as if he were air, and went on with his own motions. One by one, unnamed medicinal herbs, minerals, and test tubes materialized out of thin air. Under Medicine Lord's control, the various herbs and minerals flew up, combined, dissolved, and were loaded into different crystal test tubes. Like a magician, soon rows of translucent liquids in every imaginable color were contained in transparent crystal test tubes, floating side by side before Medicine Lord. Without pausing his movements, Medicine Lord poured several of those crystalline liquids into the same test tube. The liquid changed endlessly, dissolving, boiling, vaporizing, neutralizing. A stream of motions flowed from Medicine Lord's hands, and the liquid in that single test tube began to transform. A cool, clean fragrance gradually filled the air. A single breath was enough to refresh the mind and delight the heart. After a while, a liquid of emerald green threaded with strands of purple red appeared in a crystal test tube midair. Guided by Medicine Lord, it drifted slowly toward Yang Li. Little girl, this potion in the test tube is called Eternal Youth. From the name alone, you should know what it does. Once you take it, aside from raising your current planetary first-order telekinetic cultivation by 1 or 2 minor levels, it will also preserve your appearance exactly as it is now, forever, never aging. The Medicine Lord said smugly. Wow, really? Yang Li's eyes gleamed as she looked at her brother incredulously. Women young or old cared desperately about their appearance, and Medicine Lord clearly understood that truth well. Little sister, since Medicine Lord is giving it to you, just accept it. He wouldn't fool you. Yang Wu had no idea what Medicine Lord was up to, but he knew that since the ever-arrogant Medicine Lord had personally vouched for the potion's effects, it had to be genuine. Only a fool would pass up such a bargain. Whatever strange demands this uncanny Medicine Lord might raise later, better to grab the advantage first. Thank you, cute little Medicine Lord. Yang Li had been about to say little pet, but immediately caught herself, changed her words, and playfully stuck out her tongue. And so in Yang Li's mouth, Medicine Lord became the cute little Medicine Lord. Now then, little girl, what do you think of my skill in compounding potions just now? Let me tell you, I can also concoct countless miraculous potions you couldn't possibly imagine. Medicine Lord smiled his adorable smile at Yang Li like a big bad wolf trying to deceive a child, and asked, Really? Wow. How magical, how amazing. Yang Li's eyes shimmered with rainbow-colored light as she spoke. Master Lord Medicine has taken a liking to your younger sister's talent and wishes to accept her as his disciple to teach her the arts of an apothecary. At this moment, Xiao Xian's voice echoed within Yang Wu's mind. Before he encountered you, Master Lord Medicine had more than one side to himself, saying that he harbored two great regrets. One was that he had failed to nurture a successor for his own master, and the other was that his profound skills as an apothecary had yet to find a worthy heir. Yang Wu could clearly sense that Xiao Xian, speaking from within the world ring, instinctively glanced around, as if afraid of being overheard. Lord Medicine's overwhelming authority had long since left an indelible shadow in Xiao Xian's heart. Master, now is the time for you to properly extort Lord Medicine. I know his nature well. Lord Medicine will not rest until he has taken your sister as his disciple. At this moment, as long as the conditions you propose are not too excessive, I am certain that Lord Medicine will agree. As if afraid that his voice might be heard by Lord Medicine, Xiao Xian's words grew softer and softer, giving one a sneaky, furtive impression. Oh, really? Yang Wu's eyes immediately lit up. Ahem, ahem. He cleared his throat and said, now my dear Lord Medicine, you wouldn't happen to have taken a fancy to my younger sister's outstanding talent and wish to accept her as your disciple, would you? Let me tell you, my sister has no interest in fighting and killing. Our whole family does not support her going on adventures. Safety brings happiness. Our young family needs only one warrior, and that is me. You must not lead my sister astray. I'm foolish. What do you understand? A noble apothecary like myself is far beyond the likes of a crude warrior who knows nothing but slaughter. All right, little sister, you should go outside and see if mother and father are back yet. Go help them prepare dinner. Your big brother needs to cultivate. A strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Yang Wu cut off Lord Medicine's words and spoke to his still somewhat bewildered sister. Are you deliberately trying to spite me, Yang Wu? Do you have any idea that you are squandering your sister's talent? Lord Medicine was growing anxious. He had waited until Yang Wu's parents were away to emerge, hoping to take Yang Li, this young girl with remarkable aptitude for alchemy, under his wing. In fact, Lord Medicine's regard for Yang Li even surpassed his regard for Yang Wu. After all, a successor for martial cultivation was easy to find, but a spiritual psychist blessed with the talent for alchemy was exceptionally rare. Not even 1 in 10,000 spiritual psychists would possess such an aptitude. No. Yang Wu waved his hand vigorously. You. Lord Medicine's eyes blazed with fierce light as he glared at Yang Wu. Yet Yang Wu showed not the slightest fear. His eyes, many times larger than Lord Medicine's, met the latter's gaze without flinching. After a long moment, Lord Medicine reluctantly withdrew his fierce stare and twisted his pancake-like body, saying, very well, Yang Wu, you win. His expression relaxing, Lord Medicine sighed and spoke to Yang Wu. Yang Wu, my boy, do you realize that after receiving the legacies of your senior brother Kadi and your master, with such an exalted starting point, unless you perish midway, it would be impossible for you to stop below the immortal realm. After a few thousand, tens of thousands, or even several epochs, after dozens or hundreds of epochs have passed, when you look back and recall today's events, your beloved little sister might well have turned to bones and dust, because through your stubbornness and obstruction, she never accepted my great legacy, and her cultivation never advanced. At that time, will you regret it? Lord Medicine asked. Yang Wu was momentarily speechless. Even without having read the original novel, Yang Wu could imagine the desolate loneliness of having no kin beside him after tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of years. Very well, Lord Medicine. It is not impossible for you to pass on your apothecary legacy to my sister, but I have a few conditions. If you do not accept them, then even if I regret it in future years, I will never let her accept your inheritance. After brief deliberation, Yang Wu had an idea and spoke with resolute determination. Fine, tell me. Lord Medicine's eyes burned with intensity, and he answered without hesitation. First, my sister must be completely willing from the bottom of her heart. Yang Wu glanced at his sister, who stood nearby with her head lowered, and said, no problem. Lord Medicine glanced at Yang Li and agreed without hesitation. He had absolute confidence in making Yang Li willingly prostrate herself as his disciple and accept his magnificent apothecary legacy. Second, whether through medicines or any other means, you must grant my parents a lifespan of 1,000 epochs free of calamity and illness. Suddenly Yang Wu recalled from the original novel the object Babata had given to Su Xian, a thing called eternal love. That is simple. Lord Medicine agreed without so much as blinking an eye, and Yang Wu immediately felt like slapping himself across the face. If Babata could produce something that granted a lifespan of 1,000 epochs, then could not Lord Medicine produce something even better, something that extended life even further? He would have to find another opportunity to extort him later. Speak, boy. What is your third condition? As if perceiving Yang Wu's inner chagrin, Lord Medicine's lips curled slightly as he promptly asked. The third condition is that apart from your apothecary legacy, my sister must also receive the legacies of my master and senior brother Kadi. No, impossible. The texts left by Kadi that did not originate from my master's collection I may pass on to your sister, but my master's are absolutely off limits. Before Yang Wu could finish his words, Lord Medicine cried out sharply. At the very least, the secret manual of Ascension and the Sage Tribulation Canon must be passed on to my sister. That is non-negotiable. You also wish for your disciple to have greater safety and a more perfect gene structure, do you not? and the more perfect the genes, the greater the help they will be to her cultivation. Yang Wu rubbed his forehead, conceding slightly. This. Lord Medicine lowered his head in deep thought, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes. After a long moment, he raised his head. Very well, I agree. I can only hope my master will not blame me. Are there any other conditions? There is one final condition. You must use your abilities as an apothecary to help humanity on Earth elevate our overall qualities. Yang Wu said, No problem. I will do my utmost to help. To Yang Wu's surprise, Lord Medicine, who had always scorned earthling aptitude, agreed to this condition without the slightest hesitation. Wait. If you want me to accept the legacy, you must first agree to a condition of mine. Suddenly Yang Li, who had been silent all along watching her brother bargain with this mysterious little creature that looked like a pet, spoke up. Oh, little girl, what condition? Speak. As your future master, I will surely satisfy you as long as you are willing to accept me as your teacher. Lord Medicine's face broke into a smile, blooming as brilliantly as a chrysanthemum. My condition is that you must never bully my brother again. I know that you kept him imprisoned for over 3 years. We all thought he was gone forever. As she said this, Yang Li's eyes reddened. Very well. I was wrong. In the future, I will treat your brother the same way I treat you. I will not bully him again, all right? Lord Medicine was stunned for a moment, an awkward expression flashing across his face before he hastily replied. Then remember this, if you ever bully my brother again or treat him badly, I will expel you from the ranks of disciples at any time. Before Yang Li could finish her words, Yang Wu was already choked by a mouthful of saliva. In all his 2 lifetimes of memories, he had only ever heard of masters expelling disciples. This was the first time he had ever heard of a disciple expelling a master. Dense black lines appeared across Lord Medicine's adorable forehead, his eyes filled with innocence, as he softly answered, very well. In truth, when Lord Medicine had concocted the eternal youth elixir, she had already been astonished by his uncanny methods and yearned for them. Moreover, Lord Medicine's adorable image was utterly lethal to any young maiden's heart. When Lord Medicine had revealed his intention to take her as his disciple, she had already felt a stirring of interest. Especially when Lord Medicine had spoken of her brother's lifespan becoming endless, she had long since been captivated by the wondrous apothecary arts he had displayed. Yang Li became the disciple of the medicine master, and taken by him into the treasure spaceship's inner space to cultivate, left Yang Wu aside. For days on end, she was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, Yang Wu still had Shao Xine, an entity fused from 11 intelligent life forms, to guide him from the side, which kept Yang Wu from being affected in the slightest. While he devoted himself to cultivation, Yang Wu also instructed Shao Xine to plan an undertaking that would for a long time to come be of epic-making significance to the martial artists of Earth. Master, the people you told me to notify have all arrived at the War God Palace. In the cultivation room, Shao Xine's voice abruptly interrupted Yang Wu's training. Oh, that fast. Yang Wu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately stopped cultivating and entered the virtual space of the War God Palace. In the conference room of the War God Palace, more than a dozen people were already waiting there. All of them globally renowned counselor powerhouses. Besides the 5 great global powerhouses who had once been willing to accompany Luo Feng all the way to death, offering their lives to win him a chance to slay the golden-horned giant beast. Imo Handizen Yisite Terapati, Sing Jia Yi, and Sokolov. There were also Yang Wu's old acquaintances Imo Lu of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, Lei Ming, who had already become a counselor powerhouse, and Bingshan Yaoji and Lu Ha of the Extreme Martial Hall. Every one of them was a first-rate figure of the present age. They had received Yang Wu's message half an hour earlier. Though they did not know what it was about, none dared to slight it. They immediately set aside whatever they were doing and entered the War God Palace. Mr. Yang Wu. Seeing Yang Wu arrive, the dozen-plus people immediately rose with respectful expressions and greeted him. Seniors, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I have taken the liberty of inviting you all today because I have an idea and a proposal concerning the elevation of the overall quality and cultivation of Earth's martial artists, which I would like to discuss with you. Yang Wu did not waste time on pleasantries. He went straight to the point, making clear the reason for his summons. In this gathering with the dozen-plus great figures of the era, seniors having gone through the golden-horned giant beast calamity, you must all know where the cultivation level of us Earth humans stands in the vast starry universe. Yang Wu took no notice of the slight changes in their faces, and continued, though this golden-horned giant beast calamity cost us a tremendous price, we managed to survive it with everything turning out well in the end. Earth was preserved, and Earth's humanity was preserved. But what about next time? This time it was a juvenile golden-horned giant beast at only the early star level. If next time there comes an adult golden-horned giant beast at the world master level, how will we handle it? Moreover, the boundless starry universe is not inhabited only by cosmic beasts. There are also even more ferocious space pirates. With Earth's humans at their present cultivation, if space pirates ever discover Earth, we can all imagine what the fate of Earth's humanity will be. Yang Wu looked sternly at the dozen-plus people seated around him and said, Earth cannot withstand many disasters like the golden-horned giant beast. No matter how high our individual cultivation is, it is futile. Only when the overall strength of Earth's humanity is elevated can our home enjoy everlasting peace and stability. Now that the first council chairman and the second council chairman are still sleeping and cannot awaken, and Luo Feng is temporarily unable to appear, you seated here are the strongest martial artists on Earth. Thus I, Yang Wu, have taken the liberty of inviting you to discuss this matter together. Mr. Yang Wu's words are a resounding wake-up call to us. We were all still immersed in the joy of destroying the golden-horned giant beast and surviving the calamity, yet you had already thought so far ahead. How ashamed we are. Jia Yi and the others broke out in a thin cold sweat on their foreheads. Indeed, just a single juvenile golden-horned giant beast had nearly destroyed Earth and sent its first and second strongest humans into deep slumber. If such a calamity came one more time, or several, or if Earth faced the even graver catastrophes Yang Wu had described, what would become of Earth? What would await Earth's humanity? May I ask what Mr. Yang Wu has in mind? The others secretly wiped away their cold sweat and hastened to ask. For their part, though they agreed, and earnestly wished to do something for the overall improvement of Earth's human strength, they could only sigh, for their reach exceeded their grasp. At the same time, because it was Yang Wu who had taken the initiative to meet them, they all knew he must have some idea. These are various cultivation methods and martial techniques that I have compiled over this period, suitable for Earth humans from the apprentice level, that is below the present beyond war god tier, through the planet level and on to the star level. They include both major categories: martial artists and psychokinetic masters. As Yang Wu spoke, he waved his hand and 9 stone steels appeared before everyone, each more than 10 meters tall, 4 or 5 meters wide, and about 2 meters thick. On the 9 steels, diagrams and text were clear and distinct. These were exactly the techniques and martial arts that Yang Wu had instructed Xiao Xian to compile during this period by combining the memories of Kadi's 11 intelligent life-form servants with the physical constitution of Earth's humans. To Yang Wu, they were nothing remarkable. To the martial artists of Earth, however, they were incomparably precious. The very things Earth's martial artists needed most, capable of transforming the whole state of martial arts on Earth. Once these methods and techniques were disseminated, the overall strength of human martial artists would swiftly rise by one or even several steps. It must be known that in the past, even the highest level and most expensive cultivation arts practiced on Earth, World Annihilation and Ninefold Thunder Blade, had been compiled by no more than 2 planet-level martial artists. Compared with what Yang Wu had now brought forth, the distinction was like that between dragon and serpent. This. At that moment, all of them had already been completely enraptured by the 9 steels Yang Wu had produced, so much so that they forgot they were in the middle of discussing with Yang Wu the enhancement of Earth's human martial artists. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Wu let out a few soft coughs before jolting them awake from the contents of the steels. Even so, their faces were still faintly flushed, and their breathing was still somewhat rapid. With so many secret manuals, Earth is about to usher in a grand era of martial artists. Mr. Yang Wu, we thank you on behalf of all the martial artists and all the people of Earth. Jia Yi and the others trembled slightly, and without hesitation prepared to bow to Yang Wu, but he instantly sent out an invisible surge of qi to stop them. Seniors, please do not do this. I only wish to do a little of what I can for Earth. It is useless for one person to be strong. Only with the overall strength of Earth's humanity elevated can our home remain peaceful forever and our loved ones live in safety and happiness. Yang Wu said hastily, I entrust these 9 steels to you now, seniors. Please trouble yourselves to make arrangements for how Earth's martial artists should study and cultivate from them. I will no longer take part in this matter. However, if any of you have need of Yang Wu's help, please do not hesitate to command me. Good. I think we ought to formulate a thorough plan, summon all war god-level martial artists in the War God Palace, and promote these techniques and cultivation arts level by level and stage by stage, so that all martial artists on Earth can benefit quickly. Mohandesan said yes, and we should also reproduce these 9 inscriptions in the real world exactly as they are to make it easier for even more martial artists to study them. That is true. But everyone, I think we should first give these 9 steels a name, shouldn't we? Sokolov said. Yes, a name is a must. Not only must it be imposing, it must also make future generations forever remember that these 9 great stone inscriptions came from Mr. Yang Wu. And remember Mr. Yang Wu's great contribution. Lei Meng and Mo Lu exchanged a look. Mol said, they came from Mr. Yang Wu. They are connected to martial artists, and Mr. Yang Wu's Wu means martial. Why not call them the martial steels? Yisai pondered for a moment and said martial steels. It seems to be missing something. It cannot fully express the epic-making significance of these inscriptions to Earth's human martial artists. Jia Yi murmured the name a few times, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Martial Ancestor Steel. The 3 words burst abruptly from his mouth. Precisely. Mr. Yang Wu's cultivation can indeed be regarded as the foremost on Earth. Moreover, the martial methods inscribed on steels by his hand carry epic-making significance for Earth's martial artists. He deserves to be called an ancestor. Martial Ancestor Yang Wu. The Martial Ancestor Steel. Xiao Xian, now that you're away from Master, don't you feel much more at ease? A month later, a spaceship rose silently from Earth and shot into the boundless starry depths of space. Inside the spaceship, Yang Wu leisurely sipped the fruit wine Master Yao had brewed while enjoying via the 100 simulation the starscape outside the ship. At the same time, he did not forget to tease Shao Xin, the intelligent life form, as Shao Xin cheerfully bounced about the ship's cabin. For once, because Master Yao had to teach Yang Wu's younger sister Yang Li, he had entrusted solely to Shao Xin the task of sending Yang Wu into space to open his eyes and broaden his horizons. For the first time out of the sight of the great villain, Master Yao, Shao Xin instantly felt invigorated and enormously relieved. Shao Xin was a brand new intelligent life form intelligently created by Master Yao from integrating 11 slaves. He possessed the memories and strengths of those 11 intelligent life forms, and his wisdom was far greater than that of ordinary intelligent life. His understanding and knowledge of the universe and starry sky had long surpassed Luo Feng's intelligent companion Babata. Moreover, with his intelligence, Shao Xin had easily found the coordinates in the dark universe corresponding to nearly 1,000 light-years around Earth, coordinates that Huyen Bo, the master of Yunma Star, had concealed long ago with a spatial secret art. Hehe, Master, you understand Shao Xin best. A sweet smile lit up Shao Xion's illusory face. It's just a pity we can't use those advanced ships. Compared with the E-class, F-class, and even G-class ships in your world ring, this ship is total garbage. Even those D-class ships are far better than this trash. Unfortunately, we can't use even a D-class ship. A longing light flickered in Shao Xion's eyes as he spoke regretfully. Master, hurry up and get stronger. Then I can pilot those G-class ships in your ring. This departure from Earth into space was one of the cultivation plans Master Yao had long arranged for Yang Wu. Thus, among the practice plans Master Yao had formulated for Yang Wu, the plan to let Yang Wu go into space for experience had already been set long before. However, Yang Wu's cultivation was still far too low by the standards of the whole universe. This could hardly be called training, it was only meant to broaden his knowledge of the cosmos. If Yang Wu were to travel in a better ship now, it would be like a small child walking alone in the street with a gold brick. That would be asking for death. If it were not for the fact that the worst ships in the rings of Kadi and his slaves were those over 100 million C9 class ships, Master Yao would have wanted to lower the grade of the ship Yang Wu was using this time even further. Although this C9 class spaceship had the flaws of being very slow to accelerate, slow to decelerate, and slow to evade, once it accelerated, its flight speed was still rather fast. Since Yang Wu had become his disciple, and after learning the lesson of Kadi being framed by the Zerg Master, Yao had never forgotten to instill into Yang Wu's ears the concept of keeping a low profile. In fact, before Yang Wu left Earth, Master Yao had even temporarily confiscated all the ships of C-class and above from Yang Wu's world ring. Alright, Master, it's time for your cultivation practice. There are still 10 days before we reach our destination, Chilong Star. Before we left, Master Yao instructed me to be sure to supervise your cultivation. If when you return to Earth, Master Yao finds that you have made no progress, he'll be furious with me again. Go cultivate now, Master. The ship will soon enter the dark universe, and outside there's nothing at all. I'll notify you when we arrive. Half an hour later, Shao Xin put away the wine glass and bottle from the table in front of Yang Wu and said, Master Yao's overbearing authority had long been engraved into the depths of Shao Xion's soul, causing him to follow on schedule every day the space training plan Master Yao had made for Yang Wu and to supervise Yang Wu's cultivation. Master, in another half hour we will reach our destination. Yang Wu, who had been contemplating the laws of space, was suddenly awakened by Shao Xian. He had not expected that, though it felt as if he had barely cultivated 10 days had already passed. Virtual exterior 100. Yang Wu said hurriedly. Whoosh! The interior of the ship shifted, and the vast starry sky outside immediately appeared before Yang Wu's eyes. The most striking sight was a distant planet that seemed to be covered in a shimmering multicolored glow with 2 moons faintly visible around it. Master, that planet is Chilong Star, Shao Xian said, pointing at that most remarkable planet. As they spoke, the C-class spaceship carrying Yang Wu had already accelerated and was flying toward the distant Chilong Star. Yang Wu stood in the ship's control room. Through the virtual exterior view, he could clearly see the spaceship approaching Chilong Star and about to touch its atmosphere. Chilong Star's atmosphere was extremely unusual. Colorful air masses could be seen clearly with the naked eye, flowing slowly and making the entire planet look incomparably resplendent from outside. Beep! A sound suddenly rang through the ship. This is the guidance signal I told you about, Master. Our ship will follow the guidance signal to the planet's docking port, Shao Xian said. Before leaving Earth, while teaching Yang Wu the universal common language, Shao Xian had also taken the opportunity to explain some of the rules and common knowledge of outer space. For instance, when arriving at a planet, unless one's cultivation was powerful enough to reach domain lord level or above, one absolutely could not fly one's ship about freely. One had to enter the docking port. Of course, a domain lord would usually show Chilong Star some respect. After all, the master of this Chilong Star was also a domain lord. The ship pierced through the atmosphere. Through the virtual exterior view, Yang Wu saw a colossal silver city below, an extremely vast docking port packed with a dense multitude of spaceships, some large and some small. The smallest were only dozens of meters long, or even just over 10 meters. The large ones were generally huge transport ships and similar vessels over 10,000 meters long. Signal received. We'll go to the C-class sector, Xiao Xin said on the console screen. The A-class sector is where ordinary ships and warships are parked. The B-class sector is where B-class ships and warships are parked, and the C-class sector is where C-class ships and warships are parked. Above C-class there is still the D-class sector, Xiao Xin introduced to Yang Wu. Who would have thought that the trash ships we most despise are actually the most expensive here? Through the virtual exterior view, Yang Wu looked at the several ships docked in the C-class sector, clearly much more advanced than those in other areas, and marveled. One should know that in Yang Wu's world ring there were still over 100 million of these C-class spaceships, and all of them were C9, the highest grade in the C-class. Haha, master, this is the difference. You should know that your senior brother is no ordinary person. Even those soul slaves of your senior brother are all immortal deities. Whether in the Hailongshan Empire, the Yinlan Empire, or even the Qianwu Universe Nation, they are at the very top of the pyramid. Even a million C9 class spaceships are worth less than a paltry 1 Hunyuan unit. It should be noted that 1 Hunyuan 1 trillion cosmic coins, 1 cosmic coin, 330 Qianwu coins, 1 Qianwu coin, 0 Hailongshan coins, and 1 Hailongshan coin, 0 Yinlan coins. By this calculation, a C9 class spaceship was indeed expensive for the residents of the Hailongshan Empire. As they were speaking, the spaceship slowly descended and finally landed. The hatch opened. Respected sir, welcome to Qiulong Star. The docking fee for your spaceship is 600 Hailongshan coins per year. If it is less than a year, the fee is still charged as 600 Hailongshan coins. This is your docking card. Yang Wu had just stepped out of the spaceship when he saw a green-skinned, burly man fly over and land in front of him. He was wearing a gray uniform, stood about 2.8 meters tall, and had 2 curved horns on his head. Humble and polite, smiling, he spoke in fluent universal language. As he spoke, he used both hands to hand Yang Wu a translucent silver card with the mark C on it. Yang Wu's expression did not change. He gave a slight nod, turned his hand over, and a coin appeared in his palm. He tossed it over casually. A Qianwu coin. The green-skinned man's eyes lit up. According to the official exchange rate of the Hailongshan Empire, 1 Qianwu coin could be exchanged for 1 Hailongshan coins. However, 1 Hailongshan coins could not be exchanged back to Qianwu coins. It was possible through the black market, but generally, it would take more than 1,000, nearly 2,000 Hailongshan coins to exchange for 1 Qianwu coin. And ordinary citizens simply had no idea where the black market was. A Qianwu coin. This was a status symbol. He's riding a top-tier C-series ship of a model I can't even identify. Damn extravagant. And he uses Qianwu coins, so he must have a major background. The green-skinned, burly man thought enviously. Although he was also a 9th order planetary-level martial artist on Qiulong Star, he was only the most ordinary kind of citizen. Only if he could break through to become a star-level expert would his status leap upward. But even a star-level expert, upon encountering someone who rode a C9 top-tier ship and casually tossed Qianwu coins around, would also be cowed. Sir, please wait a moment. Ooh, I'll give you your change, the green-skinned burly man said hastily and respectfully. No need to give me change, the extra is a tip for you. As he said this, Yang Wu casually waved his hand. Thank you, sir, the green-skinned man said. The green-skinned man's hand trembled, and he instantly became extremely respectful, bending his body to a 90-degree angle. Only after Yang Wu had walked far away did he straighten up, his eyes still glittering with excitement. It's just a Qianwu coin. Was there any need for that? Yang Wu thought to himself. After all, the Qianwu coin he had taken out was one of the 100-odd coins of the smallest denomination and lowest grade that Master Yao had painstakingly scoured out from the ring spaces of his 11 slaves. And in Yang Wu's ring space now there was still a huge pile of loose cosmic coins. Master, according to the schedule Master Medicine arranged for you, our first task on Qiulong Star is to obtain citizenship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Walking through the bustling and extraordinarily beautiful Qiulong Star, Xiaoxin reminded Yang Wu, who was glancing around in every direction. I know. Following Xiaoxin's guidance, Yang Wu admired the scenery of Qiulong Star while flying toward the target city, Qiulong City. So beautiful. That must be Qiulong City. He had not flown for long before an immense city appeared at the edge of his vision. The city walls were pitch black as ink, stretching endlessly to the horizon with no end in sight. Atop the walls, translucent and crystalline, lay coiled dragons of colored glass, gorgeous and dreamlike. As Yang Wu drew closer, he discovered that the ink-black city walls also bore intricate carvings, row upon row of single-horned dragons. What a vast and majestic city. Yang Wu landed on the ground and looked up at the towering walls, his heart trembling with awe. The black walls alone stood about 120 meters high, and with the carved crystal dragons above them, the total height reached several hundred meters. He followed the surging tide of pedestrians through the enormous city gate, nearly a kilometer wide, when Xiaoxin's voice echoed in his mind. Master, I've received the signal. Your communication number in Qiulong City is 1975 122-8001. Yang Wu had already learned from Xiaoxin that this communication number was similar to a phone number. After all, no communicator, no matter how advanced, could make a call from light years away. Civilized planets automatically assigned codes to the auxiliary optical computers of every being arriving on their worlds. Within the same planet, people could chat with each other through communicators. But across different planets, there was only one way to communicate: entering the virtual universe network, where conversation was possible. Opening a virtual universe network account was also one of the tasks Yang Wu needed to complete on Qiulong Star. As he walked through this super metropolis, he felt dazzled by its splendor. The surrounding buildings displayed a dazzling variety of styles, and many were breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, all sorts of beings that Yang Wu could barely classify as human were walking the streets. Although Xiaoxin had long since filled him in, and he had already seen 11 corpses of different forms, Yang Wu still found everything remarkably novel. Among the endless, densely packed crowds on Qiulong Star streets, nearly all were at the planetary level, and quite a few were even at the star level. Any one of them, if placed on Earth, would rank as a being beyond the war gods. Much like Luo Feng handling the citizenship procedures in the original story, Yang Wu obtained his identification papers in about 20 minutes. From then on, his name was recorded in the citizen system of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and he became a legally recognized citizen. Afterward, he opened a bank account at the Cosmic Star River Bank near the immigration office, and had Xiaoxin transfer all the deposits from Kadi's original 11 servants' accounts into his own name. The funds in Yang Wu's account instantly reached 27 mixed element units, making him a veritable nouveau riche. At the same time, he immediately became a 5-star account holder at the Cosmic Star River Bank. Unfortunately, Kadi's account was protected by a soul imprint, so Yang Wu could not transfer it. Otherwise, the amount of cosmic currency in Kadi's account would have been an astonishing figure. However, after becoming a disciple and growing accustomed to all kinds of astonishing treasures, Yang Wu's nerves had long since become extremely thick. Faced with the sudden enormous figure in his account, he remained remarkably composed. Next, Yang Wu went to the Qiulong City Virtual Universe Company, activated his Virtual Universe Network subscription, and, to the astonishment of the female receptionist, purchased 50,000 unregistered consciousness sensing helmets at once. These 50,000 unregistered consciousness sensing helmets were meant to be brought back to Earth for his family, friends, and the martial artists of Earth. To improve the overall quality of Earth's human race, it was not enough to merely provide them with necessary assistance in cultivation. They also needed to broaden their horizons and profoundly understand their own position in the universe. Only then would they feel a sense of urgency and train hard to elevate their strength. Although obtaining Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizenship and opening a virtual universe account were the most important tasks in the eyes of Master Medicine and Xiaoxin during this trip to Qiulong Star, Yang Wu's own top priority was neither of those two matters, but something else far more significant for Earth. The first matter was to use pharmaceutical means to transform the overall constitution of Earth's humans and elevate their bloodline rank. Of course, had he tried to purchase such things directly, not even Yang Wu for all his money would have been willing to part with so much wealth. That would be an astronomically enormous sum. Even every cosmic yuan in his account might not be enough, and he had no access to such channels anyway. Yet Yang Wu had long since set his sights on Master Medicine, who claimed to be a great pharmacist. Although Yang Wu, the inheritor Master Medicine, had chosen for his master, initially looked to be of poor aptitude, Master Medicine grew quite satisfied with Yang Wu through subsequent observation and contact. On top of that, having accepted Yang Li as a cherished disciple, Master Medicine now granted almost every reasonable request from the Wu siblings. Before leaving Earth, Yang Wu had proposed purchasing a large batch of bloodline evolution agent raw materials on Qiulong Star so that Master Medicine could refine them into bloodline evolution agents for the martial artists of Earth. One must understand that in the original story, Yang Wu remembered that Luo Feng and Thunder God only became eligible to purchase one such agent after they had become external members of the Virtual Universe Company. Yet Master Medicine had long since boasted to Yang Wu that the bloodline evolution agent he had once used on Yang Wu surpassed the S-grade bloodline evolution agent supplied by the Virtual Universe Company to its top internal elites. Since when accepting Yang Wu as a disciple, Master Medicine had promised to help improve the overall qualities of Earth's humans, he gave Yang Wu the raw material formulas for refining the bloodline evolution agent before Yang Wu left Earth, instructing him to purchase the ingredients on Qiulong Star. In addition to those formulas, he also provided Yang Wu with the types and quantities of raw materials for several other agents suitable for Earth's martial artists and agreed to refine them for him. Later, at Xiaoxin's hint, Yang Wu came to understand that Master Medicine had actually wanted to give his disciple Yang Li hands-on practice through refining these agents. Of course, Yang Wu had not forgotten the most crucial formula in his hands, the one entrusted to him by Master Medicine, the poison agent. Yang Wu clearly remembered that in the original story, cosmic adventurers from the Nolan Mountain family would soon arrive on Earth and quickly stir up a massive storm. Yang Wu had long been determined to nip this disaster in the bud. Earth had just endured the golden horned beast calamity. From now on he would try his best to avert every tribulation he possibly could. His original plan after informing Master Medicine was to time it precisely and hide near the wormhole entrance. The moment the cosmic adventurers from the Nolan Mountain family appeared, he would join forces with his clone Luo Feng's golden horned beast clone and Earth's other greatest combat powers, cooperating with Master Medicine's poison agents to annihilate them on the spot. But Master Medicine, after a moment's thought, quickly devised a better plan: to set up a poison agent formation with a duration of 100 years at the wormhole entrance above Earth. High-tech detectors would sense any outsider intruding, and an invisible, odorless poison mist would automatically release, silently killing the invaders without their ever realizing it. It was precisely this measure by Yang Wu and Master Medicine that kept Earth safe from the covetous designs of the Nolan Mountain family. Only when Yang Wu and Luo Feng participated in the Cosmic Genius Tournament did Earth gradually become known to the universe. Through the virtual network, Yang Wu quickly located the sales outlets for the raw materials needed for various potions and successfully placed his orders. A month later, Yang Wu, reaping a bountiful harvest, boarded a spaceship, and after more than half a month of flight returned to Earth. The large number of unregistered consciousness-sensing helmets of the virtual universe that Yang Wu brought back naturally caused a tremendous uproar among the warriors on Earth. Afterwards, Yang Wu periodically handed over all kinds of potions refined by Lord Yao and Yang Li to Jia Yi and the others. Within just over a year since the Golden Horned Beast calamity, both the number of warriors on Earth and their cultivation levels had risen dramatically. Mo Lu Jia, Emo Henderson, and the others had even reached the late planet level, attaining or even surpassing the former cultivation of Thunder God and Hong. And because of these successive tremendous contributions, Yang Wu had firmly established his name as the martial ancestor. But none of this was what Yang Wu cared about. After dumping all those matters onto Mo Lu and the others, he entered into his own cultivation. After all, there were only a few years left before the universe genius battle. Time was pressing. Of course, during this period, Yang Wu had also taken action twice. The first time was because Yang Wu, who knew the plot, had Xiao Xi and Monitor Akin Yen Hai and Neru, three individuals harboring ill intentions, from the very beginning. He also wondered whether these three would still jump out and stir up trouble, since Jia Yi and the other five had not perished as they had in the original storyline. Yet it still happened. However, this time, because of Yang Wu's influence, the three had improved even further compared to the original plot, all reaching the peak of the planet level. As Neru was about to threaten Luo Hua and Luo Feng's family, intending to seize the Muya crystals, Yang Wu, who had just broken through to star level, suddenly appeared. He decisively eliminated Neru, and in the same stroke, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, slew Akin and Yen Hai without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, the other people with ulterior motives quickly vanished into obscurity. The second time was to deal with the Zerg mother nest that Hu Yanba had placed in Shenanjia back then. Although in the original plot, this Zerg mother nest would not be retrieved by Luo Feng until several hundred years later and posed no danger whatsoever to Earth. However, ever since the Golden Horned Beast disaster, the plot had already been changed by Yang Wu's own appearance. For instance, Jia Yi and the other five did not die because of Yang Wu. Thus, Yang Wu could not guarantee that the Zerg Queen would not awaken prematurely, or that the Zerg Mother Nest this time bomb would not detonate ahead of schedule. That thing could annihilate the entire Earth, and even the entire Milky Way, in an instant. If this lingering menace were not removed, who could feel at ease? Damn, it really is the Zerg Mother Nest. As Yang Wu quietly entered the most core and perilous place of the Zerg Mother Nest in Shenanjia, Lord Yao and Xiao Xen also flew out, as he entered floating in midair with expressions of extreme caution. Before arriving, when he learned from Yang Wu of the existence of a Zerg Mother Nest on Earth, Lord Yao was very excited. Although he had come fully prepared, he still had some doubts in his heart about whether it was true. This Zerg Mother Nest was definitely a great treasure, a priceless treasure. You should know that even the weakest Zerg Mother Nest is comparable to a world lord, and many are even comparable to immortals. Even Kadi back then had never obtained an opportunity like this Zerg Mother Nest. The Zerg are one of the pinnacle races in the universe, fully capable of rivaling humanity, and they are a very peculiar race. As for their numbers, when spoken of as many, they are terrifyingly many. When spoken of as few, they are pitifully few. A single Zerg Mother Nest can give birth to billions upon billions of Zerg warriors. What they rely on to dominate the universe is the swarm tactics. But on the other hand, those warring Zerg warriors possess extremely low intelligence, so low that they almost have none at all, only instinct. Countless Zerg warriors absolutely obey the Mother Nest's orders. Should the Mother Nest command them to die, not a single Zerg warrior would resist. Thus, within the Zerg race, only the Mother Nest truly qualifies as an intelligent life form. Taking Mother Nests as the unit, the Zerg population is pitifully small. One Mother Nest giving birth to countless Zerg is enough to occupy an entire star system, or even rule over a vast star region. If Yang Wu could subdue this Zerg Mother Nest, his safety could be greatly ensured for at least several years to come. Yang Wu, Lord Yao, and Xiao Xian hovered in midair, gazing into the distance at the enormous sphere below. With a diameter of over 800 meters, the sphere was astonishingly huge. Its surface was dotted with pits with venom oozing and toxic gas spreading out, making the Zerg mother nest appear indistinct and blurry. The toxic gas curled around it like clouds and mist, preventing Yang Wu from daring to approach too closely. Lord Yao alone floated cautiously toward the Zerg mother nest and slowly circled it several times. Only after he had observed it clearly did his expression relax a little. Then with a wave of Lord Yao's hand, a large number of potions appeared in the air, quickly atomizing and spreading to shroud the Zerg mother nest. In an instant, the entire Zerg mother nest was completely wrapped. The whole process was smooth and seamless, executed without a single pause. At the same time, Lord Yao's motions did not stop. A world ring appeared before him, and he swiftly stored the entire colossal Zerg mother nest into the world ring. In an instant, there was only a huge pit left on the spot, along with faint traces of toxic gas lingering around it. Lord Yao waved his hand, and the world ring disappeared at once, tucked away to some unknown place. Only then did Yang Wu, Lord Yao, and even the intelligent life, Shao Xine, secretly wipe their foreheads and heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone used a soul secret technique to put the Zerg queen into slumber. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for this lord to temporarily control her with potions. I never expected that a place like Earth could produce someone with such profound soul cultivation, at least at the immortal level. How strange. Lord Yao murmured softly. But now, Yang Wu, with your current soul cultivation, you cannot subdue this Zerg mother nest at all. I can only use anesthetic potions to keep her asleep. Without tens of thousands of years, she will not be able to wake up on her own. It's a pity that there is no soul secret technique suitable for your current level of cultivation. If only there were a secret technique like the one that put this Zerg mother nest to sleep to use as a foundational practice, it would make subduing her in the future considerably easier. Lord Yao said somewhat regretfully. However, Yang Wu did not find it regrettable. After the Universe Genius battle a few years later, once he entered the Virtual Universe Company, it would be relatively easy to obtain a soul cultivation secret manual suitable for him. At the very least, this Zerg mother nest now belonged to him, and would become a powerful aid for a long time to come. Moreover, it had completely resolved the hidden crisis lurking beneath Earth. It was a clear, cloudless day. A colossal primordial warship had already appeared high above the Pacific Ocean early in the morning. The cargo hatch of the primordial warship had long since been flung wide open. Inside the cabin, Luo Feng's family, his wife with their 2 young sons, as well as his parents and brothers, were anxiously craning their necks to peer down at the open sea below. Although the display screens inside the primordial warship could show every movement on the ocean clearly and effortlessly, they still stuck their heads out and looked downward, as if that would allow them to see even better. Yang Wu also floated at the side of the primordial warship's hatch, overlooking the entire sea. For this would be the day Luo Feng returned. Boom! A tremendous blast rang out, and a streak of light shot from the ocean surface below, kicking up huge sprays of water. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the hatch of the primordial warship. It was none other than Luo Feng, who, after vanishing for a year and a half, had successfully seized a body and nurtured an Earthling avatar. At this moment, Luo Feng's Earthling avatar was dressed in military trousers and a simple vest with short black hair and a pair of eyes as deep and dark as the sea. He stood about a meter away from the hatch, looked up, nodded to Yang Wu, and smiled slightly, as though about to invite Yang Wu into the warship as well. Yang Wu, however, gave a faint smile, shook his head, and turned to fly away, leaving the time to Luo Feng and his family. A day later, Luo Feng took the initiative to seek out Yang Wu. The two flew out together, left Jiang and Bay City behind, and landed in Wilderness Zone 0231, the very place where they had earned the name Madmen. The two released their powerful auras, and instantly, within several kilometers around them, not a single monster appeared. Brother Yang, thank you. Luo Feng knew that he had been able to take over the Golden Horn giant beast so easily entirely, because Yang Wu had gravely wounded both its body and its soul core. Unaware that Yang Wu had obtained an even greater fortune, the Ascension Scripture, a mystic tome for cultivating avatars, Luo Feng had felt nothing but immense gratitude toward Yang Wu throughout the past year and more. After all, Yang Wu had conquered the Golden Horn giant beast, yet given him the chance to possess it and gain tremendous power. Moreover, Luo Feng later learned from Babata that if Yang Wu had accepted Babata's seduction back, then Huyen Bo's inheritance would not have belonged to him. Indirectly, this inheritance had also been yielded by Yang Wu. Haha, we're brothers. Why stand on ceremony? Yang Wu laughed heartily. After all, in Yang Wu's eyes now, such fortune as Luo Feng's was truly beneath notice. The two sat cross-legged on the rooftop of a dilapidated building, each relating some of their experiences over the years. Of course, for reasons of their own, they each had to keep certain secrets, and so not everything was told. Sometimes when the conversation grew lively, they would even demonstrate a few moves on that rooftop, as if they were back to the days when they had hunted monsters here, trained in their blade arts, and Yang Wu had demonstrated and explained the subtleties of the Ninefold Thunder Blade to Luo Feng. Yang Wu, you bastard. Hand over my 853 Muya crystals to me, Lord Babata the demon. Suddenly Babada's illusionary body jumped out from Luo Feng's arm, interrupting their pleasant exchange, and shouted at Yang Wu. Damn, he even remembers the exact number. Yang Wu thought as he gazed at the intelligent life form before him, which was a little over a meter tall. Huh, what Muya crystals? Yang Wu rolled his eyes and feigned bewilderment. Humph, don't play dumb with this demon. You were the one who swindled me out of 853 Muya crystals on Mist Island back then. Babada yelled. Swindled you out of your Muya crystals? I clearly picked them up from the ground there. Yang Wu laughed inwardly, though his words said otherwise. You. Babada couldn't very well say that this great demon had taken a fancy to Yang Wu's aptitude and deliberately scattered the Muya crystals, hoping to entice him to come and acknowledge a master. TCH, mere Muya crystals, trash-like things. What's so impressive about them? A moment later, at Lord Yao's instruction, Xiao Xian also floated out of Yang Wu's world ring and shouted at Babada. What's so impressive? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Seeing this suddenly appearing intelligent life form, Babada flew into a rage. After all, Yang Wu had been the first successor to Huyin Bo's heritage he had chosen. The appearance of this intelligent life form clearly meant that Yang Wu had obtained a heritage from it. And when he also saw that Yang Wu's cultivation had already reached star level, Babada grew even angrier. Humph, a mere low-class intelligent life form, daring to speak to me, Lord Xiao Xian, like that. Yang Wu and Luo Feng exchanged wry glances as they watched their respective intelligent life forms squabbling noisily at each other. Yang Wu, both Luo Feng and his intelligent life form carry the aura of that immortal from the Zerg Mother Nest. He must have obtained that immortal's inheritance. Try to see if you can obtain that immortal's soul secret art from him. Practicing it will make it easier for you to subdue the Zerg Mother Nest. Suddenly Lord Yao's voice rang in Yang Wu's ear. Yang Wu knew very well about Huyin Bo's inheritance. Huyin Bo specialized in the secret arts of psychic masters and was highly proficient in soul arts. Indeed, he had left behind an especially extensive collection of such inheritances. Lord Yao, if Babada like you is searching for a successor for his master, and if he asks me to become his master's successor as a condition, what should I do? Yang Wu's heart stirred as he recalled the plot in the original story in which Thunder God and Hong had joined the Yunma star lineage, and he asked, a mere immortal. How could that possibly? Lord Yao's voice said angrily. Lord Yao's voice, however, stopped before finishing and then changed tack. Ask him first and follow my instructions. All right, stop arguing. Yang Wu barked. I say, Lord Babada the demon, aren't they just Muya crystals? A trivial matter. I'll return them to you. Come, let's discuss a deal. It's not Lord Babada the demon. It's Lord Demon Babada. Babada immediately stopped fighting and demanded. A deal? What deal do you want with me? I want the soul secret arts from your master's inheritance along with some of the psychic master inheritances. In exchange, I can offer warrior secret arts, and I guarantee they won't be any lower in rank than the soul arts you provide. Yang Wu stated his terms bluntly. Humph, we don't lack warrior secret arts. Besides, Luo Feng's main path is that of a psychic master. The warrior arts my master gave him are more than enough. Babada said with indifference. Yang Wu pressed, then weapons. Psychic weapons. Humph, psychic weapons. My master left Luo Feng the arc blade disc and the Duntian shuttle. Babada produced an apple from somewhere and took a huge bite. Oh, is that so? Then how do you think this compares with the arc blade disc and the Duntian shuttle? Yang Wu waved his hand, and a dark golden staff about 2 meters in length appeared in his grasp. The Yinshin weapon. Babada cried out in surprise. The Yinshin weapon was one of the 9 great weapons of a controller's weapon that combined gold and space. Using it after Luo Feng comprehended the fundamental laws and broke through, he would no longer have to worry that his psychic weapon would fail to unleash his strongest power. This Yinshin weapon had actually been left behind by a psychic servant of Kadi. Lord Yao had tossed it into the world ring given to Yang Wu. Because its attribute did not match Yang Wu's, it was of no great use to Yang Wu. But it was extremely useful for Luo Feng, so Lord Yao had instructed Yang Wu to take it out. However, my master's inheritance cannot be exchanged for just one Yinshin weapon. Babada swallowed hard and forced calm. Babada, why not let Brother Yang join our Yunma star lineage? We can cultivate together and spur each other on. Luo Feng interrupted the words Babada was about to say. Luo Feng knew that Babada would never allow the secret transmissions of the Yunma star lineage to be passed on to outsiders, even if in his heart he might be willing to give all those manuals to Yang Wu. Fine. Yang Wu, listen carefully. Our Yunma star lineage. Babada then introduced the inheritance and history of the Yunma star lineage. Yet before Yang Wu could react, he swiftly put the Yinshin weapon Yang Wu had just taken out into his own spatial ring. The sex base has already been destroyed by enemies, and they can't even reveal themselves as the Yunma star lineage outside. There are simply no restrictions. Great. Master agreed to him. Before Lord Yao could say a word, Xiao Xian had already cried out loudly from the side. Bastard, you bastard. Babada immediately howled furiously at Xiao Xian, and the 2 intelligent life forms at once launched into another round of verbal sparring. The Control chapter, the Illusion chapter, the Miscellaneous chapter, Soul Seal, Hexagram, and Tower of the Void. Not bad. Though these secret manuals are quite rudimentary, they are well suited to your present cultivation. I didn't expect the Master of Yunma Star to have at least some ability. His cultivation may be mediocre, but the secret arts he created are quite ingenious. If this man hadn't fallen and had been guided by a good teacher, further advancement would not have been impossible. Within the World Ring, Lord Yao browsed through the inheritance of the Yunma Star Master that Yang Wu had copied from Luo Feng via the virtual space. He flipped through the texts, praising them without pause. The Control chapter, the Illusion chapter, and the Miscellaneous chapter are the most basic of the basics. There is no need to study them. They are far inferior to the Controller's secret art and the Illusion secret art that I gave you. You may glance through them for general understanding. The Soul Seal, the Hexagram, and the Tower of the Void, however, are rather inventive. You can cultivate them. Brother Yang, are you there? Why aren't you answering your phone? A few days later, while Yang Wu was cultivating in the training room atop the villa, Luo Feng's voice rang out loudly from below. Oh, is something the matter? You forgot that I never turn on my phone while cultivating. Yang Wu opened the training room door and said, something's happened, that's for sure. Everyone's been trying to contact you, but no one could get through. Hurry. Hong and Lei Shun have woken up. They are both at the Limit Martial Hall headquarters in Hongning Base City waiting for us. Luo Feng's face was bright with excitement. Oh, Yang Wu felt a burst of joy. Only then did he remember that in the original story Hong and Lei Shun indeed should be waking around this time. Yang Wu flew through the air at full speed while Luo Feng rode the Duntian shuttle. The two left Jiangnan Base City behind and hurried to the Limit Martial Hall headquarters as fast as they could. The area outside the Limit Martial Hall headquarters was packed with fighter jets and buzzing with activity. Mr. Yang Wu, Inspector Luo. The guards at headquarters hurriedly bowed in reverence when the two arrived. The two quickly entered the headquarters and, guided by a staff member, went straight to a reception room. Inside, only Lei Shun and Hong were present, clearly waiting there specifically for Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. Two men, one in black and one in white, hurried forward the moment they saw Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Haha, you little Yang Wu. I knew you'd be fine. That pitch-black gate frame was your opportunity. Just as I predicted, and you stole the show. By the martial ancestor, damn. Lei Shun laughed, strode up, and delivered a heavy punch to Yang Wu's chest, bellowing in an exaggerated manner. Seeing that you defeated the Golden Horn giant beast, saved Earth, and made enormous contributions over these 2 years, I'll let it slide that you slipped into that relic without a sound and made us worry. Huh. And Luo Feng, own up honestly. Where did you put the Golden Horn giant beast? Judging by your appearance, your gains were impressive too. We were asleep for 2 years, and you've actually surpassed both me and Big Brother. That's a huge loss of face, you know. But since you saved our lives, I, your chairman, will be magnanimous and won't quibble with you. Lei Shun said, looking at Luo Feng with a smile. Second brother's skin is truly thick, don't take him seriously. Hong said to Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Lei Shun glared. You. How I've long known just how thick the Hall Master's skin is. Yang Wu said with a faint smile. A Prime Minister's belly is wide enough to sail a boat. I won't compare with him. Luo Feng added with a completely straight face. Damn it, you two. Lei Shun glared indignantly at Yang Wu and Luo Feng, while Hong laughed heartily on the side. Said, all of you sit down. Hong was after all the host of this place. Once the merriment subsided, he invited the three to sit down together. Besides Yang Wu, who had reached star level, there were also several warriors on Earth who, with Yang Wu's help, had reached the late planetary stage. However, compared to Hong and Lei Shun, also at the late planetary stage, but possessing domains, and to the spiritual thought master Luo Feng, their combat power still lagged far behind. Apart from Yang Wu, whose combat power was the greatest after reaching star level, these three were the strongest experts on Earth. Yang Wu, after Big Brother and I woke up and learned what had happened, we truly felt a lingering dread. We were afraid humanity would be destroyed. Thank you. Thank you too for all the contributions you have made to the development of humanity on Earth. Luo Feng, I also thank you for everything you did before Yang Wu returned. Lei Shun no longer joked and spoke gravely. No. It was all Brother Yang. If not for Brother Yang, we might never have survived the catastrophe of the Golden Horn giant beast. Luo Feng hastily waved his hands. All right, no more formality. Let's drink. Everything is in the wine. Hong personally poured 4 cups, then raised one first and said, cheers. The other 3 each took a cup. Bottoms up. They drank it all in one go. Then the 4 chatted for a while about what had happened in the past 2 years. Yang Wu, the contributions you have made to the development of Earth's human warriors over the past 2 years have been truly outstanding. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, from the inheritances you have obtained, I believe you also know that the boundless universe holds far too many powerful nations. Our Milky Way is part of the Yinluan Empire, an unowned planet like ours. Once discovered, it would be a nightmare. Lei Shun's expression became grim. He put down his wine cup, glanced at Hong, and said, that's right, a nightmare. If luck is on our side, Earth might become the territory of a powerful expert. But the far more likely outcome is that nearly all of humanity on Earth would be sold off as slaves, and afterward the entire planet would be sold to some powerful experts. Hong continued. Yang Wu and Luo Feng nodded slightly. The Devourer beast may be powerful, but after all there was only one of it. We could still fight back. But if one of the vast powers of the universe casually sent an interstellar fleet, we wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Although Yang Wu has helped Earth's original top-tier warriors advance further in cultivation over the past 2 years, and has greatly raised the overall level of warriors on Earth, this is still not enough. Hong said gravely, at least for now, they cannot cope with a sudden crisis from the universe. After all, our foundation is too weak. I believe that if we want to protect Earth, the most urgent thing we can do is to make the 4 of us stronger. Only then can we defend our home. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, you don't want to see Earth face such a crisis, do you? Hong looked at them and said, so Yang Wu, Luo Feng from now on train together with us. On Earth, when it comes to martial arts talent, not to brag, it's really only brother Hong and me. As for a spiritual thought master's talent, that is naturally you, Luo Feng. Of course, that monstrous anomaly Yang Wu is an exception. None of us can compare to him. Lei Shen looked at Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Therefore we 4 are the strongest on Earth, and we must be even more united, spurring one another forward. Of course, Yang Wu, you are currently the only one who has reached star level, and you are both a warrior and a spiritual thought master. You will have to bear the heaviest load. The greater one's ability, the heavier one's burden. Hong also looked at Yang Wu and said. Yang Wu smiled and nodded slightly. Ha! Ha! Instantly the laughter of the 4 echoed through the reception hall. Yang Wu, from today on you are 3rd brother, Luo Feng you are 4th brother. Hong said happily. Little 3rd, little 4th. Lei Shen snickered, I the emperor am weary. Prepare the carriage. Return to the palace. Waiter, why haven't you poured the wine? I'll reward you. Luo Feng also teased Lei Shen. Ha! Yang Wu also burst into laughter. 2nd brother, you wasted far too much force with that strike, just now. Big brother, this is how you should adjust your use of the domain. Luo Feng, you little rascal, you actually tried to sneak attack me just now. Don't think those broken blades of yours are anything impressive. They're useless against me. Haha, you got thrashed, didn't you? The vast Pacific Ocean stretched beneath the sunlight, its waves shimmering with multicolored light, gorgeous and radiant. Yet Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Feng lay in a miserable sorry state on the beach beside the ocean, gasping for breath. They let the waves keep slapping against their bodies as if they didn't have even the strength to move a single finger. Han's long spear, Lei Shen's war blade, and even Luo Feng's Duntian shuttle blades were scattered all over the ground, not retrieved. Want to go again? I haven't even had enough of fighting yet. Yang Wu, however, hovered in midair, looking down at the 3 with a mocking expression. No, no more. 3rd brother, you're too ruthless. That's not how you play. You've nearly scattered every bone in my body. From now on, I'll just train with big brother and 4th brother. You only need to coach us from the sidelines. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lei Shen panted and said with dissatisfaction. After Lei Shen and Hong awakened, they were spurred on by the progress of Earth's martial artists, and by Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Having also received the martial inheritance of the Yunma star lineage, and some secret arts that Yang Wu had given them, the 2 trained for a while. At last, unable to resist, they called Luo Feng and Yang Wu and went above the Pacific, where the great battle against the Golden Horn giant beast had once occurred. Lei Shen, Hong, and Luo Feng then fought Yang Wu all together. The 3 had originally agreed in secret to give Yang Wu a proper thrashing, but they only ended up outsmarting themselves. They were no match for Yang Wu and in fact got savagely thrashed by him. From then on, the 3 all swore that until they reached star level, they would never spar with Yang Wu again. No, even after reaching star level, they would remain cautious. That kid hits far too hard. He was completely out to beat us to death. All right, have you rested? If so, let's get moving. I have something to tell you. About half an hour later, Yang Wu descended from the air, put away his teasing expression, and said in a somewhat serious tone, Big brother, 2nd brother, 4th brother, I'm going out to train, and won't be coming back to Earth for quite some time. Yang Wu pointed at the sky, and said, When I leave this time, it may take several years before I can return. I'm counting on you to look after Earth. After Yang Wu broke through to star level, Lord Yao had been urging him to leave Earth, but Yang Wu kept delaying until now. What? 3rd brother, we're brothers. You can't just leave us behind and go off to enjoy yourself in the universe. On hearing this, Lei Shen sprang up from the ground and shouted, Hey, if you want to go enjoy yourselves in the universe, that's fine too. Just break through to star level, and I'll be waiting for you. Yang Wu said with a laugh. Are you really leaving? Hong asked with a calm expression. This was decided long ago. Back then Luo Feng hadn't returned, and you 2 hadn't awakened, so I waited until now. Since I'm at star level now, if I want to keep improving, I have to go out and struggle, to kill, to battle. In a few years, the universe genius battle, held once every 10 millennia, will begin. I hope that by then the 4 of us brothers will display our might together in that battle. Yang Wu nodded. All right, brother Yang, take care of yourself. Keep in touch with us. After all, with the virtual universe, it's just like reality. We can meet up inside it. We'll soon follow in your footsteps. Luo Feng said firmly. All right, I'll leave some spaceships for you before I go. 4th brother, when you get the chance, collect some samples of Earth and go to the official office of the Hailongshan Empire to register Earth under your name. That will make Earth a bit safer. If you're short on money, tell me your virtual universe account, and I'll transfer some credits to you. Yang Wu patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, but didn't explain why he hadn't registered Earth in his own name. Babata, however, was thrashing about furiously in the space of Luo Feng's ring, cursing without pause. That wretched Yang Wu. He made us go through so much trouble to build spaceships. Back when he tricked me into giving him the Yunma star lineage's inheritance, he never once said he had a spaceship. Now he casually tosses out several. It seems this brat has a considerable stash. What a loss, what a loss. Why did I only get a Yanshinbing weapon from him back then? He hasn't even returned my Muya crystals yet. Take care of Earth while I'm gone. If there's anything you can't solve, go find my younger sister Yangli. A day later, Yang Wu waved at Hong Lei Shun and Luo Feng, who had come to see him off, then stepped into the C9 class spaceship parked at the side and shot into the sky. Third brother is gone. We have to train diligently. We can't fall too far behind. Hong watched the spaceship recede into the distance and fell silent for a long moment before raising his head and saying, "Right, we need to train hard." Lei Shun suddenly let out a shout, and his Origin Force War blade appeared in his hand. He slashed at Hong in a single stroke. "Damn it! You're pulling a sneak attack." Hong hastily dodged, his body flashing while bringing out his long spear. The two clashed into battle with each other. Luo Feng, however, watched the two fight without a word. At the same time, he split off some of his consciousness to count through the spatial ring Yang Wu had just handed him. Inside the ring were a full 20 C9 class spaceships. On the rooftop terrace of Yang Wu's villa, Yang Li stared at the tiny black, gradually vanishing in the sky, her face filled with reluctance to part. "Disciple shall Li cultivate diligently. Before long, I will take you to the starry universe to see your big brother." Lord Yao floated in front of Yang Li and said, "Yes, I will work hard. When the time comes, I'll take part in the universe genius battle together with my brother, and the two of us will enter the virtual universe company you told me about, Master." Yang Li's eyes flickered with determination as she spoke. "Xiaoxin, what training plan has Lord Yao arranged for me this time?" Inside the spaceship, after just finishing a great battle in the virtual universe's killing ground and returning to reality, Yang Wu looked at the high-spirited, intelligent life form Xiaoxin and asked with a smile, "It's the giant axe arena, Master." Xiaoxin's expression changed slightly as he said, "Master, the training plan Lord Yao has arranged for you is at the giant axe arena of the Qianwu Universe country. You'll take part in its lowest tier star-level life and death battles." The giant axe arena? Star-level life and death battles? Damn. Yang Wu drew in a deep breath of cold air when he heard that. The giant axe arena had not been mentioned much in the original work. However, through his past life memories of that original work and his understanding of the virtual universe in this life, Yang Wu knew full well that battles there were different from those in the virtual universe's killing ground. Those were true life and death duels fought with real weapons, battles that would never end until one side fell. Although it drew less attention than the universe-level, domain lord-level, and world master-level battles, it was nonetheless the most densely scheduled form of combat. Master Lord Yao says that there is not much time left before the universe genius battle. He wants you to enter 1,000 star-level life and death matches at the Giant Axe Arena and obtain the star-level Giant Axe Warrior title as soon as possible. A trace of reluctance appeared on Xiaoxin's face. You should know the Giant Axe Arena is a place where powerhouses are made to slaughter one another while others place bets. Under the live supervision of the Giant Axe Arena, powerhouses at the same rank engage in life and death combat. The fight only ends when one side dies and the other side wins. Every match has a 100 death rate because these are true life and death duels. Anyone daring to participate absolutely has confidence and a trump card. In battles at the Giant Axe Arena, the participants are called combatants. Winning 10 matches earns one the warrior title of the Giant Axe Arena. Winning 100 matches earns the Battle King title of the Giant Axe Arena. Winning 1,000 matches earns the Giant Axe Warrior title. That is to say, Yang Wu had to fight 1,000 life and death matches in the Giant Axe Arena and kill 1,000 star-level powerhouses. Every life and death duel is an absolute adventure and a challenge to life itself. Damn it, Yang Wu could not help but curse angrily. Even though I have the Puma Falcon avatar and can be reborn through it after I die, this is still too vicious. Master, although fighting in the Giant Axe Arena's life and death battles means the danger of death at any moment. Between life and death, there is great terror and boundless power. That is what helps your cultivation and realm breakthroughs the most. It is also why countless experts take risks and wage battle in the face of death. Xiaoxin went on. Moreover, Lord Yao instructed that the nutrient pod for advancing to star level 9th rank is not to be used by you for now. He wants you to first consolidate your foundation. 8,000 matches it is then. Since they are all at the star level realm, I do not believe I am inferior to anyone. Besides, I intend to survive every single battle and not rely on my avatar to resurrect myself. Yang Wu gritted his teeth and said with determination, Is it about to break through successfully? Suddenly a thought stirred in Yang Wu's mind. He set down his wine cup and focused all his consciousness on the Puma Falcon avatar cultivating on Mars. At this moment on Mars that had been peaceful before, roars repeatedly rose from deep beneath the desert. Yang Wu's Puma Falcon avatar had already entered the crucial moment of breaking through to the universe level. Day after day passed. Yang Wu placed his entire mind on the Puma Falcon avatar, waiting anxiously. Ao Wu. Finally, after 16 days, a deep and joy-filled cry resounded across the heavens. Boom. A colossal dark golden figure suddenly burst out of the ground, soared around Mars with wings outstretched, and completed a full circle around the planet in an instant. Then it hovered in midair, inspecting its giant body. Now that it had spread its wings, it spanned nearly 2,000 meters, and it was still transforming and growing along with the realm breakthrough. At the same time, he sensed the newly broken through, not yet fully formed inner world inside his body. At the universe level, one's body becomes a world of its own. Boom, boom, boom. Within the Dantian of the Puma Falcon avatar, it was as if Pangu were splitting heaven and earth. The original dark golden planet exploded with a thunderous bang, sending countless dark golden, hexagonal crystals flying outward. A great tide of dark golden mist surged out, instantly covering the entire inner world. The inner world, shrouded in dark golden mist, saw countless dark golden, hexagonal crystals endlessly spreading outward, and then gathering, arranging, and combining again. A perfectly square continent was slowly taking shape amid unceasing tremors. In the sky above the continent, within the inner world, planets and stars also slowly condensed and took shape, beginning to revolve in an orderly fashion. Clouds of countless cosmic energies appeared in the sky and drifted slowly around every celestial body. As the Puma Falcon avatar's breakthrough continued, massive amounts of primordial cosmic energy were drawn into its body. The space around Mars seemed to collapse downward, forming terrifying spatial whirlpools. Gradually, the spatial whirlpools merged into one, forming a colossal spatial black hole. Like a voracious beast, it furiously absorbed the primordial cosmic energy from the sky around it. In that moment, Mars itself seemed to cease to exist. In its original position stood a massive spatial black hole, whose overwhelming might continued to expand across more than 10,000 light-years around the planet. Within the Puma Falcon avatar, the inner world, taking shape, grew increasingly solid, stable, and perfect, with the continuous influx of spatial power from outside. It did not stop until it reached 1,081 kilometers in both length and width. At the same time, the colossal body, which had already grown to nearly 3,000 meters in extent, also stopped growing larger. Meanwhile, all the stars and continents within the inner world emitted waves of strange fluctuations. Waves of dark golden gene origin energy surged from the Dantian like a mighty tide, flowing through every part of his colossal body in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Every part of his fully grown body, bones, bone marrow, skin, membranes, meridians, and internal organs, began to undergo rapid changes. This transformation was far, far more intense than when Yang Wu's true body had broken through to the planetary and star levels. Yang Wu felt as if every inch of his Puma Falcon avatar's bones, muscles, and body had been shattered to powder and then condensed anew. His bones became thicker and tougher, his feathers harder and sharper, and a vertical eye, the spatial Dharma eye, gradually began to appear on his forehead. Moreover, this process of being shattered and reassembling every inch of the body caused no pain at all. It brought Yang Wu only incomparable comfort, making him lift his head and howl once more. Wave after wave of sound created a horrifying energy vortex around Mars. Countless meteorites floating in the void near the planet were pulverized by the penetrating sonic waves. As the sound slowly faded, calm returned around Mars, but the entire planet had become a mess. Large quantities of metal ore were drawn up and churned out of the ground by the momentum of Yang Wu's breakthrough, exposed on the surface. At the same time, because of the breakthrough of Yang Wu's Puma Falcon avatar, the dark golden secret patterns that had been present on his head, neck, the long stretch of his back, wings, claws, and every other part of his body since birth now shimmered faintly. Every pattern became a little more distinct in this moment. At this moment, Yang Wu felt his Puma Falcon body was so powerful that he could easily shatter Mars with a single punch. At the same time, both his avatar and his true body had ascended to a vastly higher level of comprehension of the law of space. Many points in the practice of space mastery that had been unclear before now suddenly became bright and open as the spatial Dharma I took form on his forehead. The first layer of space mastery immediately reached perfection, and he stepped into the second layer. Domain. Yang Wu's Puma Falcon avatar roared inwardly. Instantly, a hazy flow, colorless and formless, yet bizarre beyond words, made its presence felt. This invisible domain power immediately enveloped an area of over 10,000 meters around his body. Under the invisible domain shroud, even the Puma Falcon avatar appeared somewhat twisted and blurred, as if right before one's eyes, yet also at the ends of the earth, mysterious and bizarre. This is a domain. A spatial domain. Yang Wu could clearly sense this strange energy. After breaking through to the universe level with the help of the innate secret patterns, his body, primal power, will, and telepathic power had naturally entered a wonderfully harmonious state. The forces even began to fuse, and the fused energy could actually exert control over the surrounding space. According to the bloodline inheritance memories of Pengma Falcon, even if it spends every day eating and sleeping, will naturally possess a domain during its long growth. The domain will continuously rise from the first level to the second level all the way to the 9th level and finally cross into the Realm Lord level. It can even gain the recognition of the space origin law from the source of the universe, reaching the peak of the Realm Lord level. Then with ease it can break through the boundary wall of the inner world and attain the immortal level. This is truly heaven-defying. The bloodline inheritance truly does not lie. Yang Wu's heart surged with excitement. Breaking through to the universe level meant he had truly begun to step into the ranks of powerhouses. Time to leave. Yang Wu's Pengma Falcon avatar glanced toward Earth and murmured softly. Immediately Yang Wu's Pengma Falcon avatar executed the Pengma transformation. His body suddenly changed, shrinking until it was only about 20 meters tall. At the same time, a C9 spaceship appeared in front of him. Yang Wu's Pengma Falcon avatar swiftly slipped into the ship, and the spaceship instantly traced a black line across the sky, flying off into the distance. Yang Wu's consciousness had returned to his true body, but his face was still brimming with joy. Master, congratulations on your clone's breakthrough to the cosmic level. Xiao Xian immediately congratulated with a beaming smile, as Yang Wu's consciousness returned to his true body. However, Master, although your clone has broken through to the cosmic level, your true body is still only at the early stellar level. You still need to work hard. Even the cosmic level is merely the starting stage on the path to becoming a powerhouse in the universe. Xiao Xian continued. I know. Yang Wu nodded. However, Master, your true body has benefited from the clone's breakthrough, gaining a deeper comprehension of the space law. Now you can proceed to the second level of dominating space. Moreover, while your true body practices dominating space, you can compare and draw references from the supreme space scripture practiced by your Pengma Falcon clone. Cultivating both together will yield twice the result with half the effort. Dominating space has 4 levels. The first level, flowing clouds, is equivalent to the 9 threads flow of the second level of the myriad threads flow secret method practiced by Luo Feng. The second level, 1000 count, corresponds to the 100 threads flow of the third level of the myriad threads flow secret method practiced by Luo Feng. The third level, 10,000 revolving, corresponds to the myriad threads flow of the fourth level. The fourth level is teleportation. Meanwhile, the supreme space scripture is the inherited secret method of the Pengma Falcon clone, far surpassing dominating space in difficulty. It is divided into 3 levels. The first level, space shuttle, encompasses almost all the secret knowledge of dominating space. The second level, space slaughter, is a specialized combat method using spatial secret techniques. The third level, body transforms into space, is the legendary domain. Good. Since my clone has just broken through, my comprehension of dominating space has deepened. I'll strike while the iron is hot and enter the slaughter field for some combat. Yang Wu shouted excitedly, and immediately his consciousness sank into the virtual universe. Set up for me 1 early stellar level telekinetic controller, 1 early stellar level telekinetic illusionist, and 1 early stellar level martial artist, all having stepped into the threshold of the space law. The controller's weapon is the Duntian shuttle, and the martial artist must use an origin force battle blade with fire attribute, forming a domain. Yang Wu shouted loudly as he stood in the slaughter field space. Immediately space twisted. A telekineticist standing on a Duntian shuttle and a martial artist wielding a fiery red battle blade appeared dozens of kilometers ahead of Yang Wu. Kill. Yang Wu swung his long blade, and his body suddenly moved, conjuring over a dozen afterimages in the air. The blade light was icy and fierce, as fast as lightning. Space itself seemed to be sliced apart, impossible to follow with the naked eye. Schwa. With a spatial fluctuation, Yang Wu's body had already appeared in front of the illusionist. The illusionist, standing on a flying telekinetic weapon, rapidly retreated to dodge, while sending waves of illusions attacking toward Yang Wu's mind. Suppress. Yang Wu stalled for a brief moment, then immediately regained clarity. With a thunderous shout, the soul-suppressing secret method from the illusion secret art was activated, completely blocking all illusion attacks. At that moment, the controller manipulating the Duntian shuttle launched the sword-fish formation attack right in front of Yang Wu, attempting to block him from continuing his pursuit of the illusionist. Almost at the same moment, a fiery red blade light slashed toward his back, and Yang Wu could feel a scorching invisible force emerging as if it intended to imprison and burn him. A fire domain, huh? Without turning his head, Yang Wu let out a cold snort. Waves of scorching ripples appeared around his body, completely enveloping him and spreading outward, forcing the incoming fire domain back over 100 meters from his body, while also controlling the space for several hundred meters around him. The blade light slashing toward him and the sword-fish formation, blocking his path, immediately slowed somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Wu suddenly accelerated forward, yet his body swayed with uncanny eeriness. Facing the controller's sword-fish formation, weaving a bizarre figure-8 attack, he seemed to ignore it entirely. With a strange twist of his body, he mysteriously bypassed the formation and fiercely slashed out with his long blade. The illusionist trapped by Yang Wu's fire domain had no time to dodge and was split in two by the fierce blade light. Immediately after, Yang Wu withdrew his blade, and without even looking turned and slashed backward, colliding with another fiery red battle blade. Boom! Like a volcano suddenly erupting, bursts of violent heat erupted from both blades. Borrowing that force, Yang Wu moved like a fish in water, gliding nimbly within his domain as he charged toward the controller, leaving the martial artist behind. Bang! 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 A series of collisions. As Yang Wu flew forward, his long blade traced stunning arcs of light, forming a nearly flawless defense, blocking again and again the golden fish-shaped projectiles the controller sent against him. Clang! Just as Yang Wu was fiercely attacking the controller, he suddenly twisted his body and struck out from a bizarre angle. With a tremendous crash, the martial artist attacking from behind was sent flying by another slash from Yang Wu. At the same time, he poured almost all his strength into his attack on the controller. Crack! Under the tremendous, relentless slashes of Yang Wu's blade, the trajectories of the golden fish gradually warped. Several flying daggers that formed the golden fish finally collapsed under his powerful strikes, flying outward, smashing the ground into cracked craters, with rubble shooting outward faster than sniper bullets. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Blades danced through the air, fast as lightning, heavy as 1,000 June. Shio. Seizing the moment, Yang Wu dashed forward, leaving a trail of afterimages. A blade light flashed across the controller's neck where a line of blood appeared. Dang! Almost at the same instant, Yang Wu's battle blade swung backward like lightning, clashing with the origin force battle blade of the martial artist who had just attacked. Yang Wu turned around at that moment. Only you are left. Yang Wu licked his lips. With a shift of his body, a fierce cold light flashed as his long blade continuously slashed at the opponent, his phantom-like body flickering in and out of sight in the air. The blade light was brilliant. Each slash seemed to cut through space itself. Yet it was fast as lightning, leaving the opponent exhausted from dealing with it. It was eerie as the wind, seemingly without any pattern. Puff! After a few more slashes, a head flew high into the air. Yang Wu sheathed his blade and stood immediately, shouting loudly. 5 early stellar level opponents. 1 telekinetic controller, 1 telekinetic illusionist, 3 martial artists, 2 of whom must use blades. All have stepped into the threshold of the law and formed domains. For 3 consecutive months, apart from rest and the necessary primordial energy cultivation, Yang Wu spent most of his time fighting and slaughtering in the slaughter field and dual space of the virtual universe. In just 3 short months, he had already become almost proficient at using the essence of the second layer of space mastery, which he had comprehended through his clone's breakthrough in nearly all combat techniques. Moreover, his cultivation of the controller's secret arts, the illusionist's secret arts, and the soul seal's secret art obtained from Ba Bata had also achieved modest results. In the slaughter field, Yang Wu had once fought against opponents of the same realm solely as a controller or as an illusionist. After several failures, he was able to slaughter his opponents in the same manner. Of course, apart from applying the space law, what Yang Wu gained the most over those 3+ months was his understanding of blazing fire and the law of fire. Yang Wu believed that as soon as the blazing star beast clone could take shape in the gestation space, he would immediately step across the threshold of the fire origin law. After more than 90 days of flight, the C9 class cosmic spaceship controlled by Shao Xian finally arrived at Alma Planet, the planet in the Qianwu universe country closest to Earth. This planet was named after housing the largest giant axe combat arena in the Qianwu universe country. With a diameter more than 1,000 times that of Earth, nearly 1/3 of its surface was occupied by the giant axe combat arena. It was divided into star level, universe level, domain lord level, and world master level combat zones. Each zone covered a vast area. Seen from the sky, they resembled enormous axes with gleaming cold blades striking into the planet's surface. Through the virtual universe, Yang Wu had long since learned that among these 4 different combat zones, the battles at universe level and domain lord level attracted the most attention. As star level battles had the greatest number of matches and participants, and world master level battles were the fewest. On many planets, the giant axe combat arenas did not even have star level combat zones. Here, however, there were not only star level, universe level, domain lord level, and world master level arenas, but even if 2 immortal commander powerhouses wished to fight a deathmatch in this arena, they could apply to the arena in advance, and the arena would arrange a time and send a universe venerable to supervise the battle. Of course, battles above the domain lord level generally took place tens of thousands of meters above the designated combat zones of Alma Planet, or even on satellites made of special materials and dedicated to combat around Alma Planet. The warriors who participated in the battles included not only slaves trained by slave merchants, but also disciples from major forces or independent cultivators like Yang Wu. However, they all shared the same purpose: to train and improve themselves through bloody battles. Almost every match ended with one side dying, or even both sides perishing together. Connecting to the public signal of the giant axe combat arena, Yang Wu learned that in the last 7 days there had been 15318 star-level deathmatch, 6914 universe-level deathmatch, 78 domain lord-level deathmatch, and 2 world master-level deathmatches. Damn, over 10,000 star-level deathmatches in just 7 days. Yang Wu cursed inwardly. Not surprising, master. Star-level deathmatches are not even offered in the giant axe combat arenas on many planets. Also, star-level warriors are the most numerous and their battles are relatively short, so it makes sense they have the most matches. Xiao Xian's voice sounded in Yang Wu's mind. Let's fight. Since we're here, let's begin right away. A resolute glint flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. He parked the spaceship at a dedicated docking port and flew toward the star-level fighting zone. The scenery of Alma planet could not compare with Chilong Star at all, but on its streets one could see universe-level, domain lord-level, and even world master-level powerhouses coming and going everywhere. Of course, the most numerous were still star-level warriors, while planet-level ones were virtually nowhere to be seen. However, on Alma planet, except for the arena's fighting platform areas, fighting was prohibited anywhere else for any reason. Otherwise, even a world master powerhouse would be doomed. The procedure for participating in star-level battles was very simple. At the arena's registration office, Yang Wu's cultivation was tested to confirm he was truly star-level and not a higher-level warrior, hiding his cultivation, and he signed a life and death agreement stating that he bore sole responsibility for his own life. Then, after registering his special requirements for opponents, less than half an hour later Yang Wu faced his first deathmatch in the giant axe combat arena. Yang Wu's first star-level deathmatch took place in Zone No. 3201 of the star-level combat area, a mining field that looked like it had been abandoned after excavation. Huge mining grounds were strewn with all kinds of discarded ores. However, it was obvious that all the materials in this arena zone, including those discarded seemingly messy ores, were artificially made from B-grade materials. Star-level power could not easily shatter them. Unlike deathmatches of other levels, this zone where Yang Wu was located had very few spectators. Above the four sides of this mining area hovered several ordinary B-grade cosmic spaceships. Spectators on site watched the battles or placed bets from those spaceships. Of course, most spectators watched the live broadcast through the virtual universe and placed bets as well. The supervising universe-level powerhouse also hovered thousands of meters in the air, expressionless, having no idea how many such star-level battles he had overseen in a single day. Taking a dedicated transport shuttle to the area, almost as soon as Yang Wu stepped out, another warrior walked down from a similar aerial shuttle. He carried an enormous axe with a handle 2 meters long and a body shining silvery white. That was Yang Wu's opponent in this deathmatch. I didn't expect the opponent for my 18th victory in the star-level combat zone to be so scrawny. The man was fully 3 meters tall, silvery white all over, with a burly body, sturdy legs, and 3 thick, powerful arms. 2 of his arms held the giant axe, and only then did Yang Wu notice that in his remaining hand, he held a soft, long whip. Master, be careful. This is a Ruolei star human of the 5th grade bloodline in the universe. He has immense strength, yet combines hardness and softness, and he excels at the Thunder Law. Beware his lightning domain. Xiao Xian's words sounded in Yang Wu's mind. Come, warrior of Ruolei star. This is your 18th battle and the last battle of your life. Yang Wu drew his fiery red saber and said coldly, I've heard that 17 times already. Remember, the one who kills you is Quang Lei. Come fight. This man was fully 3 meters tall, silvery white all over, with a burly body, sturdy legs, and 3 thick, powerful arms. 2 of his arms held the giant axe. As Yang Wu drew closer, he noticed that in his remaining hand, he held a soft, long whip, translucent silvery white, almost exactly the color of his body. Master, be careful. This is a Ruolei star human of the 5th grade bloodline in the universe. He has immense strength, yet combines hardness and softness, and he excels at the Thunder Law. Beware his lightning domain. Xiao Xian's words sounded in Yang Wu's mind. Come, warrior of Ruolei star. This is your 18th battle and the last battle of your life. Yang Wu drew his fiery red saber and said coldly, I've heard that 17 times already. Remember, the one who kills you is Du Quang Lei. Come fight. Du Quang Lei burst into laughter and raised the giant axe in his hand. Rumble. Instantly, silvery air currents swirled around Du Quang Lei, plunging the area within 100 meters around him into a world of silver electric currents. Yang Wu immediately sensed the ferocity and killing intent within those silver air currents. Under the electricity surge, Du Quang Lei's raised giant axe gained added force, its speed abruptly spiking as it transformed into a bolt of lightning and slashed toward Yang Wu.